After struggling for many years in a post-apocalyptic world, Enid met her demise only to discover that she was the original protagonist in a novel titled The Counterattack of the supporting female character in the apocalypse. The supporting character, Lu Qingqing, was well aware of the plot and exploited her knowledge to seize her man and resources. Determined not to accept her fate, Enid was reborn with the aid of a powerful system, ready to form the strongest team and build the most formidable base, ultimately ascending to godhood. Chapter 1. The first day back in the apocalypse, Emergency broadcast. Emergency broadcast. This is a notification from the Ministry of Defense. Please stay indoors and do not venture outside. All industries have ceased operations, schools are closed, and everyone is urged to return home. Attention! Attention! A strange individual has appeared on Jiangjiang Road in City Z, with pale skin and grayish pupils, attacking anyone in sight. Experts preliminarily estimate that this is likely a human transformed into a zombie due to a viral mutation. The news flooded in from giant screens outside shopping malls, on television, and through broadcasts. Panic-stricken people rushed home. Antisocial individuals wielding clubs rampaged through the streets as if in a frenzy, smashing and looting. The entire city, Z, descended into chaos. The nation was in disarray. The world was engulfed in turmoil. As the sun gradually set, darkness enveloped the land, and the last rays of sunlight vanished. In a ravine at the foot of a small hill lay a woman with disheveled hair. Though her features were obscured, one could discern her exquisite visage and flawless skin, her figure slender and alluring. Yet, this woman appeared disheveled, drenched in sweat, her expression one of agony. Suddenly, she sat upright. Enid inhaled deeply, her bright eyes warily surveying her surroundings. Glancing at her body, she scanned the city below, where police cars were everywhere, accompanied by the panicked cries of the populace. Furrowing her brows, she quickly turned her gaze to her wrist. The watch was intact, firmly fastened. This watch had been lost during a mission a month after the zombie outbreak. The watch displayed the date, April 9th, 2034, at 6:30 p.m., the very first day of the outbreak. It was also the day Lu Qingqing had betrayed her. Beads of sweat trickled down her fair cheeks. She had returned. Enid narrowed her beautiful eyes. In her past life, she only realized after being betrayed and transformed into a vengeful spirit amidst a horde of zombies that she was the original protagonist in the counterattack of the supporting female character in the apocalypse. Lu Qingqing, the supporting character, was privy to all the plot lines and used her knowledge to deceive her way into a personal space of 1,000 cubic meters. She had borrowed money under the guise of being a roommate, accumulating a vast stockpile of supplies, and had lured Enid into a forest rife with zombies at the onset of the outbreak, intending to bring about her demise from the very beginning. Unexpectedly, Enid had survived, enduring through sheer willpower and even awakening her lightning abilities ahead of time. By the time she entered the national base in City H, Lu Qingqing had already secured her place in a special operations team, having leveraged her spatial and water abilities, and had even gotten close to her childhood friend, Xia Yun. Though she had been outmaneuvered at every turn, Enid had fought to survive and, through her efforts, managed to join a team within the special operations area. After the national base was overrun by a wave of zombies, her team had made their way to the largest Dawn base. She had been too naive, failing to see the true nature of a teammate she had trusted. In a desperate attempt to save a wounded team member, he had pushed her into a horde of zombies, where she was torn to shreds by high-level zombies. The novel became a blank slate after her death, leaving the fate of the world a mystery. As she contemplated this, Enid felt a surge of lightning energy gather in her hands. Why had she traversed to this specific moment in time? The space she once possessed was lost. How infuriating! Today, she was supposed to be on her way to City H, where she would encounter her long-lost childhood friend, Xia Yun, and they would recognize each other through a childhood jade pendant. Yet, both the pendant and the spatial ring were now with Lu Qingqing. Enid's gaze turned icy. Without further thought, she slowly rose and surveyed the city below. She vowed to exact revenge in this lifetime and reclaim everything that belonged to her. The lightning in her hand seemed to resonate with her emotions, growing increasingly chaotic and powerful, singeing the nearby bushes.
Ding!
Apocalypse Godhood System bound. A flicker of astonishment crossed Enid's eyes.
Who?
First mission of the Apocalypse Godhood System. Fill your space with supplies within 3 days. Successful completion will yield rewards. Failure will result in immediate annihilation. Enid was momentarily stunned as an expansive space suddenly appeared in her mind. Unlike Lu Qingqing's 1,000 cubic meters, her space was a staggering 10,000 cubic meters, equivalent to a 3-story building. It stood 10 meters high, with a ground area of 1,000 square meters. Even those who awakened special spatial abilities later only had a starting space of 100 cubic meters, increasing by 100 cubic meters with each level up. This space was truly immense. Ian tentatively wiggled her fingers, drawing nearby debris into the space. Indeed, with a mere thought, the trash vanished into her realm. Moments later, it was expelled. Detected non-supplies. Excluded. Ian was taken aback. It possessed intelligent sensing? Listening to the system's voice, her suspicions were confirmed. This system could indeed communicate with her mind. Without hesitation, she adjusted her short skirt. My attire is rather inconvenient. Do I have any equipment?
Ding.
Reward. Initial equipment includes a set of lightweight black stealth armor and a short dagger, plus enhanced physical abilities. Physical abilities? Before Ian could ponder further, she felt a subtle transformation in her body, as if it had become more robust. Simultaneously, a fitted black stealth suit, reminiscent of military attire, yet perfectly tailored, materialized around her. Ian felt satisfied as she regarded the dagger in her hand, emanating a faint glow and possessing an exceptionally sharp edge. Her captivating gaze sharpened as she spotted an abandoned motorcycle by the roadside and dashed toward it. Mounting the motorcycle, she faced the city center and accelerated forward. She sped through the streets, moving against the tide of panicked citizens rushing home. This was the beginning of the zombie outbreak. The zombies had just begun to appear, and the crowd was restless, many still believing it to be a minor viral infection that would soon be contained. All industries had ceased. Malls were closed, and those unable to stock up on supplies hurried home. Ian raced at breakneck speed, occasionally encountering zombies that emerged suddenly, causing people to scatter in terror. It was the perfect moment to seize resources. Ian sped to the largest mall in City Z, where chaos reigned. Zombies roamed, and those who had been bitten wailed in despair, running amok. Terrorist organizations and bandits were looting stores. Clad in the system's black gear, which provided excellent concealment, Ian donned a black mask and hood, rendering her face invisible. The mall's ground floor doors were barricaded, save for those broken open by 3 terrorists. Ian advanced toward them step by step. The trio turned to regard her, their eyes appraising her figure. Although her face was obscured, her silhouette was unmistakably that of a stunning beauty. The leading man smirked wickedly. Hey gorgeous, care for a little fun? With a swift motion, Ian struck with her dagger, and the man's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed. Before the other two could react, Ian unleashed a bolt of lightning from her left hand while her right hand wielded the dagger, slicing toward his neck. In her previous life, she battled fiercely on the front lines, having slain not merely thousands, but potentially tens of thousands of zombies. Through her own formidable skills, she ascended to the position of squad leader at the Dawn base. Her combat prowess was nothing short of exquisite. Upon entering, Ian found herself in a clothing store. With a subtle gesture of her fingers, she directed her thoughts toward a clothing rack, causing all the garments to vanish into her space. Concentrating her intent, she attempted to absorb every piece of clothing in the store, and though the fabric remained immobile at first, she remained unperturbed. With a slight adjustment, she stabilized her focus across the entire store, and in the next instant, all the apparel was drawn into her space. A wave of dizziness washed over her, prompting Ian to brace her forehead. This was quite taxing. Perhaps she was still too weak, yet the efficiency of her actions was astonishing. Her spatial corner was already brimming with garments. Ian swiftly navigated through them all, collecting items from every store on the first floor: clothing, luxury goods, digital products, electronic gadgets, desserts, snacks. Not a single item was overlooked. Everywhere she went was rendered void. Chapter 2. The Frenzy of Hoarding Supplies. Her next target was the second floor, home to the largest department store in Z-City. Ian dashed upwards, her scavenging swift and efficient. She cleared shelves of snacks, fruits, deli meats, spices, and even ginseng coffee, along with an array of seafood: king crabs, coconut crabs, crystal crabs, butter crabs, and bread crabs, all of it absorbed into her space. To her delight, she discovered that seafood could be collected along with their tanks, making it exceedingly convenient. After cleaning out the department store, Ian forcefully kicked open their back warehouse, which housed just as much stock as the retail space itself. Stacks of supplies filled several rooms. With remarkable speed, she raced through, her stature of 1.7 meters predominantly leg, tirelessly emptying the back kitchen as well. Leaning against the wall, she took a deep breath. The system's voice suddenly chimed, indicating her exertion had met the standard. Physical fitness 1, speed 1, resilience 1. Ian raised an eyebrow, feeling her body grow lighter. Checking the time, she noted it was now 10 in the evening. Thanks to the spatial compression capacity, the vast quantity of goods only occupied 4,000 cubic meters. Popping a piece of bubblegum into her mouth, she noticed a pile of collapsed cardboard boxes in the corner, revealing a trembling, stout man in a chef's uniform, staring at her with a look of terror as if she were a monster. Ian spoke coolly. The apocalypse has arrived. Stop dawdling and find a way to survive. With that, she turned to leave. The chef, stunned, rubbed his eyes and slapped himself twice to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Ian possessed a wealth of survival skills for the apocalypse. Elevators were strictly off-limits. She sprinted down the stairs, heading straight for a Century City across the street, where numerous 4S shops and vehicles awaited her. She intended to seize them all. On the road, she observed a man fleeing from a pursuing zombie. Ian nonchalantly passed by, making her way towards Century City. In her past life, after awakening her abilities, she would help those attacked by zombies to the best of her ability. Ultimately, she learned that in this world, gratitude was a rarity and human hearts were inscrutable. Even teammates with whom she had shared life and death experiences would betray her for profit, so this time around, Ina resolved to live solely for herself, prioritizing her own interests in every endeavor. Finding a glass door, she forcefully lifted her leg to kick it open. Her gear was exceptional. Though soft and form-fitting, it was impervious to blades and resistant to flames. After 2 kicks, however, the glass door remained unyielding. She located a metal rod, channeling all her strength into it, the veins in her hand becoming visible with the effort as a potent surge of lightning energy coalesced around the rod. Raising her arm, she struck down with all her might, shattering the large glass wall into a cascade of shards. Ian stepped through gracefully, akin to an elegant cat, collecting all the vehicles within. There were still many luxury boutiques, JK shops, and Lolita stores nearby, whether it was counters filled with necklaces, rings, and jade, or an array of exquisite handbags, or even high-end JK and Lolita outfits worth thousands. She gathered everything. At this point, her space had filled to 8,000 cubic meters. Glancing at the time, she noted it was now 2 in the morning. With her enhanced physical abilities, fatigue was not an issue. Moreover, those with abilities required less sleep than ordinary people, and as their powers grew, their need for rest diminished further. Sleep would no longer serve merely to alleviate fatigue, but rather to repair and nourish the body. Thus, Ina decided to continue her endeavors. Riding a modified motorcycle she had acquired from a shop, she sped through the city. Whenever she encountered zombies, she either crushed them under her wheels or dispatched them directly with her dagger. For those she couldn't reach, she unleashed bolts of lightning. During this time, she also collected numerous medications from pharmacies. Although healing abilities would emerge later, these medications remained crucial and could be life-saving, particularly in the early stages. Citizens on the upper floors were astonished by Ina, many capturing photographs on their phones, exclaiming they had spotted a female superhero. In just 1 hour, her space was entirely filled, leaving no room for any additional supplies. She slipped into a hidden alley, quietly awaiting the system's report.
Ding!
1,000 cubic meters of space completely filled with supplies. Mission rewards are now being issued. Reward 1, space expanded threefold to 30,000 cubic meters. With that, Ina felt her spatial dimensions triple in her mind, equivalent to the space of a 9-story building. Reward 2, a new time-stopping protective zone. All supplies will be concentrated within this zone. As the system completed its announcement, a pale blue light appeared beneath the goods. Does this mean these supplies will not spoil or rot? Ina leaned against the dirty wall of the alley, asking casually. Indeed. Reward 3, weapons upgraded to flying darts and grappling hooks, along with an elevation of all data by 1 level. After the system's announcement, the report followed. Physical fitness 1, speed 1, resilience 1, beauty 1, strength 1. Ina blew a bubble in response. What is this beauty nonsense? Although the host is the campus belle of Z City's Film Academy, it was decided to include a beauty metric to maintain charm. A glimmer of amusement shone in Ina's eyes as she inquired, what are my current overall stats? Physical fitness 55, speed 45, resilience 65, beauty 98, strength 23. The highest pre-apocalypse human index is 100, post-apocalypse remains unknown. Enid nodded, indicating her understanding. Removing her hood, her voluminous curls cascaded down as she turned to observe the chaos outside. The number of zombies was steadily increasing, with more and more encroaching onto the streets. With her alluring lips slightly parted, she asked, "Now, what is the next mission?" "The next mission is now issued. Continue to fill an additional 10,000 cubic meters of supplies and elevate your abilities to level 2. You have 1 week. Failure to complete the mission will result in immediate termination." To ascend to level 2, 100 primary crystal cores were needed. Currently, the zombies were all of the low tier, possessing only level 1 crystal cores within their brains. Approximately 1 week later, the zombies would mutate into level 2, at which point they would yield level 2 crystal cores. Advancing from level 2 to level 3 would require another 100 level 2 crystal cores. It could be said that the higher one sought to ascend, the more challenging it became. In her previous life, she survived 3 years. During that time, most individuals were only around level 3, with few exceeding level 5. She had painstakingly fought her way to level 5, a feat accomplished amidst daily bloodshed and peril. The discovery of crystal cores for leveling up would only occur about a week after the zombies mutated to level 2, as revealed by human scientists. With a profound understanding of the narrative, Lu Qingqing had already stockpiled numerous primary crystals. These primary crystals could be transformed into secondary crystals, albeit requiring an exorbitant quantity. 100 primary crystals were necessary to yield a single secondary crystal. The same conversion ratio applied to the transition from secondary to tertiary crystals. Moreover, the crystals could also be exchanged for base contribution points, rendering them exceedingly valuable. Enid first tested the grappling hook awarded by the system. It was a striking black and silver, elegantly fastening to her wrist. She aimed at a point, and, in an instant, a hook shot forth, embedding itself into the wall with great intensity. As she tightened the line, she was swiftly drawn towards it, more convenient and spectacular than any superhero. She felt a sense of satisfaction. After struggling for years in the apocalypse, Enid discovered that she was the original protagonist of a novel titled The Counterattack of the Apocalypse, supporting female character. The antagonist, Lu Qingqing, aware of the plot, exploited her knowledge to seize her man and resources. Determined to reclaim her destiny after a rebirth aided by a formidable system, Enid vowed to form the strongest team and establish the most formidable base, ultimately ascending to greatness. Chapter 3. The first side mission. Suddenly, a zombie burst forth from the side. Enid swiftly launched a dart, striking the creature squarely in the head, shattering its skull before the dart returned to her hand. From the zombie's splattered brain, she retrieved a small gray crystal, the first-level crystal. Each tier of crystal varies in color, with the first level being gray and only half the size of a pinky nail. Thus, it initially went unnoticed by many. "Help! Help us!" The cries and wails from the surrounding buildings grew increasingly frantic. Enid looked up to see more and more structures succumbing to the zombie plague, with people even leaping from windows. The air was filled with sirens as the police, armed and ready, were deployed. Currently, a first-level zombie could still be dispatched with 2 well-placed shots to the head from a handgun. The police, equipped with firearms, possessed greater combat efficacy than those newly awakened with abilities. Yet, the sheer number of zombies overwhelmed their limited rescue efforts. Moreover, Z City was merely a second-tier city, and the special police forces were not adequately prepared. Those quick to react had already begun to recklessly drive towards neighboring city, hoping to find sanctuary. Beyond a city lay the capital, H City. Only Enid understood the harsh truth. There was no sanctuary left. She checked the time, 4:15 a.m. The sky was thick with clouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as torrential rain began to pour. The storm had commenced. Enid secured her mask and hood, ensuring she was well covered. She entered an abandoned shop and opened her phone. News flooded every platform, filled with pleas for help and videos. There was no room for celebrity gossip or entertainment anymore. Every platform echoed the same message: a zombie crisis. All countries worldwide have fallen. Our entire city is overrun with zombies. Please secure your doors and windows and await rescue. Currently, H City has the best control over the situation. All routes leading to H City are congested, with numerous zombie attacks. Please remain home and wait for assistance. Our national defense base is establishing a safe zone in the capital. If you encounter zombies, do not panic. Stay silent, as zombies rely on sound to locate their prey. This is the Z City Police Department. Citizens within 10 kilometers of a 51 national road can proceed there, where the Deputy Minister of Defense has arranged special forces and helicopter rescue. Ian turned off her phone, her cold, fierce gaze glinting in the darkness. No one understood better than she did that simply securing doors and windows was tantamount to waiting for death. Food would soon run out. Zombies were not solely reliant on sound. They could also sense subtle air movements, and as they mutated, their intelligence and senses would only heighten. The A51 National Road would soon attract hordes of zombies drawn by the throngs of people fleeing, but the deputy minister was shrewd. Having effectively stemmed the tide of zombies and saved many, transporting them via helicopter to H City. This was all due to the initial chaos of the outbreak, where the urgency of the situation led to less accurate assessments by the state. Soon, however, the government began inching closer to the truth through research. Cities far from the capital were utilizing helicopters for transport, while the three nearest cities, A, S, and N, had dispatched armored tanks for rescue. This world would undergo a profound transformation. Everything would be reshuffled in the future. Henceforth, only the powerful would wield authority. For now, self-strengthening and self-preservation were the only paths forward. Ian and S' next destination was the gas station. She hopped on her motorcycle and sped towards it, navigating through the congested streets filled with cars, zombies, and people. Her exceptional riding skills allowed her to deftly maneuver around various obstacles as her motorcycle crushed the corpses of zombies beneath her. Soon, she arrived at the gas station, which was evidently overrun, surrounded by a dozen zombies. Ian revved her motorcycle to full speed and barreled towards the zombies, splattering their blood and viscera across her black gear, which quickly washed away without a trace. With her left hand steering, she unleashed darts with her right, utilizing her lightning abilities to swiftly dispatch the dozen zombies. With a flick of her fingers, she collected the first-level crystal cores into her spatial storage. These first-level zombies appeared to Ian and like a pack of wild dogs, utterly insignificant. Superwoman, please save us. From the second floor of the gas station, desperate cries rang out. Ian looked up to see 7 or 8 middle-aged individuals trapped in a room, frantically calling for help from the window. Inside, a girl clad in a black tracksuit was desperately bracing against the closed door, beads of sweat glistening on her pale face. Behind the door, at least a dozen zombies clawed at it, clearly threatening to break through at any moment. Uncle, you all need to jump down. The zombies below are gone. You should be safe jumping from the second floor. Quickly head to A51 National Road. The girl urged, gritting her teeth as she struggled to hold the door. Shut up. Do you want us to die? Barked the leading middle-aged man. To leave a girl to hold the door alone was the mark of cowards. Ian felt a sneer of contempt rise within her, but chose to remain silent as she walked into the gas station, her goal being the oil tank 6 meters underground. Upon reaching her destination, she struck a few times with her fingertips, and the entire tank was drawn into her spatial realm, resting within the blue time-stopping protective zone. The cacophony of zombies clawing at the door and the cries for help continued from above. Beep, side mission initiated. Rescue Jiang-hee. Target located. Girl in black tracksuit on the second floor. Acceptance of the side mission is optional and not mandatory. Completing this side mission will yield a reward. A glimmer flickered in Ian-An's eyes. Accept. As she stepped out of the gas station, she looked up. The middle-aged individuals were now shouting urgently, fearful that Ian might abandon them. Their cries intensified the zombies' frenzied scratching at the door. Please, if you save us, we'll give you 2 million. We can offer anything you want. We're wealthy real estate developers. Money is worthless now, Ian thought with a cold smile, choosing not to reply. She shot a silver grappling hook that pierced through the wall beside the second-floor window, nimbly leaping inside. The middle-aged men and women stared at her in astonishment, as if witnessing a savior. Some even sank to their knees. This scene struck Ian as profoundly ironic. In her previous life, while struggling to survive alone in a mall, she had encountered a similar group of unscrupulous relatives. Her parents, both soldiers, had sacrificed their lives for their country, leaving her a fortune. Over the years, those relatives had coveted her wealth, plotting against her, but she had thwarted their schemes. When the apocalypse struck, she had rescued them out of a sense of familial obligation, only to find them betraying her, indifferent to her fate, locking her in a shop filled with zombies. She had fought her way out alone. This memory flashed fleetingly through Ian's mind as she gazed at the girl bracing the door. The girl's face was etched with fear, yet her eyes sparkled with determination and hope. Chapter 4. The System S recognition function heroine. She S our adopted child. She has no money. I'm wealthy. Save me first. The leading middle-aged man interjected, noticing Ian and S gaze on the girl. Ian swiftly embraced the girl and, in a few strides, jumped from the window, landing steadily before speeding away on her motorcycle with the girl in tow. Not a word was exchanged. Behind them, the gas station's second floor succumbed without the girl's resistance, and the zombies burst through the door. With bloodthirsty mouths wide open, the horde rushed towards the group of middle-aged individuals, their anguished cries resonating in the air. In a matter of moments, the middle-aged men and women were savagely devoured. The girl seated in the back of Ian's motorcycle turned to gaze at her relatives, tears streaming down her face as she wiped them away. Her resolve hardening as she stared ahead. The A51 National Highway lay 2 kilometers away from the gas station, where Ian safely set her down in the nearby dense forest. Gratitude filled the girl's eyes, and she shed a couple of tears, expressing, "Thank you. I will repay your kindness one day. What is your name?" Ian replied coolly, "Nansheng. Remember, in this apocalypse, self-preservation is paramount." With that, she mounted her motorcycle and sped off towards the next gas station. She refrained from revealing her true name to avoid unnecessary complications, as her relentless scavenging for supplies drew too much attention. Dressed in black, she was Nansheng. When she removed her gear, she was Ian. The girl in the black sportswear called out to Ian's departing figure, "My name is Jianghe." She then turned and dashed towards the A51 National Highway, where numerous soldiers and crowds gathered. In her haste, she stumbled and fell, instinctively bracing herself with her hands, only to discover 2 depressions in the ground where she landed. Startled, Jianghe picked up a stone from the earth, and with a forceful grip, it cracked slightly. Astonished, she marveled at her newfound strength. Meanwhile, in the command center atop the A51 Defense Department tower, a tall man clad in a black military uniform, Deputy Minister Guso, cast down his binoculars to contemplate Ian's departing figure. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. "Rescue mission for Jianghe successful. Reward, space expanded by 10,000 cubic meters. Jianghe profile, female, 20 years old, 165 centimeters, 50 kilograms, Taurus. Ability awakening, strength type. Loyalty extremely high, sense of responsibility very high. Intelligence average, combat potential exceptionally high. Compatibility as a teammate, 99, highly suitable. Friendly reminder, individuals with a compatibility score above 60 already meet teammate standards." The system could identify compatible teammates? Ian raised her eyebrows, genuinely pleased. She had always preferred solitude, with few friends, which left her at a disadvantage in her past life. Now, with this system functionality, she had assurance in selecting allies. Jianghe, it turned out, possessed a rare strength-type ability. It is known that abilities are categorized into attribute and special abilities. Attribute abilities typically include the 7 elemental types: wind, fire, thunder, wood, water, earth, and ice, each with a maximum level of 10. Ian was endowed with thunder-type abilities, the most offensively potent among them. Special abilities are less common and include categories such as mental, spatial, healing, dark, strength, and speed. Special abilities are often latent and tend to awaken later. For instance, the spatial abilities emerged in humans only a month or 2 after the zombie outbreak, with very few individuals manifesting such powers. Initially, the one with spatial capabilities, Lu Qingqing, gained significant advantages through her spatial ring. Furthermore, as the apocalypse progressed, a few exceptionally rare hidden abilities emerged, including poison, charm, and light types. Many hidden abilities remain to be discovered and studied, but they are exceedingly rare and difficult to activate and control. Reflecting on this, Ian tightened her grip on the motorcycle handle. She moved swiftly, and within half a day, had nearly cleared the gas stations in the center of Z City. Finally, she could take a moment to breathe. On the rooftop of a gas station, devoid of any human presence, zombies surrounded the station, attempting to scale it. Yet, the current zombies were too primitive to pose any real threat, and Ian felt no fear. She removed her hood. The rain had ceased, and the wind tousled her long hair. Taking out an energy drink, she quaffed it down, then opened her palm to admire the noticeably thicker lightning coursing through her hand. Feeling quite satisfied. Abilities not only augment through crystal cores but also grow stronger with increased proficiency and usage. To put it plainly, her powers were being better activated. Ian peered into her space. The gas station held a massive reserve of fuel, totaling over 5,000 cubic meters, along with various supplies she had collected along the way. She spared nothing, appliances, farms, all were stored within her space. In total, she had amassed over 7,000 cubic meters of supplies. During her collection, she discovered that farms could be stored along with the land, arranged neatly within her space, growing naturally in a non-time-stop zone. She had also collected 85 crystal cores, just a few short of completing her task. Ian checked her phone. Attention! A small number of citizens attacked by zombies have not transformed within 24 hours and have awakened certain special skills. Please remain calm. This is a self-protective mutation mechanism. Citizens with special skills must seek protection and support from the state. The news began to flood with reports on abilities. The internet was still operational, but it would likely fail in a couple of days, along with the destruction of power grids and the initial contamination of water sources. Everything would gradually stabilize once bases were established. During that time, thunder and water abilities would play crucial roles in maintaining power and water supply when the bases suffered damage. Turning off her phone, Ian entered her space and slept for 4 hours. When she awoke, the system's voice sounded as if it had been waiting for her.
Ding.
Side quest activated. Rescue Lin Feng. Target location, within 3 kilometers, Z City University, PhD Research Building, 8th floor, room 203. A man in a white lab coat with black-framed glasses. This side quest is optional. Completing it will yield a reward. Lin Feng? That name seemed familiar to Ian. She recalled that in her previous life, remarkable young tech researcher had emerged at the base years later. He was a PhD student, responsible for many intelligent innovations. However, he mysteriously disappeared a few years later. The novel featuring the female supporting character rarely mentioned Lin Feng, focusing predominantly on Lu Qingqing, leaving Ian's knowledge of Lin Feng limited to hearsay from her past life. Given Jiang He's earlier case, Ian felt it prudent to accept the side quest. The system wouldn't have prompted her to rescue a mere idle individual, especially when a reward was involved. Accepted, Ian declared, hastily consuming some prepared food before emerging from her space, donning her gear, and heading straight for Z City University. She had visited the university during her college years, so she was somewhat familiar with the environment. Upon arrival, she found the area teeming with zombies, with students trapped in the upper floors of the teaching buildings, pleading for help. The research building housing Lin Feng was overrun by zombies. Ian raised an eyebrow, pondering how Lin Feng had escaped in her previous life. He was rescued by a team from the base after enduring for over half a month.
Yes.
In 2 days, it would mark the 3rd phase of the apocalypse, where rescue efforts would be initiated. The state, overwhelmed, would establish temporary rescue points in each city, deploying helicopters to drop supplies onto the rooftops of buildings, providing a chance for those able to retrieve them to survive. By then, the streets would be swarming with zombies, leaving ordinary citizens unable to move. Individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities establish various small teams within the base, collaborating with elite soldiers to embark on rescue missions across different locales. Ian swiftly assesses the towering structure before her. It is entirely encased in reflective glass, coated with multiple layers of metal, making any attempt to scale it exceedingly difficult. Adjacent to the graduate research building is a dormitory constructed of concrete, featuring bay windows on each floor, facilitating climbing. It conveniently stands at 8 stories, allowing for a potential leap from that side. Determined, Ian deploys a grappling hook that secures itself to the 2nd floor of the dormitory, propelling her upwards. Chapter 5. Altering the narrative, she clings tenaciously to the wall by the window. Her gear includes gloves equipped with an adhesive design, enabling a firm grip on surfaces. Agile and adept, Ian ascends to the 3rd floor. Upon arrival, a zombie bursts forth from the window, lunging at her with ferocity. Reacting promptly, she kicks the creature down, a throwing knife following closely to deliver a fatal blow. The zombie collapses, its head shattered. After collecting the crystal core, she notices several more zombie corpses in the corridor behind the window. With a subtle movement of her fingers, she retrieves the cores from the bodies. Realizing she is not alone, Ian narrows her eyes slightly. Ascending another level, she discovers a tall man clad in a black casual outfit, hood drawn, engaged in combat with zombies. His movements are swift, relying solely on his physical prowess. He wields a bloodied iron chain in his left hand and a fruit knife in his right. With a deft horizontal slice, he dispatches the last zombie on the 4th floor. He tilts his head slightly, and their eyes meet, his dark gaze piercing through the fringe that frames his face. His features sharp and expressionless.
Jie?
A flicker of recognition ignites within Enon. When she encountered him in her previous life, he was already a member of one of the two most formidable teams in the National Base's Special Operations Zone. His team, the Winter Squad, stood alongside Lu Qingqing's Supreme Team as the strongest in the base, boasting unparalleled resources, contributions, and terrifying combat capabilities. He is known for his reclusive and brooding demeanor, possessing formidable dual abilities in the realms of darkness and poison. However, it appears his powers are currently feeble. From his recent actions, Enon deduces that he has awakened his dark abilities, albeit so subtly that he remains unaware. He is likely endeavoring to rescue his only surviving sister, Qi Mei, though. As described in the text, he ultimately fails to save her. By the time he eradicates the zombies in the 8th floor corridor and reaches her dormitory door, Qi Mei has already succumbed to the undead. Devastated, he becomes even more withdrawn. A thought strikes Enon. This man is one of Lu Qingqing's targets. If she assists him now, given Qi Ye's solitary yet loyal nature, he will surely remember her kindness and not consider her an adversary in the future. Understanding Qi Ye's aversion to unnecessary chatter, she remains silent, swiftly climbing to the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors, eventually reaching the 8th. Here, a throng of zombies fills the space, their numbers dwarfing those of the previous 7 floors combined. All the zombies are congested in the corridor, pushing toward the innermost dormitory door. Except for that last room, the doors of all other dormitories stand wide open, revealing students either bitten and on the verge of transformation or already turned. The door to the innermost room appears precarious. Qi Mei must be inside. The moment to hunt has arrived. A glint of determination flashes in Enon's striking eyes as she kicks off into the corridor, toppling several zombies. Instantly, they redirect their attention toward her, charging in her direction. In a swift crouch, she performs a spinning kick, her speed remarkable, and with her electrified dagger, she cleaves through a cluster of zombie skulls. More zombies surge forward, prompting her to shoot a grappling hook into the ceiling, unleashing a barrage of throwing knives charged with electricity, further thinning their ranks. Activity level achieved, Strength 1, Resilience 1. The system's announcement serves as a backdrop. Enon launches her grappling hook into the massive zombies, impaling 3 of them and pinning them to the tiled floor. Tightening the line, she leaps toward the throng, her dagger dancing through the air as she systematically decapitates the undead. All of this transpires within a mere minute. Her strikes are rapid, precise, and merciless, aimed solely at severing heads. Enon's body aches intensely, yet she grits her teeth and perseveres. Resilience and endurance have become her second nature. Countless moments of despair have been surmounted through sheer determination. The bodies of zombies pile up 3 layers high in the corridor, while the remaining zombies continue to press forward. As if she were a tantalizing feast. Loosening her muscles, she strides toward the horde, her peripheral vision capturing every minuscule movement of the zombies on either side. With her right hand, she unleashes a surge of electricity, moving forward while using her left hand to slice through skulls. 6 minutes pass. The last zombie collapses. Enon takes a deep breath, leaning on her knee to steady herself, suppressing her trembling hands. The system continues to announce its findings. Activity level achieved, Endurance 1. Speed 1. A door beside her gently creaks open, revealing a pair of terrified eyes that lock onto hers. The dormitory door swings wide, and the female occupant immediately pulls Enon inside. Still reeling from shock, she stammers, "Why your left hand, your right hand, what about the zombies outside? All dead." Enon replies coolly. She observes the girl before her, clad in loose casual attire, towering several centimeters above her, at least 175 centimeters tall, with a ponytail. She exudes the vitality of an athletic student. "My name is Qi Mei. Thank you for saving me." The girl, relieved to see Qi safe, exclaims joyfully, bowing in sincere gratitude. "No need," Enon responds impassively.
Ding.
Successfully altered the narrative, saved Qi Mei. The system's voice resonates, yet Enon remains expressionless. She has contemplated this decision well, saving Qi Mei bears only benefits, and she would not engage in actions devoid of gain. Downstairs, a commotion stirs. It seems Qi is nearing. Following an awakening of abilities, one's senses sharpen significantly. She notes Qi Mei's lips are chapped and cracked. Feigning to retrieve a small bottle of mineral water from her pocket, which she actually pulls from her space, tossing it to Chi-Mei. The girl, overwhelmed with gratitude, drinks deeply, finishing it in one go. Obviously, she has been parched for quite some time. Ian and turns toward the corridor window, gazing at the opposite graduate research building. The distance between the two structures is minimal, an estimated 4 meters. The glass of the research building reflects light, obscuring the interior. Ian and retrieves a can of red paint, marking a conspicuous X on the window. Just then, Chi rushes in. He surveys the scene of scattered zombies, a flicker of surprise crossing his tense gaze. Chapter 6. Stockpiling a farm and breeding base. Xiaoyi. Come quickly. This girl saved me. Chi-Mei calls out joyfully upon seeing Chi unharmed.
Jie.
Observing Ian and at the corridor's end alongside a seemingly unscathed Chi-Mei, feels his tension ease considerably as he strides toward them. Sweat trickles down his cheek, soaking his back completely. Standing at a height of 183 meters, he glances at Chi-Mei, confirming her safety before relaxing. Turning his attention to Ian and he speaks in a low, gravelly voice. Thank you. Ian and does not meet his gaze. Instead, she remains focused on the building across, where, as anticipated, a figure clad in a white lab coat and black-rimmed glasses peers out. Ian deduces this must be Lin Feng. You're welcome, she replies, a slight smile gracing her lips as she turns to glance at Chi. Their eyes lock in a moment of shared understanding. Ian possessed a pair of eyes that were round yet elegantly elongated at the corners, adorned with thick lashes. The lower eyelids bore a hint of white, exuding a languid indifference reminiscent of both a fox and a cat. Chi's gaze shifted slightly. In a swift motion, Ian turned and shot a grappling hook through the opposite window, driving it deep into the floor of the laboratory. With a leap, she soared through the window and into the building across. Wow, how cool! Chi-Mei exclaimed, nearly jumping up to applaud Ian, and Chi-Yi remained silent. Watching Ian's retreating figure, his hand on Chi-Mei's shoulder tightening slightly. Sister, we must hurry to City H. Chi-Mei nodded, following him as she turned back reluctantly to glance at Ian, then back to her brother's handsome jaw, gesturing animatedly. Xiaoyi, did you see that? This girl is amazing. She just wiped out all the zombies. She saved my life. We must repay her one day. Oh wait, I didn't even ask her name.
No worries.
I can recognize her. Lin Feng observed as Ian entered, his eyes narrowing as he calmly remarked, this building is probably infested with zombies. There are around 30 outside the laboratory, and the floors and elevators are likely unsafe. He conveyed the situation with precision and detail. Ian nodded. Her muscles ached, and she feared that fighting her way down might deplete her stamina entirely. Thus, she decided to tie Lin Feng and drag him down instead. Without further ado, she tilted her head, shook her arms, and rubbed her wrists until a few joints cracked. In the lab, she found a rope and securely bound the astonished Lin Feng to her back. He was 7 or 8 centimeters taller than her, making the position somewhat awkward. The two were now closely pressed together. Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment and stammered, wanting to speak. With a silver hook in hand, Ian leaped towards the adjacent research building, noting the sudden pallor on Lin Feng's face. Half an hour later, Ian abruptly halted the motorcycle and gestured with her chin for Lin Feng to dismount. He complied, understanding her intent as he looked towards the nearby A51 National Road. Bowing sincerely, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Should you ever need my assistance, Lin Feng will be at your service. May I ask your name? Nan Sheng. Ian replied before speeding away on her motorcycle. Lin Feng watched her rapidly disappearing figure, his eyes behind glasses clouded with deep contemplation, firmly etching her image into his memory, aware that this savior would prove significant in the future. Rescue of Lin Feng side quest successful. Reward: expansion of space by 10,000 cubic meters. Lin Feng character assessment. Male, 27 years old, 178 centimeters, 67 kilograms, Pisces. Ability awakening, none. Loyalty, extremely high. Responsibility, extremely high. IQ, off the charts. Compatibility, below average. Compatibility as a teammate, 99, extremely high compatibility. The system's voice resonated as Ian accelerated her motorcycle. The next destination, the breeding farm. It was now the second night of the zombie outbreak, April 10th, 2034. At 7:30 in the evening, Ian drove to a suburban area on the outskirts of City Z. This was the largest livestock breeding base in City Z, home to cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese. However, many animals had been infected by zombies, yet they posed little threat. Even as zombies, they merely charged aimlessly within their enclosures, sustaining injuries without significant offensive capabilities. Enid rode her motorcycle directly into the compound, swiftly gathering all the healthy livestock. The variety was extensive. Cows included yellow cattle, dairy cows, and water buffalo. Sheep encompassed both goats and lambs. There were even 8 pig breeds. The poultry count was equally impressive, totaling over a dozen types. Fortuitously, adjacent to the largest livestock breeding base was the biggest fruit and vegetable base in City Z. Enid had previously collected from smaller farms, but such resources were never excessive, as fruits and vegetables could be cultivated cyclically. She charged into the facility, discovering that the staff had already evacuated. The fruit and vegetable base was the largest in the country, with a planting area of 1.47 million acres and an annual yield of 5.53 million tons, far surpassing other cities. The diversity of vegetables was remarkable. The country had yet to allocate resources to manage these areas. In over a week, many fruit and vegetable bases would be devastated by zombies, while livestock would starve or become infected. The losses would be staggering. Enid quickly harvested a plethora of crops: seedlings, leafy greens, fruiting vegetables, tubers, fleshy plants, legumes, fungi, root vegetables, and melons all were collected. The range of fruits was equally extensive: berries, gourds, citrus, stone fruits, and pome fruits. All varieties were present. Upon entering the control building of the fruit and vegetable base, she gathered all the seeds into her space. The haul far exceeded the system's assigned task, totaling 37,000 cubic meters of space, primarily due to the substantial volume of agricultural products. Even with the space's stacking capabilities, it consumed a significant amount of room. Combined with the previous 10,000 cubic meters, she now had a total of 47,000 cubic meters, equivalent to the height of a 14-story building. Enid's space now totaled 50,000 cubic meters, nearly filled to capacity with resources. She had accumulated 280 level 1 crystal stones. Taking out 100, she placed them on a table, unleashing her lightning-based powers to sense the energy within. Gradually, the energy from the crystals began to rise, and she absorbed it completely into her palms. A surge of immense power coursed through her body. Enid suppressed this energy, allowing it to circulate throughout her being. Her skin quivered lightly as the energy was contained. The next moment, a surge of lightning power erupted from her body, strengthening her senses and enhancing her awareness. Enid felt invigorated, and as she opened her palms, a bolt of lightning, now twice as thick as before, manifested. She directed it toward a wooden target 9 meters away, instantly incinerating it into a pile of ashes. Previously, her lightning could only reach 2 to 3 meters, gradually extending to 4 or 5 meters through training. Now, having broken through, it could reach a distance of 10 meters with greater power. Chapter 7. The Supreme System. The system's announcement rang out immediately. Ding. Task exceeded. Time taken: 1/7. Reward doubled. Task rewards being issued. Reward 1. Space expanded 6-fold to 300,000 cubic meters. This area was nearly equivalent to 6 15-story buildings standing side by side. The height of the space now reached 10 meters, with a ground area of 30,000 square meters, equivalent to 3 large playgrounds. Enid's mind raced as the space began to expand rapidly, previously insufficient space doubling, then doubling again. Reward 2. The system grants endless resources of water and mineral resources, currently occupying 2,000 square meters, with limitless depth. The minerals include 171 known and 36 undiscovered mineral resources. The water source is the purest mountain spring water, suitable for direct consumption. As the system concluded its announcement, a section of the space transformed into rocky minerals, while another area morphed into an expanse of the clearest water, unfathomably deep. In the next moment, the entire two-dimensional space was enveloped by an immense green structure, rendering its interior invisible from the outside. It is essential to note that both mineral and water resources are exceedingly scarce and in the later stages of establishing a base. The metals and materials required for constructing firewalls and developing technology would be woefully inadequate. The tasks undertaken by the psychics each day were largely related to these resources. Reward 3. The system rewards a planting greenhouse with an area of 20,000 square meters. All crops will be meticulously categorized within, and mature products will automatically enter the time-stopped protection zone. Additionally, 1,000 underground generators will be gifted. Upon the system's announcement, a colossal fruit and vegetable cultivation base materialized. High-tech planting sheds arose in great numbers. Each greenhouse was equipped with a sunlight simulation system, moisture-proof insulation system, temperature control system, humidity regulation system, ventilation system, pest control system, fertilization system, automatic harvesting system, and planting system, all functioning seamlessly. Moreover, there was a seed storage room, perfectly suited for the preservation of various seeds, all operating in an orderly manner. Reward 3. The time-stopped area has been optimized and expanded by 5,000 square meters. With this announcement, the blue area rapidly expanded, rising to reveal a 10-meter-tall storage warehouse. Inside, all resources were neatly categorized and organized. Ian was astonished. Was this system truly so remarkable? A boon for her obsessive compulsiveness. Reward 4. A 3,000 square meter ecosystem, perfectly replicating the healthiest and most ecological environment. Furthermore, was the system this generous this time? With the system's declaration, the final 3,000 square meters expanded to include lakes, grasslands, shrubs, and small woodlands. The air within the entire space felt significantly fresher. This 300,000 cubic meters of space, covering an area of 30,000 square meters, was now filled to the brim. To the far left lay an enormous 2,000 square meter area of mineral and water resources. The central two-thirds comprised the planting area. To the far right was a vast time-stop zone warehouse, adjacent to a serene natural environment. One section of the plain was enclosed, featuring grid-like partition management, filled entirely with livestock. There was even an automatic feeding system. In just a few minutes, the hundreds of chickens had already laid numerous eggs. All mature fruits, vegetables, eggs, and milk were swiftly transported to the time-stopped warehouse under the complete system, continuously generating profits. The entire space was devoid of any wasted land. What is this? My strength exceeds your imagination. The system's playful voice echoed, and in the next moment, Reward 5. More? Ian was stunned. While others were merely surviving in the apocalypse, she was building a nation. Physical ability 1, speed 1, resilience 1, beauty 1, strength 1.
So,
what is my overall index now? Ian inquired, to which the system promptly replied, physical ability 56, speed 46, resilience 66, beauty 99, strength 24. Ian nodded in understanding. Her strength and speed were currently inadequate. Gazing at her slender arms and legs, she resolved to strive harder. The next task is now released. Fill in 20,000 cubic meters of supplies and 1,000 level 1 crystal stones. Time limit, 1 month. Rewards will be issued upon task completion after 1 month. Failure will result in immediate eradication. With the system's announcement concluded, Ian comprehended. 1 month was ample time. Observing the natural ecosystem within her space, she felt it was rather wasteful. Perhaps a glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes as she thought to herself, let's do this. She revved her motorcycle and sped towards the largest zoo in City Z. The zoo was not as secure as the farming and cultivation bases. Many visitors were trapped here and numerous animals had been infected. If it were squirrels or peacocks, it might be manageable. However, the most concerning were the tigers, lions, and large brown bears that had become infected. It is known that these ferocious beasts possess several times the attack power of humans. Once infected, their combat abilities would be incredibly formidable. Yet, every situation possesses duality. Ian recalled that in her previous life, certain wild beasts had awakened their powers upon infection, surviving fiercely, with combat prowess surpassing that of military dogs that had also manifested abilities. However, they were exceedingly difficult to tame. Before her demise, the largest base in City H, housing hundreds of thousands of individuals, boasted an elite force of tens of thousands of psychics and thousands of skilled beast tamers and breeders. Yet, even with the accumulation of the finest resources, the number of tameable psychically enhanced beasts did not exceed 20. Beasts that had awakened their abilities possessed higher intelligence and wilder instincts. However, once tamed, their combat capabilities were exceedingly strong, even rivaling those of psychics. Chapter 8. Eliminate past adversaries. As the largest zoo in City Z and a 4A rated tourist attraction, it spans an impressive area of 500,000 square meters, with animal exhibition facilities covering 40,000 square meters. Among them, there are over 400 species of wildlife, totaling more than 6,000 individuals. Currently, Ian's natural environment area within her space was reduced to merely 2,000 square meters. It seemed she could only select a few favorite animals to bring into her space. With her motorcycle roaring, she dashed into the zoo. The engine's noise was deafening, and as she burst through the zoo's entrance, a dozen zombies lunged at her. Virum! Enan simply barreled through. The tires of her motorcycle crushed the legs of these zombies, accompanied by the sickening sounds of bones shattering and flesh squashing. Suddenly, a woman in a zookeeper's uniform rushed toward Enan, shouting for help. "Save me! Save me!"
Bang!
A zombie lunged at her, knocking her down, and opened its bloody maw to feast upon the zookeeper's face. In such close proximity, Enan could vividly see her features being torn apart, her eyeball bursting like a popped bubble. Enan remained expressionless. She had long become desensitized to such gruesome scenes. Accelerating, she sped towards the interior of the exhibition halls, deftly evading the zombies that continued to surge toward her. Along the way, in addition to the zombies and fleeing crowds, there were also some animals that had been infected and transformed into zombies. The situation looked dire. The first exhibition hall was the Golden Monkey Enclosure. Enan had no interest in monkeys, finding them too mischievous. However, behind the golden monkeys was an area constructed within a faux mountain, designated as the Panda exhibit. This was a national treasure. She simply had to secure a couple to keep in her space. Enan halted her motorcycle and cautiously approached the Panda exhibit, where the entrance was piled high with corpses, and the sounds of frenzied banging against the glass and zombie growls echoed from within. While she could easily handle level 1 zombies, the unseen chaos inside made her reluctant to take unnecessary risks. Caution is the mother of safety. She recalled visiting this zoo previously, remembering that the Panda exhibit had an open space above. Just as she was assessing her surroundings, a zombie's roar erupted from behind her. Enan swiftly turned, her right arm enveloped in crackling lightning as her dagger sliced through the air, leaving a purplish afterimage. The zombie's head was cleanly severed. The severed neck was charred at the cut, and the air was filled with the nauseating stench of rotting flesh. Enan then realized this was a child zombie. Its head lay on the ground, its eyes wide open, unblinking as they stared at her. She barely lingered a moment before throwing a dart to obliterate its skull and reclaim the crystal core. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, vulnerable groups such as children and the elderly no longer held any privileges. Everything adhered to the merciless laws of the end times. Compassion held no significance anymore. She shot a grappling hook, ascending towards the second floor of the faux mountain structure. This faux mountain was only 2 stories tall, and Enan easily leaped up, cautiously crawling inside. Indeed, ahead was a hollow design. Enan pressed herself against the roof surface, inching forward. The closer she approached, the louder the cries for help and wails of despair became. After the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, some staff members at the zoo confined visitors within the exhibition halls, providing a temporary refuge from the undead. What are we to do? Will the government come to our rescue? There is so little food here. The Panda exhibit is nearly bare, and I am starving. Only raw bamboo is available. These zombies are terrifying. A man's voice emerged from the crowd. Enan raised her brow. This voice was all too familiar, reminiscent of a member from Lu Qingqing's team in her past life. She discreetly peered through a hidden gap. Inside the Panda enclosure, dozens of people were crammed into the far corner, while 3 pandas huddled pitifully together, shielded by their keeper.
Outside.
A throng of zombies relentlessly pounded against the glass walls, gnashing their teeth and leaving trails of blood. The man among the crowd clamoring for panda meat was unmistakably Li Yang, the very individual she had just surmised. How could anyone contemplate eating pandas? They are a national protected species. The keeper's eyes widened with terror upon hearing this, and she stepped back, fiercely protecting the pandas behind her. A nation? With zombies surrounding us, what good is a nation? Why hasn't help arrived? Li Yang, stepping onto a stone, boasted arrogantly. Come, draw a dragon on the left. Paint a rainbow on the right. Suddenly his phone rang. Frowning, he answered, but as he listened, his expression transformed into one of eagerness. A sycophantic grin spreading across his face as he exclaimed, All right, brother. That's incredible. I can rest easy now. I'll wait for your grand arrival. After hanging up, he arrogantly scanned the crowd and boasted, My brother has awakened his powers. He is part of a formidable team at the H-City base. He says he will rescue me within 3 days. His proclamation ignited excitement among the crowd, as if hope had been rekindled. Li Yang, emboldened by his brother's influence, grew increasingly reckless, directing his attention to the keeper. We must endure these 3 days. We cannot forego panda meat. We can eat bamboo instead. Why must we resort to pandas? The keeper retreated, clutching the pandas tightly, her resolve unwavering. Can we even digest raw bamboo? What if we starve to death? The debate continued fervently. Yet, En's eyes were as cold as ice. Li Yong had a brother named Li Mu, also part of Lu Qingqing's team, and both brothers were known for their ruthless nature. Among them, Li Yong was the most vicious, utterly devoid of principles, and a devoted sycophant to Lu Qingqing. In her previous life, he had often acted on her orders to attack her. However, he had yet to awaken his powers. A slight smile played on En's lips as her left hand sent a dart flying, while her right hand subtly moved, retrieving the 3 pandas and some bamboo from the ground into her space. In the next instant, Li Yang's head exploded. Blood and flesh splattered, with brain matter spraying onto the faces of those nearby. A blood-curdling scream erupted from the crowd. En had already slipped away unnoticed. Simultaneously, a notification chimed. Ding. Successfully eliminated an enemy. Rewards are being issued. What a delightful surprise. Reward: 10,000 cubic meters of space, converted into a natural ecological space. The system announced. And the space expanded by an additional 1,000 square meters. Within it, a bamboo grove emerged, with the 3 little pandas joyfully frolicking about. How delightful. The system is both considerate and thoughtful. The pandas were exuberant, climbing up and down the bamboo, munching on fresh shoots. With the pandas secured, En swiftly made her way to the ferocious feast area. Tigers and lions were housed in the eastern and northeastern zones, each sectioned off by boulders and iron netting. The lion-tiger enclosure was primarily an outdoor area, featuring a lake for separation, and was rarely frequented by visitors, who typically toured in exhibition vehicles led by staff. Consequently, the access gates to these zones were securely locked. However, to En, the gate was merely a facade. She soared over it with ease. Suddenly, she heard the resounding roars of 2 tigers echoing from the hills ahead. Excitement coursed through her veins as she stealthily approached the source of the roars. To her astonishment, 2 tigers were engaged in battle, with a zombie keeper and a zombie tiger. Recognizing their formidable size and distinctive fur, En immediately identified them as Siberian tigers. Each was approximately 2.5 meters long, muscular and agile. The zombie tiger, with its grayish-white eyes, greedily eyed the 2 healthy tigers, lunging at them with its gaping maw. The tigers deftly evaded the attack, growling in unison as they clashed with the undead beast. The zombie keeper, limping on one leg, staggered towards the 3 tigers, only to be swiftly dispatched by a powerful paw strike that crushed its skull. The tiger's combat prowess was evidently superior to that of a basic zombie. The zombie tiger, exhibiting greater strength than the 2 living tigers, sank its teeth into one of their necks. The other tiger swiftly pounced. A single bite from the zombie tiger could incapacitate a healthy tiger, while bringing down the undead creature would require a precise strike to the head. The tigers remained unaware of this grim reality, their attacks primarily focused on tearing at the foe. En remained hidden in the foliage, refraining from intervening. She saw no point in rescuing the ineffective tigers. If they wished to serve her, they must first demonstrate their strength. Moreover, she was uncertain whether she could best the zombie tiger herself. Chapter 9. Capturing a mighty beast. Soon, the zombie tiger had lost half of its paw, its body riddled with wounds. Yet its ferocity remained undiminished. The keeper had long since been trampled to a pulp by the 3 tigers. The 2 tigers, now battered and weary, began to slow. With a fearsome roar, the zombie tiger lunged at one of the tigers, whose eyes gradually dimmed with the light of life. It succumbed to death. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining tiger viciously bit into the neck of the zombie tiger. This strike was devastating. A gaping wound opened on the zombie tiger's throat. It turned, fixating on the attacking tiger, and charged with unrelenting speed and strength. En watched anxiously. That tiger appeared to be in grave peril. Suddenly, a piercing roar filled the air, resonating with the majesty of a king. En turned her head. From behind the boulders, a magnificent Siberian tiger erupted forth. Its stature dwarfed the 3 others, exuding an aura of unparalleled strength. Like a gust of wind, it charged forward, swiftly knocking the zombie tiger to the ground, sinking its teeth into its throat. With a powerful strike, it flattened the zombie tiger's head, relentlessly biting down until it tore the head clean off. Ian and S eyes sparkled with admiration. What a magnificent beast. Abruptly, one of the injured tigers exhibited a peculiar reaction. It sprang up and bit the rear of the mightiest tiger. It too had transformed into a zombie tiger. The mighty tiger swiftly turned, biting down fiercely. Its powerful paw pinned the creature down. It seemed astute, targeting the neck with precision. One bite severed the neck of the freshly transformed zombie tiger. Seizing the advantage, it struck again. The second zombie tiger's head fell to the ground. In the aftermath, 3 tiger corpses and 1 keeper's body lay sprawled across the ground. The last surviving, formidable tiger, though injured, sat upon the ground, its tail sweeping the underbrush with a rustling sound, emitting low, mournful growls from its nostrils, clearly in great pain. Ian lay motionless, aware that if this formidable tiger were to mutate, she would be unable to contend with it. After a brief wait, she observed the tiger emit a low growl, followed by a burst of flames from its mouth. Indeed, it was an extraordinary beast, having awakened its fire-based abilities. Ian stretched her limbs, her gaze fixed intently on the fiery tiger, her eyes brimming with desire. "Little tiger, I'm here," she exclaimed, hastening down to a flat area to beckon the northeast tiger, which had just finished stretching its powers. To her surprise, the tiger merely glanced at her before turning away, as if she were nothing more than an apparition. Perplexed, Ian retrieved a piece of raw meat from her space and waved it enticingly at the tiger. However, the golden-eyed creature displayed no hint of interest. Just as she suspected it might not be particularly hungry, the tiger lunged at her with astonishing speed. What a surprise, Ian thought, quickly dodging and unleashing a bolt of lightning to repel the beast. "If you wish to feast, you may as well acknowledge me as your superior." She gestured to the tiger, not expecting it to comprehend her intentions. Her plan was to gradually win its loyalty. As she approached, the tiger unleashed a torrent of flames, forcing Ian to retreat several feet from the searing breath.
Goodness,
she exclaimed, swiftly launching a grappling hook to propel herself forward. The tiger, alert and agile, reared up and spewed fire in her direction. Clearly, it was adept at utilizing its abilities. Ian nimbly maneuvered behind it, aiming to seize its back, but the tiger, endowed with immense strength, swiftly turned around to snap at her. Ian raised her dagger at a 45-degree angle to block the tiger's fangs and retaliated with a kick to its head, though she was simultaneously flung to the ground by its powerful paw. "This is quite a challenge," she muttered in frustration. Deciding to abandon the confrontation, she deftly summoned the tiger into a fenced area within her spatial Greenland. She could train it gradually, and after missing a few meals, it would surely comply. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed, "Ding. You have acquired a pet with special abilities. Rewards are now being issued." Ian was taken aback.
what?
"There are rewards for this?" Reward: 10,000 cubic meters of space, converted into a territory for ferocious beasts. Upon completion of this announcement, her space expanded by 1,000 square meters, revealing a mountainous forest area isolated from others. The tiger was automatically placed within this beast territory. Reward: a complete set of tiger-themed equipment, including a tiger headpiece, armor, and claw guards. As the system finished speaking, the tiger was adorned with an impressively sleek silver and black ensemble. "Incredible. That looks more stylish than I do," Ian thought enviously. The tiger, clearly unaccustomed to its new attire, began frantically clawing at the gear, rolling on the ground and roaring in distress. Noting its disobedience, she resolved to name it Bufeud, a name that conveyed its stubbornness. Satisfied with her naming skills, she ventured to the adjacent lion territory, only to find it devoid of tigers, decimated entirely. Riding her motorcycle, Ian explored the zoo, collecting various small creatures such as squirrels, peacocks, flamingos, sloths, swans, and larks. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, most of these animals had become extinct, so her collection ensured that she would be well provided for in her space. She sped out of the zoo, her next destination being City A. Located between City Z and City H, City A boasted a far larger population and greater prosperity, and thus more zombies. To expedite her upgrade, venturing to City A was the most prudent choice, especially as it lay on the route to City H. Moreover, she had already scavenged much of City Z. The journey to City A would take her through a suburban area replete with factories. Ian resolved to claim them all for herself. The factories not only housed abundant resources, but also possessed invaluable machinery and equipment. With the government establishing a base in City H, the acquisition of resources would be essential. not only through specialized teams and military searches, but also through artificial and machine production. However, the machinery was cumbersome and challenging to transport with large trucks, making it a wasteful endeavor to neglect the factories in these remote regions. Ian aimed to stockpile resources to prepare for establishing her own base in the future. Given that the factories were situated in secluded areas, the workers had been trapped there during the zombie outbreak, leaving them with little chance of escape. Thus, Ian decided to adopt a cautious approach. She parked her motorcycle outside a clothing factory, stealthily eliminating 4 wandering zombies before quietly slipping inside. To her astonishment, she discovered that several humans were still alive on the 3rd floor of the factory, while the 1st and 2nd floors were overrun with zombies attempting to break through the barricaded door. These individuals were huddled by the window. But Ian had no interest in altruism. She intended to respect their fate and stealthily bypass the building to continue her scavenging. The commotion below attracted numerous zombies, providing her with ample cover. "I'll take my chances." Suddenly, a robust and boisterous voice resonated from above. In the next moment, a figure leaped from the 3rd floor. Thud. The impact caused a substantial dent in the loader parked below. Ian glanced over to see a towering man, over 6 feet tall, with a muscular build, square face, and tan skin, effortlessly dispatching a zombie with a single punch before jumping into the loader and crushing the horde beneath him. Ian raised an eyebrow, recognizing him as Cheng-Su, a member of the Chia Lintong team from her previous life. She had encountered him during missions and remembered his formidable combat skills, as well as his dual abilities. The zombies on the 1st floor, drawn by the noise, shifted their attention toward the loader. Meanwhile, those on the 2nd floor leapt from the windows, landing on the loader with a cacophony of thuds. Amidst the chaos, as Cheng-Su operated the loader, he skillfully dispatched the zombies attempting to invade. Meanwhile, Ian silently approached the 2nd building, launching her grappling hook to ascend to the 2nd floor. She perched on the window frame, deftly collecting all the equipment within her spatial realm. With the 1st and 2nd floors cleared, she moved on to the next building. In this manner, while Cheng-Su engaged in fierce combat, Ian gracefully scavenged 5 buildings, collecting both equipment and clothing supplies. To her delight, she stumbled upon a warehouse dedicated to storing finished garments. Though only a single story tall, it was brimming with resources. With agility, she dispatched 7 or 8 zombies inside the warehouse before gathering all the supplies and crystal cores into her space. Upon clearing the area, she noticed a gap in the ground. "Goodness, there's a basement?" she thought, rushing over and kicking open the basement door. Suddenly, a gray-white zombie face lunged at her. Its face was grotesquely mangled, with half of it bitten off, and its mouth, filled with yellow teeth, was a ghastly sight. The flesh hung in tatters, swaying grotesquely as it moved.
Ugh.
Ian was revolted and swiftly punched the zombie away. Suddenly, upon witnessing the scene before her, Ian was astounded. Below was an expansive underground storage area, brimming with fabric and finished garments piled high in every corner. As she walked through, she collected items, and after 5 minutes, she had gathered everything from the warehouse. Once she completed her task, Ian found a nearby door, pushed it open, and leaped up. To her surprise, she had arrived at the 1st building where Cheng-Su was located.
Ah!
"Take that, you little punk!" Cheng, the director, shouted encouragingly. He had awakened his abilities. How impressive! Outside the window, she could hear Cheng-Su fighting off zombies, accompanied by the cheers of those on the 3rd floor. Ian relaxed her shoulders, glancing around at the grotesque faces of the approaching zombies, a spark of excitement flickering in her eyes. To her, these were merely opportunities for crystal cores. Just as she was about to take action, 4 2-meter-high earthen walls erupted from the ground, encircling her. She was momentarily stunned. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you," came Cheng-Su's booming voice from nearby. Ian leaped up, climbing onto the earthen wall to look outside. Cheng-Su roared as he drove a loader straight in, his body half leaning out as he furiously attacked the zombies. Every punch landed with force. Goodness! His recently awakened earth powers were formidable. This guy was quite impressive, not wasting his impressive physique of nearly 2 meters. From what Ian knew, earth abilities at the 1st level typically allowed one to merely toss clumps of dirt, yet he had summoned 4 towering walls. While Cheng-Su was outside wreaking havoc, Ian's fingers moved rapidly, collecting crystal stones. In about an hour, Cheng-Su had eliminated at least 100 zombies, all of which Ian had gathered. The feeling of simply reaping the rewards was exhilarating. At that moment, a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she could enjoy some free food and drink. Chung-Soo quickly dispatched the zombies on the first floor and extended his hand down from the earthen wall, saying, "Miss, come. Hold on tight." Ian immediately grasped his hand and jumped down, taking 2 or 3 steps out. "We need to leave here quickly."
Chung-Soo
Then drove the loader to rescue 2 girls and a boy from the 3rd floor. "Director, you're amazing. Are you hurt at all?" "So many zombie bodies." The 2 girls looked at Chung-Soo with admiration. The boy chimed in, "I remember there's an off-road vehicle at the factory outside. Let us hurry."
All right.
Everyone agreed. Chung-Soo turned to Ian, saying, "We're heading to City A. You should come with us. It's too dangerous for you to be alone." Ian thought this was a splendid idea. With Chung-Soo's fighting prowess, she could rest and act like a mere bystander. She nodded in agreement. At that moment, the other 3 noticed her presence, and one girl in a short skirt shot her a brief look of displeasure, albeit subtle. Yet Ian caught it. She feigned ignorance. Following Chung-Soo and the others into the off-road vehicle, leaning against the back seat, she began to collect the corpses of zombies they passed along the way with a flick of her fingers. After traveling 7 or 8 kilometers without encountering any stores, mostly just suburban towns and villages, Chung-Soo decided it was time to take a break in a relatively zombie-free area. He pulled out some biscuits from his bag and shared them among the group. Finally, he handed some to Ian, who received them with a polite smile. "Why do you need to take someone else's food?" The girl in the short skirt shot Ian a disdainful glance, rolling her eyes. "Wang Yao, you shouldn't say that. Now is a time for us to unite," Chung-Soo admonished, causing the girl named Wang Yao to reluctantly close her mouth. Chung-Soo turned to Ian with a warm smile, explaining, "We're all from a taekwondo school. I'm the instructor, and they're my students. We usually share a house, and with zombies everywhere, we formed a team." Ian nodded, acknowledging the dynamic. The next moment, she sensed a horde of zombies approaching and instinctively turned to look out the window. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated, followed by the sound of shattering glass. A zombie smashed through the window near Wang Yao, lunging toward her face.
"Ah, help me."
Wang Yao screamed, flailing and trying to grab hold of Ian coldly. Ian kicked her away, saying, "Drive." Chung-Soo immediately revved the engine, and the off-road vehicle sped away. "Where did these zombies come from?" Another girl in red, still shaken, asked despairingly. "It's likely that our driving attracted many zombies behind us. When we stopped, they caught up," Chung-Soo calmly assessed. Ian observed his back with approval. Chung-Soo was genuinely impressive. Before long, they entered the jurisdiction of City A. Ian spotted a food processing factory. And Chung-Soo clearly noticed it too. Without hesitation, he decided to stock up on supplies. The vehicle halted steadily 30 meters away from the factory, and Chung-Soo distributed travel packs to each of them before they ventured inside. The 3 followed Chung-Soo like chicks trailing behind a hen. Ian suddenly felt an eerie stillness inside, a chill running down her spine. With such a large factory, at least 30 buildings, it couldn't possibly be this quiet. She gently tapped Chung-Soo, who turned to her. Using lip movements, she silently conveyed, "Something feels off inside." Chung-Soo's expression turned serious, and upon hearing her, he looked toward the factory walls, becoming even more vigilant. After a moment of contemplation, he whispered, "Let us head back to the vehicle." "Director, why are you listening to her?" The accompanying boy voiced his discontent, speaking in a hushed tone. "Yeah, Director, the food processing factory must have plenty of supplies. We haven't even gone in yet, and you're already listening to her. I think she's just too scared." The girl in red chimed in, her voice sharp and lacking volume control. Ian immediately caught the sound of footsteps within the factory walls. She dismissed the 2, turning to leave. "Beep. Proceed inside for a special reward." The system's voice suddenly rang out. "Special reward?" Ian promptly decided to stay. The girl in red, seeing Ian's demeanor, assumed she was simply too frightened to walk alone and rolled her eyes. Ian ignored her, glancing at her watch. It was now the 4th day after the apocalypse. April 12th, 2034, at 2:30 in the afternoon. Chung-Soo furrowed his brow slightly. The boy and girl had already hastily entered the factory. Chung-Soo hesitated, but, after giving Ian a cautious look, quietly followed them inside. Ian brought up the rear. Upon entering, they encountered 2 zombies, which Chung-Soo swiftly dispatched. To their astonishment, the factory was littered with the bodies of zombies, evidently having been cleared out by someone. This was a vast factory, with the nearest 2 buildings under construction, bare concrete floors, and the 2nd and 3rd floors lacking walls. Ian's keen eyesight quickly spotted several humans on the second floor. It was likely that these individuals had cleared out the zombies. She sensed danger, and with her superior vision, noted that the humans were dressed in construction gear, clearly workers. Possessing a demeanor distinctly different from the panicked survivors of the apocalypse, they exuded an air of aggression. In this apocalypse, the true terror was not only the zombies but also the humans. Ian wanted to leave. She inquired within her mind, asking the system, "I'm here now. When will the task reward be issued? Task not fully completed, please remain patient. The reward will be issued upon task completion." The system's calm voice eased Ian's anxious heart slightly. She has now reached the second level of lightning abilities and possesses a space power, providing her with a retreat in times of danger. It is wise to continue following for now, aiming to secure a special enhancement. Ian speculates that the system has its reasons for allowing her to accompany it.
Someone.
How wonderful, someone. As Ian ponders, the girl in red suddenly shouts, clearly having spotted a figure on the second floor. "This is fantastic. Perhaps we can form a team." The man beside her expresses his delight. Chung-Soo, however, remains silent, observing the scene with keen interest. Ian swiftly pulls her hood down to conceal her eyes, her fingers subtly collecting the crystal nuclei from the fallen zombies. Bowing her head as she stands among the crowd. 5 individuals descend from the second floor, scrutinizing Ian and her companions with disdain and contempt. The girl in red, stung by their scorn, suppresses her excitement and timidly asks, "Could you spare us some food or allow us to join your group?" Chung-Soo, furrowing his brow, slowly retreats while pulling her back, exclaiming, "Run." But it is too late. The 5 move in unison, and 2 of them reveal their abilities, a fire user and a wood user. They launch an attack on the imposing Chung-Soo, while the other 3, burly middle-aged men, join in. Despite Chung-Soo's fierce resistance, he is overpowered after several minutes. Ian makes no attempt to resist, standing frozen in place, feigning weakness. She realizes that there must be someone formidable on the second floor who has orchestrated this group, and engaging them now would certainly lead to a fierce battle with low chances of success, merely exhausting her energy. In this apocalypse, it is natural for people to form small factions, with many yearning to establish dominance in this new world. Chung-Soo is bound tightly, while Ian and her companions are bound together with a single rope. They are treated like prisoners as they are escorted upward. At the foot of the stairs leading to the second floor, 2 human corpses lie, evidently killed by this group. The girl in red, now terrified, begins to weep quietly. Upon reaching the second floor, Ina discovers that there are 7 or 8 more individuals tied up, likely survivors from this factory. These unfortunate souls had never envisioned that escaping the zombies would lead them into the clutches of humans. In the center of the floor, a man in his 40s reclines in a lounge chair, his dark skin marred by an old scar, a cigarette hanging from his lips as he coldly observes Chung-Soo and the others. He is presumably the leader of this group. Beside him are 2 trembling young women, their beauty evident yet overshadowed by their apparent distress. "Stop crying." The man in the lounge chair suddenly barks. The 5 men behind Ian swiftly move to silence the girl in red. "You've been given enough. You're too loud and I don't like it," he says, casting a disdainful glance at her through the swirling smoke. "Thank you, boss." The 5 men drag the girl in red down the stairs, where her screams echo like a slaughtered pig. Chung-Soo struggles futilely against his bindings, which only tighten, while another man beside him visibly wets himself. Chapter 12. Newly acquired healing ability. "You've wet yourself." One of the workers scoffs, kicking him while the others burst into laughter, their expressions resembling those of ruthless bandits, regarding the man as less than human. "Come on, strip him of his pants. This dog smells terrible." With that, several men advance, pushing the urinating man to the ground and stepping on his head as they begin to remove his trousers, revealing red underwear beneath. Yet they do not stop there. They continue to strip him of his undergarments. Ian averts her gaze as the man cries out for mercy, but his pleas fall on deaf ears, met only with slaps. "Shut up. You're all beasts. The police won't let you get away with this." A voice from the crowd, a cross-dressing man, shrieks in panic. "Police? It's the end of the world, and you speak of police?" The foreman laughs, his eyes devoid of mirth, only malice. Spitting on the ground, he mockingly states, "I've already taken many lives before the apocalypse, hiding and running. Now it's time for me to kill openly." With that, he picks up a metal rod and approaches the crossdresser, striking him violently. The blow lands with a sickening thud, splattering brain matter and blood across the nearby crowd. Pandemonium ensues as screams fill the air. Enon furrows her brow, sensing a surge of power from the abilities at play. Ding, mission accomplished. Special reward now granted. Healing ability, along with a doubling of mental strength and an increase in physical attributes. Current attributes: physical ability 56, speed 46, resilience 66. Beauty 99, strength 24, mental strength 156. Currently, mental strength ranks first among all humanity. The system's voice resonates within her. Enon feels a mixture of surprise and joy. This is an extraordinary reward. Healing abilities are among the rarest in the apocalypse, with the previous era's bases housing no more than 10 such healers, all regarded as national treasures. However, healing abilities come with numerous limitations. Firstly, healers lack offensive capabilities. They cannot attack, and crystal acquisition relies on teammates. Secondly, prior to level 4, their healing capacity is minimal. Level 1 can mend wounds up to 1 centimeter and eliminate some zombie viruses. Level 2 can heal wounds approximately 3 centimeters and eradicate most viruses. Level 3 extends to 8 centimeters and can remove all viruses. At level 4, larger wounds can be treated. Level 5 can regenerate flesh and bone. And level 6 can heal severed limbs. No one from the previous era reached level 7, leaving its capabilities unknown to Enon. It is worth noting that in an apocalypse where most abilities remain under level 3, it is a remarkable feat for healing users to attain level 6, as the highest ranked abilities then only reach level 8, belonging to some base commanders. Thirdly, and perhaps the greatest shortcoming of healing abilities, is their extreme consumption of mental strength. Typically, they can be used only once a day, with higher level healing requiring a week of recovery. Thus, healing abilities are generally reserved for the upper echelons. In essence, once discovered, healers are supported exclusively to serve the elite. Yet the system has not only bestowed upon her healing abilities, but has also doubled her mental strength. This equates to her healing capacity being akin to that of 2 healers. Enon feels a wave of comforting energy within her. This is her first experience with healing abilities, and her body feels significantly lighter, a gentle warmth coursing through her, dispelling all fatigue accumulated over the past days. No wonder the soul healer from the Morning Light base in her past life never fell ill. It seems this ability possesses a self-repair function. As Enon contemplates, several gruesome scenes unfold in the dilapidated second floor. The brutal foreman continues to execute those he deems unworthy, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, causing some to faint from terror. Crouched at the back of the crowd, Enon's slender frame allows her to blend in, temporarily safe from the chaos. Suddenly, a gust of wind stirs, causing her to narrow her eyes. A man wearing a cap suddenly appeared, swiftly kicking 2 laborers aside and seizing their foreman. A knife pressed firmly against the foreman's throat, he commanded the group to disperse. Beneath the cap, a pair of strikingly cold eyes regarded the foreman as if he were a corpse, his voice deep and hoarse, undeniably melodious, yet devoid of any human warmth.
Ah.
So it is young Master Ren. Upon hearing this voice, the foreman broke into a greasy smile, tilting his head with a flattering demeanor. Let us discuss this calmly. In the next instant, his ear was severed.
Ah!
The foreman screamed in agony, startling the surrounding workers, who instinctively rushed forward to assist. Don't move. Listen to him, quickly. The foreman, in a panic, covertly gestured to the laborers from the man in the cap's view. The workers immediately stepped forward to untie their comrades. At that moment, the foreman, now missing an ear and with half his face drenched in blood, suddenly retaliated, breaking free from the grip of the man in the cap, while the surrounding laborers surged forward simultaneously. The man in the cap seemed to have anticipated this. Swiftly knocking one worker down and injuring another, he retreated rapidly, hurling various steel materials at the group. For a brief moment, they were unable to capture him. He stealthily kicked a shard of glass toward Chengsu's direction. All of his actions were nearly imperceptible, yet they did not escape Enon's keen observation. Enon popped a piece of gum into her mouth, retracting her gaze from the unfolding drama as she scanned her surroundings. Behind her was merely a broken window, offering an excellent escape route. There were 13 workers on the second floor, 3 of whom possessed special abilities. The man in the cap gradually found himself outmatched, sustaining numerous injuries. Just then, Chengsu had cut through the vines and rushed to support the man in the cap. The restrained individuals seized the opportunity to flee. Quickly assessing the layout of the factory building, Enan easily freed herself from her bindings and aimed to scavenge supplies inside. The system's voice chimed in ding. Side quest activated. Rescue Renew. Target location. The man in the cap. You may choose to accept this side quest voluntarily. It is not mandatory. Completing this side quest will yield a reward. Note that Chungsu and Renew are highly compatible as teammates. Acceptance is recommended. Enan frowned. Accepted. She turned to see that only the unruly workers and Chungsu with Renew remained on the second floor. Although more than half of the 13 workers had perished, the 3 special ability users were still alive, including the foreman with the severed ear. Chungsu and Renew were gradually overwhelmed, pinned to the ground and unable to move. The foreman approached Renew wielding an iron rod, menacingly stating, "Kid, do you still wish to avenge your parents?" "Let me tell you." Before he could finish, Renew produced a bomb, pointing it at Chungsu and coldly declaring, "Release him, or I'll detonate this." The foreman's eyes widened in panic, clearly not anticipating this turn of events. 3. Renew began a countdown. "Don't rush. We'll let him go." The foreman quickly replied. The other 2 workers hastily untied Chungsu. As this unfolded, Enan had stealthily moved behind a pillar. Chungsu, noticing Renew's repeated gestures urging him to escape, scanned the area and realized that all the originally trapped individuals had fled. He began to retreat slowly. Suddenly, a wall of earth rose before Renew, isolating him from the 3 special ability users. Chungsu threw a punch, toppling the wood-based ability user to the ground. "You're asking for death." The foreman, furious, charged forward. In the next moment, his legs were completely severed, causing him to collapse to the ground in terror, screaming, "My legs! My legs!"
Ah!
Enan launched a grappling hook, striking the wood-based worker, then leaped forward to kick the fire-based worker away.
Wow!
Chungsu exclaimed in astonishment as he witnessed Enan smile sweetly at the foreman, who was desperately trying to look at her, and said, "In this apocalypse where no one cares for you, I'll take it upon myself to be your guardian for once. I hope you can start anew in your next life." Renew crawled out from behind the earthen wall, gazing at the foreman, now legless, and the dark-clad Enan, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Chapter 13. Let us make you our captain. Enan retracted her grappling hook, exchanged a glance with Chungsu, and led the way down to leave the foreman for Renew to handle. She remembered the foreman's words about avenging parents. There must be deep-seated enmity between these 2. "Thank you." Renew's voice echoed from behind. Enan waved her hand without turning back. "Wow, sister, you're incredible. What kind of technique was that? More powerful than a gun, with such range." Chungsu followed closely behind Enan, his admiration barely contained. Enan remained expressionless, listening to the system's announcements. Special mission successful. Reward, space expanded by 10,000 cubic meters. Renew profile, male, 23 years old, 184 centimeters, 65 kilograms, Capricorn. Ability awakened, speed. Loyalty level, very high. Responsibility level, very high. Intelligence level, high. Maximum combat power, extremely high. Team compatibility, 99, extremely high compatibility.
Chungsu profile, male.
27 years old, 192 centimeters, 80 kilograms, Aries. Ability awakened, Earth. Loyalty level, very high. Responsibility level, very high. Intelligence level, average. Maximum combat power, extremely high. Team compatibility, 99, extremely high compatibility. As the system continued to broadcast, Chungsu grew increasingly animated, ultimately exclaiming, "Let us form a team. You can be the captain." Enan finally raised her eyebrows to look at him, replying coolly, "If you wish to follow me, it will be quite demanding." "I am willing. I'll endure any hardship." Chungsu replied eagerly, gazing at Enan with adoration, as if she were a deity. Enan glanced at her watch. It was the 4th day after the apocalypse, April 12, 2034, at 6:30 in the evening. The sky was darkening, the perfect time for scavenging supplies. The moment for her planned operation was drawing near. She could not afford to linger here for too long. "I have some matters to attend to. I'll return in an hour." With that, Enan darted away like the wind. Chungsu watched her disappear, pondering how swiftly his captain moved. At that moment, a scream echoed from the second floor, quickly followed by silence. Chungsu looked up to see the man in the cap descending, his deep-set eyes reflecting a sense of relief and fatigue from avenging a great wrong. Though merely in his 20s, he possessed a maturity and intensity far beyond his years. "Where is she?" Renyu scanned the area and inquired. Chung-su, understanding he meant Inan, quickly replied. She said she'd be gone for an hour. I want to join you, Renyu stated directly. Chung-su was taken aback. This man was formidable, and he was eager to team up with him. But he scratched his head and said awkwardly, I'd like that too, but she hasn't agreed yet. Weren't you together? A hint of surprise flickered in Renyu's eyes. We met on the road. No worries, let us wait for her together. All right. Ian stealthily navigated along the factory's outer walls, analyzing the distribution of buildings. She observed a total of 35 structures, broadly divided into 3 main areas: residential, storage, and processing zones. The storage area had evidently been cleared of zombies by the previous group of workers, while the processing area was filled with machinery and production workshops. And the residential area consisted of employee dormitories, offering little in resources. It appeared that the most valuable zone was the storage area. Ian resolved to first raid the processing area for any machinery and supplies. The processing zone contained the most buildings, totaling 20, including research facilities and comprehensive administrative offices. Ian began her relentless scavenging, first ascending to the highest floors of each building, meticulously searching through windows one by one. When zombies lunged at her, she either deftly dodged, allowing them to plummet from the windows, or delivered a swift kick to send them flying. In no time, she had thoroughly emptied a dozen factories, which were well stocked with cooking oil, seasonings, meat products, and vegetables. Her next target was the storage area. The storage area comprised 7 buildings, and Ian climbed the exterior walls, systematically collecting supplies into her space. The exhilaration was overwhelming. With remarkable speed, she gathered all the resources within 40 minutes. After stretching her sore back, she listened to the System-S report. Exercise parameters met. Stamina 1, Speed 1, Resilience 1, Strength 1. She made her way toward the factory entrance, nearly too exhausted to keep her eyes open.
Boss. Boss.
A serious and respectful greeting rang out. Ian paused, taken aback by the sight of Chung-su and Renyu, who stood before her with utmost reverence, instantly shaking off her fatigue. Had she just acquired 2 subordinates? Chung-su exclaimed, We want to team up with the boss. You're incredibly strong, and most importantly, you saved us. He then bowed, adding, Please be our leader. Ian tilted her head, observing the astonished expression on Renyu's face. Chung-su quickly realized his blunder, his bronze face flushing crimson as he stammered, No. I misspoke. Please be our captain. Ian regarded the duo. They had passed the systems assessment and should pose no significant issues. However, her standards for teammates were high, and she was not inclined to trust easily. Thus, she resolved to conceal some of her true capabilities. You may join my team, but know this. Should anyone betray me, I will not hesitate to eliminate them. Her gaze turned icy as she surveyed the two. Rest assured, boss, I, Chung-su, am not one to betray, he declared first. Renyu nodded firmly. If I betray, may I be reborn as a dog in my next life. Chung-su paused, then added, But a dog from a wealthy family wouldn't be so bad. They live a life of comfort. Renyu's expression stiffened. Ian couldn't suppress a smile beneath her mask. Wait for me here, I'll check upstairs. She ascended to the 2nd floor and collected the crystal cores from the 3 abilities users. Unlike zombie cores, these possessed additional attributes, and matching cores could significantly enhance their power. Ian stored them away. As a lightning user, she deemed it wasteful to use cores of differing attributes. Chapter 14. The base system activates. After securing all the cores, Ian descended. Chung-su approached with a ghostly expression. Boss, I just took a look around. This vast factory and the storage area are completely empty. Ian nodded, her expression unreadable. Then let us move quickly. The zombies are increasing, and it's unsafe outside. With that, Chung-su drove the armored vehicle, Renyu in the passenger seat, and Ian in the back, heading towards City A. The trio engaged in light conversation, maintaining a spirited atmosphere despite having gone over a day without sleep. Chung-su was particularly talkative, often interjecting with a few corny jokes, while Renyu spoke less but offered quality remarks. Ian responded intermittently. Boss, if we recruit a couple more ability users, wouldn't we be invincible?
Chung-su mused enthusiastically.
You don't need to worry about team members. I have candidates in mind. As she spoke, the system's voice chimed in. 5-member team formation detected. No further member assignments will be made, but to assist the host in selecting allies, the system will provide 2 task analysis functions daily. Ian raised an eyebrow. Indeed, with Jiang He and Lin Feng included, they made a perfect five. However, she had other plans for Lin Feng. In this apocalypse, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. We must develop cautiously, she declared. Renyu nodded in agreement.
I second that.
Cheng Su, with a grin, added, got it.
Got it.
I'm just trying to lighten the mood. I understand the strategy of playing dumb to catch the tiger. Additionally, you two head to the base. I have some matters to attend to in City A. Boss, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. What's so important? Enan smirked slightly. I was bitten by a dog earlier. I'm going to teach it a lesson. What dog would dare bite the boss? That's outrageous.
Cheng Su exclaimed. Boss.
Let us accompany you. It's not safe for you to go alone. Renyu expressed his concern. Enan shook her head. It's more convenient for me alone. Having too many people complicates matters. The roads are swarming with zombies, and we can't drive through. Recognizing the validity of her words, they ceased to insist. After approximately 3 hours, the vehicle arrived at the outskirts of City A. City A was a bustling metropolis, with towering skyscrapers. Before the apocalypse, it was a vibrant hub. After the fall, it had transformed into a hellish landscape. Due to the overwhelming number of buildings, the streets were congested, leaving people with nowhere to hide. And zombies roamed freely. Being close to City H, a large influx of people sought refuge here, rendering it a veritable hell on earth. As Enan observed the panicked crowds in the streets, she declared, let us stop here. We can't proceed further. You two, navigate around the outskirts to City H and wait for me at the national base. Cheng Su and Renyu exchanged worried glances, but nodded in agreement. Enan adjusted her mask and forcefully pushed open the car door, shoving aside a zombie that had been battering against it, delivering a punch that crushed its skull. The zombie was a young girl of about 15 or 16, not particularly robust. Given Enan's current physical prowess, she was nearly on par with a fitness instructor, causing the female zombie to fall back lifelessly. With swift precision, Enan used a dagger to sever the girl's neck and collected the crystal core. Cheng Su's vehicle had already departed. At this moment, it was April 13, 2034, at 6 a.m. The dawn was just breaking. Enan gazed toward the center of City A, a slight smile playing on her lips. Her mission this time was not only to gather supplies, but also to deal with Lu Qingqing. This afternoon at 2 p.m., Lu Qingqing's team would undertake their first task since forming in City A, aware of the plot's trajectory. She had deliberately taken her team members to the tallest building in City A, the Zhaoshang Tower, which stood at 42 stories above ground and 3 below. The rescue mission there was exceedingly challenging due to the overwhelming number of zombies. The National Base's commanding officer, Lu Qi, was leading a special forces team in the rescue effort. As the materials of the building's exterior were difficult to scale, they were forced to clear the zombies floor by floor from within the building. This presented numerous challenges due to the sheer volume of zombies. Thus, helicopters were deployed to rescue those near the windows and, using the aircraft's engine's loud noise, attracted all zombies above the 30th floor to the top, effectively containing them on the 41st and 42nd floors. While this method proved effective, disaster struck when Lu Qi and his team reached the 40th floor. The floor of the 41st level collapsed under the weight, causing a massive influx of zombies to tumble downward. This resulted in significant casualties among Lu Qi's team, and the civilians on the 40th floor remained unrecovered. Lu Qingqing, with her foreknowledge of the plot, had alerted Lu Qi in advance and assisted in managing the evacuation, earning her his admiration and a reward of 1,000 base points upon returning to the base, thus gaining fame throughout the facility. Enan's objective was to ensure that Lu Qingqing's efforts amounted to nothing, rendering her a mere fool in the process. The hour was still early, and Enan decided to gather supplies nearby. She took an unconventional route, weaving between floors to collect resources while dispatching zombies, thus saving a considerable amount of time. After acquiring 2 factories and a plethora of materials, Enan had already completed her mission of 20,000 cubic meters of supplies, with only 10 more first-level crystals needed. She leaped into the top floor of a department store, swiftly eliminating 2 zombies. Only 8 remained. 7. 6. At last, the final one. As the last zombie in the room fell, the system's voice resonated at the perfect moment.
Ding.
Mission exceeded expectations. Time taken, 1/10. Rewards doubled. Task rewards are now being issued. Reward 1, space expanded to infinity. In the next instant, Enan felt the space within her expand endlessly, expanding and expanding. until its limits were beyond her sight. Reward 2. Water and mineral resources tripled, each occupying 3,000 square meters, with infinite depth. Reward 3. A time-stopping zone expanded to 100,000 square meters. Reward 4. Ecosystem expanded tenfold to 50,000 square meters. Reward 5. Base system awarded. A base system? Ian felt a surge of joy. Base system activated. Welcome to the spatial base, which can be relocated to external dimensions. As the system spoke, an enormous base materialized within her space. A grand building, measuring 10,000 square meters, rose from the ground, 5 stories high. Its exterior was fortified with granite, adorned with a layer of diamonds. Ian stood in awe. She swiftly entered the colossal villa, its decor epitomizing exquisite light luxury. The first floor boasted an expansive living room featuring communal leisure areas, entertainment zones, a fitness area, a kitchen, dining room, and restrooms. The second floor housed a cinema, an arcade, a laundry room, a VR room, and an office area, among others. The third, fourth, and fifth floors were filled with bedrooms and study rooms, along with cloakrooms. Due to its vastness, there were elevators between the floors. Additionally, she discovered a basement with a hot spring bathing area. She marveled at it all, yet quickly adapted. This building could only serve as a residence. It was far from sufficient as a base. The base system will upgrade through subsequent tasks. The system, sensing Ian's thoughts, promptly replied. She nodded. She intended to construct a formidable base, and this was merely the beginning. Without lingering, she exited the villa. Gazing at the expansive time-stopping area and ecosystem, the system's voice echoed once more. Reward 6. Stamina 1, Speed 1, Resilience 1, Beauty 1, Strength 1. Mental Power 10, Current Attributes, Stamina 57, Speed 47, Resilience 67, Beauty 100, Strength 25. Mental Power 157. The next task is now issued. Fill 20,000 cubic meters of supplies and upgrade abilities to level 3. Time limit, 2 months. Failure to complete will result in immediate obliteration. Ian nodded, glancing at the time. 6 hours remained until 2 in the afternoon. After resting for 4 hours, she hastened towards the investment building. The structure comprised 3 buildings, south, north, and west, all interconnected by a mere wall. The south and north buildings primarily served as financial offices, while the west building was devoted to commerce, housing numerous food stores. Lu Qingqing would notify Lu Qi in the south building at 2 o'clock, then proceed to gather supplies in the west building. Ian surveyed the surrounding geography and spotted a dilapidated old building opposite the north building, which stood 20 stories tall with a concrete exterior, suitable for climbing. Without hesitation, she calculated her position and swiftly ascended to the 20th floor. Aiming at the open window of the adjacent 19th floor building, Ian shot a grappling hook inside. After confirming that it anchored securely to a sturdy object, she quickly glided across. Fortunately, the room contained no zombies, only a solitary man. A bottle of mineral water rested on the table, and she took a seat to replenish her hydration. The man took several minutes to recover from his panic, cautiously approaching Ian and pleading, "Miss, please save me." Ian turned to look at him, recognizing him as a popular young actor often seen on television. Without a word, she averted her gaze, ignoring him. "If you save me, I will perform for you for a lifetime. I can sing, dance, and rap." The man's urgency grew as he sensed her indifference, desperately adding more. Chapter 15. A horde of zombies for you. He leaned forward, his heavily made-up face displaying a pitiful expression as he gazed at her. The white foundation had long been smeared by sweat, creating unsightly patches, and his eyeliner had run down his cheeks, rendering him both grotesque and pitiful. The noise was unbearable. A gust of wind swept through, and a dagger pressed against the man's neck. He recoiled in terror, closing his mouth and curling up in a corner, weeping softly. Having been pampered in the entertainment industry for years, the sudden catastrophe left him feeling utterly helpless, like an insignificant insect. The north building's office areas were mostly newly constructed and still unoccupied, resulting in a sparse population compared to the south building. After a brief rest, Ian prepared to set off. Zombies were scarce between the floors, and most people had fled. In the stairwell of the 19th floor there was only one zombie, a child, seemingly having run up from a lower level. Don't go. What will I do if you leave?" Ignoring the child's cries, Ian swiftly dispatched the small zombie and continued her ascent. Soon, she reached the 41st floor. through the thick walls. She could feel the vibrations and hear the roars of zombies from the adjacent south building. Checking the time, it was now 1:15 p.m. There was still time. After assessing the terrain, Enan retrieved a chainsaw from her space and began cutting a large opening in the wall of the west building, then proceeded to saw through the wall between the north and south buildings with vigor. After creating a rectangular opening approximately 2 meters wide and long, she left one side uncut as a buffer for her escape. As she worked, the zombies on the other side began to violently pound against the wall. The cacophony of crashes and zombie roars filled the air.
Bang! Bang!
Roar! Ag! This opening would soon be breached, allowing the zombies from the south building to spill into the north building, preventing the collapse of the 41st floor of the south building. Once she confirmed everything was in order, she swiftly fled. Looking back at the opening in the west building's wall, a slight smile graced her lips, her spirits lifted. Lu Qingqing, I hope you will appreciate the first gift I have prepared for you. Enan hurried down the stairs. It was now 1:45 p.m., and Lu Qingqing was about to arrive. She didn't want to miss a moment of this thrilling spectacle. At that moment, the south building had already been cleared by a special forces team of over 200 personnel, with zombies either neutralized or trapped within various rooms. Enan lowered her hood and blended into the crowd, quickly spotting 4 individuals exiting the south building: Xia Yun, Lu Qingqing, Li Mu, and their other teammate, the wood ability user Zhang Kuan. Xia Yun, tall at 6 feet 1, with an impressive physique, exuded an air of sophistication in his expensive trench coat. His abilities were formidable, and he was likely a fire-type ability user, making it no easy task for Enan to eliminate Lu Qingqing with him around. However, she had no intention of harming Lu Qingqing. The best form of revenge was not to take her life. That would be too merciful. We have critical intelligence to report to Commander Lu Qi. Lu Qingqing exclaimed as she entered the first floor, addressing the Special Forces personnel stationed below. She put on a pitiful yet benevolent facade, as if harboring truly vital information to convey. The Special Forces personnel, seeing the insignias on their uniforms, regarded them with respect. Special Operations Team? Only individuals of exceptional talent are permitted entry into the Special Operations Zone, and they are unlikely to resort to deception. The Special Forces personnel immediately took the matter seriously. Escort these 4 to Commander Lu Qi. After issuing the command, he produced a radio. Report to Commander Lu. Members from the Special Operations Zone have come to see you with critical intelligence. Enan, chewing gum with a playful expression, turned and departed amidst the crowd. Her next task was to seize the transportation means of Lu Qingqing and her trio, along with gathering supplies from the west building. Swiftly locating the armored vehicle assigned to Lu Qingqing's group, a recent gift from the base, Enan discreetly appropriated it while remaining unnoticed and made her way towards the west building. Hey, where did the armored vehicle go? It just vanished. One soldier remarked. You must be seeing things. It's probably just the lack of sleep getting to you. Don't worry, the special forces are here, and the zombies in the south tower have been cleared. They'll take us back to the base soon.
No.
I'm sure I didn't missee anything. Another soldier protested. Stop overthinking it. Anything can happen now. Focus on surviving. Enan hurried to the west building, where a significant number of zombies were present. Some special forces were busy transporting supplies, and she quietly ascended, collecting whatever resources she could find. The upper floors remained largely unexplored, and as she dispatched zombies along the way, she gathered most of the supplies, leaving only a few behind. Meanwhile, at Lu Qi's side, he was confronted by 4 members of the Special Operations Zone. As Lu Qingqing and her companions approached, a man clad in a black military uniform emerged from the crowd of special forces. His expression was stern, with sharp facial features and a prominent nose adorned with a small red mole. His calm demeanor, framed by long lashes, exuded an air of distinction that commanded respect. Lu Qingqing's heart raced. This was one of the potential male leads, a man of formidable strength destined for greatness. What is it? Lu Qi inquired, furrowing his brows, aware that time was of the essence. Commander Lu, the 40th floor is on the verge of collapse. You must not ascend further. Please arrange for an evacuation. Lu Qingqing insisted, adopting a posture of righteous urgency. Lu Qi glanced at Lu Qingqing, tightened his gloves, and directed his gaze towards the rooftop. I will check the 40th floor. You all wait here. Commander, it's unsafe. Perhaps we should retreat. A nearby Special Forces soldier urged, swayed by Lu Qingqing's earnestness. The 40th floor still has many people. Wait for me here. Lu Qi responded decisively as he made his way upward. Lu Qingqing felt a surge of anxiety and urgently called out, "Commander Lu, please trust me. This is true." Lu Qi did not turn back, continuing his ascent. In moments of crisis, any malicious interference could lead to dire consequences. A stern-faced man in a deputy commander's uniform warned Lu Qingqing, his tone laced with a hint of admonition. "Rest assured, I will not delay the rescue. I guarantee with my integrity that the 40th floor will indeed collapse. I am here to save you," Lu Qingqing declared passionately, tears welling in her eyes, seemingly moved by her own resolve. The deputy commander remained silent, his focus fixed on the staircase where Lu Qi had vanished. Beside him, Xia Yun observed Lu Qingqing's fervor with a penetrating gaze. Having been with them throughout, he wondered why she was so certain of the impending collapse. Was there some prophetic ability she had concealed from him? As time ticked away, Lu Qingqing estimated that only a few minutes remained before the collapse. She turned to Xia Yun, only to find him lost in thought, and her heart fluttered. Both Lu Qi and Xia Yun were strikingly handsome, and she found herself drawn to both. Moments later, Lu Qi descended, declaring, "There is nothing on the upper floors. Everyone, follow my lead. We must proceed with the rescue." At his command, all special forces surged upward. Lu Qingqing was left dumbfounded. She checked the time. Something was amiss. It was already time, yet the collapse had not occurred. She hurried to follow. "Miss Lu, every second counts in a rescue. What are you still doing? You must leave now." The deputy commander interjected, blocking Lu Qingqing's path with an air of impatience. Lu Qingqing's expression soured, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. How can this be? The collapse was certain. I recall that after this incident, the special forces suffered significant casualties. "Let us go," Xia Yun urged. However, Lu Qingqing refused to budge, adamant about waiting. Xia Yun's expression hardened, but recalling Lu Qingqing's hidden abilities, he chose to remain calm. "If we do not leave now, the mission will be jeopardized. Do you want the entire team to waste time here?" Reluctantly, Lu Qingqing relented. "Let's head to the west building. There should be more supplies there." With that, the team followed Lu Qingqing's lead, stealthily making their way up the west building while evading the special forces. Yet, the upper levels were entirely unlike Lu Qingqing's expectations. Resources were scarce, and it appeared that the area had not been scavenged at all. Lu Qingqing complained incessantly. "After climbing so many floors, is this truly all the resources we have? At least we have something. Let us keep going up, there might be more resources ahead," suggested the optimistic Li Mu, though his heart was heavy with worry for his brother, who had been unreachable, likely indicating dire circumstances. Thus, the four ascended to the 40th floor, only to gather a meager fraction of the expected supplies. Lu Qingqing was disheartened, having emptied her space for what she believed would be a bountiful haul. Equipping each team member with an additional backpack, the scant return was utterly disappointing. She slumped onto a chair, visibly upset. Not good. Xia Yun suddenly grew alert as the ground trembled violently.
"Run."
Before he could finish, the ceiling began to collapse, accompanied by a torrent of zombies. "Why are there so many zombies here?" Lu Qingqing felt her sanity fraying. With nothing but a space ring and no powers of her own, she had always relied on Xia Yun for safety. Now, surrounded by countless zombies, she felt utterly defenseless. Lu Qingqing bolted, gripping her teammate Zhang Kuen's arm tightly, pulling him back. Xia Yun's first instinct was to protect Lu Qingqing, for she held all their supplies. They could not afford to lose them. "Help me." A zombie lunged with a gaping maw, and in a desperate bid, Lu Qingqing shoved Zhang Kuen toward the creature. The impact sent his head crashing into the zombie's mouth, and a chunk of his scalp was bitten off.
Ah.
Meanwhile, Enan lounged on the 19th floor of the north building, casually snacking on sunflower seeds, watching a young dancer perform. "Change it," she said nonchalantly. The dancer quickly switched to another song, struggling to maintain his upbeat demeanor. Enan stifled a yawn, stood up to dust off her clothes, and stretched her limbs. "Big shot, are you satisfied with the performance? Can I leave now?" the dancer asked timidly. Enan smiled, her eyes narrowing playfully. "I have no intention of letting you go. I'm merely enjoying the show." With that, she swiftly shot a grappling hook out of the window and vanished from sight. "Big sister, don't abandon me." The dancer's desperate cries echoed in the air long after she had gone. Chapter 16. Reunion with Song Nian. Enan leaped onto the opposite rooftop, stretched again, and took out a bag of beef jerky to munch on. The 40th floor across the way was teeming with zombies, and they spilled out of the windows in droves. Thanks to her acute hearing, she could even catch the sound of Lu Qingqing's screams. Unable to contain herself, Enan let out a laugh. The scene was simply too amusing. She took out her phone, which still had a faint signal, and noticed the time displayed, 4:30 p.m. on April 13, 2034. Upon unlocking it, a barrage of news headlines flooded her screen. This is the live broadcast channel from the national base. The area is teeming with survivors from across the nation flocking here. Currently, the national base spans 30 square kilometers, and volunteer teams are tirelessly constructing defensive walls. Yet, personnel levels are nearing saturation. High-level assessments indicate that expansion is perilous and time is of the essence. Without fortifying the defenses, the base risks annihilation by the impending zombie horde. This is News Channel 1. Due to the imminent overload at the national base, the command has decided to establish branch bases around City H and Cities N, A.
And why?
Enan turned off her phone, aware that time was not on her side. The national base was close to capacity, and she needed to hasten her journey to form a team. Although the national base was not a secure refuge for the long term, destined to transition into a base civilization with various factions gradually emerging, her current capabilities were insufficient. The base within her space was still in its nascent stage, making solitary expansion inadvisable. More critically, all vital resources were concentrated within the national base, and she had to procure as many as possible. Casting a glance at 2 helicopters heading towards the western tower of the investment building, she turned away and swiftly looted a high-end supermarket. Amidst the cacophony of zombie shrieks, she keenly detected a harrowing scream. Song Nian, you want to die a good death. With her brow raised, Enan recognized the name. Without hesitation, she climbed onto the supermarket rooftop, dispatching 3 zombies that lingered there. From the plethora of supplies in her spatial inventory, she selected the finest telescope to survey the source of the scream. On the rooftop of a villa in the affluent residential area, a well-dressed middle-aged man, clad in designer attire, was being forced to retreat step by step, his back against the railing with nowhere to escape. Panic and fury filled his eyes as he brandished a stick threateningly at the woman before him.
Song Nian.
Are you insane? If you come any closer, I will kill you. His words dripped with desperation. Before him stood a woman in a flowing black trench coat, tall and imposing, her disheveled short hair framing her face, obscuring her eyes in shadow. Clutching a blood-soaked long knife, she advanced steadily toward the man. I'll fight you to the death. The man, cornered, swung his stick at her, but before he could connect, he collapsed to his knees. Clutching his bleeding left leg, he wailed, my leg. In the next instant, the woman's knife fell, carving a deep gash into his arm, blood gushing forth. Again and again, she struck, dismembering him piece by piece. He fainted from the agony, only to awaken to more torment, mechanically pleading, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have killed your parents. After the 100th cut, he breathed his last. The woman, tears streaming down her face, descended methodically, dragging her bloodied weapon, leaving a trail of corpses in her wake. Who could be so heartless as to empty such a large supermarket? The shrill cry from below interrupted Enan's thoughts. Lowering her telescope, she observed the girl emerging from the villa and silently urged her system. Analyze Song Nian. She recalled the system's earlier notification. Detection of a 5-person team formed. No further member tasks will be assigned. However, to facilitate the host selection of allies, the system will provide 2 task analysis checks daily. Song Nian was someone she admired, and she sought to team up with her. In her previous life, after being betrayed by her comrades and nearly succumbing to a horde of zombies, she distinctly remembered seeing Song Nian, who had been labeled a cold-hearted monster, a recluse with no friends, risk everything to save her. At the final moment, Enan discerned the true nature of people and the harsh realities surrounding her. She observed Song Nian as she exterminated an entire villa as occupants, without a shred of doubt regarding her character. Song Nian, she shall be mine. For who could determine whether she had slain human or beast? Indeed, the system soon provided its analysis. Character analysis. Song Nian, female, 26 years old, 171 centimeters, 51 kilograms.
Virgo.
Abilities awakened. Ice-faced. High loyalty, exceptional sense of responsibility, superior intelligence, and extremely high combat capabilities. Compatibility as a teammate. 99, extremely high. Enan's brow lifted in satisfaction at the impressive data. Song Nian, I shall see you at the base. Without lingering, she retrieved a modified motorcycle from her space and sped towards the base. Chapter 17. The Great Purge. The national base was vast, and she quickly crossed the boundary between City A and City H. Within a kilometer of the base, there were awakened individuals and special forces patrolling to eliminate zombies, preventing any large hordes from breaching the perimeter. Outside the base, the queue stretched for over 700 meters, with countless individuals rushing towards it, accompanied by the zombies drawn to the commotion. Yet, they were swiftly dispatched. Any bitten individuals were immediately neutralized to prevent mutation. Ian parked her motorcycle at a distance and quietly joined the line. "Little girl, are you alone?" An elderly woman beside her struck up a conversation. Ian glanced over to see a woman in her 50s, her clothes tattered, gripping a piece of bread that had been squashed beyond recognition. Ian nodded but remained silent. "Oh, dear, have you also been robbed like me?" the elderly woman inquired, prompting Ian to realize the woman was indeed a victim of theft, clutching her meager bread tightly. She observed the faces of those in line around her, noticing the prevalent expressions of fear, anxiety, and malice. It was the 5th day of the apocalypse. Food hoarding was commonplace. Outside the base, with soldiers standing guard, it was only natural for people to behave this way. If left unattended, chaos would have ensued, leading to rampant theft. Seeing that Ian was unresponsive, the elderly woman tightened her tattered coat and muttered to herself. At that moment, a soldier approached, clearly of a higher rank than the others. "There are few spots left at the base. Now, all awakened individuals, step forward with me." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in chaos. "What do you mean? Are ordinary lives worthless? If you're an awakened one, why should you get to stay inside? Help us." The crowd's pent-up anguish, despair, and fear erupted in a collective frenzy, surging forward and clashing with the soldiers.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out as the besieged soldier fired into the air, momentarily silencing the crowd, but the uproar quickly intensified. "Kill me. I don't want to live in this damned world anymore. Go ahead, shoot. Take his gun." People had gone mad. This world had gone mad. Ian observed the unfolding chaos with an air of indifference, having already sheltered the elderly woman a considerable distance away beside a tree, her gaze coldly fixed on the scene before her. She was acutely aware that soon, someone would arrive to restore order. Indeed, within mere moments, 3 helicopters descended from the sky. Leading one was a towering man clad in black attire. He wore dark sunglasses and a military uniform, adorned with the most striking golden insignia upon his shoulder. Ian narrowed her eyes, recognizing the Deputy Minister Guso, the man who later established the Sunfire Base and unified the Southern Territories. He emanated an aura of formidable authority, calmly surveying the tumult below. The arrival of the helicopters did little to quell the unrest. The masses remained ensnared in their frenzy. Guso spoke into a walkie-talkie, and shortly thereafter, a squadron of fighter jets soared in from behind. Ian instinctively pulled the elderly woman back, shielding her eyes. "What is happening, dear girl?" the woman inquired, a hint of panic in her voice, yet she sensed Ian's intent to protect her and remained still, compliant. "A purge," Ian replied with a detached tone. In the face of apocalypse, the most effective means of quelling rebellion was to eliminate all threats. In such dire times, there was no opportunity for moral considerations. The brutal efficiency of this method swiftly resolved the turmoil, as those wishing to avoid trouble had already retreated, leaving only the instigators amidst the throng. As the fighter jets unleashed their firepower, the ground became saturated with blood and bodies, a river of crimson flowing freely. Flesh splattered, and the very air seemed to be tainted with red. Compliance soon enveloped the crowd. Meanwhile, Gusuo and his associates vanished from sight. Ian gazed longingly at the departing jets. Although resources had become increasingly scarce in the aftermath of the apocalypse, rendering such potent weaponry largely obsolete, her space harbored boundless resources. With prudent management, she could sustain these weapons. While they might not suffice against the later waves of zombies, they could serve as valuable auxiliary arms. This was, after all, one of the reasons she had ventured to the national base. The team swiftly returned to normalcy. The corpses hastily relocated to the outskirts of the jungle. Everyone understood that it would not be long before the undead would feast upon them. However, as the base gradually reached its capacity, only those aged between 14 and 40 with abilities were granted entry. The very young and the elderly were directed to the base's divisions. The process was termed seeking refuge, yet these 3 bases were still under construction, effectively compelling them to contribute to the establishment of the base. A middle-aged man with a square jaw was registering. He cast a glance at N, assessing her age, and then inquired name, age, and ability. Nan Sheng, 20, lightning ability, she declared. At her words, the man's pupils dilated in astonishment. It was a rarity to encounter a lightning ability in his 5 days of registration. Would you care to demonstrate? He tentatively suggested, gesturing toward an empty space. Quickly. Why the delay? Someone urged from behind. Enan coldly directed a bolt of lightning towards the indicated area, coincidentally striking the very man who had just prompted her, sending him soaring 3 feet into the air, his hair singed, and he promptly lost consciousness. The crowd fell silent, bewildered. Had they truly witnessed lightning? The registering man gulped nervously, scribbling notes before rushing inside. Moments later, he returned, stating, Nan Sheng, your abilities are formidable. You have the opportunity to enter the Special Operations Zone. Would you like to try? Enan was well aware of the requirements for entering the Special Operations Zone and simply shook her head. I wish to form my own team. Chapter 18. Entering the base, the man, realizing Enan's refusal stemmed from her ignorance of the base's situation, began to elaborate on its structure. The entire base was divided into internal and external zones. The internal base comprised 240 teams, with each team consisting of 50 groups, and each group comprising 50 individuals residing in shipping containers. These individuals were all without abilities, tasked primarily with internal duties such as constructing defensive walls and cultivating crops to contribute their labor. The external base was divided into 20 teams, each containing 5 groups of 5 members, residing in repurposed residential buildings. Their responsibilities included undertaking various challenging missions, such as exterminating zombies, safeguarding the base, and transporting supplies to ensure the security and sustenance of the base. Additionally, the external base featured a unique area known as the Special Operations Zone, composed of 5 teams of 5 elite ability users who were prioritized for training by the national base. They were assigned critical secret missions and directly interacted with the higher echelons of the base. The man concluded his detailed explanation, yet noticed Enan's expression remained impassive. He hesitated before asking again, have you made your decision? If you wish to form a team, you must procure your own members. He glanced at the empty space behind her, noting only the bewildered elderly woman. Enan nodded, reaffirming, I am certain. At that moment, the sound of helicopters filled the air. A soldier recognized the returning team led by Lu Qi and exclaimed, Captain Lu and his team are back. This announcement captured the attention of many. A deputy team member leaned out of the helicopter, calling out, hurry, we have injured ability users. Soon after, medics emerged from the base. The Special Operations Zone's top team had suffered 2 fatalities from a zombie attack, with only 2 survivors. Team leader Xia Yun had a fractured left arm, while deputy leader Lu Qingqing was temporarily safe. As the helicopter landed steadily, a soldier reported, how could it be so severe? A man adorned with silver epaulets approached, inquiring, this is the Special Operations Zone team, correct? Report to the Special Operations Zone leader. We discovered the top team at the West Building during a zombie tide. It appears the rooftop collapsed, causing a pileup of zombies. We exerted great effort to rescue them. As the soldier relayed the report, Lu Qingqing and Xia Yun stepped out of the helicopter. Xia Yun's arm was immobilized in a splint, while Lu Qingqing appeared visibly shaken. Team leader Xia, your team is now reduced to 2 members. You have not met the 3-day requirement for full team assembly, remarked the Special Operations Zone leader, disappointment evident in his tone. By protocol, you should no longer remain in the Special Operations Zone. He glanced at Lu Qingqing, hesitating for a moment before adding, however, given Miss Lu's unique status as a valued talent of the base, you may consider entering the external base temporarily. Once your team is formed, you can apply to re-enter the Special Operations Zone. Thank you for your assistance, Xia Yun replied politely, clearly left with no other options. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing pouted, visibly reluctant. You are Lu Qingqing? Lu Qi inquired as he descended from another helicopter. Yes, it is I, Lu Qingqing responded eagerly, her eyes brightening at his acknowledgement. Yet Lu Qi's expression darkened. He did not even glance at her, coldly stating, you almost jeopardized the rescue mission. Lu Qingqing's smile faltered as Lu Qi turned away, striding purposefully toward the entrance closest to Enan.
Who is that?
They call him the commander. He is so handsome, murmured the crowd of individuals waiting in line. Lu Qi strode past, a forceful presence sweeping by Ian. However, perhaps it was merely Ian's illusion, but she felt that as Lu Qi passed by her side. He briefly cast a glance in her direction. Furrowing her brow, she sensed that Lu Qi's gaze held profound meaning. "I apologize, Miss Nansheng, I was lost in thought. Here is your identification badge. We shall send someone to escort you outside immediately," said the man with the square face, having regained his composure as he handed her the badge. Yet Lu Qi halted his steps. Turning to Ian, he said, "Your name is Nansheng, correct? I am headed outside. Allow me to accompany you." Ian felt reluctant in her heart, intending to decline, but he had already begun to walk away. She had no choice but to take the badge and follow him. His strides were brisk, yet Ian, with her long legs, managed to keep pace without much difficulty. The bustling crowd within the base politely made way for Lu Qi, greeting him as they passed. "It is Commander Lu," they murmured, noting the newcomer following him. "Why is this person so tightly wrapped? Is there something to hide?" "Sure. Do not speculate. Mind your own business." They traversed the task area, the food supply area, and the resource area until they reached the newcomer reporting zone outside. The two maintained a silence, broken only by Lu Qi's steady footfalls. "You seem somewhat familiar," Lu Qi suddenly inquired, shattering the quiet. Ian found this strange, as they had not encountered each other before. Could it be that he recognized her from the West Building? "At that time, I thought I saw someone extraordinary," Lu Qi chuckled lightly, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. He turned to look at Ian, his expression inscrutable, his eyes devoid of emotion, swallowed by the shadows. Ian understood. He must have indeed seen her. However, feigning ignorance was her forte, and she reacted almost instantaneously. With wide eyes, she feigned confusion. "Commander Lu, your words are truly perplexing." "No matter, this is your stop. Please go in," he replied, seemingly anticipating her response, and he did not press further. Standing at the entrance of the reporting zone without entering, Ian nodded in farewell. Lu Qi watched her retreating figure, took the booklet handed to him by his aide, and located the most recent registration. Nansheng, 20, Lightning Ability. His eyes deepened. Chapter 19. The Haiwa team. "This girl is quite peculiar. Wrapped so tightly that I can't even see her face," remarked the vice captain, observing Ian disappear around the corner. Lu Qi remained silent, putting away the booklet. Just as two base Special Forces soldiers rushed toward him, their expressions frantic. "Commander Lu, a large horde of zombies has emerged in the southwestern base." The vice captain's expression turned grave, and he looked at Lu Qi, voicing his concern. "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but the zombies today seem stronger than those from the past few days." Lu Qi handed the booklet to the vice captain and quickly departed. "Zombies likely possess evolutionary capabilities. Report this finding to the research team. The rest of the units will accompany me to the southwest." "Understood." The two Special Forces soldiers shouted in unison before racing off to gather their troops. Meanwhile, Ian searched the crowd in the reporting zone for Ching Su and his companion, who cut in line. A loud, arrogant voice rang out from the front of the crowd. The sharpness of the tone caught her attention. Ian squinted. The surrounding ability users began to murmur. "What is happening up front? It seems to be the formidable Haiwa team." "The Haiwa team? The one that has accomplished a task of eliminating 20 zombies with just 3 members? Indeed, they are rumored to have a strong chance of entering the Special Operations Zone." Ian moved forward quietly, and sure enough, she found Ching Su confronting the 3 members of the Haiwa team. This very team had been her own in her previous life. The 3, led by Captain Zhou Hao, included his girlfriend Qing Tian and another teammate, Wang Gang. All 3 were ability users. Zhou Hao possessed exceptional strength, his fire ability far surpassing that of an ordinary person, and he was inherently more powerful. After Ian and Song Nian joined the team, the Haiwa team rapidly made its way into the Special Operations Zone due to their formidable abilities. Ian suspected that all 3 were somehow linked to her betrayal in her past life. Although she had been pushed into the horde by Wang Gang, she now realized that Zhou Hao could not be absolved of responsibility either. "You are the one who cut in line."
Cheng Su asserted,
His demeanor as fierce as that of the 3 from the Haiwa team, glaring sternly at Wang Gang, who dismissed him with arrogance. "Do you have any evidence?"
Wang Gang,
Caught off guard by the towering figure before him, felt his expression darken as he retorted. Then, as if struck by a thought, he pressed closer, lowering his voice menacingly. "Do you know who we are? Are you unaware of the current circumstances? Look around. It is the apocalypse. I advise you to be sensible. The implication was clear. In this apocalypse, moral codes had ceased to exist, and might made right. Chung-Su understood the underlying meaning, but chose to remain silent.
Vom gone.
Believing Chung-Su's silence indicated cowardice, smirked with satisfaction, and boldly stood before him. Zhou Hao maintained his haughty demeanor, not even glancing their way, while Chung Tian nestled against him, exuding an air of delicate fragility. The surrounding ability users began to disperse, recognizing the wisdom in avoiding conflict with a powerful team in this dire time. Enan found it incomprehensible why she had ever joined such a team in her past life. Merely chuckling at her panicked pursuit of formidable allies during the onset of the apocalypse, neglecting many crucial aspects. In the next moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. The previously arrogant Wang Gang was lifted effortlessly off the ground. Chung-Su, standing at 1.9 meters, hoisted him up by a meter. And as the fabric of Wang Gang's clothing tore, the words "mommy" slipped from his lips. "Don't call for your mother, call for your father." Chung-Su replied with a grin. Wang Gang, realizing the embarrassment, flushed red and summoned a clump of earth to hurl at Chung-Su, exclaiming, "You're asking for it." Yet, Chung-Su reacted swifter, tossing Wang Gang to the ground and countering with a sizable earthen brick, forcing Wang Gang to scramble to evade the onslaught. The disparity in their earth abilities became glaringly apparent. The onlookers, who had initially intended to leave, were taken aback by the unfolding drama, exclaiming, "This tall guy possesses incredible strength. Is he from the Special Operations Zone? Why doesn't my earth ability compare? Which team does he belong to?" At that moment, Zhou Hao finally turned his gaze toward Chung-Su, astonished by the sight of the towering figure and the earthen bricks on the ground. "I don't care what you are, here, you shall not cut in line,"
Chung-Su declared,
clapping his hands as he regarded the fallen Wang Gang as if he were a stray dog. Renyu, standing behind Chung-Su, kept his head down, arms crossed, the brim of his cap shading his face, as if the entire scene had nothing to do with him.
"Captain."
Wang Gang, unable to contain his frustration, called out to Zhou Hao for help. "Silence, you worthless fool," Zhou Hao barked back, turning his attention to Chung-Su as he gathered a ball of fire in his hand, ready to unleash it. "Captain Zhou, you are magnanimous," a clear female voice interjected. Zhou Hao halted, looking toward the crowd as a woman clad in black emerged. Her hood obscured her features, but her slender and well-proportioned figure suggested she was quite striking. Chung-Su and Renyu greeted her and stepped behind her. "Boss, physical harm is prohibited within the base. The Haiwa team is quite renowned and should not make such a grave error. Our Nansheng team also bears some responsibility, as their captain. I apologize on behalf of my team. Let us consider today as conflict resolved," Enan stated warmly, her courteous words diffusing a significant portion of Zhou Hao's anger. "Captain." Wang Gang on the ground is quite unhappy. He just received a solid beating, he protested, but Enan's calm demeanor silenced him. "Be quiet." Zhou Hao gazed disdainfully at his unremarkable teammates, his heart brimming with contempt. He glanced at Chung-Su and the taciturn Renyu behind Enan, feeling a tinge of jealousy. How did this woman manage to recruit such formidable team members? However, those who offended him would not fare well. Enan, seemingly oblivious to the malice in Zhou Hao's eyes, turned to Chung-Su and Renyu, saying, "Let us not stir up trouble. We have a mission to complete tonight." After that, she pivoted and lined up to leave. Chung-Su and Renyu promptly followed, with Chung-Su grumbling, "Boss, why not teach them a lesson? Before you entered the base, didn't you see the rules outside? If anyone harms another within the base, they will be expelled." Chung-Su scratched his head. "Fine. But who can guarantee a victory?" "Exactly. I fear you might breach the rules," Enan replied, a slight smirk gracing her lips. She knew Zhou Hao's temperament well and had deliberately hinted at their mission for the night. Chung-Su felt somewhat reassured by Enan's words and turned to the quiet Renyu, asking, "Why didn't you back me up earlier? Aren't teammates supposed to be like brothers? I thought you could handle a few wild dogs." Unexpectedly, Renyu coldly retorted, leaving Chung-Su speechless. At that moment, other ability users began to gather around them, exclaiming, "You are so impressive. Can we join your team?" Enan lifted her gaze and immediately spotted Jiang He, who was being squeezed to the back of the crowd, waving at her, accompanied by Lin Feng, who wore a pair of black-framed glasses. With a polite smile, she declined. "We have selected our members, sorry." "Nansheng, I finally found you. I want to join you," Jiang He declared joyfully. Lin Feng nodded at Enan, I wish to join as well. Ian and affectionately patted Jiang He on the head. All right, I've saved a spot for you. She then turned to Lin Feng. The ability user team has to kill zombies daily. As a scholar, you belong in the Research Institute. Lin Feng's eyes lit up at the mention of the Research Institute. The Research Institute? I've heard of it, but it's usually filled with formidable national scientists. Can I really get in? His expression dimmed slightly. Ian comforted him. No worries, just follow us for now, and focus on your research within the base. Once our team enters the Special Operations Zone, I will recommend you. Jiang He, filled with excitement, asked, Can our team enter the Special Operations Zone? Only the strongest ability users can go there.
Cheng Su confidently replied, Come on.
You know how formidable our boss is. Indeed, Jiang He reminisced about the day Nanxing saved her, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Once the 5 of them registered and received their room cards, Ian spotted Song Nian, who had just entered the base. Clad in a black trench coat with faint traces of blood, her short hair obscured her eyes as she walked towards the external registration area. Joining the team? Ian straightforwardly inquired, blocking her path. Song Nian looked up at Ian, her cold gaze almost bloodthirsty. Most would have been deterred by such an expression. But Ian merely smiled and added, Meals and accommodation are provided, with a balanced diet. Song Nian blinked, and the chill in her eyes softened a bit. Without a word, I'll take that as your consent, Ian said, cheerfully pulling Song Nian towards the accommodation area. Cheng Su and the others followed, bemused by their captain's immediate invitation to the peculiar woman, yet they refrained from questioning further. Chapter 20. The overconfident team. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the mission area. As it was in close proximity to the registration area, the excited chatter from the crowd reached Ian's ears. There are S-level and SS-level missions available. The rewards for the new missions are so high. Cheng Su and the others naturally overheard. Cheng Su, intrigued by the new missions, eagerly turned to Ian and asked, Boss, that's the mission area. Now that our team is established, shall we take on a task? Ian observed her 5 teammates, each exuding enthusiasm and energy. And then addressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you head to the accommodation area. We 5 will take on a mission. Since team size could not exceed 5, Lin Feng could not join, and he had yet to awaken his abilities to adequately protect himself. However, Lin Feng appeared somewhat anxious, feeling as though he was holding the group back. His face paled, and just as he was about to speak, Ian recognized his feelings and handed him a level 1 crystal core. Lin Feng, don't overthink it. You are important to us. You are a thinker, and it's not suitable for you to go out killing zombies. Don't carry any burdens. Lin Feng felt much better upon hearing this. He nodded as he accepted the crystal core, puzzled. Captain, what is this? It's a stone extracted from a zombie's brain. I believe it holds great potential for research. Ian spoke ambiguously, wanting Lin Feng to explore its significance on his own. After all, if Lin Feng were to enter the National Base's Research Institute in the future, he would need solid skills. With determination, Lin Feng affirmed, Rest assured, Captain, I will study it thoroughly. Wait for us at the accommodation area. We'll find you something delicious. Jiang He said, patting Lin Feng's shoulder in reassurance. Don't worry with me, Cheng Su here. None of the team members will face any harm. Cheng Su chuckled, giving Lin Feng a friendly pat on the chest. Lin Feng looked at their smiling faces, then at the quiet yet reliable Ren Yu and the enigmatic Song Nian, feeling reassured. After bidding farewell, he turned towards the accommodation area while Ian and the others proceeded to the mission zone. The mission area featured 2 large screens, one displaying available tasks and the other showing the team contribution leaderboard. The task display screen showcased not only the 2 new S-level missions and 1 SS-level mission, but also dozens of other tasks categorized into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D, each offering different contribution rewards of 800, 400, 200, and 100 respectively. The S-level missions offered a staggering 2,000 contribution points, while the SS-level missions soared to 5,000. Wow, the rewards for S-level and above missions are astonishing, Renyu remarked as he surveyed the task screen. Boss, which level of mission should we take? Cheng Su looked at Ian, awaiting her directive. Ian was well aware of the rules for accepting SS-level missions. They required collaboration with the military. She preferred to fight alongside her teammates rather than with outsiders. Therefore, her gaze settled on the 2 S-level missions, which were coordinate with the military to eliminate all zombies at Ronghua Primary School and rescue the students and extract as many resources as possible from the underground city of H City. The first task focused solely on zombie elimination, while the second not only allowed for the killing of zombies, but also the opportunity to stockpile resources. The only inconvenience was that a portion of the resources had to be returned to complete the task. However, it seemed that the second S-level mission offered a higher cost-benefit ratio. These thoughts flashed through Anne's mind in an instant, and she swiftly made her decision. Approaching the task area window and politely addressing the responsible individual, "Hello, we are the Nanqing team, and we would like to accept the second S-level mission." With that, she presented the team badge. The individual in charge was a robust middle-aged man, clearly a martial artist accustomed to physical training. Upon hearing Anne's request, he lifted his gaze, exhibiting a mix of surprise and scrutiny. Upon realizing this was the team's first mission request, a strong sense of skepticism flickered in his eyes. He shook his head and advised, "Since this is your first mission, I suggest starting with a lower-level CD task. There aren't many ability users available now, and your lives are paramount." Anne understood his intention. Her gaze was resolute. Just as she was about to speak, a delicate, pale hand unexpectedly extended from the side, presenting a card boldly marked with Supreme Team. Accompanying this was a familiar, dulcet voice, "Supreme Team, S-level task number 2. It was evidently the task Anne had just accepted. The person was none other than Lu Qingqing. "This task was just assigned to us, didn't you hear?" Cheng Su, who had been standing behind Anne, remarked with evident displeasure at Lu Qingqing's sudden appearance. Lu Qingqing seemed oblivious to Cheng Su's words, merely toying with her hair. Upon hearing the name of the Supreme Team, the person in charge's eyes brightened. He glanced at Anne and then at the exquisitely adorned Lu Qingqing beside her, saying, "The Supreme Team is a squad from the Special Operations Zone, renowned for their strength, and with Miss Lu's spatial abilities, this task is more suited to them." As the person in charge, he hoped that the task would be undertaken by the most suitable team, as it directly impacted the resource interests of the entire base. "But we accepted it first," Jiang He interjected, stepping forward. "We are not weak. We can complete it." Anne interposed to prevent Jiang He from expressing her indignation. Casting a calm glance at the task screen, and softly suggested, "Then let us take the first A-level task." "All right. Thank you for your understanding," the person in charge said as he registered and returned the card to Anne and accepted the card and turned to leave. Just as she brushed past Xia Yun, who was approaching with 3 newly formed team members. "What happened?" Xia Yun asked, having observed from a distance that the squad appeared somewhat disgruntled while speaking with Lu Qingqing. "It's nothing, Yun Ge. Just a couple of overconfident teams trying to snatch this task from us," Lu Qingqing replied swiftly, her soft voice carrying an unmistakable hint of mockery that grated on Anne's ears. Chapter 21. The first battle. Anne smiled faintly, not taking Lu Qingqing's words to heart. However, the next moment, a piercing scream erupted from Lu Qingqing. Anne turned to see Song Nian kicking her to the ground, the force sending Lu Qingqing skidding several meters across the ground, her once pristine short skirt now muddied and in disarray. This commotion drew the attention of several ability users nearby. "What are you doing?" Xia Yun, clearly taken aback by the scene, frowned as he looked at Song Nian. Lu Qingqing, as his team member, had been openly kicked, a blatant disregard for his authority as her captain. "Keep your mouth clean," Song Nian retorted coldly, before turning to leave. Xia Yun glared at Song Nian, his jaw clenched in frustration. However, being a man and knowing Lu Qingqing had indeed said some unpleasant things, he hesitated, unsure whether to intervene. In this moment of indecision, Song Nian and her group had already walked away. "Yun Ge," Lu Qingqing bit her lip, looking at Xia Yun with a tone laced with grievance. "Why didn't you help me get revenge?" Xia Yun helped her to her feet, shaking his head seriously. "Be more cautious with your words in the future. Avoid attracting trouble. Things are different now." Feeling discontent in her heart, Lu Qingqing noted that Xia Yun had always been protective of Anne, and anyone who harmed her would face severe retribution. Now, having usurped Anne's identity, their statuses were starkly different. Watching Song Nian's departing figure, she silently marked it in her mind, and for reasons unknown, that woman enveloped in obscurity always made her feel uneasy, as if a sense of impending danger was brewing within her. Nian was so cool just now. Meanwhile, Anne and her group had exited the base and received a standard off-road vehicle allocated to ability user teams. As Jiang He entered the vehicle, she admired Song Nian, saying she was amazing. Song Nian glanced at Jiang He, her icy gaze softening slightly, though she remained silent, a habit everyone had grown accustomed to. Ian settled confidently into the driver's seat, observing her teammates and asking, "Do you think I acted too timidly in the base?" Chung-Soo scratched his head, hesitating before saying, "Boss, we should retaliate against anyone who bullies us. I'll stand in front of everyone." Renew pondered for a moment and replied, "That might be wise. With zombies rampant and ability users everywhere, it is better to avoid making enemies." "Yes and no," Ian replied, no longer looking at them, but fixing her gaze ahead. "A barking dog doesn't bite. From now on, I will ensure you understand the consequences of provoking us." Pausing, she adopted a serious tone. "As the captain of the Nanching team, I must clarify our team rules. First, betrayal will not be tolerated. If discovered, I will deal with the traitor without hesitation. Second, trust in the captain's decisions is essential. Mutual trust is needed among teams. Third, everything regarding our team must remain confidential." After speaking, Ian surveyed the four of them. "Can you adhere to this?" Naturally, they all nodded in agreement.
Good.
"Now I must reveal a trump card. I possess several. If any of you contemplate betrayal, you will find the disadvantages far outweigh the benefits. I will not perish, you will. I have a spatial ability. As for the rest, I do not fully trust you yet, so I cannot disclose everything. I can only assure you that I will not mistreat my own." Upon hearing this, the expressions of her companions shifted to one of astonishment. "Boss, are you saying you have dual abilities?" Lu Qingqing was valued by the base precisely for her spatial ability. "Why didn't you mention this? This base will not be our final destination. In the future, I will establish my own base." Upon hearing Ian's intention to create a base, their eyes sparkled with a mix of shock and anticipation. Ian said no more, pressing the accelerator as they set off. The base today was overrun with zombies. Cries of despair echoed everywhere, and military units were continuously deployed, with many falling victim to the zombies' vicious attacks. Ian, adept at driving, had navigated through hordes of zombies countless times in her past life. Whenever she spotted a zombie on the road, she directed Chung-Soo and the others to eliminate them with their abilities, deftly collecting the crystal cores with a flick of her fingers. After approximately an hour, Jong-hee noticed something amiss.
Boss.
This direction doesn't seem to lead to Old Alley Street. Their mission was to clear zombies from Old Alley Street, which was not in the direction they were heading. "Our mission involves more than just that one," Ian replied with a subtle smile. Her speed was remarkable, and soon they arrived at their destination. As the vehicle came to a halt, a swarm of zombies lunged at them, their gaping maws smashing against the windows and with the hordes that had been pursuing them. It seemed the vehicle would soon be surrounded. Ian scanned the nearby environment. It was a bustling commercial and leisure district with towering buildings and an abundance of zombies. Quickly, she identified a high slope, 3 stories tall, connecting 2 shopping malls, with a 2-meter gap suspended in midair. However, navigating it was no challenge for Ian's driving skills. Ian pressed the accelerator, breaking through the encirclement of zombies and heading straight for the high slope. The horde of zombies trailing behind, drawn by the sound and scent, followed in a frenzy. The off-road vehicle expertly maneuvered to the 3rd floor of the opposite shopping mall, effectively barricading the zombies behind it. "Our leader is truly remarkable. I cannot match such driving skills." Chung-Soo and Jong-hee began their enthusiastic praises once again. "Let us not delay." Ian was the first to exit the vehicle, swiftly dispatching a zombie that lunged at him. The 5-member team, led by Ian, proceeded into the mall. Were it not for his teammates, Ian would have already used a grappling hook to hasten his journey, which would have been both faster and more convenient. However, he now had to walk to accommodate his companions, but this had its advantages as well. With an increasing number of crystal cores within the space, this mall was evidently a hotspot for zombies. Hardly a human was in sight. Only zombies pouring forth from the mall's entrances, surging towards the 5. Jong-hee and the others, being newly awakened to their abilities, lacked combat experience, and were somewhat flustered. "Stay calm, follow my lead." Ian's voice was composed and melodious, quickly stabilizing the team's nerves. "Chung-Soo, use earth walls to block them." "Understood, boss." Chung-Soo concentrated all his abilities, erecting 4 earthen walls to impede the advance of 3 increasingly close zombies. Ian immediately launched a grappling hook, piercing one zombie's skull, and amidst the splatter, he advanced swiftly, unleashing lightning to dispatch the other 2 zombies. The sounds of battle attracted more and more zombies, awakening the entire 3rd floor in a frenzy, making the night under the black moon resemble hell. "Chung-Soo, follow my lead." Ren Yu, you're swift. Clear the left side of zombies. Song Nian, take the right. Jiang He, you may have the least combat experience, but your power is formidable. You will handle the finishing blows. Ian commanded as he charged forward. The four responded quickly. Ren Yu, wielding dual blades, glided through the horde like a shadow, his speed nearly double that of the zombies, decapitating them before they could reach him. Song Nian brandished a long knife, its blade accompanied by sharp ice shards striking at vital points, and as her power surged, the temperature around her dropped significantly, slowing the zombies' movements. Cheng Su fought alongside Ian like a tank. Although Jiang He had little combat experience, Ian noted her innate ferocity, with her power unleashed. She smashed zombie heads with punches, sending brains flying in a wild frenzy. The combat prowess of this five-member team was astonishing. Within moments, hundreds of zombies in the mall were swiftly eliminated. As Ian surveyed the scene of carnage, his gaze darkened in the night, obscuring his emotions. That felt exhilarating. Jiang, he exclaimed, her small hands stained crimson with blood, smeared with various bits of zombie flesh, yet she felt no fear, only a refreshing sense of exhilaration. Ren Yu and Song Nian stood resolute, exuding cool confidence. Cheng Su, drenched in sweat, removed his bloodied shirt and excitedly turned to Ian, asking, "Boss, our team is incredible. At this rate, zombies are hardly a threat." Ian shook his head, his expression devoid of any joy. "This is merely the beginning. We have only 2 days until the zombies evolve. During this time, I need you all to grow stronger." Chapter 22. The frog longs for hot pot meet zombies evolving? Ren Yu keenly seized upon the crux of Ian's words, looking at him in confusion. "Captain, the zombies will evolve in 2 days?" Ian nodded, and in an instant, the four of them grew serious. Ian's words held substantial weight in their minds. Although they did not know how he had come by such knowledge, his strength exceeded their imaginations. "This is the crystal core within the zombie skull." As he spoke, Ian scanned the group, opened his palm, revealing several first-level zombie crystal cores. The four stepped forward to examine the small, unassuming gray stones, each no larger than half a fingernail. Currently, all zombies were first-level and would soon evolve into second-level ones. Second-level zombies would possess various mutations akin to those of ability users, making them significantly more challenging to combat. Ian spoke rapidly, not allowing the four to interrupt. Correspondingly, ability users can also upgrade, and the means to do so is through these crystal cores. With that, Ian retrieved 100 crystal cores from his storage and distributed them to Cheng Su and the others. "Channel your abilities and sense the energy within these cores." The four, overwhelmed by the influx of information, exchanged bewildered looks. Ren Yu reacted the fastest, placing a crystal core on the ground and extending his hands to sense its energy. To Ian's surprise, Ren Yu's perceptive ability was exceptional, and a faint energy began to emanate from the crystal core. The other three, witnessing this, wasted no time in following suit. Ian currently possessed over 2,000 first-level crystal cores, which would convert to merely a couple dozen second-level ones. Upgrading to third-level abilities would require 100 second-level cores, which would necessitate waiting for the zombies to evolve to second level. However, her healing ability was still at the first level, and it was indeed time for an upgrade. Resolute, Ian took out 100 first-level crystal cores to sense, as she was already adept at this process, especially with first-level cores. Soon, she felt a clear energy circulate throughout her body, successfully elevating her healing ability to the second level. Yet, the healing ability required not only upgrades, but also considerable mental strength. Although her mental fortitude surpassed that of the average person, she remained unsatisfied. While she pondered, her four teammates successfully upgraded, joyfully exchanging insights. Suddenly, piercing screeches and the frantic roars of zombies echoed from below in the mall. "Someone's here." Jiang He and the others, now at second-level abilities, had enhanced hearing far superior to that of ordinary people. They looked towards Ian, who wore a faintly joyful expression.
"Boss,
"You knew someone would come?"
Cheng Su whispered.
"At this hour, in a place teeming with zombies, who would dare venture here? Nearby is the underground city," Ian replied, and the four exchanged various expressions. "Isn't that the task location for the Supreme Team?" Jiang He remarked instantly. "The team that stole our mission." Cheng Su nodded in agreement. "Indeed, they shall not complete this task." A cold smile crept onto Ian's lips. "So, boss, shall we go seize it?" Cheng Su was brimming with enthusiasm. "Not yet. Let us wait for them to clear the way for us." Keep your voices down and follow my lead. Ian and approached the window, observing the street below. A massive sign reading Underground City had been partially torn away and stained with blood, yet it still emitted a flicker of electricity, casting a faint glow. Beside it stood a base off-road vehicle, where 5 ability users were entangled in a struggle, with the zombies clinging to their vehicle. The surrounding zombies surged towards the off-road vehicle where Lu Qingqing and her team were, and given that this mall was among the top 5 in H City, the sheer number of zombies had swelled due to Ian and her companions drawing many to the area. It appeared they would require at least an hour or two before entering the underground city. Not just that, there are plenty of zombies inside the underground city as well. Renyu remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, Ian chuckled, finding a clean spot to sit down. Enough of the watching. It's time to eat. Upon hearing the mention of food, everyone felt their stomachs rumble. Chung Su quickly plopped down beside Ian, eagerly asking, "Boss, what do you have to eat in your space? Any instant noodles?" "I'm still nauseous from the plain buns and pickles we had for lunch at the base. With so many people at the base, the meals were poor. He hadn't eaten enough at lunchtime and hadn't had dinner yet." Jiang He spoke while clutching her stomach and sat down, her little face reflecting a hint of grievance. Song Nian and Renyu remained silent, but the growls from their stomachs grew increasingly louder. "We have important matters to attend to later, so let's have a light meal first," Ian suggested as she retrieved an electric hot pot and an array of ingredients from her space. The other 3 members of the team were astonished, their mouths watering at the sight. The ingredients Ian brought forth were abundant, arranged in a circle on the ground. In addition to top-tier items such as Wagyu beef, Brittany blue lobster, Ian ham, and champagne crab, there were also several varieties of beef and lamb, fresh oysters, abalone, and even an assortment of vegetables and fruits. "Is this what you call a light meal, boss?" Chung Su gulped, feeling an intense hunger pang. "I'm so hungry," Renyu admitted, her expression betraying her usual composure as she fixated on the ingredients. Song Nian swallowed hard as well. Jiang He, embodying her Taurus foodie trait, immediately seized a slice of watermelon and began to munch on it. Ian chuckled, activating the hot pot, adding beef tallow base, and pouring in 2 bottles of mineral water. The mineral water was a precious commodity now, and the sight of Ian's generous actions made everyone wince a bit. The hot pot quickly began to bubble, as Ian added some vegetables and beef and lamb, along with top-notch seasonings and utensils for everyone. "I can't wait any longer. I'm diving in," Chung Su exclaimed, grabbing his bowl and chopsticks as he started to eat, even before the vegetables were cooked. Ian shook her head with a smile, watching her team members devour the food like ravenous wolves, her eyes revealing a mix of affection and exasperation. Meanwhile, outside the underground city, the Supreme Team, having exerted tremendous effort to exit their off-road vehicle, was engaged in a brutal battle with zombies. Lu Qingqing, the only member without abilities, was kept at the back for protection. Starved and frightened, she suddenly caught a whiff of an incredibly fragrant hot pot, her eyes lighting up with excitement.
Yunye.
"I smell such a delicious hot pot." Xie Yun, who was fighting zombies ahead, quickly dispatched the one in front of him and glanced in her direction. As an ability user, his sense of smell was far more acute than Lu Qingqing's, and he too detected the enticing aroma. The other 3 members were equally tantalized by the scent, all feeling a mix of exhaustion and hunger after enduring high-intensity battles with only plain buns to eat at the base. Xie Yun frowned as he observed his teammates' distracted states. "Don't let yourselves be sidetracked. Qingqing, grab some biscuits from your space to replenish everyone's energy and focus on the fight." Lu Qingqing pouted and handed out biscuits, but the tantalizing hot pot aroma was simply too enticing, rendering the scarce biscuits tasteless in comparison. As they chatted, the number of zombies around them continued to swell, forcing Xie Yun and his companions to fight desperately. Lu Qingqing, hiding in the vehicle, nibbled on her biscuits while gazing longingly at the 3rd floor of a nearby mall, where the fragrant scent emanated from. Her stomach growled louder. The best she had in her space were merely instant pots scavenged from supermarkets. With Xie Yun and the others engaged in battle, indulging in an instant pot inside the vehicle felt inappropriate. Lu Qingqing swallowed hard, her mind racing with thoughts. Perhaps there was a handsome guy up there enjoying hot pot, maybe even one of the male leads. If she played the victim, as the top space girl in the base, it shouldn't be too difficult to scrounge some food. Unable to resist any longer, she called out loudly to the 3rd floor, "Who up there is eating hot pot? Could you share some with us? We're so hungry." Her voice rang out loudly, instantly attracting the attention of numerous zombies. making it even harder for Xia Yun and his team to fend them off. Lu Qingqing, what are you doing? One of the men in the team scolded. Unable to tolerate her behavior, he had been tirelessly slaying zombies, and now she, with no abilities, was just hiding behind them, and now she was thinking of food. Xia Yun's face showed a hint of impatience, but he maintained his composure, fiercely unleashing a wave of flames to hold off the frenzied zombies. His left arm was injured, forcing him to fight with one hand, and now his right was trembling from exhaustion. As the team leader, he could not falter. He had to lead the charge. With a fierce yell, Xia Yun unleashed a torrent of flames that engulfed the zombies ahead. Seeing their leader's determination, the other 3 members felt their spirits lift and unleash their abilities to join the fray. However, after this explosive display, Xia Yun collapsed to one knee, momentarily spent. He quickly retrieved a knife from the vehicle and charged back into the fray. Lu Qingqing watched, feeling a pang of guilt. Just then, she noticed someone peering out from the 3rd floor. In the dim light of night, she couldn't make out the person's features, but she discerned that it was likely a man. Her heart leaped with joy, and just as she was about to say something, she heard the person burst into laughter.
At what we shall etot podmeat.
Chapter 23. Yin is alive? Cheng Su, having taken a bite of beef, provocatively looked down at Lu Qingqing, a smirk of disdain on his lips. This woman had previously disparaged their team at the base, and he had never liked her.
Now,
she shamelessly wished to partake in the boss's hot pot. Lu Qingqing's face turned green upon hearing his words, her indignation boiling over. If you won't share, fine. Why must you insult me? Frowning slightly, she felt that the voice sounded somewhat familiar, but she couldn't place it. Which dog is begging from us? Yin's melodious voice rang out, this time deliberately raised. That voice. Lu Qingqing's heart raced. It was the supreme team that had mocked them at the base.
Boss.
Jiang He chuckled in response. Yin nodded knowingly, then turned her gaze to Lu Qingqing below, smiling. It's you, Lu Qingqing. It seems no matter the time, you always have your eye on others' possessions. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing's shock peaked, her pupils dilating as she fixated on the blurred figure peering down from the 3rd floor. A vision of an extraordinarily beautiful woman flashed through her mind. It was Yin? She was alive. Panic surged within Lu Qingqing as she glanced at Xia Yun, who was frowning with concern, and at the spatial ring on her hand. She was not only alive but had also joined an ability user team, seemingly as the leader. Had she awakened her own powers? A tumult of emotions surged through Lu Qingqing's heart. She had worked hard to gain everything, and she could not let Yin take it away.
Boss.
It seems you know her, Renew remarked, elegantly scooping a large bowl of shrimp. More than just knowing, Yin replied coldly, causing Jiang He to shiver slightly as the air around them seemed to chill. Song Nian, with her keen observational skills, detected a hint of hatred in Yin's eyes and calmly suggested, if she is an enemy, just eliminate her. Her icy demeanor was more ruthless than ever. Simply killing her would be too kind, Yin said lightly, resuming her meal with an air of nonchalance. The wounds she had endured in her previous life could not simply be erased by killing Lu Qingqing. Seems this Lu has committed numerous wrongs, Cheng Su noted, shaking his head at Yin's demeanor. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing was in a state of panic, but having traversed into this world through a novel, she clung to a shred of confidence. All she wanted now was to complete her mission and leave this place. Observing the frenzied zombies and her teammates who were gradually losing stamina, she urged, Yungo, let us finish this quickly. Time is running out. Is it as simple as you say? Why don't you come and kill some zombies yourself? The tall man in a vest who had previously clashed with Lu Qingqing grew increasingly impatient at her insistence, directly questioning her. Everyone, step back to the SUV for a moment. Xia Yun, already exhausted, glanced at his 3 teammates, each wearing expressions of strained fatigue. He then slowly retreated. The 4 quickly returned to the vehicle, eagerly drinking the mineral water that Lu Qingqing had handed them and devouring biscuits. Watching the 4 men consume 6 bags of biscuits in no time, Lu Qingqing felt a pang of distress. Her supplies were limited, and in this apocalyptic world, resources were fiercely contested. These items had been painstakingly gathered by Xia Yun, fighting through hordes to collect them. Now, her teammates were consuming them at an alarming rate. She could only hope to enter the underground city soon to gather more resources. Although Xia Yun had been engaged in combat, he had overheard the conversation between Yin and Lu Qingqing. Casting a glance towards the upper floor, he turned to Lu Qingqing and inquired, "You seem to have a past with their captain." Lu Qingqing was taken aback, yet maintained a calm demeanor. "Who knows? Perhaps she is envious of my space abilities." Outside, the zombies quickly surrounded the SUV, ravenously clawing and gnashing their teeth against the vehicle's metal exterior. Among them were even some zombies that Xie Yun and his team had recently injured, dragging one arm, with intestines trailing behind, half a face, or their bodies charred, resembling grotesque black specters. Lu Qingqing merely cast a glance and felt her stomach churn, a wave of nausea washing over her. Damn it! How can there be so many zombies? We can't kill them all. A young blonde man in the team panted out. Xie Yun's expression grew serious. He wanted to lead the team away, but given the number of zombies they had already dispatched, retreating now seemed unwise. "Hey, down there, need help?" Suddenly, a melodious female voice called out. Xie Yun looked up to see a woman's silhouette peering from the third floor where the aroma of hot pot wafted down. His spirits lifted, and he responded immediately, "Yes. Throw that toad next to you out, and we'll come to assist." Enan laughed. Xie Yun was momentarily taken aback, then turned to the furious Lu Qingqing beside him. How outrageous! Lu Qingqing, hearing Enan refer to her as a toad in front of everyone, felt her anger boil. Noticing Xie Yun looking at her, she panicked and quickly said, "Brother Yun, you want to listen to them, will you? I have space." Chapter 24. Reclaiming the ring, Xie Yun furrowed his brow, resolutely stating, "I certainly want tea, not because of your space, but because you are a member of the team. I will not abandon any of my teammates." Hearing this, Lu Qingqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Tears welled up in her eyes as she leaned closer to Xie Yun. "Brother Yun, that team upstairs is truly unreasonable. They've been humiliating us." Her words dripped with vulnerability, stirring not only Xie Yun's compassion but also that of the other three teammates. Lu Qingqing was one of their own, possessing a precious spatial ability. Although she lacked combat prowess, she provided valuable support and logistics. Now, witnessing their teammate being bullied only fueled their discontent. "Have you rested enough? Let us end this quickly. We must clear out all the zombies outside the underground city." Xie Yun turned to his teammates, lowering his voice. Seeing them nod seriously, he rolled down the window and punched through to create some space. Then, he forcefully pushed the door open and charged out to continue fighting the zombies, with his three teammates following closely behind. After about half an hour, Xie Yun and his team finally managed to clear out most of the zombies. Cheng Su and the others were also well fed, each letting out satisfied burps. Enan stored away the remaining ingredients and batteries from the hot pot, observing the exhausted team from the underground city as they stumbled back in. A smirk crept across her lips. "Let us go." With that, she strode purposefully towards the SUV, followed closely by Cheng Su and the others. Once all five were inside, Enan slammed on the gas, racing towards the underground city. "Damn it! There are still so many zombies inside the underground city," the blonde man exclaimed as he and Xie Yun broke through the iron gate, only to be met by a horde of zombies pouring out. The abundance of zombies indicates that no ability users have been here. There are plenty of resources. Let us be quick. Xie Yun replied calmly as he charged forward. Hearing this, Lu Qingqing felt a surge of joy. This was a treasure trove of resources in the underground city. Although her 1,000 cubic meters of space wouldn't accommodate all the supplies, it could certainly be filled to the brim. Suddenly, a deafening roar of an SUV echoed from behind, causing the 5 members of the team to turn. A base SUV sped towards them, crushing the corpses of zombies in its wake. "Get out of the way." Xie Yun reacted swiftly, pulling his teammates back. The SUV zipped past them, heading straight into the underground city. Inside, Cheng Su and the others came face to face with Xie Yun's team. Realization struck Xie Yun. They intended to seize the resources of the underground city.
"What?
These brutes!" Another man in red exclaimed in anger.
Yet,
Enan's SUV had already surged ahead, the zombies being knocked aside, with some pursuing the vehicle while others lunged at Xie Yun's team. Lu Qingqing glared at Enan's SUV, her anger boiling over. The tall man in the vest, however, maintained a semblance of reason. "Let us clear the zombies first. They lack space abilities and can only carry a few bags of supplies." With that, the 4 immediately engaged in battle with the zombies, slightly easing Lu Qingqing's mood. Meanwhile, inside Enan's vehicle, Cheng Su and the others were left speechless as they witnessed Enan skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel with one hand while the other waved towards the resources, making them vanish in the blink of an eye. It was their first time witnessing the spectacle of a spatial ability user collecting supplies, and they were left in awe, speechless. The underground city boasted over 20 shops, including a large fresh supermarket, a high-end shopping venue fully stocked with supplies. Ian drove the SUV wildly through the underground city, simultaneously using her mind to gather resources with unprecedented speed since the system had granted her double the mental energy. After a complete sweep, all the supplies were collected, and Ian then turned the SUV around to exit, coincidentally encountering Xia Yun's team, who had just cleared the zombies. Ian slammed on the brakes, stopping just in time as the zombies behind her lunged towards Xia Yun's group, causing Lu Qingqing's face to pale in fear. Once Xia Yun's team finished eliminating the zombies, they quickly looked into the underground city, only to find it barren of resources, save for the bodies and blood of zombies. It was as if they had stumbled upon a newly constructed wasteland. How could this be? Xia Yun exclaimed in shock. Lu Qingqing, unable to believe her eyes, turned to the interior of Ian's vehicle, only to see no supplies apart from the 5 of them. With a click, the car door opened, and Ian and her group stepped out. Where are the resources from the underground city? The blonde man demanded. We stored them in our space. Ian replied coolly. You couldn't possibly have space abilities. Currently, I'm the only spatial ability user at the base, and besides, you didn't even get out of the car. Lu Qingqing immediately countered. Having read novels, she knew that spatial ability users needed to physically touch resources to collect them, including her own spatial ring. Since she hadn't seen Ian and her group exit the vehicle, their claims seemed entirely unfounded. Just because we didn't get out, does that mean we can't collect resources? Ian tilted her head at Lu Qingqing, her cat-like eyes filled with confusion. With that, she pulled out a ring from her space and handed it to Jiang He. Little He, you'll be responsible for this from now on. Lu Qingqing gazed at the ring in astonishment, only to realize that her right index finger was devoid of it.
Ah!
My ring! She exclaimed. She watched as Jiang He joyfully accepted the ring, exclaiming, Boss, this ring is absolutely stunning. Almost to the brink of madness. Lu Qingqing rushed forward, crying out, It's my ring. However, before she could approach, she was kicked away by Ian, flying several meters. Qingqing. Xia Yun stepped forward to support Lu Qingqing, frowning as he looked at Ian and her companions. You are being excessively bullying. Foolish little servant. You claim I am the one being excessive? Ian raised an eyebrow and spoke leisurely. Xia Yun was momentarily taken aback. The term foolish little servant was one only the childhood companion, a little girl he once knew, would use. She always loved playing restaurant games, insisting he play the role of her waiter, thus she affectionately called him foolish little servant. He had found that girl, it was Qingqing. How could this person before him address him in such a manner? My jade pendant and ring were both taken by her. Now that I wish to reclaim them, I am the one being excessive? Ian continued, pulling down her hood and mask, revealing a cascade of long, lustrous curls and an extraordinarily captivating visage.
Wow!
Chung Su and the others were left dumbfounded. The 4 young men from the opposing team were equally stunned by Ian's beauty. The originally young and lovely Lu Qingqing was already considered a rare beauty in their eyes, but this woman before them was astonishingly beyond belief. Xia Yun quickly regained his composure, looking down at Lu Qingqing, his eyes filled with confusion and inquiry. Do not listen to her, Yun Ge. Lu Qingqing was utterly flustered, no longer able to make a move to reclaim the ring, shaking her head and shedding tears as she pleaded, Yun Ge, she is deceiving you. Chapter 25. Encountering the Sea Moon team again in the old alley street, Ian and had no desire to engage in further conversation with them. She turned to Xia Yun and said, Remember when you secretly snuck out to play with me and got bitten by a dog? Fearing punishment from your parents, you concealed the incident. Fortunately, that dog was not rabid. With that, Ian opened the car door and returned inside. Xia Yun immediately recognized Ian's identity. This was information he had never shared with anyone, known only to that little girl from his childhood. Lu Qingqing was completely stunned. As a time traveler, she had read the novel where Ian was the protagonist. The book only briefly mentioned Ian's fleeting childhood companion, stating they played games together and she called him foolish little servant. They had not even known each other's names, and she had no idea such details existed. In this authentic world, it was impossible for everything to be recorded in the novel. Observing Xia Yun's gaze rapidly cooling, Lu Qingqing felt a chill seep into her heart. With a screech, Ian and her companions sped off in their off-road vehicle. Don't go. My ring. My spatial ring.
Yunye.
Quickly help me stop them and reclaim my space. Lu Qingqing cried out in desperation, tugging at Xie Yun's clothing. As her words escaped her lips, everyone instantly understood that her space was not some supernatural ability, but rather that ring. Xie Yun stood up, looking down at the disheveled Lu Qingqing on the ground. A flicker of disdain for being deceived in his eyes. Miss Lu, you are no longer a member of our team.
No. Yunye.
We have been teammates for so many days. Did you not promise not to abandon me? Lu Qingqing was unwilling to accept the reality, grasping at Xie Yun's pant leg, pleading. You no longer have a space. Our team is advancing to the Special Operations Zone. Bringing you along will hinder us, said the tall man in a vest, who had long harbored dissatisfaction toward Lu Qingqing. The other two men, seeing Lu Qingqing had lost her space, also showed reluctance to take her along, choosing to remain silent and observe coldly. Xie Yun showed no expression, shaking off Lu Qingqing's hand and striding away, with the three team members promptly following. Lu Qingqing crawled and rolled in pursuit but was unable to keep up with the strides of the larger men. Before she could reach the off-road vehicle, she saw Xie Yun slam the accelerator and drive away.
No.
Lu Qingqing screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, she felt a surge of energy within her. Raising her palm, she found moisture seeping from her hand, and joy flooded her heart. Her supernatural ability had finally awakened. It was a water-based ability. Although lacking significant offensive power, water was exceedingly rare in the apocalypse. Lu Qingqing felt elated, a flicker of ferocity gleaming in her eyes. Enan, just wait. As a time traveler, I am intimately familiar with the plot and its characters. Everything that belongs to you will eventually be mine. This ring is a space containing 1,000 cubic meters. Take a look, Enan said while driving. Wow, really? Jiang he exclaimed, delighted, and immediately began to explore.
Quick.
See if there are any supplies inside. Cheng Su and the others were equally excited. Acquiring another spatial ring was crucial, especially since resources were of utmost importance now. Jiang he was clever and quickly discovered the mystery of the spatial ring, realizing that merely touching the ring allowed one to access its energy. To her delight, she found that 1/3 of the space was filled with supplies, mostly food from supermarkets. She promptly reported the findings to Enan, and Enan nodded, her expression lacking exuberance, as these supplies were insufficient for her needs. It seems the method of collecting supplies within the ring requires direct contact. With that, she retrieved a packet of biscuits from the space and tossed it to Jiang He for a test. Following Enan's instructions, Jiang He placed her hand on the biscuit, and with a thought, the biscuit vanished, reappearing within the ring's space. So amazing! Jiang He exclaimed excitedly. The old alley street was not far from the underground city. Enan led her team, battling zombies and chatting along the way. By midnight, the 5 of them arrived. As a critical transportation route, the old alley street was a necessary passage from the national base to the city center. Its insufficient width made it prone to congestion. Thus, a large number of zombies here could severely impede the efficiency of the base's military or supernatural teams. Unlike the underground city, the supplies here had evidently been scavenged by several groups, leaving little behind, mostly items that could not be transported, yet the zombies remained plentiful. Enan assigned Cheng Su and the others to clear the zombies while she focused on collecting some larger resources, including electronic materials, phones, computers, motorcycles, and tons of millet and wheat. Soon, Cheng Su and the others had eliminated the zombies in Old Alley Street, and Renyu snapped a photo of the area with his phone. Presently, tasks concerning zombies at the base relied on photographs for submission. Teams with phones only needed to capture an image, while those without had to obtain a simple photographic tool from the base. 4 purely zombie-killing tasks without location requirements. They submitted zombie eyeballs. Later, when people discovered crystal cores, they were used for task completion. Boss, how vast is your space? It feels inexhaustible.
Cheng Su exclaimed,
Gazing at the now empty old alley street that Enan had thoroughly scoured. Enan smiled but said nothing, elegantly pulling up her mask and hood. Suddenly, a piercing car horn blared. Enan and her companions turned to see a base off-road vehicle approaching, its bright headlights painfully blinding. 3 figures descended from the vehicle. It was none other than Zhou Hao, Wang Gang, and Cheng Tian, who had clashed with Cheng Su earlier at the base. Chapter 26. The Fate of the Traitors. Then, 2 burly men emerged from the vehicle. They were likely new recruits of the Sea Moon team. Clap, clap, clap. Zhou Hao clapped his hands while smiling, Well done, Nansheng team. You truly completed this A-level task. While he spoke flattering words, his eyes were filled with contempt.
Fool.
Song Nian coldly remarked from the back of the group. Upon hearing those two words, Zhou Hao's expression soured, and his face darkened. You think you can insult us just because we show you some respect? Captain, why waste your breath with them? Just snatch their photos and give them a good beating. Wang Gang shouted from the side. Who knows who will be beaten? Cheng Su replied, rolling up his sleeves, ready to fight. Yinan raised her hand to stop Cheng Su, calmly gazing at Zhou Hao, and asked with a smile. It seems that Captain Zhou is dissatisfied with my people provoking you at the base and now intends to teach us a lesson? And seize your mission as well? Wang Gang added menacingly, be sensible, kneel and apologize to me, and hand over your mission, or it might end badly for you under this apocalyptic chaos. Hearing this, Jiang, he felt a surge of anger. What kind of rogue squad is this? They clearly cut in line, and yet act so unreasonable. Song Nian tightened her grip on her long knife, her eyes darkening as she coldly stared at Zhou Hao and his companions. Oh, if that's the case, Yinan said with a seemingly troubled expression, then I can only reluctantly send you on your way. What? Zhou Hao frowned, seemingly in disbelief. In the next instant, a grappling hook shot through the air.
Whoosh.
The silvery hook sprang from Yinan's wrist, piercing Zhou Hao's neck like a blade, and drove deep into the ground. Zhou Hao had no time to react and immediately breathed his last, his eyes wide open in death. Disgusted, Yinan coldly retracted the hook, and as it swiftly returned, Zhou Hao's neck snapped, his head falling to the ground, and his body slowly collapsing.
Vong Gum, Cheng Tian.
And the two new members of the Haiyue team stood frozen in shock.
Ah. How?
2 seconds later, Cheng Tian's heart-wrenching scream echoed as she lunged towards Zhou Hao's body, only to be repulsed by his lifeless head, which made her vomit. Wang Gang looked at Yinan in terror, unable to comprehend that this seemingly harmless leader of Team Nansheng could so ruthlessly kill his captain in one swift move. They merely intended to seize the mission and deal with this Team Nansheng, yet she had taken the life of their captain. He had not even seen what sharp object she had used or how it had been shot. His captain, a powerful fire-type ability user, had suddenly died. Why you? Wang Gang pointed at Yinan, wanting to say something, but the fear of her unknown strength left him speechless. He had thought that Team Nansheng was merely a tall figure with some combat ability, but he never imagined this woman to be so terrifying. Yinan closed her eyes, her voice devoid of emotion. All members of Team Nansheng, remember, anyone who provokes us shall be killed without mercy. Upon opening her eyes, she charged forward, powerful lightning erupting alongside her glistening dagger. One strike, Wang Gang fell. Another strike, Cheng Tian fell. These 3 traitorous teammates from her past life were now all dead. The other 2 burly men huddled together, trembling, pleading for mercy. Please, we know nothing. We just joined this team and were dragged in. Yinan looked down at them, a sweet smile gracing her lips as her melodious voice softly echoed. I'm sorry, but since you've seen us, to prevent any future harm to our team, you cannot live. In the next instant, the 2 men also fell to Yinan's hands. Yinan turned to Cheng Su and the others, her face shrouded in darkness beneath her hood as she spoke slowly, eliminate anyone who may pose a threat to us immediately. After saying this, she entered the back seat of the car, closing the door to rest. The 4 followed her, but the atmosphere among them was no longer as relaxed as before. Although they had accompanied Yinan in slaying numerous zombies, this was the first time they had witnessed the brutality of human conflict, making them acutely aware that the world had irrevocably changed. Boss, shall we return to the base? Cheng Su took the initiative to drive, cautiously asking Yinan. Let us not rush back to the base. There should be a 5-star hotel to the southeast. We can rest there and gather supplies tomorrow. Yinan's voice carried a hint of fatigue, prompting Cheng Su to promptly steer the car southeast. After driving just 2 kilometers, they spotted an extravagant hotel comprising 6 tall buildings, the tallest reaching 8 stories, adorned with villa-style decor, the words Dihua in golden letters prominently displayed above. Thankfully, there weren't many zombies near the hotel. Cheng Su and the others led the way inside, swiftly dispatching any zombies they encountered. Yinan strolled leisurely at the back of the group. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, the 5 discovered that the door was locked. It appeared that the people inside had secured themselves to survive the outbreak. Through the glass doors, they could see several zombies in expensive suits, likely hotel staff. Alongside a few female zombies in luxury dresses, presumably the hotel guests. Chung-Soo and Jiang, he worked together to break the door down. Jiang He's strength-type abilities surged, overpowering Chung-Soo, who felt somewhat inferior. After clearing the first floor of zombies, they found a room card at the front desk and made their way to the second floor. The second floor also had a dozen zombies, but they posed little challenge for En and her team, who swiftly dealt with them. However, just as the last zombie on the second floor fell, a door suddenly burst open. "Help us. You all look well fed. Surely you have something to eat, please, just a bite." A room was thrown open, revealing 7 or 8 gaunt men and women in lavish attire, led by a popular star, Peng Luo. Their emaciated forms and cracked lips indicated they had been trapped in the hotel without food or water for days. En merely glanced at them, her expression unchanged as she stepped inside, searching for an empty room. Unexpectedly, 2 more doors swung open, revealing more wealthy individuals in fine clothing, all pleading for help.
Yet,
they dared not step outside, even though the zombies in the hallway had been eliminated, terrified by the sea of corpses. En did not even look at them, opening a room door and walking in, with Song Yen being the last to enter, promptly shutting the door behind them. What luxury! Chung-Soo marveled at the room's decor. Jiang He nodded in agreement. "This is far better than the base. We might as well stay here, boss." "Not yet, I still need some supplies from the base." En replied coolly. True to its 5-star status, the hotel room was designed in an elegant European style, equipped with a bathroom, toilet, gym, and kitchen. There were several sofas and beds, ample for 5 people to rest. En turned on the faucet in the bathroom, only to find no water. Frowning, she recalled the cracked lips of the male star and pulled out several bottles of mineral water from her space, distributing them to her team members, along with an assortment of snacks: beef jerky, beef cubes, cod, fish jerky, and various fruits like durian, avocado, and jackfruit. Enjoy your meal and rest well. The next 2 days won TB easy. The team members were ecstatic at the sight of the food, exclaiming, "Long live the boss." While the 4 reveled in their feast and chatter, En remained vigilant, inspecting the hotel for any potential dangers. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed. She turned to the door, disdain creeping into her heart. These people, eavesdropping outside their door, could have fled once they saw the zombies had been cleared, yet they chose to plot against her team. The voices outside grew louder, and more people gathered. En's keen hearing detected their conversations, and she frowned in impatience as a sense of foreboding arose within her. Indeed, in the next moment, a vigorous pounding reverberated through the door. "Bang, bang, bang. Hey, you have food and drink. Why don't you share with us? We are on the brink of starvation and dehydration. Why do you turn a blind eye to our plight? Open the door. Are you people from the national base? You must save us. Take us to the national base." At this, Chung-Soo and the others also heard the commotion. They all set down their food and gathered around En, casting serious glances towards the door. "Boss, what should we do now?" Chung-Soo asked, frowning. "Greed," Song Yen said, her arms crossed as she coldly regarded the door. Chapter 27. The Human Nature in the Apocalypse in the Future. Such situations will be exceedingly frequent. You must learn to adapt and manage them effectively, En remarked, settling onto the sofa. This time, you shall handle it. With that, she closed her eyes, choosing to meditate and withdraw from the unfolding chaos. She understood better than anyone the malevolence that dwells within the hearts of men during the apocalypse. To foster rapid growth among her team members, they needed to confront certain challenges independently. "I'll handle this," Renyu declared, brandishing his twin daggers as he addressed Chung-Soo and the others. Being a male, it was his responsibility to shield the 2 girls. The trio nodded in agreement, and Renyu approached the door, forcefully flinging it open to confront the throng of desperate individuals clamoring to enter. As the door swung wide, those outside instinctively surged forward. But upon seeing Renyu's indifferent expression and the glint of his daggers, they recoiled, silencing the crowd of elegantly attired individuals. "We are under no obligation to rescue you. The zombies on the first and second floors have been eradicated. You must fend for yourselves," Renyu stated coldly, preparing to shut the door. However, in the next instant, a man's massive hand gripped the door tightly, his expression bordering on madness as he implored Renyu, "I see you have plenty of food behind you. Could you spare us some?" The others quickly joined in the pleading. Yes. You 5 can't possibly finish all that food. Surely you've had enough. Share with us. We are starving." Leaning back against the sofa, En allowed a smirk of disdain to grace her lips. It was entirely predictable that these individuals, perceiving Renyu as less menacing, would take advantage of the situation. Be quiet, Renyu said, growing increasingly impatient as he fixed his cold gaze upon the man still grasping the door. Release it. The man, stung by Renyu's glare, slowly withdrew his hand. Just as Renyu intended to close the door, the crowd surged forward with reckless abandon, driven by desperation. Rush in. Seize the food. Everyone, charge. I'll fight for it, they shouted, resembling a pack of rabid dogs as they pushed into the doorway.
Chengsu, Hyane.
And Song Nian swiftly moved to assist Renyu in halting the throng. However, the mob was frenzied, with some even resorting to violence against Jiang He and Song Nian.
Slap, slap, slap.
Unable to endure any longer, Song Nian retaliated with several sharp slaps to the faces of the leading men. Meanwhile, Jiang He, utilizing her immense strength, pushed the intruders away with great force. Cheng Su conjured a dirt wall to block the doorway, his voice laced with fury. We are all capable of abilities. Should you dare to force your way in, do not blame us for our lack of mercy. You will find no favors here. Take heed and depart. In this apocalypse, no one is obligated to save you. The mob, having been thrust back by Jiang He's might and slapped by Song Nian, quieted somewhat, gazing at Cheng Su, who had conjured a 1-meter-high wall of earth to bar their path. They fell silent, though their eyes simmered with resentment. Renyu finally exhaled in relief, poised to shut the door when suddenly a well-dressed man spoke up. We were indeed impulsive. We were in the wrong, but we are also driven by desperation. We are on the verge of dying from thirst and hunger. I see you have so much food and drink on your table. Would it be too much to ask for just a bottle of mineral water? Renyu hesitated at this. The boss had indeed provided them with ample provisions, and giving them a bottle of water seemed reasonable. However, these resources ultimately belonged to Enon. He turned to seek her counsel, only to find that she had vanished, presumably retreated to her bedroom for rest. Glancing at his teammates, who remained silent, he wrestled with his conscience for a few moments before addressing the malnourished crowd outside. Very well, I will give you 1 bottle of mineral water. But should you disturb us again, do not blame us for our rudeness. After all, resources were crucial, and while a single bottle of water was invaluable, it might be worth the peace of one night. Renyu could not ascertain how Enon might have chosen, but he trusted his instincts in this instance. Thank you, noble hero. You are a good person. The people outside chorused in gratitude. Renyu waved them off and turned away. Suddenly, watch out,
Cheng Su exclaimed,
and a deafening gunshot rang out behind Renyu. He reacted swiftly, sidestepping and turning back, his speed surpassing that of ordinary humans. Emerging from the throng were 5 burly men clad in black bodyguard attire, each wielding a handgun. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of gunfire erupted as the 5 bodyguards unleashed a relentless assault on Renyu and his companions. Damn it! Cheng Su and the others could only take cover in the blind spots, evading the bullets. Though they possessed abilities, they had been caught off guard, making it all too easy to be hit. Eliminate them all, and seize the food. The previously courteous man in the suit barked orders from outside. Renyu seethed with anger, realizing that their initial pleas had been a ruse. The 5 bodyguards had lurked among the crowd, biding their time to strike. The throng clambered over the dirt wall and surged into the room, led by the bodyguards, while Renyu and his companions' fury reached a boiling point. In that case, they would not hold back. Renyu, moving with lightning speed, charged directly at the 5 bodyguards. Bang! 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 The bodyguards fired wildly at Renyu, but his figure was so swift that only a blur remained. Not a single shot found its mark. Armed with antiquated 94 semi-automatic handguns, they were effective against ordinary people, but utterly inadequate against the swift and agile abilities of Renyu. Suddenly, the air around them plummeted in temperature. A shard of ice shot forth, piercing the leg of one bodyguard. Crack! The bodyguard crumpled to the ground, his handgun clattering to the floor. Cheng Su snatched up the weapon and aimed it at the heads of the remaining bodyguards. As the others witnessed the bodyguards faltering, they scrambled for chairs and tables, rushing toward Cheng Su and the others. Jiang He, no longer holding back, unleashed her formidable strength, delivering crushing blows that left the attackers reeling. In no time, all 5 bodyguards lay defeated. Renyu had the blade poised at the throat of the well-dressed man, his eyes filled with disdain as he coldly declared, "You overestimate yourselves." With that, he swiftly slit the man's throat. Bodies fell to the ground, leaving only 2 children alive, huddled together in fear. The boy looked up at Renew and his companions, pleading, "Please, don't kill us. We know nothing. It was that group of wealthy people who said they would come to snatch your food, and my sister, and I just followed them secretly." His voice was loud but trembled with fear, his grip on the girl tightening as he spoke. "You call them the wealthy ones. Are you not one of them?" Jiang He inquired. "Our mother was a cleaner at this hotel. She was bitten by a zombie while trying to protect us." The boy's voice cracked. His face contorted in anguish. "My sister and I have been hiding in the fire escape. When we saw you eliminate the zombies, we finally dared to come out. I overheard those rich people planning to come with bodyguards to rob you of your food. My sister and I haven't eaten or drunk anything for days. I just wanted to see if we could get some food." The boy spoke with great difficulty, choking back tears as he mentioned their mother, while the girl, trembling, wept silently in his embrace. A heavy silence enveloped the room. "Go," Renew finally said. "I observe your remarkable prowess and wish to be under your guidance, provided you grant my sister merely a bottle of water." Yet, the young boy did not retreat. He seemed to summon immense courage as he spoke, his eyes reflecting a blend of fear and hope, two emotions that ought not to coexist. "You cannot be our subordinate. We must protect you," replied Qingsu, shaking his head in refusal. "I am willing to endure hardship and fear not death. I can do anything for you," the boy asserted resolutely. Upon uttering these words, he cast a glance at the little girl in his arms, tears welling in his eyes. "Just give her a bottle of water and let her wander on her own. Whether she survives thereafter is her fortune." The girl could no longer contain her tears. "Brother, Xiaoqi does not want to leave you." Suddenly, a melodious and languid voice interjected. "Our team does not accept the useless. If you wish to join us, you must demonstrate your worth. Do you possess any special abilities?" The four members turned to see Ian and lazily emerging from the bedroom, clad in loose sleepwear and a vest, exuding an otherworldly beauty. The boy gazed hopelessly at his palm, as if grappling with a thought, before shaking his head. "I have none. Nevertheless, let us depart. In this apocalypse, the strong prevail. I hope you can survive." Ian tossed a bottle of water over, speaking indifferently. The boy's eyes brightened as he received the water. Setting down the girl he held and bowing deeply several times before Ian and her companions. "Thank you. I shall never forget this life-saving grace. I am Jiang Shao. And my sister is Jiang Qi. If I survive, I will repay you." With that, they took their leave. Ian surveyed the scattered corpses, her eyes revealing no surprise. "This is your first lesson. In the future, should you encounter a similar situation, you will know how to respond." The four nodded gravely, none of them having anticipated that, in this apocalypse, humanity could degrade to such depths. "It is my fault for not managing the situation better. Had I been more ruthless from the start, perhaps by eliminating a couple of the instigators to instill fear, they might not have returned." Renew expressed a hint of self-reproach. Ian shook her head. "Do not blame yourself. After all, they are living beings. You all need to adapt. They are not like me. I have long since become numb after having killed so many in my past life. This is their first encounter with this transformed world. Human life is no longer regarded as such," Jiang He lamented. The group tidied the room and, with heavy hearts, retired for the night. Ian, however, first ventured into her space to train the beast before freshening up in her villa, content with the gradual obedience of the special tiger under her guidance. Chapter 28. The calamity of the Qinghe team. Ian then awoke at 10 o'clock, finding her team members waiting for her. Yet, upon seeing the stifled laughter of Jiang He and Qingsu, she inquired, perplexed, "What is amiss with you two? Acting so clandestinely?" "Boss, this morning, someone came to deliver a male companion for you." Jiang He could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. "What?" Ian was utterly bewildered. "It is that male star. They did not participate in the food raid yesterday, yet this morning, they knocked on the door. Claiming they are willing to be your male companion for food," Qingsu added, laughing heartily. Ian felt a headache coming on. She rubbed her temples and replied helplessly, "I do not need one. Prepare yourselves, let us have breakfast and set off." With that, Ian retrieved 5 sandwiches and milk from her space, placing them on the table. "But boss," Sister Nian took the liberty to bring him in. "He is in the bedroom to the east." Jiang He glanced at the stoic Song Nian, speaking softly. Ian looked at the serious Song Nian, her expression filled with confusion. "I believe everyone has physiological needs. I find him moderately appealing, although he pales in comparison to you, boss. But what if you take a liking to him?" Song Mian commented nonchalantly as she took a bite of her sandwich. Renyu could not help but smirk at this. And the others began eating their sandwiches, pretending not to notice An's exasperated countenance. An strode toward the eastern bedroom and pushed the door wide open. Inside, seated by the bed, was the popular male star, Peng Luo, awkwardly clad only in his underwear, his well-defined physique exposed to the air. Standing at 1.8 meters. He was a coveted actor for directors of idol dramas, with several vying for him to star as the male lead. His fair complexion and chiseled features render him striking, and his pair of alluring, glistening eyes added to his charm. Upon seeing An enter, his initially bashful and tense expression transformed into one of shock. This girl was astonishingly beautiful, utterly eclipsing the top female stars of the entertainment industry. At this moment, Peng Luo felt a wave of inferiority wash over him. As a prominent male star with a multitude of fans and widely recognized good looks, he suddenly felt ordinary before her. An regarded him coldly. Leave. Peng Luo was taken aback. Clad only in a thin pair of underwear, he was being dismissed so brazenly. He detected a hint of disdain in her gaze, an affront he had never experienced. He opened his mouth to retort, but An had already kicked the door open. Refusing to spare him a glance, "If you do not leave, I shall resort to force." Having struggled for years in her previous life during the apocalypse, An had witnessed countless individuals sacrificing their bodies for survival. She had no need for such a pretty boy who could only offer companionship in bed. Peng Luo's face paled, appearing rather pitiful. He had not eaten or drunk anything for several days, and now, overwhelmed by shame, he trembled as he donned his clothes and stepped outside, his steps faltering and fragile. Jiang, he stood dumbfounded. Ghostly. This sense of fragility is quite enticing. Do you want him? If so, let the boss have him for you, Cheng Su teased, raising an eyebrow at Jiang He.
No, no, no.
I absolutely do not want him. Jiang He frantically waved his hands in protest. After Peng Luo departed, An and her team members had their fill and then set off. With only a day remaining until the zombies evolved, An resolved to lead her team in gathering supplies while simultaneously combating zombies in anticipation of the morrow. However, as An drove the SUV into a large industrial district in H City, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. Boss, why are there so few zombies here? Cheng Su noted the peculiarity. And it is eerily quiet, Song Mian added coldly. An narrowed her eyes, promptly deciding to turn around. She pressed the accelerator and drove in another direction, stopping after about 2 kilometers. That area must be occupied. How do you know? Jiang He inquired. In this apocalypse, many teams of ability users opt not to go to the national base, but instead establish their own domains outside, gradually forming small bases. The previous area was devoid of zombies and too quiet. It was clearly a human occupation. Even the vehicles along the roadside were intact, indicating the presence of a group nearby. An impatiently explained her findings to her team when suddenly a figure rushed toward them. Upon closer inspection, he was disheveled, bloodied, and desperate as he pounded on An's car window, pleading, "Are you from the national base? Please help us. Our captain has been injured and taken by those ability users." "Who is your captain?" An asked, lowering the window with confusion. "By Jinghe. We are from the Qinghe team." Upon hearing this, Cheng Su immediately asked, "Is that the Qinghe team, currently ranked first outside the base?" "Yes." The man nodded, panic evident in his demeanor. "Please, we are in dire straits. We lost 2 team members and 1 is severely injured, and they stole our vehicle. Your team ranks first. You cannot contend against those ability users?" Renyu questioned. "They have 30 to 40 members, including over 10 ability users, each one a ruthless killer who slaughters indiscriminately. Initially, we were engaged in a mission nearby, but thirst compelled me and another teammate to seek water. Unfortunately, we were discovered and threatened with death. Captain Bai, with his extraordinary abilities, rescued us, but he was subsequently injured and taken away by that group." Upon hearing this, the man immediately knelt and begged fervently, "Please, I implore you. In my previous life, I had never heard of such an incident involving the Qinghe team. It seems that the mission in the alley they undertook was now assigned to my own squad, while the Qinghe team had taken on another task, thus encountering this unfortunate situation. The Qinghe team, a formidable squad in the future Special Operations District, is led by Jinghe. A cunning individual who shows no hesitation in taking lives, yet possesses a remarkably amiable appearance, with both high intelligence and emotional quotient. After the collapse of the national base, he established his own stronghold, rendering him a force to be reckoned with. It is indeed a pity that such a powerful figure has encountered this misfortune in this life. Ching-Su and the others remained silent, awaiting my decision. The man had already bled from repeatedly bowing his head, yet my expression remained unchanged. As you mentioned, they have over a dozen extraordinary individuals, while we are merely 5. It is beyond our capabilities. You should return to the base and seek assistance. Having stated this, I rolled up the car window, preparing to leave. I did not regard the numerous extraordinary individuals as a threat. My lack of interest in rescuing others was paramount. Suddenly, a secondary mission notification from the system emerged. Rescue by Jinghe. The target was identified as a man in white on the second floor of the Southwest Industrial Building. The mission was optional, not mandatory, and completing it would yield rewards. I was taken aback. The dormant system had abruptly reactivated, presenting me with a secondary mission. I was uncertain about the rewards, but it was likely to surpass those of previous missions, given its elevated level. Outside the car, the man was now in tears. I beg you, we have no vehicle and cannot return to the base. By the time we reach there, our captain may very well be beyond saving. He coughed violently, perhaps due to his injuries and agitation, spitting out a pool of blood. Feeling helpless, I silently communicated with the system, except, lowering the window once more, I addressed the man, He-Chi, coldly. What benefits do I gain if I assist you? Despite the potential rewards from the system, I was wary of the threat posed by the extraordinary individuals. He-Chi, who was on the verge of bleeding out, looked at me with excitement. You agree? Turning away, I tightened my hood and mask. My eyes hidden in shadows devoid of emotion. I require sufficient compensation. After all, this may very well cost lives. He-Chi understood the gravity of the situation. His expression grave. It is indeed perilous. If it proves too difficult, you are free to leave. I will find a way, even if it means perishing with them. His willingness to protect my team garnered my respect. After all, Bai Jinghe's selection of individuals was never subpar. He continued, if you rescue my captain, I, He-Chi, will serve you faithfully in the future. I raised an eyebrow, assessing He-Chi. His dark skin, muscular physique, towering height of 185 meters, and determined gaze suggested loyalty, a commendable subordinate. I had heard of He-Chi. He was renowned as an exceptional marksman within the Jinghe team, yet it appeared they currently lacked firearms, and he had yet to harness his abilities. While gaining an additional subordinate was advantageous, I deemed it insufficient. Given He-Chi's loyalty to Bai Jinghe, it would be better to capture the captain as well. You are too weak. Our squad has no need for you, I stated coldly, restarting the vehicle. He-Chi panicked. What are your conditions? Just name them. I maintained a firm expression. All surviving members of your team shall serve us, including your captain. He-Chi hesitated, recalling his captain's proud demeanor, visibly distressed. If he were to agree to this arrangement, his captain would likely be displeased even if rescued. Yet, fearing I would drive away, he frantically pleaded, that's acceptable. After all, it's better than death. I hope my captain understands. You need to provide proof. Write a letter of commitment, I instructed, retrieving paper and a pen from the vehicle along with a red seal for fingerprints. He-Chi stared at the supplies in disbelief. In this apocalyptic world, who carried such items? Reluctantly, he penned a servitude contract, signing it without protest. Well enough, I remarked, satisfied as I pocketed the document. I then commanded him, take your surviving teammates and leave this place, as far as possible. He-Chi was taken aback. Aren't you going to need my help? Unnecessary. Move swiftly, I insisted, unwilling to engage further. Although He-Chi had voluntarily pledged allegiance, trust had yet to be established. Furrowing his brow, he hesitated for only a moment before turning and running away, choosing to trust our squad, for he had no alternative. Once He-Chi was out of sight, I exited the vehicle, and Ching-Su and the others followed suit. Ching-Su inquired, Boss, what shall we do now? Retreat. I replied coolly. Once the others were at a safe distance, I retrieved 4 armor vehicles from my space. The imposing black armored vehicles, modified and far sturdier than the base's off-roaders, left my companions astounded.
Wow.
Where did you acquire such magnificent vehicles, boss? Your space is truly vast, they exclaimed, astonished. I produced 5 walkie-talkies, distributing one to each teammate. My lips curling into a subtle smile as I stored the off-road vehicle away. Each of you will take an armored vehicle and attract all the zombies within a few kilometers from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest directions. Understanding my plan, they grew excited. The boss intends to use their strength against them. Understood. I'll head north. Xiao He will go west. Xiao Di will go east, and Yen will go south. Chengsu assigned directions, and they immediately set off. Stay safe. Contact me via the walkie-talkie if anything occurs. I cautioned before launching my grappling hook towards the expansive industrial area we had just encountered. This industrial zone comprised over 30 buildings of varying sizes. My observations indicated that the outer buildings were devoid of life, while the central structures were occupied. This, undoubtedly, was the stronghold He had described. Silently navigating through the shadows, I communicated the terrain updates to my teammates via the walkie-talkie. Soon, I spotted living figures. A couple of individuals were patrolling the streets, and behind them stood a wall enclosing 3 5-story buildings, faint silhouettes visible through the windows. This was the location.
I narrowed my eyes,
Concealing my presence as I guided my team through the walkie-talkie. Within a quarter of an hour, tremors reverberated through the ground, and a smile crossed my face. Quite efficient. Indeed, 3 minutes later, a horde of zombies surged from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, trailing behind the formidable armored vehicles, each pursued by hundreds of ravenous undead. What on earth is that? A quick return and report. A zombie tide is approaching. 2 men patrolling downstairs gasped and hurriedly ran back into the building. At that moment, Ian retrieved 2 firecrackers from her space, ignited them, and tossed them down. The deafening sound of the firecrackers wildly attracted hordes of zombies to converge here. Chengsu and the others seized the opportunity to dash away, continuing to lure the zombies. Ian communicated over the intercom. Understood, boss. Came the energetic voices of the 4 in reply. Meanwhile, from the building across the street, over 20 individuals rushed out, coinciding perfectly with the thousands of zombies drawn by the firecrackers. In an instant, the air was filled with the frenzied roars of zombies catching the scent of human flesh, mingling chaotically with the cries of the living. The scene below instantly transformed into a battlefield, descending into chaos. Among those 20-some individuals, around 10 were ability users, each possessing diverse powers. It would be a pity if such a multitude of ability users were to perish. A thought crossed Ian's mind as she leisurely twisted open a bottle of soda, taking a few sips while surveying the opposite building.
Soon,
she noticed a portly man adorned with a gold necklace leaning out of a third-floor window, flanked by several respectful men. Ian surmised that he was likely the leader of this group. She observed him speaking to his subordinates, who promptly sealed the doors and windows of the floor and withdrew some of the ability users. It appeared they intended to engage the zombies in a war of attrition within the building. A cold smirk crossed Ian's lips. That would be futile. She swiftly shot a grappling hook towards the opposite building, landing firmly on the rooftop of the 5th floor. During this, some ability users spotted her and immediately exclaimed, "What is that? Is someone flying over here?" At that moment, Ian had already taken out a megaphone and addressed the individuals downstairs. "Listen up, ability users. As long as you follow my lead, I will lure all these zombies away for you. Otherwise, you will all perish." The quality of Ian's megaphone was exceptional, and her voice boomed out. Everyone below heard her and instinctively looked up. The zombies grew even more frantic. The loud noise acted as a stimulant for them. And with so many humans releasing the scent of living flesh, they surged towards the spot, climbing atop one another until they formed 2 layers. Quick, retreat. The zombies have gone mad. Get inside the building. In the midst of the frenzied tide of zombies, ordinary people without abilities quickly fell victim, while 2 ability users also perished, forcing the remaining ones to hastily withdraw into the building. However, Ian did not let up. She kept the megaphone playing on a loop, the booming sound continuously agitating the throng of zombies below. At that moment, Chengsu and the others successfully led a second wave of zombies over, causing the mass of undead to grow ever larger, relentlessly pounding against the first-floor windows and doors, threatening to break through. Should the zombies manage to shatter the windows, the entire building would be overrun, leaving everyone with no chance of survival. Well, except for Ian. Soon, 8 ability users charged onto the rooftop, led by the portly man. Upon seeing only a girl here, they instantly wore expressions of disdain. The leader among them sneered. "You think you can lure away zombies? What a joke. The zombies are indeed drawn by me. What can you do about it? Ian replied indifferently, standing at the edge of the rooftop, ready to retreat at any moment. You brought them here? What capability do you possess to do that? The portly man mocked. Unfazed, Ian grabbed her intercom. Continue luring the zombies. Almost immediately, a resounding received.
Echoed back.
Lu, look over there, an armored vehicle. Someone shouted, having spotted Chung Su and the other's armored car, turning to inform the portly leader. At that moment, these individuals seemed convinced. It truly was this woman's doing. Why are you trying to sabotage us? Are you seeking death? Yet this Lu, the portly one, clearly did not want to bow to Ian. He raised his hand, ready to unleash his ability against her, but in the next second, his head fell to the ground.
Lu.
The ability users behind him stood frozen, staring at the sudden decapitation, then at Ian, who was retracting her grappling hook and wiping off the blood, swallowing hard. Ian cast a casual glance at them, her tone laced with a hint of impatience. I believe you are all intelligent individuals. In this world, the strong dominate. Your leader has already perished at my hand. The zombies are enclosing the building, and your time is running out. You can choose to submit to me or wait here for death. The choice is yours. How can we be certain you won't harm us? One ability user questioned. In the next moment, a powerful bolt of lightning struck him directly, causing him to convulse twice before falling still, his body exuding the stench of charred flesh.
Ugh.
One ability user among the crowd retched, while the others fell silent, stunned by Ian's overwhelming display of power.
Boss.
From now on, you are my boss. A man in a red vest stepped forward and knelt, realizing he had no choice and that this woman's strength was far too formidable. The rest followed suit, emerging from their hiding spots. Boss. Instantly, all the ability users knelt before her. The zombies downstairs continued to pound against the doors and windows, and Ian understood that if she did not divert the zombies soon, the building would soon be overrun. No need to lure the zombies anymore. You all come and draw them away. Ian turned off the noisy megaphone and spoke into the intercom. Understood, boss. Chung Su and the others quickly replied. Within minutes, they arrived in the armored vehicle to attract the zombies. Meanwhile, the ability users on the rooftop remained kneeling, not daring to move until Ian spoke. Once the zombies downstairs were sufficiently distracted by the armored vehicle, Ian finally said, Rise now. Lead me to tour my territory. The man in the red vest immediately stood, respectfully bowing to signal Ian and to proceed first. Thus, Ian walked ahead, with 6 ability users following closely behind, dutifully. She harbored no concerns about a potential ambush. She remained vigilant to their every move. These mere minnows were nothing in her eyes. As they reached the 5th floor, 2 ability users waiting there were momentarily stunned at the sight, but upon seeing the expressions of the others, they dared not ask further. The man in the red vest, keenly aware of the situation, boomed. What are you staring at? Call her boss.
Boss.
The 2 ability users, wary of questioning, respectfully acknowledged her. It seemed this red-vested man held a position just below the portly leader among them, and these ability users were quite obedient to him. Ian quickly completed her tour of the building. The 1st floor served as a meeting room, the 2nd to 4th floors were for living quarters, and the 5th floor housed a plethora of supplies. On the 3rd floor, there was an expansive, luxurious room, evidently the previous abode of the portly man. Ian leisurely reclined on the sofa in the room, lazily gazing at the man in red. What is your name? I am Yuan Hao. You can call me Ah Hao, boss. I possess wood-based abilities, he replied respectfully. He then continued, boss, our base has suffered heavy losses this time. We currently have only 12 ability users left. Besides me, there are 3 fire-based, 2 water-based, 2 wood-based, and 3 earth-based ability users, along with one whose ability is quite peculiar. We are unsure of its type. Here are the records. Saying this, Yuan Hao handed Ian a notebook detailing everyone's information. Upon receiving it, Ian quickly spotted a name underlined in bold. Suja. The note beside it read, seems to be able to control other ability users. Ian's brows furrowed. Could this be a mental type ability? A sense of anticipation stirred within her. Bring this Suja to see me. Yuan Hao nodded and soon brought a tall man. Unlike the other disheveled individuals in this apocalyptic world, Suja was dressed impeccably in a black trench coat, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of refined elegance tinged with a hint of debauchery. The golden pupils behind his glasses seemed capable of drawing one in. Ian felt a flicker of surprise. Such a gaze undoubtedly indicated a psychic ability. In her previous life, she had encountered only two psychics, both formidable figures. Fortunately, her own mental fortitude was exceptionally strong, and Suja's psychic abilities were still rudimentary, posing no threat to her. However, the same could not be said for other ability users. Such powers could even control zombies, though their efficacy depended on the user's skill. Boss, Suja greeted respectfully, standing upright yet unpretentious. Ian nodded slightly. It seemed that incorporating this small team was indeed a prudent choice, especially with the presence of a psychic. Nevertheless, she was still uncertain whether these individuals could be of use to her. She resolved to utilize the system's analysis function for a deeper understanding. System, analyze Suja, she silently commanded, and the system's voice soon resonated. Character analysis, Suja, male. 27 years old, 181 centimeters, 62 kilograms, Virgo. Ability awakening, psychic. Loyalty, average. Sense of responsibility, average. IQ, high. Combat power potential, extremely high. Team compatibility, 89. Compatibility, excellent. The data appeared satisfactory, and Ian raised an eyebrow. Boss, all the zombies have been drawn away. Should we come to find you now? Chung Su's voice crackled through the intercom. Come on, but be cautious, Ian instructed before turning to Yuan Hao. Where are the people you captured? In another building. Should I bring them all over? Yuan Hao nodded at her and promptly departed. Soon, over 30 bound men and women were brought forth, the majority being women, most of whom were scantily clad and covered in grime. Seeing this, Ian's eyes turned cold. Yuan Hao, noticing her reaction, hurriedly explained. These are all playthings of that Lu guy. That fat man was with so many women. He truly is a beast. Instantly, Ian felt that the previous fate had been too lenient for him. At the back of the crowd stood a strikingly handsome man in white, exuding a gentle aura, none other than Bai Jinghe, a prominent figure from her past life. A subtle smile flickered in Ian's eyes. The noble Bai Jinghe now found himself in such a predicament. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. Bring him up, she lazily pointed at Bai Jinghe. And Yuan Hao and the others promptly shoved him forward. Bai Jinghe glared coldly at Ian and bound tightly, like a rice dumpling.
Boss.
Is he to be your male pet? Yuan Hao inquired thoughtfully. Ian shook her head and replied nonchalantly, not my type. Bai Jinghe's gaze remained icy as he regarded her. Ian smirked but ceased her teasing, instead stating languidly, Captain Bai, you have already sold yourself to me. Bai Jinghe, perplexed, could not comprehend her words, and merely scoffed. Ian continued leisurely. Your teammate, He Chi, has already signed a contract of servitude on your behalf. Perhaps you should take a look. With that, she produced the contract and displayed it before Bai Jinghe. Bai Jinghe's expression shifted. He Chi, he sent you to rescue me? Ian nodded, then feigned hesitation. However, it seems Captain Bai does not acknowledge this contract. In that case, I shall have to reconsider your fate. Captain Bai, perhaps you should fend for yourself. Leaning back on the sofa, she waved her hand, signaling Yuan how to take Bai Jinghe away. Bai Jinghe was at a loss for words. Born into a prominent family, he had always excelled academically and studied abroad at a young age, becoming one of the first ability users to awaken after the apocalypse, leading a team that achieved the highest contributions at the state base. Such a proud nature as his. Now encountering such dire straits and being sold to this seemingly frail girl was something he could hardly accept. Yet he realized that without her, he might not have escaped such a calamity. These thoughts crossed Bai Jinghe's mind in an instant. Understanding the necessity of compromise, he quickly replied, I agree. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao paused and looked to Ian for instructions. Release him, Ian instructed calmly. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Secondary side quest successful. Rewards being issued. Reward 1. An additional designated analysis function is now available daily. You can now analyze 3 individuals each day. Reward 2. The spatial base has expanded 20-fold. In the next instant, Ian watched as the base within the space rapidly expanded 10-fold around the large 5-story villa, with 17 new buildings sprouting up. Among them were 10 3-story residential villas, each beautiful and exquisite, though not as grand as the original villa. Additionally, there were 10 large buildings designated for research, technology, medical, commerce, military, office, and surveillance purposes. Ian was somewhat astounded. The system's power far exceeded her expectations. Such structures would have been impossible to construct by human hands in the apocalypse. Yet the system had conjured them from nothing, utilizing remarkably durable materials. In the future, when establishing her base, she would have no concern regarding construction. She could simply relocate the spatial base. However, the matters of the base could wait. An's immediate priority was to assert control over this small group.
System.
Analyze Yuan Hao, she mentally commanded, and the system responded promptly. Character analysis: Yuan Hao, male, 31 years old, 177 centimeters, 64 kilograms, Leo. Ability: Awakening Wood. Loyalty: high. Sense of responsibility: high. IQ: average. Combat power potential: high. Team compatibility: 91. Compatibility: high. It appeared that Yuan Hao's loyalty and sense of responsibility surpassed Suja's, making him more suitable for leadership. Ian turned to him. From now on, you will be responsible for leading this territory. In case of danger, contact me directly. With that, she tossed the intercom to Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao's face lit up with excitement, but then he seemed to remember something and asked, "Boss, want you stay here? I have other matters to attend to." Ian shook her head, rising to survey the surroundings through the window. "The terrain here is quite favorable. It would be wise for you to settle in." After saying this, she turned back to Yuan Hao and Suja. These individuals had chosen to survive outside, rather than go to the base, evidently seeking freedom and disliking constraints. While she understood this, freedom did not equate to indulgence. To manage these people effectively, they must recognize who the true leader was. With this thought, a sharp glint flickered in An's eyes. "Should you dare to betray me, I will ensure that your lives are a living hell." Her words sent a chill through both men, not only from the menacing aura she exuded but also from the intensity of her gaze, which inexplicably made them both feel a shiver down their spines, compelling them to submit. "Rest assured, boss." Yuan Hao immediately bowed his head in assurance. Suja also lowered his head, appearing docile. He was unsure why, but he distinctly felt a surge of energy within him since the apocalypse, discovering that he could influence others' minds through eye contact. Yet, when this girl looked at him, his heart raced, rendering him incapable of concentrating. What terrifying power did she possess? Bai Jinghe, observing the scene, felt a deepening intrigue. He too sensed the formidable presence radiating from this girl. She appeared exceptionally powerful, and the two ability users held her in high regard. Moreover, the previous leader had vanished, likely due to her influence. Bai Jinghe's curiosity about her capabilities grew stronger. Ian remained unperturbed, well aware that trust and loyalty between individuals are not established overnight. They had only just met her, and there would be ample opportunities in the future for them to willingly serve her. Outside the window, Qingsu and the others had already arrived. Ian issued commands to Yuan Hao. "Before my next visit, I have 2 tasks for you." Hearing this, Yuan Hao lowered his head, respectfully awaiting Ian's instructions. "First, increase the number of superhumans to 20. Each new addition must report to me. Second, triple the food supplies. How you accomplish this is up to you. Should you encounter difficulties, contact me via the walkie-talkie. This specialized device can reach me within a 10-kilometer radius, as I am stationed at a national base 8 kilometers away." After delivering her instructions, Yuan Hao nodded solemnly, assuring her he would find a way to succeed. Only then did Ian descend with Bai Jing and meet Qingsu and the others. "You all take Captain Bai to the street corner and wait for me." Ian intentionally omitted mentioning the armored vehicles, as Qingsu and the others were astute enough to understand the need to safeguard the secret of the space. Thus, the 4 of them escorted Bai Jing and walked out. Meanwhile, Ian stealthily retrieved the 4 concealed armored vehicles into her space and took out the base's off-road vehicle. She then turned to gaze at the factory building behind her, skillfully positioning cameras at various angles on the opposite building where Yuan Hao and the others were located, ensuring comprehensive surveillance of their movements. From this point onward, every action of Yuan Hao and his team would be under her watchful eye. If they obeyed, they would be spared. If they disobeyed, an opportunity would be sought to eliminate them. Until absolute trust was established, Ian would not offer them any advantages. As for Suja, his future behavior would determine his fate, should he align with her intentions. She would gladly instruct him on how to wield his powers and cultivate him into a valuable subordinate. However, that time had not yet arrived. With these thoughts in mind, Ian drove the off-road vehicle toward Qingsu and the others. Upon stopping, Qingsu and the others boarded the vehicle, while Bai Jing remained still, scanning the area for his team members. Get in. I'll take you to find Ichi. An's tone was tinged with impatience, prompting Bai Jing to comply without hesitation and board the vehicle. Following the direction where Ichi had fled, she soon spotted him waiting by the roadside, accompanied by a robust man who appeared more gravely injured and was resting on the ground. Captain. Ichi immediately recognized Bai Jing and, initially in disbelief, was overcome with emotion, rushing to embrace him as he alighted from the vehicle. Captain, I'm so sorry. It's my fault for offending that gang over a few bottles of water. It cost us 2 team members. Ichi's voice broke with tears. Bai Jing's expression turned somber as he patted Ichi's back. In this era, lives are already devalued. This was merely an unfortunate incident. Do not be too hard on yourself, old he.
Captain.
The man on the ground struggled to rise. You're severely injured. Don't move, old Zhang. Bai Jing supported him. The 3 of them shared a few words of comfort, and Bai Jing recounted their recent experiences. En, seated in the vehicle, sipped on soda while surveying the surroundings. Are you all ready? We don't have time for idle chatter. Her words were underscored with evident impatience, prompting Bai Jing and the others to fall silent, acutely aware that they had essentially become Ichi's subordinates under Enan. What do you need us to do? Bai Jing asked quietly. I'm hungry. Go find something to eat, quickly. After Enan spoke, Bai Jing frowned slightly, glancing at his 2 injured teammates.
All right.
I'll go myself. Let them rest here. That's acceptable, Enan nodded, not wishing to overly burden them. Captain. Ichi's eyes brimmed with tears, lamenting their once revered leader now reduced to relying on others and having to serve. Bai Jing patted Ichi's shoulder reassuringly before turning and running off in the distance. En exchanged a glance with Renew. Keep an eye on him. Understanding her intent, Renew stealthily followed. Ichi swallowed hard, contemplating the phrase to serve as a companion to a king is akin to being with a tiger. This female captain was indeed astute. Approximately 15 minutes later, Enan checked the time. It was already 3:40 p.m. She opened the car door and stepped out, finding a spot on the ground to sit. Calling to her teammates, everyone has worked hard. Let us have lunch.
Yay!
Jiang He and the others responded enthusiastically. Xiao He, find something delicious from the space. After Enan's request, Jiang He retrieved several self-heating hot pots and bottles of mineral water from the space, featuring flavors such as spicy beef, crispy beef tripe, and tomato beef brisket. In total, there were 5 boxes, with everyone leaving one for Renew, while the other 4 selected one each to open. This left Ichi and the man beside him in stunned silence. They had no idea where the girl named Jiang He had procured such self-heating hot pots, 5 in total. Could they possibly possess the legendary spatial abilities? Enan was unperturbed by the potential exposure of their spatial abilities, as it was inevitable that their team's secret would eventually be revealed. She merely needed to conceal Jiang He's powers while ensuring her own remained hidden. Just then, Renew returned, shaking his head slightly at Enan. No abnormalities detected. They're diligently searching for food. Shortly thereafter, Bai Jing returned, holding a pack of crushed biscuits, half a bottle of mineral water, and an unopened bag of chips, his white clothing stained with sweat and blood, clearly having encountered zombies.
Yet,
upon seeing Enan and her team enjoying their self-heating hot pots, he momentarily froze, while his 2 teammates sat forlornly to the side, watching longingly. Bai Jing felt a wave of despondency wash over him, guilt swelling within as he realized his teammates were suffering while they could only watch others indulge. Dragging his heavy steps, he approached Enan and handed over the hard-earned food he had gathered. However, Enan did not even glance at it. She had not expected him to find anything substantial. Asking him to gather food was merely a means to train his obedience. Training others was akin to training a dog. One must instill fear and ensure compliance while also providing benefits, striking a delicate balance between being too harsh and overly lenient. Setting down her utensils, Enan looked at Bai Jing and smiled. Well done. Since you have become mine, you shall not be treated unfairly, provided you demonstrate absolute loyalty and obedience. With that, she turned to Jiang He. Xiao He, bring me 3 more self-heating hot pots. Bai Jing was momentarily taken aback by Enan's appearance beneath her mask. He had previously known her to be tall and attractive, but had not anticipated her features to be so stunning, possessing such formidable strength while being so alluring. Her enchanting eyes held a hint of innocence. Bai Jing felt a stir of emotions, momentarily losing track of Enan's words. Jiang He obediently handed over 3 additional self-heating hot pots to Enan, who set them aside and addressed Bai Jing and his team. The food you scavenged is far too meager. You should eat this instead. She then placed 3 bottles of mineral water before them. At this point, Bai Jing finally grasped Enan's words, and he and his 2 teammates were utterly astonished. He swallowed hard, and upon confirming that Enan was not jesting, he rushed forward to open the self-heating hot pot and prepare it. Bai Jing was astounded to discover that Enan's team included a spatial ability user, rendering him at a loss for how to respond to her generosity. Originally, her fierce and domineering act of incorporating her own team was within his realm of understanding. After all, in this apocalypse, the strong rule, and those with power are expanding their influence. Yet her current gentle and courteous demeanor made him feel somewhat embarrassed. They, the Qinghe team, had done nothing. They were entirely reliant on her for survival. Now she even shared such precious food with him. Bai Jinghe thought, his stomach already growling. "Captain, please eat. I'll help you cook," He said, watching his captain in a daze and eagerly tearing open the packaging. "Boss, you are truly kind to the Qinghe team. Such things can't be bought with contribution points at the base," Chung Su said with a smile, but his words were clearly meant for the Qinghe members.
"Well,
"From now on, we are all on the same side," Enan replied, her voice neither loud nor soft, just right for Bai Jinghe and the others to hear. Bai Jinghe felt a stir in his heart and glanced at Enan. This girl, she commands such a seemingly powerful team. Perhaps aligning with them wouldn't be a bad idea after all. He took the self-heating hot pot from He-Chi's hands and began to cook in silence, murmuring, "Thank you. What is this? If you stick with me, there will be plenty of benefits," Enan said, clapping her hands. She glanced at the man next to He-Chi, whose leg was tightly bandaged, a clear sign of a serious injury. "We, the Qinghe team, will listen to you in the future," Bai Jinghe said, looking at the 2 team members. "Call me boss." He-Chi and the man beside him promptly set down their chopsticks, looking at Enan with respect and calling out, "Boss." The self-heating hot pot was simply irresistible, and He-Chi and the others now called her boss with genuine admiration. Bai Jinghe nodded, looking at Enan and boss. "Feel free to give orders in the future." Enan was quite satisfied. This old fox was sensible. Seizing the opportunity, while the 3 were focused on their rice, Enan took out some anti-inflammatory medicine and iodine from her space and tossed them to the man beside He-Chi. "By the way, what is your name?" The man received it with surprise, and upon realizing it was anti-inflammatory medicine and iodine, he exclaimed, "Boss, my name is Zhang Meng." "Thank you, boss." Enan nodded, noting that she had heard of him. Zhang Meng, true to his name, was another fierce warrior of the Qinghe team, if her memory served her right. He was a formidable dual ability user. Enan continued, "I just saw an unattended car up ahead. You all can drive back to the base. There's no need to follow us. Go do your own thing." Bai Jinghe was taken aback by her arrangement and asked, "Can we go back to the base to form a team?" "Of course, however, you and your team must always obey my commands." "You are free to do as you please unless I issue an order," Enan replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Jinghe felt considerably relieved. It essentially granted him significant freedom. He nodded. "In that case, thank you, boss." In Chapter 33, The Poison Ability Girl, Enan provided Bai Jinghe with a walkie-talkie for easy communication, as most regions had no mobile signal, making contact exceedingly difficult. After finishing their meal, they parted ways, with Enan leading her team towards the outskirts. With only a few hours before the zombies evolved, and with the impending evolution around midnight, Enan was determined to confront the first wave of evolved zombies and rigorously train her team. The team continued their journey while clearing zombies along the way. If they encountered an overwhelming number of zombies, Enan would step in to assist. Her lightning ability was so powerful that she could eliminate 3 or 4 zombies in an instant, but it consumed a significant amount of energy. Whenever her energy waned, she would absorb energy from crystal cores. Enan had taught her team this method of replenishing energy early on, but the first-level crystal cores were insufficient. They were now all second-level abilities, better suited to second-level crystal cores. The team was in urgent need of numerous second-level crystal cores. Deep in thought, Enan accelerated the off-road vehicle toward a small hill and finally stopped at the summit, where a small villa stood. Deciding to rest there, the 5 cleared the few scattered zombies on the slope and approached the villa's entrance. Chung Su tried the door, but it was locked tight. "Looks like someone is inside," Enan said as she turned to the window, which fortunately was a sliding type and could be pushed open. The 5 jumped inside. and the first floor of the villa was eerily quiet. Only the sound of their breathing could be heard. "Is anyone here?" Jiang He whispered. And proceeded to the second floor, where she found a pool of dark blood in the corridor, flowing from one of the rooms. She stealthily approached, her grip tightening on her dagger. Chung Su and the others followed quietly. However, when Enan reached the door, she froze. Inside were two dead zombies, seemingly a couple, and sitting by their bed was a little girl hugging her knees. She appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, her face buried in her legs. Enan narrowed her eyes. This girl seemed to be the couple's child, but why was she still alive? Did she kill her parents? Upon hearing the noise, the girl slightly lifted her head to look at Enan and the others, her eyes devoid of life. "Did you kill these zombies?" Enan asked calmly. The girl's brows furrowed in sorrow, and her voice was barely a whisper. "I killed my mom and dad." "Indeed. But how could such a small girl possibly kill two adult zombies? Had she awakened her abilities? How did you kill them?" Enan continued to question. The girl shook her head in despair, crying, I don't know. I was just scared and pushed them." "A push? Was it a power-type ability?" Enan scanned the two zombie corpses. They were well-preserved with no obvious wounds, not typical of a power-type or ordinary abilities. The elemental abilities, wind, fire, lightning, wood, water, earth, and ice, would all leave distinct marks on a zombie's exterior. Enan had a strong intuition that this little girl might have awakened a special or hidden ability. Those who could awaken such powers at the onset of the apocalypse typically held great potential, especially a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Enan softened her voice as she approached the girl, gently stroking her head. "Don't be afraid. Your parents have gone to heaven. You helped free them from suffering." The little girl stopped crying under Enan's comfort, looking at her timidly, her large deep blue eyes sparkling with a hint of hope. "Big sister, is that true?" "Indeed." Enan nodded, smiling at her, signaling her team to take a break while she stayed with the girl. "Now, show me how you pushed them." The girl obediently extended her hand, palm forward, standing still. Half a minute later, she broke out in a sweat, her face pale, and a purple mist began to emanate from her palm. Poison ability. Enan's pupils dilated, and she swiftly stepped back, covering her mouth and nose. She quickly opened the window, and a gust of wind blew in, dispersing the toxic gas. Enan held her breath for 2 more minutes before leaning against the window to breathe. This little girl had awakened an exceedingly rare hidden ability, the poison ability. The girl, noticing Enan's reaction, appeared somewhat anxious. "Big sister, I'm sorry." She was unaware of what she had done wrong, but felt she had made a mistake seeing Enan's demeanor. "No, you don't need to apologize. This is your ability, the poison ability. You won't be harmed by the gas." "What's your name?" Enan asked patiently. "My name is Ko Erue." The little girl replied innocently. Enan's heart softened as she regarded the girl, whose extraordinary abilities were undeniable. Under her guidance, the girl would undoubtedly become exceptionally powerful. It is crucial to recognize that a well-executed poison-based ability could effortlessly eliminate a high-level zombie. "Xiao Rui, your powers are formidable. From now on, you shall accompany your sister. And I will protect you," Enan assured her. As the air in the room cleared, Enan returned to Xiao Rui's side and gently patted her head. "That is wonderful, sister. I'm giving you my teddy bear," Xiao Rui replied, finally breaking into a smile as she held out her beloved toy. Enan noticed the bear was stained with blood, and an ominous feeling surged within her. She took the bear and glanced at Xiao Rui's chest, where a gaping wound was evident, clearly inflicted by a zombie's bite. Enan turned her gaze to the floor, where Xiao Rui's father lay, a piece of flesh in his mouth, still clinging to fragments of Xiao Rui's clothing. Shocked, she looked at Xiao Rui, whose face was pale and expression distant. No wonder this little girl appeared so wan and frail. Xiao Rui, oblivious to Enan's thoughts, continued to smile, appearing obedient and compliant. "There's no time to waste. I must save her." Although her healing powers were only at level 2, she was determined to help. "Xiao Rui, be still. I will come to your aid," Enan urged anxiously. Xiao Rui complied without hesitation. This was the first time Enan employed her healing abilities. She lacked complete confidence, but concentrated all her mental energy to channel healing energy towards Xiao Rui's wound. Before long, the injury began to visibly mend, and the pallid traces of the zombie virus slowly vanished from Xiao Rui's body. A glimmer of hope ignited within Enan as she observed the virus dissipating. However, The exertion of her healing powers drained her mental energy at an alarming rate. Faster, please, faster, she silently prayed. At last, the grayish hue faded entirely from Xiao Rui, leaving only a small scar where the injury had been. En's mental energy was nearly depleted. The wound was substantial, and for her current level 2 healing abilities to restore it to such a degree was remarkable. Typically, it would require a level 3 or 4 healer to mend such an injury. En steadied herself against the floor, gasping for breath when suddenly she felt a warm little body embrace her. Xiao Rui buried her head in En's arms, her voice muffled with a hint of tears. "Thank you, big sister." Though she was small, she understood that it was En who had saved her. "Stay still." En gently pushed her away, retrieving medicine and bandages from her spatial storage to tend to the wound. Once everything was in order, she took Xiao Rui's hand tenderly and said, "Let us leave this room behind and embark on a new journey." Xiao Rui nodded, casting one last glance at her parents' lifeless bodies before following En out. Chapter 34. Jiang He's ex-boyfriend. At that moment, Jingsu approached. "Boss, there are people downstairs knocking for help." The other two from the adjacent rooms, Song Mian and Jiang He, emerged at the sound. "Let us investigate," En replied, leading Xiao Rui downstairs. Upon descending, they found 3 men and a woman at the door, all appearing to be in their early 20s, likely university students. Suddenly, Jiang He's sharp intake of breath drew En's attention. When she turned, she saw Jiang He's face filled with shock. Just as she was about to inquire, the leading man outside called out, "Xiao He, is that you?" "Thank goodness, it's me. Chiga, open the door." "Do you know them?" En asked, considering that if they were Jiang He's friends, allowing them in might not be an issue. However, a shadow of sadness crossed Jiang He's face. "He is my ex-boyfriend. He went abroad for studies and shortly thereafter, he broke up with me. Later, I discovered he had started dating a wealthy foreign girl." Jiang He recounted, her voice trailing off. It was evident that this man had caused her significant pain. "Turns out he's a scoundrel." En's tone grew cold. "Let me teach them a lesson," Jingsu exclaimed, ready to rush out. En halted him, coolly stating, "In that case, I shall assist in teaching these scoundrels a lesson." With that, she removed her mask, revealing a warm smile, and approached the window. "Are you friends of Xiao He?" she asked amiably. The 3 men and 1 woman leaned closer to the window, the leading man nodding vigorously. Yes, yes. I'm Xiao He's ex-boyfriend." Dressed in trendy attire adorned with punk accessories, he was a sight to behold, albeit disheveled from days spent outdoors. Behind him, a woman, clearly his girlfriend, attempted to hide. Her fair skin and designer clothes marred by a few days without a bath, her hair greasy. 2 other young men, equally affluent in appearance, stood nearby. En narrowed her eyes, smiling as she opened the window slightly, momentarily catching the 3 young men's attention. The wealthy girl's eyes flashed with jealousy. She felt humiliated by her current state compared to the refined, pristine appearance of the girl within the villa, who seemed untouched by the apocalypse. Her desire to enter the villa intensified. Once inside, she could clean herself and escape her current plight. En's voice remained gentle. "Since you are acquainted with Xiao He, you are welcome here. However, the situation outside is perilous, and resources are scarce. To enter, you must demonstrate your sincerity." Implicitly, she meant they should provide food. The young man was not foolish. He understood that to stay in someone else's home, one must offer something in return. After a brief moment of hesitation, he produced 4 packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water from his backpack. "Brother Chi." The wealthy girl behind him pouted, clearly reluctant to part with their supplies. En scoffed inwardly, accepting the food and passing it to Renew behind her. "Is this sufficient now?" the young man asked eagerly. En clicked her tongue, discreetly retrieving 2 bags of beef jerky from her spatial storage, waving them behind the window with a feigned look of concern. "Our provisions are rather upscale. Your instant noodles simply do not compare. If you enter with such meager offerings, it would mean consuming our food, which seems rather unfair to us." The 3 young men and the girls stared wide-eyed at the beef jerky, their mouths watering. However, they dared not press the issue, especially with a towering man and a cold, imposing woman standing behind En. They knew provoking her could jeopardize their chance to enter the villa, a refuge they had painstakingly found amidst the chaos. "We have more," the young man named Wang Qi quickly asserted, signaling the others to share their supplies. The two young men hesitated, while the wealthy girl remained visibly reluctant. Clutching her bag that contained numerous gourmet items and luxury cosmetics she was unwilling to part with. Wang Qi, feeling a tinge of impatience at her lack of understanding, remarked, "Do you wish to spend the night in the wilderness? Have you forgotten that we nearly perished at the hands of zombies last night?" Upon hearing this, the affluent beauty recalled their harrowing escape from the previous evening. She had gone 2 days and nights without proper rest, utterly fatigued, and longed to take shelter in this villa. Reluctantly, she handed her backpack to Wang Qi. Wang Qi accepted the pack and turned to Yinan, seeking confirmation once more. "We will give you the food, and you will allow us entry, correct?" Deep down, he felt uncertain, but he had no alternative at present. Jiang He, observing the situation, understood Yinan's intentions and harbored resentment towards Wang Qi. She had initially learned of her betrayal through the lips of a wealthy girl and had once believed their breakup stemmed from the challenges of a long-distance relationship, thinking he did not wish to burden her. It was only later that she realized she was the one deceived. Jiang He approached the window, and upon seeing her, Wang Qi immediately adopted a tender tone to appeal to her emotions. "Xiao He, we were in love for 3 years. After I went abroad, our communication diminished. Yet I still harbor feelings for you. I did not wish to impede your future, which is why I suggested we part ways. You can understand, can't you?" His words were laden with supposed sincerity, unaware that Jiang He was already privy to the truth and that he regarded her as a naive girl easily swayed. Jiang He internally scoffed, though she feigned emotion on the surface, saying, "I knew it. Chigo, you still care for me." She then turned to Yinan, proclaiming, "This is our captain. She possesses a kind heart. You should heed her, and if she is satisfied, she will certainly let you in." "Good, Xiao He." Wang Qi felt a sense of relief hearing her words, noting her lingering affection towards him, which filled him with self-satisfaction. He thought her to be a gullible fool, and his charm indeed seemed to be substantial. However, the affluent beauty behind him was increasingly agitated by their exchange, but was astute enough to recognize that their immediate priority was to find a way into the villa. So she refrained from voicing her displeasure. Wang Qi handed all 4 backpacks filled with food to Yinan, who placed them on the ground one by one. Suddenly, her amiable smile vanished, and she coldly secured the window shut. "Hey, what is the meaning of this?" Wang Qi was taken aback, banging on the window repeatedly. The villa's high-quality materials rendered the windows robust and soundproof, and despite his frantic pounding, they produced little noise inside. The 2 men behind Wang Qi and the affluent beauty quickly caught on and joined him in a frenzied attempt to breach the window, shouting in desperation. They had surrendered all their food to Yinan. How could she break her word and deny them entry? Xiao He, what has happened to you? I still love you." Wang Qi was nearly driven to madness, calling out Jiang He's name at the top of his lungs. Jiang He acted as though she had not heard him, not even glancing in their direction. Yinan tossed the 4 bags to Jiang He, instructing, "Check the supplies and store them." "Understood, Captain." Jiang He opened the bags to reveal an assortment of convenience foods, snacks, instant noodles, dried tofu, and beverages. The 4 outside, watching their lifeline of supplies being unpacked, began to weep in despair, their anger dissipating into hopelessness and sorrow. Their cries transformed from curses into pleas. Yet, Yinan and her companions remained unmoved, even finding a sense of satisfaction in the situation. As night fell, Yinan decided to prepare a meal for her team. She retrieved some vegetables, pork, chicken, and beef from her supplies, prompting Ching-Su and Rinyu to eagerly volunteer to wash the vegetables and demonstrate their culinary skills. Meanwhile, Yinan, Song Nian, Jiang He, and Xiao Rui gathered in the first-floor bedroom, sharing laughter and stories. Jiang He entertained them with jokes, eliciting hearty laughter from Yinan and Xiao Rui, even bringing a smile to Song Nian's face. However, outside, Wang Qi and his companions were too loud, attracting the attention of 2 nearby zombies. They fled in a panic like frightened dogs, yet they were reluctant to abandon the villa, hoping that Yinan and her group would suddenly change their minds and let them in. Their desperate antics around the villa were quite a sight to behold. "Brother Wang, save me." At that moment, the affluent beauty was far from her glamorous self. With zombies in pursuit, her face twisted in terror, her complexion pale, her hair a tangled mess, and her shoes lost, she sprinted barefoot in a frenzy. Being a pampered girl, she was the slowest, and as the zombies closed in, she clutched Wang Qi's shirt, crying out for help. "Get away from me." Wang Qi, consumed by anger, kicked her aside.
Ah!
The affluent beauty shrieked as she fell to the ground, and the zombies lunged at her, biting into her face, leaving half of it gruesomely torn away, exposing her skull. Her eyes bulged in terror, revealing a macabre visage as she screamed, "Ah!" In the next moment, the zombies took another bite, devouring the other half of her face. And she succumbed to death. After 2 days of battling zombies, Zhang He and her companions had become desensitized to such horrors, merely glancing at the scene before returning to their laughter. Only Xiao Rui showed signs of fear, but Yinan wished for her to grow stronger quickly. So she did not shield her from the gruesome sight, understanding that they would face far worse in the future. Meanwhile, outside, Wang Qi, seizing the moment while the 2 zombies feasted on the affluent beauty's remains, pressed his face against the window, weeping, "Xiao He, I was wrong. I should not have broken up with you. Please give me another chance. I will do anything for you." Jiang He was once again appalled by Wang Qi's despicable demeanor. She could hardly fathom how she had ever been attracted to such a selfish man. Come, dinner is served." Just then, the delightful aroma wafted in as Cheng Su brought forth a bowl of braised carp, setting it on the table before Yinan and her companions. The dish was a feast for the senses, instantly igniting the appetites of the girls. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, they could scarcely find warm meals, and they truly yearned for these moments reminiscent of the world before. Especially Xiao Rui, who had gone 2 days without food, her stomach growled with hunger. "Stop staring. Let us eat." Yinan urged the girls to dig in, just as Renew arrived with a plate of stir-fried beef. With Yinan's encouragement, Jiang He and Song Yan wasted no time. After handing Xiao Rui a pair of chopsticks, they eagerly devoured the fish. Meanwhile, outside, Wang Qi looked on in despair at the scene unfolding within, jealousy and rage clouding his vision. Just then, a zombie lunged from behind, tearing his neck apart in one swift motion. Wang Qi let out a horrified scream before losing consciousness, and his body was soon viciously torn apart by 2 zombies. Chapter 35. Level 2 zombies separated by a mere wall. 2 worlds existed. On one side, zombies feasted on human flesh as 3 men and a woman met their demise. While within the walls, Yinan and her companions indulged in a lavish spread, observing her teammates devouring their meal with such joy. Yinan felt a warmth in her heart. She vowed to protect her people diligently. She would grow stronger, providing a safe haven for those who placed their trust in her.
Ding ding.
The European-style clock on the wall chimed melodiously, and Yinan looked up just as it struck 12. The zombies were beginning to mutate. A glimmer of excitement sparked in her eyes as she addressed her satisfied companions. "Prepare yourselves, follow me. We must venture out to confront the level 2 zombies." At her command, the group swiftly shifted into a state of alertness. Their relaxed expressions replaced with focus as they checked their attire and weapons. The second-tier zombies exhibit various forms of enhancement. If one is careless, death is easily imminent. Therefore, you must all follow me and remain vigilant. Yinan instructed, rising to move towards the door. Understood. Cheng Su and the others responded in unison. Among them was Xiao Rui, whose youthful face bore a serious expression as she dutifully followed Yinan, and turning to Xiao Rui, Yinan's demeanor softened somewhat. "Xiao Rui, you are still young. Wait for us here."
"No."
"Sister Xing, I do not wish to be useless. Did you not say during the meal that my abilities are remarkable? I can protect you." To Yinan's surprise, Xiao Rui shook her head resolutely, insisting on accompanying her. Yinan felt a slight heaviness in her heart. Her choice to save Xiao Rui was indeed due to the uniqueness of her abilities, which would be beneficial to her in the future. To be frank, she viewed her merely as a useful tool. Yet this little girl exhibited such bravery in declaring her intent to protect her. Indeed, while venturing into battle posed dangers, it also allowed for rapid growth. At worst, she could keep a closer eye on her. Yinan nodded. "Very well, stay close to me, and remember to be sharp." Outside, the zombies had become animated by the commotion within, banging against the door with fervor. With a strong pull, Yinan yanked the door open, causing a zombie to tumble forward due to inertia, impaling itself on Song Yan's long blade. Renew swiftly dispatched another zombie, and Yinan kicked the remaining one aside as she stepped outside. From the hillside, faint screams of humans could be heard. Peering through the bushes, Yinan spotted a massive zombie pursuing 2 humans. This zombie was twice the size of an ordinary one and moved with alarming speed, pouncing on the 2 humans in just a few strides, its colossal form pinning them down as its gaping maw sank into one of their necks. It was evidently a mutated second-tier zombie. Chung-Su and the others were taken aback by the sight of such a large zombie. Despite their mental preparations, they were still unsettled by the grotesque creature. "I will handle this zombie first. You all observe and learn," Enan declared in a serious tone, leaping from the bushes and sprinting forward. Roar! The zombie, hearing the sound, abruptly turned its head, its gray-white eyes fixating on Ean before it lunged towards her. The evolved second-tier zombie possessed heightened senses and intelligence, no longer as easily dealt with as their first-tier counterparts. With a swift motion, Enan shot her grappling hook towards the zombie's back, tightening the line as she soared towards it. When she was 5 meters away, a surge of electricity erupted from her hand, a fierce bolt of blue-violet light striking the zombie. Roar! The zombie was clearly incapacitated by the shock, its body convulsing. A fierce glint flashed in En's eyes as she brushed past the zombie, her dagger slicing through. Crack! The zombie's head fell to the ground. A grotesque sight, its size akin to that of 2 human heads. With a flick of her finger, a second-tier crystal core appeared within her space. Taking a deep breath, Enan turned around to find her teammates staring at her in awe. "Boss, this is entirely beyond reference. Your combat prowess is inhuman,"
Cheng-Su exclaimed in dissatisfaction.
Suddenly, En's heart sank as she glanced aside. A zombie was charging toward her. This one was different from the others, moving with incredible speed, almost covering 10 meters in the blink of an eye. A speed-type mutated second-tier zombie. Enan shot her grappling hook towards Cheng-Su and the others. "You two form a team and engage the zombies. It's time for them to train." "I'm on it." Rinyu dashed out like the wind, recognizing that he was best suited to confront this faster zombie due to his speed abilities.
"Fine.
"Take me with you," Cheng-Su shouted as he also bolted forward. The commotion from the battle had attracted nearby zombies, gradually drawing a crowd of about a dozen first-tier zombies and 2 second-tier zombies, one a strength type and the other with hardened skin. Ean assigned the strength-type second-tier zombie to Song Mien and the others while she tackled the remaining zombies herself. Song Mien, Jiang He, and Xiao Rui formed a trio to battle the strength-type second-tier zombie. While observing them, Enan systematically eliminated the remaining zombies, collecting all the crystal cores along the way. Her space urgently required 100 second-tier crystal cores for an upgrade. "Rinyu, your speed is no slower than his. You need to anticipate his movements," Ean commanded from the sidelines. "Xiao Rui, your poison can harm humans as well, so you must stay as safe as possible while getting close to the zombies. Be cautious during the fight against the strength and mutation types. Their power can be overwhelming." With Ean's guidance, the 5 of them became increasingly adept at handling the zombies, swiftly dispatching the 2 mutated second-tier zombies. "Too slow, not enough," Enan remarked, shaking her head in dissatisfaction. "Continue practicing." "Understood, Captain." Chapter 36. Encounter with Lu Qingqing. After a night of intense training, dawn began to break, and Ean and her team had nearly cleared all the zombies from the hillside residential areas, even eliminating those on the road below. However, every member of the team appeared worn and disheveled, their bodies and faces smeared with blood and sweat, a pungent scent of blood pervading the air. Ean had slain the most zombies. In addition to eliminating the greatest number, she also needed to keep a vigilant eye on her teammates' safety. Nevertheless, her efforts bore fruit, as her space now contained over 60 second-tier crystal cores. The prospect of an upgrade filled her with optimism. Someone's coming. Suddenly alert, Ean turned her gaze towards the road, hearing the distant sound of vehicles approaching. At this time, the only people capable of driving were either from government bases or influential groups. The team collectively focused on the road, and when they saw an armored vehicle from the base, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Those from the same base would not pose a threat to them. No wonder there have been no zombies along this route. It seems there is a team of ability users here. A man in the passenger seat of the vehicle, noticing Ean's base insignia, muttered, then leaned out to address her and the others. "Do you not have a vehicle? Would you like to join us?" Ean was about to shake her head in refusal when her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar face in the armored vehicle behind. It was none other than Lu Qingqing. A chill ran down Ean's spine. It was on this very day in her previous life that Lu Qingqing's team undertook an S-level mission, collaborating with the base's military to assist Ronghua Primary School. With her extensive knowledge of the storyline, Lu Qingqing played a pivotal role in the rescue, earning the admiration of the base's outer command leader, Lu Qi, in this lifetime. However, due to her own presence, Lu Qingqing's team was no longer a special operations unit and had not taken on that mission. Yet, she still appeared here. A cold smile crossed Yin and S lips as she glanced at Chi Mei, who was waving at her from the third vehicle, giving her a nod. Already formulating a hypothesis in her mind. It's you. Get in the car and join us. A melodious voice rang out, exuding a tone of gravity and undeniable authority. Yin looked towards the back seat of the first vehicle, where Lu Qi sat. Commander, do you know this team? The soldier in the passenger seat brightened up, inquiring. Yes. Lu Qi nodded, pausing for a moment before adding meaningfully, their captain possesses remarkable strength. Having them in this rescue will greatly increase our chances of success. Yin raised an eyebrow, amused by the unexpected praise. Behind her, Lu Qingqing's expression had grown quite grim. With a slight smile, Yin felt quite pleased. Very well. Our Nanxing team is willing to serve. Welcome. The man in the passenger seat opened the car door and jumped out, only to discover that a little girl was hiding behind Yin. This was the girl we had come to rescue. She was also a special abilities user. Yin explained that the base did not accommodate idle individuals, and she had to articulate the value of Xiao Rui for the base to keep her. It was astonishing to encounter such a young abilities user. The man nodded and then glanced back at several armored vehicles. After some consideration, he addressed Lu Qingqing, suggesting, Miss Lu, why don't you take a seat in the last vehicle? This one is reserved for my team. At that moment, apart from Lu Qingqing's vehicle, the others were nearly full, unable to accommodate 6 people. Lu Qingqing's expression darkened further, but she dared not defy the orders of the base's military, almost gritting her teeth. She reluctantly stepped down and walked to the back. Yin and the others boarded the second vehicle. The convoy soon set off towards Ronghua Primary School. Excuse me, soldier. Is this S-grade mission taken on by the winter team? Yin politely inquired, glancing at the soldier driving the vehicle. Yes, the soldier replied, appearing to be a good-natured fellow, with a somewhat simple demeanor. He nodded in response. How did Miss Lu end up here? Yin asked casually. The soldier, being honest, recounted, this morning, as we passed by that big building on the road, Miss Lu suddenly appeared, as if she had been waiting there. She claimed to possess important information and even demonstrated her water abilities, expressing her desire to join the rescue. The soldier's face lit up with envy as he added, by the way, she seems to be a space abilities user, and now with water abilities too. How fortunate to have 2 powers. I'm so curious about what space abilities are like. I haven't even awakened a single ability myself. If it weren't for my strong physique, I would have been eliminated by now. The soldier continued to ramble, but Yin ceased to listen. Indeed, her suspicions were correct. Lu Qingqing was relentless in seizing every opportunity for recognition. However, it seemed she had not disclosed the fact that her space abilities had vanished, likely wishing to conceal it and continue enjoying preferential treatment. Lu Qingqing's space abilities are not truly gone. Besides, what she possesses is not even genuine space abilities, but rather stolen from our leader. Jiang he expressed his discontent, but before he could finish, Song Nian covered his mouth. Realizing there were outsiders present, he obediently fell silent. What? Are you saying Miss Lu no longer has space abilities? The soldier was taken aback, incredulous. Space abilities can just disappear like that? The soldier was utterly confused. Yin subtly gestured for her team members to refrain from speaking further. There was no point in saying more. If they wished to expose her, there were myriad ways to do so. As the armored vehicles traveled farther, the number of zombies surrounding them increased. Naturally, the level 2 zombies also became more prevalent. They mixed among the level 1 zombies, attacking the armored vehicles with terrifying strength and speed. Damn it, what is happening? Another massive zombie has appeared. I saw one this morning and thought I was hallucinating, the soldier exclaimed, gripping the steering wheel tightly. At that moment, a gigantic zombie lunged at the armored vehicle occupied by Yin and her team. This level 2 zombie evidently possessed greater intelligence. The surrounding level 1 zombies were frantically gnashing their teeth, battering the armored vehicle, their faces bloodied and grotesque, while the level 2 zombie relentlessly pounded on the glass with its fists. That was the weakest point of the armored vehicle, the most susceptible to being shattered.
Goodness.
This one is surprisingly clever, the soldier exclaimed, clearly agitated. The armored vehicle ahead was ensnared by a swarm of zombies, forcing everyone to move at a snail's pace. The incessant sound of zombies battering against the vehicle was driving people to the brink of irritation. Suddenly, a series of gunfire erupted. Ian looked ahead to see Lu Qi emerging with a Thompson submachine gun, unleashing a barrage upon the zombies.
Roar.
A male level 2 zombie charged at Lu Qi, undeterred by the bullets raining down on it. Despite countless bullets striking its body and face, it only sustained numerous puncture wounds, its speed of movement unaffected. It was well known that zombies only died when shot in the head, and this level 2 zombie appeared to be a hardened variant, even under such fierce gunfire. Its body remained largely intact. "Commander!" The soldier inside the vehicle cried out, terrified, calling Lu Qi's name. In the next moment, the previously menacing zombie found its neck ensnared by a wooden vine, which began to constrict rapidly. Cheng Su and the others could hardly believe their eyes. It was evident that this was a wood abilities user. Yet it was entirely different from the wood abilities users they had encountered before. Throughout their journey, they had seen wood abilities users who lacked combat capabilities, and almost no teams would accept those who awakened wood abilities, as everyone thought. Could they really defeat zombies by throwing wood at them? However, Lu Qi before them could manipulate vines, leaving everyone in shock. Only Ian remained calm. If such an ability had manifested in someone else, she might have been surprised, but this was Lu Qi, the commander of the base's outer perimeter, a man destined to become immensely powerful and unshakable. At this moment, all the soldiers disembarked to clear the zombies, including those from Qi Ye's winter team. With the emergence of level 2 zombies, the effectiveness of firearms against zombies was significantly diminished, and the abilities of the users began to shine. Qi Ye's team consisted of 3 men and 2 women, with Qi Yi at the forefront, his dark abilities making him elusive. Qi Mei appeared to possess strength abilities, agile and capable. Ian recognized the other 3 team members. They had all belonged to the winter team in her past life. They were Qi Xian, the warm-hearted water abilities user, Chen Feifei, the fiery and impulsive girl, and Xu Hui, the tough fire abilities user. Ian remembered Qi Xian well. She recalled that he eventually awakened healing abilities, making him a rare talent.
Boss.
Do we need to engage in combat? Cheng Su asked, observing that nearly everyone had disembarked to clear the zombies, waiting patiently for Ian's command. Just relax. You all can rest, Ian said lazily, shaking her head. They had already cleared most of the zombies on the previous stretch of road. Was it not permissible for them to take a moment to rest? Why are we all fighting while the captain of the Nanqing team doesn't even dare to get out of the vehicle? Suddenly, Lu Qingqing's shrill voice pierced through the air. She deliberately raised her voice, ensuring that nearly everyone could hear her. Upon hearing this, everyone noticed that the team in the second vehicle had not emerged to clear the zombies. Hey, your voice is quite loud. Can't you see they are exhausted?
Besides,
the last stretch of road had no zombies. It was surely them who cleared it. You should be grateful instead of blaming others.
Qi Mei retorted suddenly.
Her voice was strong and filled with righteousness, contrasting sharply with Lu Qingqing's shrill tone, making her argument quite persuasive, which in turn diminished the discontent among the crowd. Lu Qingqing was left speechless by Qi Mei's words. She couldn't fathom where this towering girl had come from, suddenly defending Ian, leaving her blushing with anger as she glared at Qi Mei, exclaiming, "Are you all in cahoots? You dare to defend her?" Qi Mei, now energized, placed her hands on her hips and looked down at Lu Qingqing with a smile, declaring, "Yes, we are in cahoots. She is my chosen sister-in-law."
Puffed.
Ian, who was sipping water inside the vehicle, nearly spat it out. "Boss, when did you start dating behind our backs?" Cheng Su and the others stifled their laughter, their faces filled with teasing expressions. Only Xiao Rui appeared bewildered. Huh? Qi Yi, having swiftly dealt with the last zombie nearby, returned and looked at Qi Mei, who stood with her hands on her hips and said calmly, "Sister, don't speak nonsense." His deep, magnetic voice was exceptionally pleasant. A drop of sweat trickled from his chin, landing in a pool of blood on the ground, splattering crimson droplets. At that moment, Lu Qingqing's heart was as tumultuous as the bloodied puddle, filled with shock. He called her sister, which meant she was Qi Mei? What? Lu Qingqing was utterly stunned. Wasn't Qi Mei supposed to have died long ago? Not only was she alive, but she also insisted that Ian was her chosen sister-in-law. Hadn't your strategy for Qi Yi even begun before it was already over? Why had the world transformed in such a manner? What are you all doing? Get in the car. Lu Qi's commanding voice broke through the chaos. Humph. Qi Mei shot Lu Qingqing a disdainful glance before turning to board the vehicle, with the remarkably dashing Qi following closely behind her. Lu Qingqing clenched her teeth and returned to her own vehicle, her mind in turmoil. Why was all of this happening? Was it possible that the plot described in the book could change? Had she overlooked something? Lu Qingqing recalled En's indifferent gaze and her strength, far surpassing that portrayed in the novel, causing her spine to chill. Chapter 38. Lu Qi's favoritism. While dark clouds loomed over Lu Qingqing, the Nanxing and Lindong teams were abuzz with excitement. In the Nanxing team, the soldier, with a cheerful grin, glanced at the road while saying, "Captain, little lady, even though I can't see your face, your eyes are striking. That Lindong team captain is so talented and handsome. You two seem like a perfect match." With the soldier's encouragement, Cheng Su and the others chimed in eagerly. Yeah, boss, that Lindong team captain is so handsome. I think he might be worthy of you." "Absolutely, boss, he looks strong. You should consider it." Boss. En listened in silence, having no interest in men at the moment, and was about to respond when suddenly, the soldier's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Immediately, Lu Qi's deep, serious voice came through. "Su Liang, drive carefully." The soldier nearly jumped out of his seat, hastily freeing one hand to grab the walkie-talkie, responding respectfully, "Yes, sir." He quickly switched off the device, muttering, "Oh my, I forgot to turn off the walkie-talkie. What a disaster." Meanwhile, the Lindong team in the fourth vehicle was even more lively. Chun Feifei and Chu Hui excitedly gossiped about everything concerning En, and Chi Mei vividly recounted the moment En saved her, leaving the others in awe. "The captain of the Nanxing team is incredibly impressive. She is truly my idol," Chun Feifei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Even as a boy, I admire her." Chu Hui instantly became a fan of En and Qi Xian, and Qi remained quietly seated at the back. Qi was well aware of En's capabilities and simply listened in silence. Qi Xian, though surprised, remained calmer than the others. Qi Mei nodded repeatedly. Yes, indeed. She is truly remarkable. Then, an idea struck her, and she turned to her brother with a dreamy expression. If only the Nanxing team captain could be my sister-in-law. Qi's dark eyes remained impassive, revealing no emotion. Finding the conversation dull, Qi Mei pouted and turned away. What a hopeless blockhead. Chun Feifei glanced over at Qi Yi and Qi Xian, the former being a taciturn and aloof handsome leader, while the latter was a gentle, attractive boy with powerful water abilities. The contrast between their cold and warm demeanors was striking. Yet, the captain always seemed so unattainable, making one hesitant to approach. In contrast, Qi Xian was tranquil and considerate, almost like a warm-hearted big dog. Reflecting on this, Chun Feifei felt a flutter in her heart and sweetly teased. The captain belongs to the goddess, while Qi Xian is ours. Little girl, are you saying Qi Xian is yours?
Qi Mei promptly discerned Chen Feifei's thoughts.
Teasingly looking at her. Sister Mei. Chun Feifei laughed, covering Qi Mei's mouth, and the two began to playfully tussle. In the back, Qi Xian felt slightly embarrassed. Having always preferred to stay home and draw, he had never experienced a romance, and now, being teased by girls, a blush crept onto his cheeks. However, he brushed it off, considering it merely playful banter. Tilting his head, Qi Xian gazed at the armored vehicle carrying Enan, catching glimpses of several figures inside through the rear window. A flicker of intrigue appeared in his light gray eyes, akin to the warmth of an April sun. Soon, the convoy arrived near Ronghua Primary School. However, the vehicles could advance no further, as the situation was far more dire than anyone had anticipated. An endless horde of zombies surged forward, including many second-tier zombies. The armored vehicles were nearly overwhelmed. Prepare the explosives. The soldier's walkie-talkie crackled again, with Lu Qi's voice commanding the scene. The soldier swiftly operated the control panel, launching several explosives from the top of the armored vehicle, which detonated around it. The surrounding zombies were blasted into pieces, with only a few hardened second-tier zombies still aggressively attacking the armored vehicle. All others lay lifeless. This armored vehicle has been modified. It's so cool.
Cheng Su exclaimed in admiration.
Prepare the cannon fire. Lu Qi's voice resonated again as cannons were mounted on the armored vehicle, bombarding the surrounding zombies.
Boom, boom, boom.
The ground trembled, and flesh flew through the air. En observed the carnage before her, her gaze profound. This was the reason she chose to remain at the national base. She would one day acquire these formidable weapons. After the apocalypse, many of these weapons would be difficult to maintain due to a lack of materials, but her space contained an inexhaustible supply of resources. Everyone, disembark and eliminate the zombies. Lu Qi issued his final command. Everyone inside the 8 armored vehicles exited, soldiers wielding various firearms while the ability users armed themselves and engaged in battle. Don't exert yourselves too much. Conserve your strength. Enan softly reminded, and Chengsu and others nodded, joining the fray. Enan did not follow the main group. Instead, she lingered at the back, subtly using her mental powers to gather the crystal cores from the fallen zombies. The number of cores in her space steadily increased. With over 100 second-tier cores now collected, it was time to look for an opportunity to upgrade her abilities. The system's task reward was within reach. As she thought of this, Enan felt a surge of joy, just then sensing a gaze upon her. Turning slightly, she caught a glimpse of Lu Qi. As the commander, he did not move to slay any zombies but instead stood at the rear, directing the operation. It seemed her leisurely behavior had drawn his attention. Calm and unbothered, Enan continued to observe the scene around her while blending in with the crowd. Commander Lu. Commander Lu. At that moment, Enan's keen senses noticed Lu Qingqing, frail and struggling, trying to push her way through the crowd while calling out to Lu Qi. With her water abilities lacking combat prowess, she had been hiding behind the soldiers, looking quite disheveled. However, it was evident that Lu Qi had not heard her. His gaze remained fixed on Enan and did not need to guess to know what Lu Qingqing was plotting. This woman was adept at cunning and deceit. In her previous life, she rarely fought zombies herself, instead hiding behind Xia Yun to enjoy various benefits. It was clear that she now sought to attach herself to Lu Qi to reap the rewards. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Enan's mouth beneath her mask as she sensed a zombie lunging at her from behind, yet she did nothing, continuing her struggle with the zombie before her, as if entirely unaware. Suddenly, a powerful force yanked Enan aside, and a black Thompson submachine gun emerged, firing 3 rounds that shattered the zombie's skull. Enan raised her gaze to meet a pair of deep, inscrutable eyes.
Lu Qi.
With a slight furrow of his brow, appeared emotionless. Was this the extent of the base's only lightning ability user? With her bright, innocent eyes, Enan caught a glimpse of the furious Lu Qingqing in the distance. She feigned exhaustion, resting her forehead on her hand, and said, "The lightning ability is too energy-draining. Its stability is compromised. Our small team has been battling zombies for 2 days and nights, and we are utterly fatigued." She added with a tone of self-reproach, "It is our Nanxing team that has hindered us. Please forgive us, Commander." Lu Qi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, upon encountering her, they had clearly just endured a brutal skirmish, each of them in a state of disarray. He had pulled her onto the vehicle. Contemplating this, a sense of guilt washed over Lu Qi, and he drew Enan behind him, softening his tone. "Stay close to me." Chapter 39. Lu Qingqing's eagerness for credit thus. Enan leisurely stood behind Lu Qi, discreetly collecting crystal cores, completely disregarding the resentful Lu Qingqing in the distance. Could it be true that their leader was so formidable that he could afford to be lax behind the commander? Chengsu, amidst the horde of zombies, noticed Enan behind Lu Qi and paused for a moment before speaking. "Who is the leader?" That a cunning fox turned into a spirit. Isn't the standard procedure? Jiang he found Chengsu's naive expression amusing and shrugged it off. Soon, the group had nearly cleared the zombie tide, resulting in the loss of 3 non-ability soldiers and 1 ability user. Lu Qi's face was somber. They had lost 4 comrades even before entering Ronghua Primary School, creating uncertainty about the success of their mission. The teachers and students within the school might not have the abilities to fill the gaps left behind, making this rescue operation akin to a gamble with little chance of victory. Enan sensed Lu Qi's emotions. "Is it worth it?" she asked softly, her voice so faint that Lu Qi wondered if he had imagined it. He looked down at her, meeting her bright, shimmering eyes, and for reasons unknown, felt a sense of calm wash over him. Lu Qi's throat moved slightly as he uttered in a low voice, "Perhaps it is." His tone conveyed a mix of resignation, tranquility, determination, and reluctance. Enan chose not to respond. She understood that Lu Qi was a soldier. He too might feel lost and doubtful. Yet he always charged to the front lines. What sustained him was the pure heart of a soldier. A silence enveloped them once more. After the area had been cleared of zombies, Lu Qi directed the main force to advance in vehicles. With his extensive combat experience, he organized the troops into 3 groups, one for clearing the zombies, another for scouting and observing the terrain, while the main force continued driving forward. Before long, They arrived at the imposing iron gates of the primary school. The gates were firmly shut, evidently locked by security after the outbreak. It was an elite school, and the iron gates were designed to be impenetrable, concealing the interior from view. The soldiers retrieved ladders, scaling the gates. A roue and a few soldiers remained outside to guard the armored vehicles. However, upon witnessing the scene within the school, all were momentarily taken aback. Inside the primary school, countless child zombies were ravenously devouring corpses strewn across the floor. Hearing the commotion, they raised their bloodied faces, their pale eyes fixed hungrily on Ian and the others, creating a chilling spectacle. It was well known that child zombies were far more agile than their adult counterparts, and the sheer number of them was alarming. Help us. Help us. The police are here to rescue us. A voice echoed from a nearby teaching building. Ian looked toward the source and saw a teacher and a group of children calling for help from the upper floors. Lucci commanded the soldiers to shoot down the zombies within the campus, and the crowd leaped down to initiate a new wave of zombie clearing. Team 1 and Team 2, along with 2 ability user squads, follow me. The rest of you, hold back the zombies outside, Lucci instructed, gripping his submachine gun as he strode toward the nearest teaching building. Commander, take me with you. I am particularly familiar with this school. Lu Qingqing's delicate voice chimed in. Lucci frowned slightly, not turning back. No time for hesitation, move quickly. Charging into the teaching building, Lucci directed the rescue efforts. As Ian followed the crowd to ascend the stairs, Lucci's voice reached her from behind. Are you capable? Upon hearing this, Ian turned to see Lucci alongside Lu Qingqing, who clung to him, unwilling to leave. Ian lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes, revealing a fleeting sense of helplessness and fatigue. Her lips parted slightly, and she hesitated with a hint of self-reproach. Observing her struggle, Lucci quickly interjected. Do not overexert yourself. Rest here. He then turned, noticing Lu Qingqing, and frowning once more. Why are you still here? Lu Qingqing's expression stiffened, biting her lip in distress. I am a water ability user. I lack offensive capabilities. Before she could finish, Lucci interrupted, then do not join the mission. You will only hinder progress. Lu Qingqing's face fell, and she glanced at Ian, dissatisfaction evident in her voice. But Commander, she could also choose not to fight. She hasn't participated in battle either. Isn't she the one slowing us down? Lucci's expression darkened, clearly losing patience. She is not like you. Your behavior in the military is tantamount to desertion. I could never be a deserter. I have vital information to share. Lu Qingqing retorted, indignant. Upon hearing the words vital information, Lucci's patience returned slightly. What information? Seeing Lucci's interest, Lu Qingqing felt a rush of excitement. She leaned closer to him, pointing to the largest teaching building. It's that Xinhong teaching building. I suggest abandoning the rescue there. Lucci glanced at the building she indicated. The largest structure at Ronghua Primary School, a closed-off building with 8 floors. At that moment, numerous students and teachers on the 6th and 7th floors were pleading for help. Clearly, the most survivors were in the Xinhong building, making it the most critical target for rescue. Lu Qingqing's suggestion seemed unfounded, yet Lucci, being cautious by nature, did not dismiss it lightly. Instead, he inquired seriously why. I know you may not believe this, but Commander Lu, please trust me, some of the teachers and students on the 6th and 7th floors of the Xinhong building are already injured. When we attempt to rescue them, they will gradually turn into zombies and attack us. Lu Qingqing asserted, her eyes filled with conviction. The team led by the protagonist Ian had encountered such unforeseen circumstances during a previous mission, ultimately escaping danger but suffering significant losses, with over a dozen soldiers perishing. Ian had garnered immense credit for her contributions in that battle, receiving accolades upon returning to the base and drawing closer to Lucci this time. However, she would not allow Ian this opportunity. The accolades were meant solely for her, Lu Qingqing. With this thought, Lu Qingqing's determination intensified. Beneath her mask, Ian's lips curled into a cold smile as she regarded Lu Qingqing's desperate eagerness for credit with disdain and contempt. Upon hearing this, Lucci scrutinized the teachers and students in Xinhong building, who were constantly seeking assistance. They appeared to be in good health, showing no signs of injury. Chapter 40. A clash of wills. Lu Qingqing understood that convincing Lucci of her innocence would not be an easy task. She hastily asserted, Commander Lu, it is natural for you to doubt me now, but I assure you, there are infected individuals among them. The outbreak of the virus would pose an immense danger. The foremost condition for military rescue was to ensure that none of the rescued individuals were carriers of the virus. Otherwise, the rescue mission could turn fatal. Therefore, if there were indeed virus carriers among the students and teachers in Shinhong building, it would be impossible to save them.
Lucas Gaze darkened.
In this apocalyptic scenario, those bitten by zombies would never speak the truth to save their own lives. He removed his black gloves and summoned 2 soldiers as he strode out. Ian remained silent, watching intently. She understood Lu Qi's intentions. Cautious as he was in his past life, he had employed certain methods to test and ultimately trust Lu Qingqing, leading him to refrain from rescuing Shinhong building. While they had expended considerable time rescuing all other teaching buildings and were preparing to leave Ronghua Primary School, the virus carriers in Shinhong building mutated simultaneously, resulting in a horrific scene. Subsequently, Lu Qi's trust in Lu Qingqing surged. At that moment, Lu Qingqing hastily followed him.
Boss.
Just then, Ching Su and others rushed over. Boss, fortunately, there were not many zombies upstairs, and the rescue was quite successful. We also discovered an ability user. Jiang He immediately reported to Ian M. Ian nodded. Nanxing team's beautiful captain. Qi Mei's exuberant voice rang out, prompting Ian to turn. At that moment, the winter team descended from the upper floor, led by the lively Qi Mei, followed by 4 striking members, among whom Qi Yi and Qi Xian were particularly eye-catching. Ian smiled warmly. It's you. Yes. I'm Qi Mei, and this is my brother Qi Yi. Qi Mei enthusiastically introduced herself, her social prowess on full display. Ian politely nodded. I am Nanxing. These are the members of our Nanxing team. Rinyu, Ching Su, Jiang He, and Song Nian. Impressive. With someone as capable as you, your team must be formidable. Qi Mei's eyes sparkled with admiration for Ian. She then tugged Qi forward. Brother, as our team leader, quickly introduce yourself to Captain Nanxing, so you can have a companion in the future. Unprepared, Qi was brought forward. Meeting Ian's gaze, he extended his hand. Hello, I am Qi. Despite his cool demeanor, the chill surrounding him diminished significantly. The contrast between the vivacious sister and the aloof brother was striking, as if they were not born of the same parents. Ian extended her hand in return, and as they shook hands, the onlookers behind them displayed curious expressions, especially the 2 girls, Qi Mei and Chen Feifei, whose faces lit up with excitement. Hello, Captain Nanxing, I am Qi Xian. Suddenly, a pair of elegantly defined hands reached out. Ian looked up, greeted by Qi Xian's warm, sunlit eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. Perhaps it was fate. In her previous life, she had often seen him at the base, and his warm presence had left a lasting impression on her. Thinking this, she extended her hand, grasping his hello. Qi Xian's hand was large, his clean palm soft and warm, gently enveloping Ian's small hand. Divine Goddess, I am Chen Feifei. Chen Feifei exclaimed with a radiant smile as she squeezed in. I am Chu Hui. Chu Hui followed closely behind, grinning foolishly, exuding a simple charm. Ian greeted each of them politely. As everyone gathered, they began to organize the rescue in batches. Outside the building, Lu Qi's voice resonated. Everyone set aside their thoughts and rushed out. At this moment, helicopters from the base began to arrive, transporting the survivors away. Lu Qi analyzed the conditions of the various teaching buildings within the school. The building in the southeast has the highest level of containment and the greatest number of zombies. Our Nanxing team volunteers to go there. Ian prioritized the most challenging rescue operation for that building. Lu Qi looked at her, meeting her determined gaze, and appreciatively nodded.
Good.
Qi also cast a glance at Ian. Without further ado, Ian led her team to set off. As they advanced, every cell in her body was exhilarated, akin to a vampire thirsting for blood, eager for a thrilling battle. Cheng Su and others watched her with a mix of concern for the zombies in the southeast teaching building. It seemed those zombies were in for a hard time. Like a wraith, Ian moved swiftly, leading the charge. Within a mere quarter of an hour, all the zombies in the southern building were exterminated, most of them falling victim to headshots. Amid the system's announcement of Stamina 2, Speed 2, Resilience 2, Strength 2, the survivors expressed their gratitude with fervent bows. Thank you. Thank you. The Leaf family will remember your kindness for generations. You are like angels. We are grateful for your presence. Ian entrusted the survivors to Cheng Su and the others for escort, while she quietly collected the crystal cores. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air. Enan looked up and saw through the window that the third floor of the opposite teaching building was overwhelmed with zombies. And 2 soldiers were struggling to survive in the midst of the horde. One of the soldiers was the same one who had driven for Enan and the others earlier. Enan's eyes narrowed, and without a moment's hesitation, she shot a grappling hook that embedded itself into the wall across the way. Tightening the rope, she propelled herself like an arrow, simultaneously unleashing her lightning abilities, striking the zombie horde. With a crackle, the zombies were immobilized by the electricity, and the 2 soldiers reacted swiftly, opening fire and eliminating a significant number of zombies. Enan leaped through the window, her movements as swift as the wind, and with her dagger, she dispatched the last few zombies with precision. "It's you, Captain Nanshan. You are truly my savior," the soldier exclaimed, recognizing her with excitement. "Thank you, Captain Nanshan," the other soldier echoed in gratitude. "Just being polite," Enan replied, shaking her head as she stepped over the fallen zombies toward the exit. The 2 soldiers, aware that time was of the essence, promptly followed her. However, when Enan encountered a locked door, her brow furrowed slightly. Without a second thought, she raised her leg and kicked it.
Bang!
The door flew open, revealing a startled scream from behind it. "Aw!" Startled, Lu Qingqing met Enan's gaze. At that moment, the soldier's indignant voice rang out. "That's the girl. She's the villain. Yes, as an ability user, how could you be so selfish?" Another soldier chimed in, anger evident in his tone as he pointed at Lu Qingqing. "I was just scared." Lu Qingqing recoiled slightly, her expression one of feigned innocence. "Scared? So you thought it acceptable to lock the door? Did you not realize we were inside?" The soldier was unimpressed by her excuse, challenging her. "How despicable. As a fellow ability user, you are not even worthy to compare to Captain Nanshan," the first soldier rebuked. Suddenly, intense gunfire and the frenzied roars of zombies erupted from upstairs. The 2 soldiers exchanged glances, abandoning their judgment of Lu Qingqing's selfishness, and hurried upstairs to join the rescue. Just then, Lu Qingqing, stung by their accusations, wore a face of defiance and resentment. Watching the soldiers vanish, her expression brimmed with hatred as she glared at Enan, saying venomously, "Enan, you are truly cunning." Enan raised an eyebrow in amusement, turning to meet Lu Qingqing's resentful gaze, her charming eyes filled only with disdain and indifference. Stung by Enan's look, Lu Qingqing, furious and embarrassed, retorted, "You simply cannot stand to see me overshadow you. First, you teamed up with Xia Yun to enter the Special Operations Zone, and now you've won the favor of Commander Lu, repeatedly targeting me." Enan nearly laughed out loud at her words. She shook her head and turned to leave. However, Lu Qingqing, fueled by her attitude, became increasingly frenzied. "Enan, what pretense of superiority are you putting on? Do you think I can't see you deliberately getting close to Lu Qi?" Enan halted her steps, not turning around, her voice dripping with contempt and mockery. "Do you think all women are like you, unable to survive without a man?" Lu Qingqing burst into laughter. "Such righteous words. The one who deliberately engages Lu Qi in conversation is you, isn't it? The one who just shook hands with Qi downstairs was you too.
Now,
You're pretending to be some pure maiden." Chapter 41, Qi Yi and the Cat Slap. A sharp sound echoed as Lu Qingqing was struck down by Enan's palm. "You!" Lu Qingqing covered her left cheek, staring at Enan in disbelief. Slap. Another strike left a red mark on Lu Qingqing's right cheek.
Ah!
Blood flowed from her nose as she screamed, clutching her swollen cheeks, trembling with rage. "Enan, I won't let this go." Screaming in fury, Lu Qingqing lunged at Enan's slap. 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 Enan's strikes were swift and powerful. Lu Qingqing was sent spinning, collapsing back to the ground in a disheveled heap. Her cheeks visibly swelled, tears streaming down her face, a sight of utter disgrace.
Lu,
"I have spared your life to enjoy your antics, but if your foul mouth continues, I wouldn't mind resolving this now." Enan spoke leisurely while wiping her hands. Her movements elegant as a queen, yet her gaze was chillingly sinister. Lu Qingqing, in excruciating pain and dizziness, trembled as she looked at Enan, sobbing uncontrollably. Yet she dared not utter another word. In that moment, she truly believed that Enan would end her life. Seeing Lu Qingqing's state, Enan felt a sense of satisfaction. She tilted her head and smiled. "Tsk, you look so ugly, like a pig. If you were to curry favor with Lu Qi, you might just frighten him away." With that, she departed with a light-hearted step, not sparing a glance at Lu Qingqing, who lay on the floor like a broken doll. As she descended the stairs, Anne's attention was drawn to a commotion inside a window. Upon closer inspection, she saw a small black cat feasting on dried fish on the floor, and opposite it, Qi was crouched down. His expression, typically cold, now bore a hint of a smile, his eyes unusually soft. Anne was not surprised. In her previous life, she had heard that Qi was a cat lover. Only he would carry dried fish around. This black cat was familiar to her. In her past life, Qi took it everywhere. It was a speed-type mutant cat that had often helped Qi slay zombies and seize food. With the cat by his side, he was like a tiger with wings. Both man and cat sensed Anne's gaze. Strangely, the black cat showed no fear or aversion toward her. Instead, it let out a soft meow, endearing Anne. Anne stepped into the room, reaching out to stroke its fluffy head. The little cat nudged her hand, clearly enjoying the affection, a rare display of warmth. Qi cast a surprised glance at Anne and remarked, "It's unusual for it to be so close to anyone." Anne chuckled lightly. "So, you and it are old acquaintances?" "Yes," Qi nodded, extending his hand to stroke the black cat's head. "I cared for it for 3 years before I moved away and lost touch. I didn't expect to see it again today." As the conversation shifted to cats, the typically distant boy transformed, becoming more talkative. Anne nodded. This must be fate. She then playfully scratched the cat's chin, causing it to close its eyes in bliss. "Utterly adorable. What is its name?" Anne asked, suddenly curious. Qi's deep voice, laced with a touch of warmth, softly replied, "Its name is Anne." Anne was momentarily taken aback. She shared a name with a cat?
Huh.
Qi noticed her surprise and looked at her. "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing." Anne smiled, waving her hand dismissively. No matter. He wouldn't know her real name. Qi gazed at Anne's charming eyes, his throat moving slightly. "I really must thank you for saving my sister." His gratitude was sincere. Qi Mei was immensely important to him, and he deeply appreciated Anne's help. Just as Anne was about to respond, a melodious male voice interrupted. "Captain, we have finished packing. We can assemble now." Both Qi Yi and Anne turned to see Qi Xian rushing in. Qi Xian's surprise quickly faded, replaced by his usual polite demeanor. "Captain Nansheng is here too." "Yes, I need to gather my team as well," Anne replied cheerfully, standing and brushing off the dust from her gloves. "Help! Help! Is anyone there?" Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from the upper floors of the adjacent experimental building. The 3 of them looked up to see 2 soldiers and 3 surviving students at the window on the 4th floor, calling out in terror. Behind them, there was no sign of any zombies. "Brothers, what is happening over there?" Qi Xian asked urgently as he approached. The soldiers, seeing Anne and the others below, shouted as if they had found a lifeline. One soldier yelled, "We were ambushed by zombies."
They.
The other soldier, noticing his comrades struggling to articulate, quickly interjected, "We encountered a different kind of zombie. They are not like the ordinary ones. They have tactics." Anne's brow furrowed as the term intelligent mutated zombies flashed through her mind.
Where are the zombies now?
Qi Xian asked, reacting swiftly. "We can't see them. We're hiding in this room, but we are certain they are outside, waiting to ambush us the moment we step out." The more composed soldier responded quickly. "Yes, we just heard silence outside and opened the door, only to be attacked by several zombies that killed our comrades." The other soldier added, regaining some composure. Qi Yi, who had remained silent, turned to Anne. "Qi Xian and I will go up to rescue them," implying she should stay behind. Anne shook her head. "I will go with you. If there are indeed intelligent mutated zombies, you too might not return unscathed. Moreover, in my previous life, these intelligent mutated zombies were highly sought after as experimental subjects at various bases. They are extremely rare and pose a significant threat, being the most likely type to give rise to zombie kings. If there truly are intelligent mutated zombies within that building, I must capture one. If you are worried about us, you can wait downstairs. The unknown danger is too high. It is unsafe for you to follow us," Qi Xian said, trying to persuade her patiently. Qi nodded in agreement, clearly supporting Qi Xian's words. Both looked at Anne, seemingly awaiting her decision. At this moment, in their hearts, she was merely a girl, part of a vulnerable group, despite being the leader of a team of supernatural beings. "Time waits for no one. My life is certainly not worth as much as the lives of 4. Anne jested, and with that, she proceeded into the building. Just as she took a step, A large hand grasped her wrist, pulling her back. Qi Xian's warm palm was as hot as fire, his gentle gaze rarely turning serious. "You stay behind us." Qi glanced at Qi Xian, his dark eyes sweeping over the hand gripping An's, saying nothing more as he drew his knife and rushed inside. "Protect her." An was slightly taken aback, thinking, do they really view her as a toddler? Do they think her combat abilities are so lacking? The three of them charged up to the third floor. The ground floor had already been cleared, providing an unobstructed path. Qi stood at the stairway of the third floor, gazing up at the fourth. He turned to Qi Xian, and with a glance at An, picked up a broken stone from the ground and hurled it forcefully towards the rooftop. Thud! The sound of the massive stone striking echoed. After a brief reverberation, the air fell silent once more. Normally, if there were zombies on the fourth floor, they would have been attracted by that noise long ago. Yet, the current stillness contradicted what the two soldiers had just said. Was it a soldier's misjudgment, or was there truly something amiss with the zombies? Qi furrowed his brow. "I'll go investigate. You wait for me here." With that, he gripped his knife tightly and dashed up. An and Qi Xian obeyed his suggestion and remained in place. After all, as a shadow-type supernatural being, Qi could typically evade any zombies. As the sky gradually darkened, the corridor grew increasingly dim, and the only sound on the quiet ground was Qi's departing footsteps. An's cold gaze fixated on the rooftop, her mind racing. If there truly were intelligent zombies orchestrating the others, as the two soldiers had mentioned, they must be hiding, preparing to ambush humans. Where would they conceal themselves? This building served as a laboratory, with rooms larger and doors sturdier than ordinary classrooms. The labs lined the corridor, and if the zombies were hiding, which lab could they be in, or could every lab potentially house zombies? The thought sent a chill through An. This is bad. She turned to Qi Xian. "Let's go." With that, she rushed upward. However, they were still a step too late. By the time they reached the fourth floor, Qi was nowhere to be seen. Only a dozen zombies stood outside one of the lab doors, among which were 5 or 6 second-tier zombies. Inside the tightly shut lab, the sounds of a fierce battle could be heard, indicating that Qi had fallen into a zombie ambush. Upon sighting An and Qi Xian, the zombies immediately roared and charged. Ah! Qi Xian swiftly pulled An behind him, drawing his knife and rushing forward. "Run." In the next moment, a flash of silver streaked past Qi Xian. Before he could comprehend what it was, he saw An zip past him like the wind, followed by a powerful bolt of blue-purple lightning, striking down upon the zombies like a fierce dragon. Almost instantly, all the first-tier zombies lost their combat capabilities. Qi Xian stared in disbelief at the scene before him, but his astonishment lasted only a moment, as he then grappled with a second-tier zombie. His combat prowess exceeded that of most supernatural beings, and as a water-type supernatural being, he relied primarily on physical strength in battle. His formidable fighting skills and resilience made it easy for him to deal with a second-tier zombie. Yet, in comparison to a monster like An, Qi Xian's combat abilities were utterly eclipsed. "Chengsu, South 3rd floor, 4th level." An announced into the intercom before drawing her dagger and joining Qi Xian in battle. The response from the intercom was Chengsu's serious voice. "Received. Boss, we're on our way." Chapter 43. Yes, just a minor injury. Suddenly, several more lab doors along the corridor swung open, and dozens of zombies poured out. They surged toward An and Qi Xian in a frenzied wave. "Be careful." Qi Xian gripped An tightly behind him, picking up a steel plate from the ground and crashing it into the zombie mound. "You need to get out of here." As An observed the sudden increase in the tide of zombies, anger surged within her. That intelligent mutated zombie must be hiding behind. If she wasn't mistaken, she had caught a faint hissing sound in the air earlier, signaling the intelligent mutated zombie was controlling the horde. But now, the sheer number of zombies nearly filled the entire corridor, making it impossible to locate the hidden intelligent mutated zombie. At that moment, a second-tier speed-type zombie leaped over Qi Xian and charged at An, who unleashed her electric abilities, striking fiercely at its skull. Another second-tier zombie, with hardened skin, lunged at her. 5, 7. More and more zombies appeared, and almost all were second-tier. Even though An was immensely powerful, she found it challenging to cope in such a confined space. She glanced toward Qi Xian, but he was already nowhere in sight. Only a mountain of zombies remained. Qi Xian. Panic gripped An, and as she called out his name, the only response was the echoing roars of the zombies. Her heart sank slowly. Her arm wielding the dagger felt heavy. Had he truly died? Why had he shielded her? She was undoubtedly stronger than him. Why did he have to stand in front of her? In the next instant, a surging wave of water erupted from the ground, sweeping the mound of zombies away. Beneath the wave, the steel plate was forcefully pushed aside, and a drenched Qi Xian struggled to his feet, grabbing Yin and pulling her downward. Yin stared in disbelief at Qi Xian's profile, wondering how he managed that. Even in her past life, she had never seen a water-type supernatural being capable of summoning waves under first-tier abilities. If we don't leave now, we'll die here. Qi Xian was immensely strong, towering over Yin and by a head and a half, practically dragging her as he hurried down the stairs. The zombies, having been pushed back by the wave, scrambled to their feet and continued to pursue the two. Countless zombies crowded the staircase, almost rolling down in their rush.
Boss.
Downstairs, Cheng Su's urgent voice called out. Here. Yin felt a surge of joy and quickly responded.
Get back.
Lu Qi shouted as he charged up, brandishing a Thompson submachine gun. Behind him followed dozens of soldiers, similarly armed with submachine guns. Seeing these soldiers, Yin felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She once again felt the strength of teamwork.
Ban 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 ban. Ban 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 ban. Ban 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 ban.
They opened fire relentlessly upon the horde of zombies. The fortunate few second-tier zombies that survived were swiftly dealt with by Cheng Su and the others. Where's Xiao Yi?
Mei rushed in.
Looking anxiously at Qi Xian, and Yin Qi Xian furrowed his brow and said nothing. Realizing something was amiss, Qi Mei's face paled rapidly. Her lips trembled, unable to utter a word. I'll go save him. Qi Xian discarded his half-broken knife and drew a brand-new sword from its sheath, charging upward. I'm going too. Chu Hui and Chen Feifei followed closely behind. Qi Mei wiped her tears fiercely, gritting her teeth as she joined them. Rindong team, are you all crazy? The zombies aren't cleared yet. A soldier called out as he saw the four of them charging forward. We're going to rescue our captain. Chen Feifei's resolute voice rang out.
Support them.
Lu Qi said calmly, and in the next moment, all the soldiers followed suit and rushed up. You all go too. Yin addressed Cheng Su and the others.
Boss you.
Cheng Su looked at Yin with concern. I'm going to catch that big one. Yin's eyes were icy as she spoke, then she ran in the opposite direction. Cheng Su and the others, seeing this, immediately joined the main group rushing onward. Yin moved with incredible speed. Just moments ago, the pent-up fury accumulated on the fourth floor transformed into an indomitable force. She hurled her grappling hook and swiftly ascended to the fourth floor. In the corridor, a fierce battle ensued between the main force and the zombies. Yin's gaze was immediately drawn to the last zombie in the horde, which appeared unremarkable, seemingly just a level 1 zombie. However, unlike typical zombies, it stood upright at the back of the group, its posture resembling that of a normal human. It's you, little rascal, Yin declared, sprinting towards the zombie. The creature, sensing her approach, turned to meet her gaze. In its grayish-white eyes flickered a spark of humanity. This was the hallmark of an intelligent mutated zombie. Yin shot her grappling hook towards it with force. To her surprise, the zombie dodged and dashed into a laboratory. Yin pursued, delivering a powerful kick to the laboratory door, which was made of alloy and refused to budge. A cold smile curled on Yin's lips. Apologies. But climbing walls is my forte. She quickly climbed out of a window, her grappling hook piercing through the laboratory window like a bolt of lightning. In the astonished eyes of the intelligent zombie, Yin swiftly severed its head with a dagger. Clean and efficient. Just then, the main force outside had nearly cleared the zombies, and Qi, along with 2 soldiers, were successfully rescued. Fortunately, none were injured. Lu Qi directed the others in clearing the battlefield and spotted Yin standing aside, holding the severed zombie head. Puzzled, he asked, "What is this for?" An intelligent mutated zombie, the mastermind covertly controlling the horde. Yin replied, tossing the head to Lu Qi, lacking research equipment and a multitude of researchers. She knew that to swiftly decipher the genetic structure of the intelligent zombie, it was best left to the base. And she could take the opportunity to arrange for Lin Feng to join the National Research Institute. Lu Qi caught the head steadily, examining it. Commander. Captain Nanshan was right. Those zombies seemed remarkably organized. A rescued soldier chimed in. Please describe the events in detail, Lu Qi instructed. Yin returned to her team, relieved to see her comrades in good health. Are you all right? Chi's melodious voice reached her. Turning to him, she shook her head. I'm fine, however. You managed to remain unscathed even while locked inside. Quite impressive. There weren't many zombies inside, but the door was locked from the outside and couldn't be opened.
GA Planet.
Ian glanced past him at Qi Xian, who was chatting with Qi Mei and others, and smiled. Your team is remarkable. They truly turned the tide. Quite gallantly. Qi cast a deep look towards Qi Xian, who seemed to have heard their exchange, and glanced over. A gentle smile gracing his lips like the warm sun of April. Yet, in the next moment, his brow furrowed as he knelt on one knee. Qi Xian, Chen Feifei, and others called out urgently. Qi Xian pressed firmly on his chest, offering his team a reassuring smile. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Just a minor injury to my chest. Ian furrowed her brow. He had been pinned beneath a mountain of zombies under a steel plate. And it must have been then that he sustained his injury. This was an internal injury, not something that could simply be bandaged, given the current conditions. There were no sophisticated instruments to examine him. However, Ian possessed healing abilities that could cure not only the zombie virus, but also internal injuries. Let me take a look, she said, kneeling beside Qi Xian. Sensing her proximity, Qi Xian appeared somewhat embarrassed, his gaze flickering. It's nothing. A good sleep will suffice. He attempted to rise. Unfazed, Ian pressed her hand against his chest. Qi Xian's face flushed, his mind blank. Yet, in the next moment, whether it was an illusion or not, he felt the pain deep within his chest almost completely vanish. Indeed, just a minor injury. It will heal shortly, Ian said gently, discreetly retracting her healing energy as she stood. Qi Xian looked up at her, feeling that in the dim light, her gentle gaze seemed to radiate warmth. Chapter 44. Lu Qingqing is expelled from the base much like the dusk a year prior. As he packed his art supplies on the way back to the dormitory, he beheld a girl at the window of the teaching building. She leaned against the windowsill, her long hair swaying in the gentle breeze, her eyes shimmering under the sunlight like pools of dew, captivating the hearts of those who gazed upon her. She was the acknowledged beauty among the freshmen. Xianzai, I think this junior is quite a match for you. You are no longer a child, and have yet to experience first love. If you like her, I can help you get her contact information. The words of his college roommate echoed in his ears. Qi Xian momentarily lost his focus. Are you feeling unwell? Chen Feifei, noticing Qi Xian's immobility, hurriedly approached to inquire with concern. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Qi Xian replied, regaining his composure and politely smiling at Chen Feifei. Time was of the essence, and as everyone gathered their belongings, they made their way towards the school gate. The night had fallen, and the leading soldier illuminated the path with a searchlight. Is everyone accounted for? At the school gate, the last helicopter departed, carrying the surviving teachers and students. Lu Qi scanned the soldiers and ability users, asking. A soldier conducted a head count and reported, Commander Lu, we have lost 3 personnel. Didn't you say 2 comrades sacrificed themselves? Why is it 3? Another soldier questioned. The atmosphere grew somber. In the apocalypse, personnel loss often indicated dire circumstances. Check around to see if any brothers Haven T returned, Lu Qi instructed, spotting a figure approaching in the distance, wielding a searchlight. In the dim moonlight, amidst the blood of fallen zombies, a figure stumbled forward, accompanied by frantic cries. Wait for me. I'm not there yet. Don't leave. The crowd turned their attention, and the leading soldiers directed their searchlights toward the newcomer. Under the bright lights, they finally discerned the identity of the approaching figure. It was a girl with a face swollen like a pig's head, stumbling and waving her arms, a most comical sight. It was Lu Qingqing.
Lucky squinted,
Recognizing her after a moment, while laughter erupted from the crowd, with Cheng Su and others laughing the loudest. Ahem. Ian gently cleared her throat, signaling Cheng Su and the others to tone it down. The laughter reached Lu Qingqing's ears, igniting her indignation, and she burst into tears. Running up to Lu Qi and pointing at Ian, accusing Commander Lu, this girl hit me. You must seek justice for me. Lu Qi frowned at the grotesquely swollen Lu Qingqing, casting a glance at the seemingly indifferent Ian, falling into a brief silence. Nearby, soldier Su Liang, witnessing the scene, loudly rebuked, How dare you blame Captain Nansheng? Do you even know what you did? I didn't do anything. Lu Qingqing retorted defiantly, her eyes brimming with tears, portraying an image of great injustice. Everyone, speak up. Starting with Su Liang.
Lucky declared sternly.
Time was pressing, and though he wished to avoid trivial matters, He knew Su Liang well enough to understand that whatever had transpired had provoked him immensely. With Lu Qi's words, Su Liang vented his pent-up frustration. I went with Brother Zhang Piao to rescue the third floor of the northern building, and this Lu Qingqing followed us. Who could have known that a classroom was filled with zombies? And what did she do? Turned around and locked the door behind us, trapping us inside. He finished speaking and glanced at Yinan, expressing his gratitude. If it weren't for Captain Nansheng rushing over recklessly to help us, we would have met our ancestors. I didn't. Lu Qingqing continued to argue, but this time her voice lacked conviction. Her gaze darted away, as if she wished to say something more. Lu Qi's cold voice interrupted. There's no need to continue, Miss Lu. The base does not welcome selfish and cruel individuals like you. As the external commander of the base, I hereby announce your expulsion. Lu Qingqing looked at Lu Qi in disbelief, meeting his emotionless black eyes, the coldness within them piercing her to the core. As if he were gazing at a corpse. The chill from his gaze made her spine tingle. Withdraw. Lu Qi turned away, without another glance, striding off. And the troops promptly followed him into the armored vehicles. At that moment, Lu Qingqing, the last in the crowd, began to scream frantically. Lu Qi. I am an ability user. I possess space and water abilities, the only dual ability user in the base. How dare you expel me? Her cries elicited no response from Lu Qi. The armored convoy swiftly departed from the desolate school, leaving behind a ground stained with corpses and the frantic Lu Qingqing. Chapter 45, Level 3 Lightning Ability. Deservedly so, Jiang He remarked, a look of satisfaction on his face. She got what she deserved, Song Nian added coldly, crossing her arms. Truly, evil begets evil, agreed the soldier. Although Ah Rui was unaware of the details, she mimicked. Evil begets evil. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Yinan affectionately ruffled her hair. She felt pleased with Lu Qingqing's fate. Such a vain and greedy person, who desired everything, was suffering a humiliation today that was far more painful than death itself. Suddenly, the armored vehicle carrying Lu Qi accelerated, leaving Yinan and the others far behind. At the same time, the soldier's walkie-talkie crackled with a serious male voice. Everyone, speed up. An emergency has occurred at the base. The soldier's expression immediately turned grave as he pressed the gas pedal to the floor. In an instant, all 8 armored vehicles surged forward. The main force sped toward the base throughout the night, the sky beginning to brighten. Yet, it was evident that the number of ability users and soldiers patrolling the base had significantly dwindled. Upon entering the base, they were met with a gruesome sight of bodies strewn everywhere. The corpses of zombies and the dismembered remains of humans lay intertwined, blood pooling across the ground, with signs of gunfire, explosives, and abilities scattered about. Not far away, many soldiers were engaged in combat with zombies. Commander! A military officer with silver epaulets rushed forward. Commander Lu, what has happened? Lu Qi quickly disembarked and inquired. Report, Commander Lu. 2 internal personnel were bitten by zombies. They concealed their wounds, resulting in an outbreak of the zombie virus, infecting numerous ordinary individuals within the base. The situation is extremely chaotic. Almost all ability user teams and troops have gone inside to assist. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi immediately grabbed his weapon. I'm heading over now. He turned to the others disembarking. You've all been working tirelessly for a day and night. Go rest for now. Commander, you too, Su Liang began. But Lu Qi had already led the soldiers away. Sigh, the commander hasn't had a good night's sleep in days. I'm worried he won't hold up.
Su Liang sighed.
Watching Lu Qi's receding figure. We'll head out first, Brother Su, Yinan said, greeting Su Liang before leading the others toward the exterior. Alright, you all go rest.
Su Liang uget.
Rest first, we can hand in the task later, Yinan instructed as she walked briskly. Given the significant events unfolding at the base, all ability users and soldiers needed to be involved in the fight, and her team was already exhausted. They needed to seize every moment to recuperate. Understood, boss. Cheng Su and the others understood Yinan's intent, feeling warmth in their hearts. As they moved, all the ability users appeared hurried and covered in blood, indicating the seriousness of the situation. Among the crowd, 3 familiar figures approached, Bai Jinghe, Zhang Meng, and He Qi. Following them was a small team, with a girl at the forefront chasing after Bai Jinghe, calling his name. However, it was clear that Bai Jinghe did not wish to engage with her. Moving as if he could take flight, he walked straight up to Yinan and presented her with a full bottle of mineral water. Captain Bai, I've been calling you. Why don't you slow down? As Bai Jinghe halted, the girl caught up, panting as she spoke. Yet, Bai Jinghe did not even glance at her. Standing respectfully before Yin and bowing his head, his pleasant voice elegant, "Boss." Zhang Meng and He Qi immediately followed suit, calling out "Boss." Their voices resonated powerfully, leaving the girl momentarily stunned. Yin accepted the mineral water Bai Jinghe offered and surveyed the trio. "Are you going to assist internally?" Bai Jinghe nodded. "We have been fighting since 3 in the morning and just went to grab a bite before heading back to the fray. The situation inside is dire." He seemed poised to say more, but Yin, already well informed about the base's circumstances, interrupted, "I understand. You all go ahead. We need to rest for a bit." With that, she turned to leave. "What team are you from?" "We're heading to assist internally. And you want to take a break?" The girl, unable to tolerate being ignored, shouted at Yin with her hands on her hips. "Ling Ling, stop causing trouble." Just then, four boys who had been following the girl caught up, evidently part of her team. Yin recalled this team as the relatively strong team, the Sun team. The girl, known as Ling Ling, was Ding Ling, the younger sister of Ding Long, the captain of this team, who had always been well protected by her brother and had developed a spoiled temperament. However, Yin had no time for such distractions and quickened her pace to leave. Behind her, the girl's displeasure echoed. "Captain Bai, why do you call her boss? What is she to you?" Bai Jinghe's cold retort was also faintly audible. "Miss Ding, please do not bother our team any further." Indeed, in a vast forest, there are all kinds of birds, Cheng Su remarked, shaking his head, evidently unimpressed by the girl. The group soon arrived at their quarters, where Lin Feng had been waiting for them. After a brief meal, they went to rest. As the team leader, Yin occupied the master bedroom, resting for only 4 hours before slipping into the space. She had an important task to accomplish: upgrading her abilities. Over the course of 2 days of intense team battles, she had collected 224 level 2 crystal cores, ample to elevate both her lightning and healing abilities to level 3. Upon entering the base villa within her space, Yin laid out all the level 2 crystal cores before her. As she gazed at the cores, a powerful yearning surged within her, and she felt the energy inside her stir with excitement. She immediately unleashed her lightning ability to sense the crystal cores before her. The energy contained in the level 2 crystal cores was significantly more robust than that of level 1 cores, and a torrent of energy surged from the pile into Yin's body. The lightning energy within her began to multiply. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. It expanded by 3-fold. Yin was astonished, unable to afford to be surprised. She firmly restrained the energy within her, channeling it throughout her body repeatedly. Sweat poured down her face, and her entire body trembled. Finally, 5 minutes later, all the lightning energy was successfully contained. Suddenly, a surge of lightning energy erupted from Yin's entire being, only to be swiftly retracted the next moment. She extended her hands, and a thick bolt of lightning appeared in her palms, 3 times more formidable than before. The color was no longer merely blue and purple. Deep within it, a shade of dark purple flickered, exuding an immense aura of power. It was significantly stronger than in her previous life. Yin gazed at the lightning in her hands, murmuring to herself. In her past existence, her lightning abilities at level 3 had barely possessed half of this current might. Could it be that her overall strength in this life had increased, along with the enhancement of her mental prowess and the support of her spatial abilities, making her powers even more formidable? In the next instant, the long-awaited voice of the system resonated. Ding! Mission exceeded expectations. Time taken, 1/8. Reward doubled. Commencing reward distribution. Chapter 46. Light System Abilities. Reward 1. Expansion of the spatial base by 10-fold, along with the addition of a defense system. Through the villa, Yin looked out towards the base, witnessing it rapidly expand outward. When it had stretched to 10-fold, a 10-meter-high wall erupted from the ground surrounding the perimeter, followed by the emergence of crossbows, searchlights, and observation platforms that solidified the base's defenses. As she beheld this spectacle, her heart raced with excitement. This system was truly remarkable. Such external defenses utterly surpassed those of the current national bases. Reward 2. Expansion of the time-stopping area by 300,000 square meters. Reward 3. Expansion of the ecological system by 4-fold, totaling 200,000 square meters. As the system announced the rewards, the time-stopping region and the ecological system within Yin and space rapidly expanded. Reward 4. Outstanding performance, granting the host a random ability. Ding, new ability is being generated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an extremely rare hidden ability. What could it be? Ian and inquired eagerly. A hidden ability. Light system ability. Upon finishing its statement, the system filled Ian and with a surge of vibrant energy. Light abilities. She surveyed her surroundings, noticing a gentle golden glow emanating around her. System. What exactly are light abilities? In her previous life, she had only heard whispers of this power from scientists. She had never encountered a wielder of light abilities and was utterly unaware of their capabilities. Light abilities can be both supportive and combative, possessing immense overall strength. They can manipulate light for healing, defense, attack, and purification. The extent of their power depends on the user's mastery. The higher the level, the more terrifying the strength. The host can explore its potential. They can even heal and purify. Ian concentrated energy in her palm, and a faint golden light flickered into existence. Reward 5. Physical Fitness 1, Speed 1, Resilience 1, Beauty 1, Strength 1, Mental Power 10. Current attributes of the host: Physical Fitness 60, Speed 50, Resilience 70, Beauty 101, Strength 28, Mental Power 167. The next mission is now released. The spatial base is now taking shape. Please establish your own base within 6 months. Completion of the task within 6 months will yield rewards. After this announcement, the system fell silent. This time, there was no mention of annihilation. Perhaps she had successfully passed the system's trials. Ian stretched her limbs and swiftly went to train her tamed beast, Bufu. This powerful tiger, which she had domesticated over the past several days, had completely recognized her as its master. She affectionately patted Bufu's large head and tossed it 100 level 1 crystal cores. Look, this is for upgrading your powers. With that, she produced another 100 level 1 crystal cores and, in front of Bufu, elevated her light abilities to level 2. Bufu tilted its head, its expression a blend of confusion and contemplation, before mimicking Ian and by placing its paw on the crystal cores, releasing a mighty roar. The energy from those crystal cores was successfully absorbed. Bufu advanced to level 2. Good tiger. Ian rewarded Bufu with half a sheep and swiftly exited her space. Meanwhile, outside, chaos reigned. Ian pushed open the door, discovering that Ching-Su and the others were already awake. Boss, you're awake. The military has been calling for us early. They say the situation inside is dire and urgently needs reinforcements. Lin Feng and Arue stay here. Everyone else follow me. Ian grabbed a sandwich from the table, stuffing it into her mouth as she dashed out. Boss, do you want to eat a bit more? Jiang, he called out, following her with a can in hand. No need, I'm not hungry. Ian waved her hand and pushed open the door, only to be met with the sight of exhausted soldiers and abilities users everywhere. One officer, adorned with silver epaulets, spotted Ian and her team, hurriedly saying, "You are from the Nanqing team, right? Follow me." Ian promptly followed the officer as he jogged ahead, urgently explaining, "Commander Liu said that your team's combat capabilities are exceptional, and you are needed in the most critical areas for rescue." Understood, Ian responded, keeping pace with the officer. Upon entering the inner area, Cheng-Su and the others were left in stunned silence by the scene before them. The base's interior spanned over 1 million square meters. It was densely packed with hastily constructed containers. Containers pressed against one another, each housing an unknown number of individuals. This vast interior resembled an ant nest. At that moment, the zombie virus was akin to a fire thrown into an anthill, spreading at an alarming rate, with an exponentially increasing infection rate, leaving people with nowhere to escape. Above them hovered every helicopter the base could muster, each dangling ladders as countless individuals scrambled over the bodies of their peers in a desperate attempt to reach the ladders. However, many among them had already been bitten by zombies, their eyes wild with madness, filled with the will to survive. This was nothing short of hell, Renew incredulously remarked. The officer could no longer contain his tears as he looked at Ian and her team, solemnly stating, "Captain Nanqing, please. If you can save even one, it would mean everything." Chapter 47. Gusu, even one is worth saving. The officer repeated, staggering a few steps forward. Tears streaming down his face, his mouth curving into a strange expression that was neither a cry nor a smile. Ian's eyes narrowed slightly as she discreetly began to withdraw. Cheng-Su and the others noticed her gesture, and also quietly retreated. In the next moment, The officer's face became marred with veins, his eyes rolling back to reveal the pale whites. One of his hands began to convulse, his head twisting unnaturally, presenting a grotesque posture. He was clearly undergoing mutation. It appeared he had also been bitten by a zombie. Ian calmly gripped her dagger, ready for battle. The officer forced a smile, seemingly fighting against the virus within him with his last shred of rationality.
I'm sorry.
I thought I could hold on and activate my abilities, but... He struggled to utter those words through his trembling lips before turning abruptly and running in the opposite direction from Ian and the others, crashing violently into an iron pillar. In that instant, he fully transformed into a zombie. Ian chose not to witness the scene any longer and turned away. Let him leave in dignity. Once Renew dealt with the officer-turned-zombie, the five of them swiftly made their way to the junction between the inner and outer areas. The entire base was circular, with the inner circle being the internal zone. The interior resembled a basin, allowing those standing at the high points of the outer area to survey the inner zone almost entirely. At the junction, a multitude of soldiers and abilities users had established control, a 3-meter-high iron railing firmly locking the exit from the inner area to the outside. Individuals inside could only exit after passing safety checks, but the 3-meter-high railing could not deter the frantic crowd, as people continuously climbed over it, trampling countless others beneath them. Don't climb. One at a time. The soldiers' commands to halt echoed incessantly, yet those desperate souls continued to scramble upwards, like frenzied creatures. The strength of men far surpassed that of women, and thus it was predominantly men who ascended, while women found themselves trampled beneath. Some women were crushed to the point of instant demise. Why have you imprisoned us? There are countless zombies inside. Do you wish for our lives? Let us out. I beg you. Allow me to escape. The air was filled with countless wails and curses, mingling with furious shouts. It is not that we refuse you entry. Among you are the infected, and we must examine each one. A military officer proclaimed loudly, but his words were drowned in a sea of spittle. And no one had the patience to heed him. Did I not propose a solution? The eastern and southern sectors are being effectively managed, while you in the north remain chaotic. A stern male voice interjected. Ian turned to see it was Lu Qi, striding forth in full military regalia, followed by a dozen officers. The soldiers at the iron gate, upon recognizing Lu Qi, rushed to greet him, as though they had found their anchor. Commander.
Gun.
Lu Qi extended his hand, and his aide immediately handed him a submachine gun. He opened fire on the most aggressive of the men in the crowd.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The men fell dead on the spot, and an eerie silence enveloped the throng, all eyes fixated on Lu Qi from this moment forth. Anyone who disrupts order will be shot on sight, Lu Qi declared, lowering his weapon and commanding the soldiers to open the small gate in the iron barrier. Open 2 gates, and let the crowd line up in 2 orderly rows for inspection. Yes, Commander. At once, Commander. The tumultuous crowd suddenly fell into order. Why should you live while I must die? Suddenly, a young man clad in red burst forth from the mass, brandishing a shotgun, and began firing wildly at Lu Qi and the other soldiers.
Get back.
Lu Qi yanked his aide aside to evade the onslaught. The other soldiers scattered. Where did he get that gun? It's mine. I carelessly let him take it. How could you be so careless? Ian and her companions stood a safe distance away behind a partition, shielded from the scattershot. The young man in red, realizing he could not hit the soldiers, turned his gaze to the innocent civilians behind him and unleashed a barrage upon them.
D.
In an instant, countless individuals fell, shrieking in agony, while those unscathed screamed in terror, desperately attempting to flee. With no retreat available, they surged towards the iron gate.
Who dare stop me?
Whoever dares to intervene shall perish. The young man shouted maniacally, rushing forward, his left arm bearing a massive, bloodied wound, the grisly mark of a zombie bite.
Bang!
With a gunshot, a gaping hole appeared in his forehead, and he staggered back before collapsing. Lu Qi set his sniper rifle down as soldiers rushed forward to contain the frenzied crowd.
Look. Cheng su pointi desquiward.
Ian and the others followed his gaze to see 8 fighter jets soaring overhead, commencing a fierce barrage on the interior. What is happening? Jiang He asked, bewildered. They are swiftly eliminating the areas where the zombies have congregated, though it may inadvertently harm uninfected civilians. It is the most effective and rapid means of quelling this uprising, Ian explained with calm clarity. It seems the leaders of this base are not entirely foolish. Song Yan remarked coldly. Ian chuckled softly. that old schemer Gu Su was anything but foolish. However, the chaos only intensified as the fighter jet's bombardment ignited the already uncontrollable crowd. They want to kill us all. Look, those are fighter jets. They intend to annihilate everyone inside. This is a slaughterhouse. Let me out. I must escape. Everyone, rush out. It's all a trap, a deception. The crowd erupted into a frenzied clamor, and the people began to violently assault the iron barrier, attempting to climb over it. A mere handful of soldiers could not contain the madness. The barrier trembled ominously, as if on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Enan felt no inclination to rescue the throng. In this apocalyptic scenario, these individuals, devoid of rational thought, were merely puppets manipulated by fear and chaos. Those bitten by zombies mingled among the crowd, inciting turmoil. Aware that their time was limited and eager to drag others down with them, others were loath to perish in such mediocrity, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. Yet, regardless of their motivations, their foolish actions warranted no sympathy. Suddenly, a fighter jet veered to face them directly. Enan narrowed her eyes. Instantly recognizing it as Goose's aircraft, she surmised he intended to obliterate this crowd. We must leave. Enan turned and hurried away, followed closely by Ching-Su and the others. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Lu Qi inquired through his radio in a low voice. Are you certain? A cold yet melodious voice responded, detached. When did you become so hesitant? Lu Qi furrowed his brow and commanded the troops to retreat swiftly. As the soldiers dispersed, the crowd surged forward, breaching the iron barrier, only to be met with a hail of artillery fire raining down upon them. The ground was instantly pockmarked with craters, and following the bombardment, all those who had rushed out were reduced to mere fragments, their bodies obliterated. A small portion of the crowd that had not pushed forward recoiled in horror at the scene, grateful they had not been at the forefront. The soldiers quickly moved to regain control of the situation, while the fighter jet circled and landed smoothly nearby. The cockpit door opened, revealing Gu Su, clad in black military attire. Towering at nearly 6'3", his muscular frame and expressionless face bore no trace of emotion, his dark brows overshadowing eyes that remained inscrutable. He strode purposefully towards Lu Qi, tossing him a bottle of energy drink. Lu Qi caught the bottle and drank deeply. You're reckless. You Haven Tea slept in 4 days. Go back and rest. Gu Su said tersely, observing Lu Qi's condition. Lu Qi downed the drink and turned to his troops. The vice minister certainly takes his time. He glanced towards Enan and her companions, his expression shifting slightly. Gu Su followed his gaze and spotted Enan, clad in black, conversing with her teammates. What are you looking at? He queried. That team is formidable. I intend to promote them directly to the Special Operations Zone. Lu Qi replied, striding towards Enan. Few are worthy of your praise, Gu Su remarked, removing his gloves and trailing behind Lu Qi. Do not follow me. I'm not, Gu Su countered, unperturbed, but our elite division requires talent. Gu Su, Lu Qi halted, his expression darkening as he faced the impassive man beside him. Must you be so shameless? Are you intent on poaching those I have my eye on? Gu Su remained expressionless, tilting his head slightly. Have I ever taken anyone from you? How do you know I Haven Tea had my sights on this team all along? Lu Qi was at a loss for words. This former comrade and now colleague, 2 ranks above him, was notorious for his eccentric temperament and cunning intellect. He had schemed to seize many of Lu Qi's prized possessions. Lu Qi wished he could distance himself from him by 800 miles. He had little desire to continue this exchange. Boss. 2 strikingly handsome men are approaching us, with an imposing demeanor, Jiang, he whispered. Enan turned her head and saw Lu Qi striding towards her with a dark expression, followed by the placid Gu Su, who exhibited no discernible emotion. Chapter 48. The highest contribution value. Lu Qi approached with purpose, halting before Enan and shifting slightly to the left, effectively blocking Gu Su, who trailed behind him like a shadow. We are in the final phase here. We don't require too many hands. Tidy up and accompany me to the Special Operations Zone. Amused, Enan chose to treat Gu Su as inconsequential. Responding to Lu Qi, understood, Commander Lu. Hello, I am Gu Su, he said with a forced smile, stepping around Lu Qi to introduce himself. However, before he could finish, Lu Qi grasped Enan's arm and led her towards the external mission area, stating, We mustn't dawdle. Time is of the essence. Left behind, Gu Su's expression darkened, unable to conceal his irritation. All right, both of you act as if I'm invisible, don't you? He muttered, watching as En and Lu Qi departed. At that moment, 3 elite soldiers in black uniforms rushed over. Deputy Minister, the kerosene supply is running low, but we have managed to control the situation internally. Almost half of our personnel have been injured or killed. Goose's countenance clouded with frustration. This operation could have been resolved much more swiftly. Why are you all dragging your feet? Just because I'm not here, does that mean problems won't be resolved? The soldiers lowered their heads in shame. The leader, a man with a crew cut, stepped forward. Deputy Minister, you are right. However, the kerosene supply is already limited. If we run out of supplies, we can find more. But if we lose lives, we cannot bring them back. The crew-cut man bowed his head in embarrassment. I wish I could. Goose dismissed him with a glance and finally directed his focus towards En's departing figure. Go outside and bring Captain Nansheng to see me. Hey, look. The commander is with a girl. Someone exclaimed. That must be the Nansheng team. In the mission area, where many supernatural beings gathered, Lu Qi and En's presence attracted considerable attention. Meanwhile, the winter team in the crowd also noticed. That Nansheng's team. Qi Mei pointed towards En and Qi Xian regarded Lu Qi and the girl he was holding, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. That's the boss, he remarked. On the other side, Zhang Meng commented while Bai Jing and Qi Xian looked on, their eyes narrowing slightly. Ding Ling sneered. Being brought by the commander means she must have done something wrong. She deserves it, acting all high and mighty. Do you have bad breath? Your mouth stinks. He retreated a few steps, covering his nose. You, Ding Ling, flustered, pointed at Qi, her hand trembling in anger, unable to find a counter. Xiaoling. Ding Long pulled his sister behind him, glaring at Qi. Don't slander my sister. Qi ignored him, fixated on En. Grinning as he spoke to Bai Jing and Zhang Meng, I feel like the boss and that Commander Lu have a good rapport. Something good must be on the horizon. Lu Qi, in full view of everyone, brought En to the windowsill of the mission area, lifting his chin. Submit your mission. En promptly handed over her team badge and the mission photo taken by Renew. The person responsible at the windowsill, initially bewildered by Lu Qi's presence, accepted her items and nodded. Nansheng team. A-level mission completed. Reward. 800 contribution points. After this, he began clicking on the machine in front of him. En glanced at the contribution points leaderboard on the screen, noting that Nansheng team was absent from the top 50. It seemed that 800 contribution points were indeed quite meager, insufficient to even break into the top 50. TSK, just a worthless team that can't even make the top 50. Our team is 5th. We'll qualify for the Special Operations Zone in the future. Ding Ling sneered at the large screen. You all performed well. Keep it up. The person at the window returned En an S-team badge, encouraging her with a smile. Wait a moment, Lu Qi interjected suddenly, addressing the person at the window. The S-level mission from Ronghua Primary School contributed significantly. Add 2,000 contribution points. The person hesitated briefly before responding respectfully. Understood, Commander. He continued to click away. Furthermore, the intelligent zombies contributed by their team are of immense value to the Research Institute. Add 5,000 contribution points. Understood, Commander. From this day forth, the Nansheng team would enter the Special Operations Zone, rewarded with 5,000 contribution points. En raised her eyebrows, watching as her team's ranking soared on the screen. 40th place, 24th place, 11th place, 1st place. They held the top position. Wow, did you see that? The Nansheng team just shot up to 1st place. A member of the Nansheng team exclaimed. Their team name now displayed Special Operations Zone beside it, marking them as the only team in that category. Excited chatter erupted among the crowd. Qi observed En intently. Wow, the beauty of Nansheng is truly remarkable. We need to step up our game, Xiaoyi.
Qi Mei marveled.
Meanwhile, Dingling appeared as if she had just swallowed something bitter. I knew it, the boss must have something good coming. Qi clapped his hands in glee, exhilarated like a 13-year-old boy. Bai Jing, however, felt less jubilant. The stronger she became, the more he would remain tethered to the identity of her subordinate, forever under her shadow. What have I overlooked? Lu Qi seemed unable to think of any additional contributions to add, turning to En with a serious expression. En, adopting a grave demeanor, asserted, Our team possesses excellent qualities. Both the men are handsome, and the women are beautiful. Cheng Su and the others were left speechless. Could this truly be counted? Surprisingly, Lu Qi appeared to take her words to heart, nodding thoughtfully before declaring, "Then I shall add 2,000 contribution points." This left Ching-Su and the others utterly bewildered. Even Song Nian and Rinyu, who had shown little emotion thus far, wore expressions of disbelief. After making his pronouncement, Lu Qi beckoned a nearby soldier. "You, come here. Gather some personnel to assist the Nanxing team in moving to the Special Operations Zone." The soldier immediately complied. "Understood." "Oh, by the way." Lu Qi seemed to recall something of significance, gazing intently at Inan. "If the deputy minister from the base contacts you, dismiss his words as nonsense. Moreover," he added, his tone turning serious, "any benefits he can offer you, I can double. Your team belongs to us externally." Chapter 49, Recruitment. Soon, with the assistance of the soldiers, Yin and her team moved into the Special Operations Zone, and Lin Feng was successfully recommended to the Research Institute by Yinan. The Special Operations Zone is strategically located within the base, directly above the Core Research Institute, and below the Central Command Area. To the left lies the storage area, and to the right the armory. This arrangement underscores the significance and exclusivity of the Special Operations Zone. Furthermore, the accommodations within the Special Operations Zone differ from the uniform high-rise buildings outside, featuring individual small villas for each team, ensuring high privacy and complete facilities. Compared to the residences of Lu Qi and his peers nearby, they were no less impressive. That place must be where all the senior officers reside.
Boss.
Our living conditions have just skyrocketed, Chung-Su remarked, taking in the surroundings with admiration. Mediocre, Inan replied, recalling the luxurious base within her space. Suddenly, 3 men clad in black uniforms, adorned with golden insignias, approached. "May I ask who the captain of the Nanxing team is? The deputy minister requests your presence." "That would be me," Inan replied, stepping forward without missing a beat, as if she had anticipated this moment. Following the 3 elite soldiers, she arrived at a towering building, the most grandiose and imposing structure within the base. As I entered the building, the first floor showcased an array of artillery, tanks, and model fighter jets, enveloped in a solemn atmosphere that inspired a profound sense of reverence. Upon reaching the 5th floor via the elevator, I spotted Goose seated at his desk. With an air of calm confidence, Inan approached him, her expression one of astonishment as she exclaimed, "It's you. I can't believe you're the deputy minister." Her words left Goose so momentarily speechless. Indeed, she had no prior knowledge of his position, which rendered her earlier behavior less inappropriate. Goose's face remained impassive, yet the anger in his eyes had notably diminished as he regarded Inan with a measured gaze, instructing her to prepare herself to join his elite unit. Inan stood still, unresponsive. Observing her silence, Goose presumed she was seeking advantages, and added, "Once you join the elite unit, the benefits you receive will be the finest in the entire base." He took a casual sip from his teacup and continued, "While the others might go a week without tasting meat, the elite unit dines on it daily." He looked at her with a smug expression, confident that his proposition would entice her. However, Inan remained impassive, not even glancing in his direction, which irked Guso. Despite his typically composed demeanor, he had already been irritated several times that day. "Nansheng, can you not hear me?"
Goose pressed.
"Deputy Minister, I can hear you just fine." Inan replied obediently, "But Commander Lu has advised me to disregard your words as mere hot air." Her response was seamless, striking a balance of innocence and seriousness that left Gusu momentarily taken aback. "That scoundrel Lu," he muttered under his breath before asserting, "I am the deputy minister. Lu is under my command. You should heed my words, not his." "Oh, I see. Now I understand." Inan feigned understanding. Gusu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her. Clad in black attire, her silhouette was alluring, yet her face was obscured by a mask, with only her eyes partially visible beneath the shadow of her hood, exuding an air of mystery. He had anticipated her to be astute and impressive, but their conversation led him to question her intelligence. He pondered deeply, recalling that he had received reports of her squad's prowess. On the first day of the zombie outbreak, at the pinnacle of the A-51 Defense Department, he had indeed observed her swift and graceful movements. Dismissing further thoughts, Gusu lowered his voice and inquired, "Will you agree to join the elite unit?" "I decline," Inan replied decisively.
"Why?"
Gusu's brow furrowed slightly in frustration. "Commander Lu stated that he can provide benefits that you cannot match," she implied, suggesting that his offer of daily meat was of little consequence. "Do you believe everything he says? What benefits can he offer you?" "I oversee all the military equipment in the base." Gusu felt a surge of irritation, wishing to confront Liu directly. He stood, declaring, "I will offer you an armored vehicle and a helicopter. Go ask Liu if he can match that." His tone was authoritative, laced with an icy intensity. Enan recognized that if she did not acquiesce, this cunning fox would surely lose his temper. "Very well, I agree to join," she conceded with a nod. "Follow me. There's an operation we must embark on immediately." With that, Gusu tossed her a shotgun and strode out, eager to see if her abilities were worthy of the attention she had garnered. Outside the building, 4 rows of elite soldiers were poised for action, and in the distance, 15 helicopters stood ready, signifying the significance of the impending operation. In her previous life, Enan had never had the opportunity to participate in such vital missions. Thus, she remained calm as she trailed Gusu. "Let us move," Gusu commanded, and the elite soldiers boarded the helicopters in an orderly fashion, with Enan following behind. Amidst the rush, no one noticed her presence, but one soldier, without turning, tossed her a helmet, saying, "Hey, buddy, put this on." After donning the helmet and settling into her seat, she noticed the other 7 elite soldiers staring wide-eyed at her. "What's with the girl?" the crew cut leader exclaimed, taken aback by her unexpected presence. Nan Sheng, a member of the elite unit, Enan gracefully introduced herself, smiling. The other soldiers followed suit, revealing that the leader's name was Wang Biao, a fire-type ability user and captain of their 7-member team. It turned out that each elite unit comprised 7 members, each led by a captain, totaling 49 teams. These 7 teams formed a regiment, each with a commander. 14 teams were deployed for this operation. Throughout the journey, Wang Biao began to enlighten Enan about the elite soldiers, most of whom had been personally selected by Gusu. Some were exceptional special forces with abilities, while others were civilians possessing formidable skills and powers. To join the elite unit, one must meet 2 criteria: possessing a powerful ability and having a robust physique. Thus, the rugged soldiers were taken aback by the addition of a woman, especially one who appeared so delicate. "What is the nature of our operation?" Enan inquired after listening to Wang Biao's explanations. "We are heading to an oil refinery. We visited there a couple of days ago, and the place is crawling with zombies, almost entirely infected." Wang Biao gestured animatedly, his exaggerated expressions almost reenacting the horrific battles they had faced. "We fought for an entire day and night just to clear the outer perimeter of zombies. But we couldn't even approach the oil storage area." Enan nodded, understanding the gravity of their mission. No wonder such a large deployment was necessary. This was a highly valuable oil refinery, and Gusu, the cunning fox, was already seeking to seize it so soon after the apocalypse began. "Weapons and abilities cannot be utilized inside the refinery," she murmured. Wang Biao slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "You're sharp. To prevent explosions, we can only engage in close combat with the zombies, which significantly raises the difficulty level." He paused, his expression turning grave. "Last time, 2 of my brothers lost their lives. Now, with the emergence of second-tier zombies, the mission has become even more perilous." He cast a worried glance at Enan. "Be careful, young lady. Your delicate frame is no match for the resilience of us rugged men." Enan remained silent, merely smiling as she gazed out the window at the land below. "Don't frighten her. The deputy minister is here, so it won't be that terrifying." One of the elite soldiers nudged Wang Biao playfully. "You're right," Wang Biao conceded with a chuckle. "Our deputy minister is the fiercest fighter in the Eastern Theater. With him around, there's nothing to fear." "The fiercest fighter in the Eastern region?" Enan found their banter amusing, bemused by their penchant for whimsical nicknames. "Yes. That's what everyone calls him, but he dislikes it, claiming it sounds ridiculous." Wang Biao laughed heartily before turning to another elite soldier beside him and asking, "By the way, which division does Commander Liu belong to?" Commander Liu is from the Southern Division. Previously, he and the Deputy Minister served in the Eastern region, both equally formidable. But he was later reassigned to the South, the soldier named Huzi explained. Enan, however, exhibited little interest in the affairs of these men. Her gaze drifted down to the land below, where a distant oil refinery emerged as a mere speck on the horizon. She momentarily peered into her infinite space, a glint of cunning flashing through her feline-like eyes, only to revert back to her usual indifference. 2 hours later, the helicopter touched down steadily. None of the individuals were armed with firearms. Instead, they wielded knives, swords, spears, hammers, clubs, bayonets, and daggers as they followed Gusu into the fray. And leisurely trailed behind, continuously surveying the refinery's structure. At that moment, the zombies within the refinery, alerted by the commotion, surged forth, grotesque forms with gaping maws, accompanied by several mutated second-level zombies reminiscent of titans from a distant tale. In the presence of these mutated giants, even the rough-and-tumble men towering at 6 feet seemed somewhat delicate. Gusu boldly engaged the zombies, brandishing 2 curved swords with lethal precision. The chaos was palpable. And, ever observant, executed a swift maneuver, stealthily slipping away from a corner. Once free, she darted towards the oil storage area.
Oil. Crude oil.
Refined oil. Storage tanks. Here I come. With a grappling hook aimed at a safe spot, Ian leaped over a throng of zombies, swiftly reaching the storage area. Rows of oil tanks were drawn into her space. Her mental prowess allowed her to absorb any object within a 30-meter radius, with mere thought. She ran and collected. A veritable zero-cost shopping spree, soon amassing a significant portion of the stored oil. Brother, the helicopters just landed nearby. Could it be that the largest base has arrived? Suddenly, a female voice pierced through the sounds of zombie growls and combat. Ian cautiously approached, her footsteps light. On the opposite end of the refinery, a group of humans was engaged in battle with the zombies. The speaker was a girl with short hair and deep, sun-kissed skin, her striking black eyes gleaming with intensity. Beside her stood a tall boy, similarly dark-skinned, with chiseled features and an aura of undeniable masculinity. It was none other than Song Yensheng and his sister, Song Yenxin. Ian recognized them from her past life. Song Yensheng had later established a modestly renowned base, and this duo was a formidable potential asset. It seemed they too coveted the refinery, opting to form their own small group rather than join a base. They will need some time to clear the zombies. We are at the back door, closer to the storage area. Let us seize the oil before they do. Song Yensheng calmly strategized, and Song Yenxin nodded in agreement, immediately redoubling her efforts against the zombies. Just then, a second-level speed-type mutated zombie lunged at Ian from behind. The commotion caught Song Yensheng's attention, who swiftly dispatched the zombie in front of him and rushed toward Ian and devised a plan. Neutralizing the pursuing second-level zombie and snatching a small oil drum off the ground, sprinting toward Gu Suo and his group. Brother, she's carrying oil. Song Yenxin exclaimed. It seemed she was not affiliated with the base and had likely come alone to pilfer oil. They needed to seize her stash. Song Yensheng's mind raced as he pursued Ian. As she ran, she analyzed the terrain and soon locked onto a large processing building. Kicking open the door, she shot her grappling hook to the ceiling and ascended, taking her place on a beam to observe the group charging in below. The zombies, drawn by the scent of flesh, surged forward, encircling Song Yensheng and his companions. Ian casually pulled out a piece of gum, chewing leisurely as she watched the chaos unfold beneath her. Where's that girl? Song Yenxin lamented, nearly on the verge of tears. Song Yensheng remained stoic, having indeed seen her enter, but now unable to locate her. Lacking tools, they could only move smaller oil drums. And the one Ian had taken was precisely what they needed. Damn it, there's no way to retreat now. One of the men behind Song Yensheng cursed. After a fierce battle, they managed to clear a path for their escape. We need to hurry, Song Yensheng urged, their stamina nearly depleted. Without a plan, they faced certain demise. Having exerted considerable effort, they finally managed to escape, but the zombies followed closely, relentless like an unshakable gum. At that moment, Ian, with her exceptional hearing, faintly caught the sounds of Gu Suo and his group engaging in combat nearby. They were drawing closer, spitting out her gum. She shot her grappling hook down, placed the oil drum in a corner, and secured the processing building's door. She smeared a bit of zombie blood onto her dagger, then marked her own face with it, tearing a bit of her hood and mask and ripping a corner of her clothing, aiming for a disheveled look. Finally, she posed herself just as the door burst open with a resounding bang. Gu Su stood silhouetted in the doorway, and upon spotting the bloodied and disheveled Ian and amidst a pile of zombie corpses stacked 3 layers high, he could hardly believe his eyes. Did she clear this entire area of zombies by herself? Wang Biao exclaimed incredulously, his voice cracking. Gu Su's dark eyes, obscured in shadow, revealed no emotion as he stepped closer to Ian, inhaling deeply before admonishing, "You're recklessly endangering yourself, charging ahead alone." He scrutinized her closely. "Are you injured?" Ian managed to rise, Feigning exhaustion, her breath labored as if she were on the brink of collapse, her appearance tugging at the heartstrings. "I'm still alive," she replied softly, the words concealing a wealth of untold sorrow. Gusu's gaze bore into her, his expression hardening with a surge of unnameable anger. He turned to address the group of muscular men behind him, his voice cold and commanding. "She, as the newest female recruit of our elite unit, ventured ahead alone to clear our path. She single-handedly dispatched over 100 zombies. And you, all of you, what are you doing?" His words crescendoed into a peak of fury. The elite troops, filled with shame, lowered their heads, speechless. "Deputy Commander, a group just stole all the oil tanks here." Leaving behind only one, Ian quietly informed Gusu, tugging at his sleeve. Gusu glanced at the solitary oil drum in the corner, his anger flaring anew. He instructed, "You go rest." With that, he stormed out, wielding his curved swords, kicking open the processing building's door as he charged out. Just beyond the building lay the storage area, littered with the bodies of zombies.
Gus strode forward,
quickly spotting Song Yansheng and his group in the midst of transferring oil drums. Ian's information had proven correct.
"Look.
They're fighting zombies while these people are stealing oil drums." Gusu bellowed, waving his arm, rallying all the elite troops to charge forward.
Run."
At the sight of Gusu and his formidable group, Song Yansheng and his companions took flight. With impressive speed, they sprinted toward 3 off-road vehicles parked at the rear, making their escape with the swiftness of a 100-meter dash. Song Yansheng clutched the only 2 cans of oil, gasping for breath, her face clouded with frustration, as if she were on the verge of tears. "How can I be so unlucky? After all this effort today, I only managed to transport 2 tiny cans of oil. And I was chased both by zombies and by the people from their base." Song Yansheng remained silent, gripping the steering wheel and pressing down hard on the accelerator. His expression equally grim. "Report to the deputy minister. All the large oil tanks are empty." The brothers only found a dozen small oil cans. On Gusu's side, the elite troops were reporting. His face darkened as he watched the direction in which Song Yansheng and the others had departed. "They must have stolen it. We were gone for just 1 day, and they've taken all the oil." Wang Biao exclaimed angrily.
"No."
Gusu shook his head, his cold voice low and ominous. "It has certainly been more than just today. With so much oil, they must have started relocating it long ago." He sheathed his curved dagger and strode toward the helicopter, emanating an intimidating chill. "Find their hideout. I will settle this score with them." "Understood, Deputy Minister." A commander behind him replied loudly. Upon reaching the helicopter, Gusu's demeanor softened slightly when he saw Ian. "You will sit in the same helicopter as me." He walked to the first helicopter, took 2 or 3 steps up, then turned and extended his large hand to Ian.
"Come aboard."
Chapter 52. The importance of engineers. This helicopter had only Gusu and the pilot aboard. Ian reached out her hand, and Gusu pulled her up with ease. Noticing her delicate wrist, he furrowed his brow. Observing Ian seated opposite him, he realized that apart from her chest and hips, she seemed almost devoid of flesh. "Have you not been eating properly these past few days?"
Gus inquired.
Ian looked up at him, blinking innocently as she replied. "The food outside is quite good. For lunch, we had steamed buns and pickles, and for dinner, rice porridge. It's just that our team spends most of our time outside on missions, so it's not easy to find food." She lowered her gaze, appearing both obedient and pitiful. "So thin, yet you fight so fiercely against zombies," Gusu remarked, pulling a can of beef from his military pants pocket and handing it to her. Ian gazed at the can of beef being offered, and then glanced at Gusu's face, which was obscured by the backlight. She accepted the can.
"Eat." Gus urgé.
Ian nodded and opened the can. Under Gusu's watchful eyes, she removed her mask. The sunlight enveloped her, revealing her extraordinarily beautiful face. With skin like creamy jade glowing softly in the light, a perfectly sculpted nose, and a small, alluring mouth. Every feature of her face was flawless, harmoniously combining to create an enchanting visage. Her captivating eyes, accentuated by the lower half of her face, became even more mesmerizing. As she raised her cat-like gaze to meet Gusu's shadowed expression, she smiled. "Then I shall eat." This smile made Gusu's heart skip a beat. Unable to contain his astonishment any longer, he cleared his throat, his magnetic voice now notably huskier. After responding, Gusu tugged at his collar and turned his head to look out the window, though the scenery eluded his attention. The two remained silent throughout the journey. The helicopter soon arrived at the base, and Gusu turned to Ian and, "Put on your mask." Once he saw her mask securely covering most of her face, he opened the helicopter door. After a moment's hesitation, Gusu added, "It's very dangerous outside. Do not remove your mask carelessly." With that, he nimbly jumped from the helicopter. "Okay." Ian and followed him out of the helicopter. "Deputy Minister, I need to go to the Special Operations Zone. My team is still waiting for me." "Understood." Gusu nodded and then called over Wang Biao. "Take her to the armory to get a helicopter and an armored vehicle." "Yes." Wang Biao acknowledged and led Ian and toward the armory. As soon as they were out of earshot, Wang Biao began chattering excitedly, "Sister, you are amazing. No one in our elite unit has ever received an armored vehicle from the Deputy Minister, let alone a helicopter." Ian smiled but remained silent. Upon reaching the armory, they encountered many patrolling soldiers. The armory was extensive, with over a dozen fortified warehouses. Due to the hurried onset of the apocalypse, several warehouses had been hastily constructed overnight and were still being repaired. Wang Biao led Ian to the entrance of the second warehouse, where the soldiers recognized him and allowed them entry without further questions. Ian had never had the opportunity to enter such a place in her past life, and she was taken aback to discover that there was another door inside. This inner door was made of steel and stood over 3 meters tall, with several armed soldiers stationed outside. Wang Biao approached and answered their questions while presenting the insignia of the elite unit, and they were allowed to pass. As the door swung open, neatly arranged armored vehicles came into view, exuding a grand aura. "Captain Yi Chun is here too," Wang Biao exclaimed, striding toward one of the armored vehicles. Ian curiously followed his gaze to see a refined young man in a white shirt, with striking features and unique amber eyes. "It's you." He smiled upon spotting Wang Biao. "Perfect. You, the engineer captain, help our sister pick the best armored vehicle." Wang Biao clapped him on the shoulder and gestured toward Ian, and suddenly realizing the two were unfamiliar with each other, Wang Biao smacked his forehead. "How could I forget? You two don't know each other." He pulled Ian over and said, "Sister, let me introduce you. This is Shunyi Chen, the captain of all the military engineers at our base. He is exceptional. The top-notch equipment all relies on his assembly and modifications." Then he turned to Shunyi Chen and continued, "This sister here is Nansheng. She is incredible. She just joined our elite unit today and single-handedly killed over 100 zombies." Upon hearing this, surprise flickered in Shunyi Chen's eyes as he regarded Ian and with newfound respect. He nodded, "Hello, I am Shunyi Chen." "Nansheng," Ian responded politely. "Without further ado, let us choose an armored vehicle," Wang Biao urged. Shunyi Chen began to introduce the various armored vehicles, speaking with great expertise, succinctly detailing each vehicle's strengths, weaknesses, and functionalities. Ian's eyes landed on a black and red vehicle, distinct from the others, which were all military green. It was clearly modified, with a black body and red stripes, exuding a commanding presence. "I want that one," Ian declared, pointing at the black and red armored vehicle. Shunyi Chen's eyes brightened as he looked at her. "Why that one?" "Because I like it," Ian replied succinctly. Shunyi Chen smiled. "That one was modified by me. Then it must be fate. That's the one," Wang Biao said, bustling off to complete the paperwork for Ian, and Shunyi Chen took Ian and to familiarize her with the vehicle's features. It was only then that she realized she had struck gold. After Shunyi Chen's modifications, the vehicle's power had increased at least twofold. This was the first time Ian profoundly understood the significance of engineers in the military. Her base would undoubtedly require such exceptional engineers in the future. The helicopter, however, had limited models, so Ian chose one at random. The selected armored vehicle and helicopter were temporarily stored in the armory, as other areas of the base were not suitable for accommodating them. Once everything was arranged, Ian returned to the Special Operations Zone. As soon as Ching Su and the others saw her return, they rushed over. "Captain, why did you take all day to come back? We were so worried. We tried to contact you on the intercom, but you didn't respond." It was then that Ian remembered she had turned off the intercom during their previous mission and had not turned it back on. She took out the intercom and switched it on. At this moment, a hurried voice crackled through the intercom. "Boss, are you there? We can barely hold on." It was the voice of Yuan Hao. "What has happened?" Ian inquired. "Boss, you finally responded." Yuan Hao's voice trembled with excitement. "Get to the point," Ian replied coldly. Yuan Hao quickly responded, "Boss, The day after you left, 3 or 4 individuals came to discuss a partnership with us. The leader was a rather portly woman. I thought since you are the leader of our team now, I have no decision-making authority. So I tried to reach you via the intercom, but couldn't get through and ignored that woman. Little did I know, she had ulterior motives. She wasn't genuinely interested in collaboration, but merely sought to seize our food and water. The so-called discussion was merely a ploy to assess our numbers. Last night, they launched an attack on us, stealing our supplies and threatening to kill us if we refused to comply with their demands. We only have 12 ability users, while they numbered around 70 or 80, and it seems they have a dozen or so ability users among them. Boss, my brothers haven't eaten for a day. Upon hearing this, Ian's eyes turned icy. I entrusted you with managing the team, and this is how you handle it? Yuan Hao's stammering voice came through. Why, you're right. Boss. His tone carried a hint of grievance. That woman had too many people, and we tried various methods, but none were effective. I will arrive by tomorrow evening, Ian stated before cutting off the intercom. She glanced at the anxious faces of Ching-Su and the others and remarked indifferently, what are those expressions for? These are mere trifles. Ching-Su and Rinyu, you two go check if there are any high contribution tasks in the mission area. Take one and complete it tomorrow. Huh? The others were momentarily dumbfounded. Just moments ago, Yuan Hao mentioned a gang of 70 to 80 people, yet the boss considered it a trivial matter. Boss. We already have so many contribution points. When can we redeem our rewards? Jiang He asked, biting into an apple. Not enough. If we are to exchange, we must aim for the best, Ian replied, taking a bite from the fruit on the table. What is the best? Cheng-Su inquired eagerly. A Gatling gun, which requires 10,000 contribution points to redeem, and we need 5 of them for our squad in total, amounting to 50,000 contribution points. Ian raised an eyebrow at the group. Wow, that weapon would be devastating against zombies. Come on, run. Let us hurry to take on the task. Cheng-Su exclaimed, invigorated by the prospect. Not for me again, Xiao Rui pouted. What do you need that for? Your ability is worth 10 Gatling guns. Ian consoled, ruffling Xiao Rui's hair. Xiao Rui beamed at the compliment, nuzzling into Ian's palm. Meanwhile, Cheng-Su and Rinyu had barely stepped outside when they were intercepted. Xia Yun, dusty and clearly just back from a mission, blocked their path. Where is she? Who, Sun Wukong or the Bull Demon King? Cheng-Su feigned ignorance. You know who I mean. Where is your captain? I wish to speak with her. Xia Yun pressed, his dark eyes filled with seriousness and determination. Cheng-Su rolled his eyes. Not just anyone can speak with our captain. One of his teammates is the boss's enemy, so he can't be a good person either, was the shared thought of Rinyu and Cheng-Su at that moment. They pushed past Xia Yun and continued to the mission area, treating him as if he were invisible. I just want to see her once. Xia Yun didn't seem offended by their attitude, following closely behind. Ugh, what a persistent nuisance. Cheng-Su muttered. Suddenly, Rinyu, who had been ahead, sprinted forward and vanished from sight. You? Cheng-Su was left bewildered before chasing after him. The two dashed into the mission area, where the screens displayed 2 S-level tasks and 1 SS-level task. Which one should we take, run? Cheng-Su asked, panting heavily while leaning on Rinyu's shoulder. Rinyu did not respond immediately, but instead looked towards Xia Yun, who was approaching. Do you want to meet our captain? Xia Yun's eyes lit up at the question, and he hurried over. Yes. All right, Rinyu raised his hand, pointing to one of the S-level tasks on the screen. Help our team complete this S-level task, and then we'll let you meet our captain. Cheng-Su's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if a new world had opened up before him. Xia Yun glanced at the S-level task without hesitation. No problem, I'll complete it within 2 days. Then we shall meet then, Rinyu replied, turning away from him. Xia Yun gave the two a lingering look before departing. Once he was out of sight, Cheng-Su jumped up, patting Rinyu's arm excitedly. You did great. So clever. Just like the boss. Learned it from the boss, Rinyu replied nonchalantly. Impressive. I want to learn from you guys too. I can't fall behind, Cheng-Su said, cracking his knuckles. At that moment, a pleasant male voice interrupted. Why are only the 2 of you here? Bai Jing, a towel draped over his shoulder and clearly just finished with his workout, approached, sweat glistening on his body. Cheng-Su's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, Hey, you arrived just in time. The boss said to have you help our squad complete the second S-level task. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing's expression turned serious as he examined the task on the screen. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, All right, I'll take care of it. Good luck, Bai. Chung-Su cheered, feeling as excited as a 160-pound sweet girl. Bai Jing politely nodded before leaving. Once he was gone, Chung-Su turned to Rinyu, grinning.
How was that?
Didn't I look impressive? I had a bit of the boss's commanding presence. Rinyu did not respond to Chung-Su but took the squad ID given by Ian and to the window to accept the SS-level task. SS-level task: retrieve medical research findings from the third-floor laboratory of Building 5 at the M-City Medical Research Institute. This task posed a significant challenge, with the location being in M-City, which was separated from H-City by a city, a considerable distance and high difficulty. Given the daunting nature of the SS-level task, the contribution points had skyrocketed from 5,000 to 10,000, yet no squad had taken it up. Are we sure we want to accept this?
Can we complete it? Chung-Su asked.
We can discuss it further. If it proves too difficult, we can always switch. Didn't the boss say, we urgently need contribution points? Rinyu replied calmly. True, the boss is formidable. Besides, if it becomes too tough, we can always call on the Zhishang squad and the Qinghe squad for backup, Rinyu responded. Chapter 54. Are you alright? The next day, Ian and her team departed in a helicopter. Wow, this is so cool, boss. Chung-Su had never been on a helicopter before. It was his first time, and he was utterly thrilled. Ian deftly controlled the collective with her left hand, maneuvered the joystick with her right, and operated the tail rotor pedals with her feet, flying straight toward the industrial zone in H-City, where Yuan Hao and the others were located. Look, a helicopter. Could it be them again? On the rooftop of the industrial complex, several ability users spotted the helicopter piloted by Ian and rushed out. Yuan Hao and Su Zhou also came running. It seems to be the boss. Yuan Hao squinted to discern. Boss. Su Zhou's eyes widened in surprise. She even has a helicopter. The helicopter landed smoothly on the rooftop. And Ian stepped down with purpose. Boss. Everyone greeted in unison, their eyes filled with hope as they looked at her. Ian nodded, her expression hidden behind sunglasses. Before turning to Jianghe, shall he secure it? Jianghe paused for a moment before understanding Ian's intention, stepping forward with purpose to place her hand on the helicopter. In the next moment, a helicopter appeared within Ian's space. What the hell? Where did it go? Is this the legendary spatial ability? Exclaimed Yuan Hao and the others, their faces painted with disbelief. Jianghe wiped his nose, grinning as he reveled in the admiration of his companions. Where is the lair of that woman you mentioned? Ian inquired of Yuan Hao. Upon mentioning the woman, a heavy silence enveloped Yuan Hao and his companions. Our brothers secretly tracked them. They seem to be based in a large shopping mall several kilometers northwest. Su Zhou added with a nod. I'll investigate the situation. Chung-Su, you four remain here and ensure everyone's safety. Ian instructed as he donned a pair of gloves. Yes, boss. Yuan Hao and the others felt a surge of gratitude, knowing that their formidable leader had entrusted them with the task of protecting the group. However, as they watched Ian's retreating figure, Yuan Hao felt a twinge of concern. What if their leader encountered danger while scouting alone? Chung-Su and the others fell into silence, grappling with the unspoken reality that their leader might indeed be the greatest threat. Noticing that no one responded, Yuan Hao scratched his head and fell silent. Su Zhou, observing the cool and short-haired Song Nian at the back of the crowd, finally mustered the courage to approach her.
Hello, I'm Su Zhou.
What's your name? He asked. Without glancing in his direction, Song Nian simply turned and walked away.
Su Zhou stood awkwardly,
watching her indifferent retreat with a self-deprecating smile. Meanwhile, Ian retrieved an off-road vehicle and set off toward the Huiyuan shopping mall. The mall, comprising 3 levels, featured a square central area surrounded by numerous shops. It offered a wide array of goods from clothing and cosmetics to food and snacks, making it a comprehensive marketplace. Along the way, the zombie presence was sparse, though many corpses lined the roadside, indicating that the area had been cleared multiple times. As Ian approached the mall, he stowed the vehicle and swiftly dealt with a few pursuing zombies, catching sight of several people entering and exiting the mall. Choosing a shopping mall as their base was a rather astute decision. Its enclosed structure, with all entrances securely shut, rendered it impervious to zombie intrusion. The expansive interior, with its numerous rooms, effectively muffled external noise, making it an ideal refuge if stocked with supplies. Using binoculars, Ian soon spotted an open window on the second floor. That must be the entry point. After adjusting his gear, he hurried toward the window, launching a grappling hook that pierced the ceiling directly inside. At that moment, a man peered out, astonished. "What is that?" he exclaimed. As the hook tightened, Enan soared upward, aiming straight for the man's face. The man's eyes widened in shock, his mouth opening to scream just as the dagger sliced through his throat, sending him collapsing to the ground in a spray of blood. Surveying the room, Enan realized it had been converted into a makeshift living space within a bubble tea shop, with remnants of previous furnishings, tables pushed together, covered with thin cotton batting to form a rudimentary bed. Stealthily, she approached the door, cracking it open just a fraction. Her acute hearing instantly caught snippets of conversation from the adjacent room. "I absolutely love the apocalypse. It's exhilarating. Why didn't it come sooner?" A woman with a coarse voice exclaimed. "That's what Sister Ja said." A sycophantic male voice chimed in. "Damn, I've been exhausted these past few days. I need to replenish. Make sure you cook that ginseng for me tonight." "Sure thing, Sister Ja." Another man replied. "I saw people from the National Base team today." "The National Base is nothing. Where is the country? Where is home? This land will belong to Ja from now on." The woman retorted. "Their vehicle looks good. Ours are all stolen cars." Inferior in performance, the man lamented, only to be met with a sharp thud, suggesting he had been struck. "Say another word about the other bases and you'll regret it." The woman named Ja growled. "I'll see when their time runs out. All their vehicles and supplies will be mine. Once we rise as a base, this land will be ours." Her curses grew increasingly audible, accompanied by heavy footsteps. Through the crack, Enan glimpsed a rotund woman striding out of the adjoining room. Heading downstairs, her fierce eyes, prominent nose, and a large mole at the corner of her mouth gave her a menacing appearance, her red dress strained against her ample figure, seemingly on the verge of bursting. Trailing behind were two men, one of whom bore a footprint, evidently the one recently struck. "Don't be angry, Ja. How about we go collect that small team from yesterday to entertain you, until they submit?" one man suggested, his demeanor obsequious. The woman named Ja dismissed him with a shove, sending him sprawling several feet across the floor. The display of strength indicated a power-based ability, prompting Enan's eyes to narrow. "Come, all abilities users gather around. I need 15 strong ones. We're heading out." Ja shouted before picking up a chicken leg from the table and munching as she walked out. Following her, a throng of robust men exited the mall rooms. Once they were gone, only 30 or so unpowered ordinary people remained inside, some chatting, others playing cards, while a few dragged women into rooms, closing doors with lewd grins. Enan's expression hardened. Based on her observations, the third floor was nearly deserted, the second floor served as a sleeping area, and the first floor was where this group congregated. It appeared that the bulk of their supplies was hoarded on the third floor. This gang had amassed quite a stockpile, likely because they had not thoroughly searched the mall during their occupation and had brought in additional resources from outside. Seizing the opportunity, when no one was watching, Enan ascended to the third floor, opening a room's door to discover it brimming with supplies. "Collect," she commanded, channeling everything into her space. As she moved through the area, she finally stumbled upon Yuan Hao and the other supplies, meager boxes stacked in a corner. She gathered those as well. Upon nearly finishing her collection, she encountered a final stash in a corner that made her pause. 3 boxes of adult products lay there, their gaudy colors painfully bright. Rolling her eyes, she chose not to collect them and turned to leave. Enan planned to return to the previous room and jump out through the window. As she stealthily descended, pressed against the wall, a door suddenly swung open beside her. Instinctively, she brandished her dagger against the intruder's neck, ready to strike, only to recognize his face, Peng Luo, the male celebrity she had encountered at the Dihao Hotel. He, too, appeared taken aback. Enan swiftly ducked into the room, shutting the door behind her while keeping the dagger poised at his throat. "Don't kill me. I was kidnapped by them," Peng Luo pleaded, attempting to maintain a facade of calm. Observing his disheveled clothing and gaunt frame, it was clear he had not eaten properly for days, prompting her to retract the dagger and scrutinize the interior. The room was a small compartment, evidently leading to a larger space behind it. She raised her head, peering inside and asking, "What is going on?" Peng Luo's eyes, glistening with moisture, locked onto hers, the dark circles and cracked lips revealing his exhaustion from days without rest. Yet his beauty remained intact. Upon hearing Enan's question, he appeared somewhat bashful, biting his lip as he unfastened the first button of his shirt and whispered, "Still a pure body." Inan frowned and asked, "Are you all right, brother?" "I meant what is going on inside." Chapter 55. Something's amiss. Peng Luo's face flushed crimson. Unable to utter a single word, he hurriedly stepped forward to open the door to the inner room. Instantly, dozens of emaciated young men, clad in tattered clothing, presented themselves to Inan. They appeared to have gone many days without sustenance, some bearing bruises on their bodies, evidently the captives of that wretched Jiajia. "Big sister, help me." Suddenly, a delicate male voice called out. Inan turned to see the young man who had danced for her at the Daosanfa, his eyes glistening with tears as he rushed toward her, his clothing reduced to mere rags, his shorts riddled with holes, hanging precariously as if they might fall at any moment.
Bang!
Without hesitation, Inan kicked him aside and leaped out the window, utilizing a grappling hook to cushion her landing gracefully. "Sister, don't go. You're my only sister," the young man cried out. But Inan had already vanished from sight. Meanwhile, on Industrial Avenue, Chi Mei observed 3 cars parked opposite them and chuckled. Why are these people so ridiculous? Are they imitating the Indians? The 3 cars were crammed with people, and even more were sprawled atop the roofs. The small vehicles were nearly bursting at the seams with nearly 10 individuals. "Hey, everyone, could you please make way? Let us pass," Chen Feifei called out, leaning out of her window. This street, once broad, had become constricted due to the accumulation of countless zombie remains, emanating a putrid stench. The width was barely sufficient for a single vehicle, and Qi Yi and his companions found their SUV blocked by the 3 cars. Inside one of the cars, the man at the wheel turned to the plump woman beside him and inquired, "Jiajia, should we retreat?" Jiajia glared intently at the 5 individuals inside the SUV, her ambitions swelling as she grinned excitedly. "Fools. Can't you see there are 2 exceptionally handsome young men in their group? We must seize both them and their vehicle." "Yes, Jiajia." A man beside her grinned, grabbing a metal rod, preparing to exit the vehicle. Qi sensed something was amiss and swiftly reversed the SUV, spinning it around 180 degrees, crushing the decaying corpses lining the road as he sped away. "Xiaoyi, what is wrong?" Qi Mei asked, gripping the handle tightly. "Those people are not right," Qi calmly replied, accelerating. "Chase them," Jiajia shouted, turning her head sharply to the others in the back seat. "Get out. All of you." The others scrambled out of the car, and the driver floored the gas pedal in pursuit of Qi Yi and his group. "Chase them. Even if we have to run after them. Whoever catches them will earn a woman and a bag of rice," Jiajia yelled, sticking her head out the window. "Understood." The 2 trailing cars quickly followed suit. The men on the roofs were flung off as they sped away, tumbling to the ground before scrambling to catch up. "These people are truly insane," Chu Hui exclaimed, glancing back at the relentless pursuit of the 3 cars, his face filled with fury. Qi showcased exceptional driving skills, rapidly distancing himself from the pursuing vehicles. "Jiajia, we can't catch up," the driver exclaimed anxiously. Jiajia's plump face was set with determination. "I know this area well. They won't escape for long. Up ahead is a horde of zombies." Her eyes, almost entirely obscured by fat, were fixed on Qi's SUV, her heart racing. Those 2 young men captivated her far more than the dozen she already possessed. Regardless of their appearance or physique, they utterly eclipsed her collection of male pets. Resolute, Jiajia licked her lips and growled at the man beside her. "Faster. If we don't catch them today, I'll have your head." Qi sped forward, racing from the industrial district into the commercial zone. The number of zombies surrounding them grew exponentially. This area had evidently not been cleared, as countless zombies began pouring out of the nearby shopping centers, encircling Qi Ye's SUV tightly. "Why is there only this road?"
Jia Mutteret called.
They were unfamiliar with the geography of H City, and at this moment, they found themselves nearly cornered. "Park the car, and let them fight. We'll wear them out," Jiajia said excitedly, watching as Qi Yi and his companions became engulfed by zombies. Their car came to a halt, surrounded by the undead. Most of the zombies converged on Qi Yi, leaving fewer to contend with on their side. "Do they want to steal our car? Why are they pursuing us so aggressively?" Chu Hui fumed, glancing back at the 3 distant cars. "We're in a tight spot. With so many zombies, we can only deal with them first," Qi Mei said anxiously, observing the zombies relentlessly battering the SUV. With the assault from so many zombies, the vehicle could not hold out much longer. "We can't eliminate all the zombies. They might ambush us," Qi Xian analyzed coolly. He looked at everyone, resolutely stating, "I'll get out and lure the zombies away, Captain. You find a way to drive the car out." At this moment, all eyes turned to him. "I'm the captain. I'll handle this," Chi said coldly, rolling down the window and swinging his blade at the zombies outside. "The Winter Squad must stick together, no matter what," Chi Mei declared, forcefully pushing open the car door and throwing a punch at a zombie. The 5 of them sprang into action, engaging in fierce combat with the zombies. The throng of undead, with their gaping maws, surrounded them tightly, while the second-tier zombies lunged fiercely at the group. With the increasing numbers of second-tier zombies, it became exceedingly difficult for a small 5-member team of ability users to combat such a vast horde. Even the formidable Winter Squad struggled to escape unscathed. They fought with all their might, but the zombies continued to surge forth, seemingly endless. "Fight! Fight!" Jiajia cheered from the car, clapping her hands in excitement as the vehicle shook beneath her weight. She bit into a chicken leg, her gaze fixed hungrily on the agile Qi Yi and Qi Xian amidst the zombie horde, her admiration growing. Indeed, it was the strong men who were most captivating. The bland men at the base were utterly unremarkable. She laughed heartily, only to be choked by a piece of chicken, her face flushing red as she coughed violently. The man beside her promptly patted her back, comforting her. "Jiajia, don't get too excited. Soon, those men will all be yours." Ian and hurriedly made her way to the industrial district, opting to ride a motorcycle to expedite her journey. Although there were 16 ability users among Cheng Su's group and Yuan Hao's, the plump woman commanded over 30 strong men, including a dozen ability users of unknown strength, leaving Ian quite uneasy. Upon arriving at her destination, Ian found no sign of the plump woman and her entourage. "Boss!" Cheng Su and the others rushed to her as soon as they saw her return. "What's the situation, boss?" Yuan Hao and the others looked equally anxious. Ian remained silent, certain that the plump woman had indeed brought over 30 people towards Yuan Hao's direction. She had assumed that Cheng Su and the others would have engaged with them, but the eerie silence now left her puzzled. Even if they crawled, those people should have made their presence known by now. Something was amiss. Very amiss. Chapter 56. An intense battle. "This is bad, Jiajia. How are these 5 so strong?" As the men around her gasped in shock, Sister Jia's narrow eyes narrowed, revealing a fierce glint. "You go and instruct the brothers at the back to take a detour and cut off their escape route." "Understood," replied the man, loudly directing the vehicles behind him. This detail caught the attention of Qi Yi and his companions, who were engaged in combat with the zombies while keeping an eye on the unfolding situation. "We can't delay any longer. You all go first," Qi Xian urged. "They're trying to block our retreat. Sister, you go ahead, Qi Xian, and I will clear the way for you," Qi Yi decisively added.
"Xiaoye, Jivuan."
Qi Mei's eyes filled with tears as she looked at the two. "I won't leave. Chu Hui and Fei Fei, you go first." Qi forcefully opened the car door and pushed Qi Mei inside, then slammed the door shut, bracing it tightly. "Get in." At this moment, Chu Hui and Shen Fei Fei, exhausted, exchanged glances and immediately got into the vehicle.
"Go."
Qi Xian began slashing at the zombies in front of the off-road vehicle, creating a path for Qi Mei and the others. "We will find you." "Hurry, sister," Qi insisted, his dark eyes locked onto Qi Mei. Seeing her brother's determination, Qi Mei gritted her teeth, started the engine, and pressed the accelerator hard. The off-road vehicle surged forward. However, after just 2 meters, they were once again blocked by zombies. Qi Yi and Qi Xian fought valiantly, diverting the zombies' attention as Qi Mei successfully maneuvered the vehicle out. The windows of the off-road vehicle trembled under the relentless assault of the zombies. At that moment, a sedan charged towards them, and Qi Mei gripped the steering wheel tightly, crashing through just as the sedan brushed past. "We made it!" Sister Jia exclaimed furiously as she forcefully opened the car door and leaped out.
"Roar! Roar!"
Several zombies lunged at her, but her powerful fist struck with a fierce gust, smashing a zombie's head into a pulp with a single blow. Pointing at Qi Yi and Qi Xian, she shouted, "Whoever captures those 2, I will reward them with 20 pounds of beef and 5 women." Upon hearing this, everyone surged forward, rushing towards Qi Yi and his companion, who were already overwhelmed by countless zombies. This scene was utterly ironic. Qi struggled to wield his dark abilities in such cramped surroundings, and facing so many zombies was already a daunting task. At that moment, 2 fire ability users charged at him, and he bent low, slicing towards their knees. The two fire users screamed as they fell to their knees, zombies descending upon them to feast. Meanwhile, Qi Xian swiftly dealt with a wood ability user. Sister Jia, several of our brothers have fallen. Is it really worth it for these two men? Sister Jia's face darkened, her jowls hanging grotesquely. She grabbed a nearby man and hurled him towards Qi Yi, who barely dodged as yet another man was thrown his way. Sister Jia roared, her robust frame charging into the horde of zombies, delivering devastating punches. With her joining the fray, Qi Yi and his companion quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. They were soon knocked unconscious and bound. Sister Jia gazed at the restrained Qi Yi and Qi Xian in the car, her voice dripping with malice. As a woman, if I lacked strength, how could I command these 70 or 80 men? You too are strong, but you shall only become my playthings. With that, she plopped down into the passenger seat, causing the vehicle to jolt violently. Drive back to the base. Sister Jia, our brothers are gravely injured. We only have 7 or 8 left. A weak voice from her side cautioned. Speak another word, and I'll cut out your tongue, Sister Jia replied darkly. In the back seat, Qi's eyelashes fluttered as he slowly drew a dagger from his sleeve. Where are the captain and the others? Chun Fei anxiously scanned the rear, searching for any sign of Qi Yi and his companion. Qi Mei remained silent, gripping the steering wheel tightly, her expression unreadable. Sister Mei, Chu Hui called out, worried by her demeanor. Get out of the car, Qi Mei said calmly. Chu Hui and the others, puzzled, exited the vehicle, only to see Qi Mei suddenly turn the car around and speed back. Sister Mei, they shouted, but her figure quickly vanished from sight. What do we do? Chun Fei looked at Chu Hui, panic in her voice. Our abilities are limited. We must seek help and find any nearby ability users from the base. Chu Hui suggested, and he and Chun Fei split up to search for assistance. Chapter 57. Level 3 Side Quest Reward Beep. Level 3 Side Quest initiated. Rescue Qi Yi and Qi Xian. Target location, 4 kilometers northwest at Bong Street, currently moving towards Huiyuan Shopping Mall. The side quest is optional and not mandatory. Completing this quest will yield a reward. Level 3, Qi Yi and Qi Xian? Enan wondered if she had misheard. During the previous timeline, the Frost Winter team had not encountered such calamity. Could it be her butterfly effect altering the plot? Boss. What's wrong? Chung Su and the others noticed Enan's unusual expression and quickly inquired. I need to step out for a moment. Wait for me here, Enan said coldly, striding out. Except, beep, urgent reminder. This task is time-sensitive. Please act swiftly. The rewards for the level 3 side quest are substantial. Take it seriously. This was the first time the system had urged her so insistently, causing Enan to feel a rush of urgency. She was genuinely curious about the magnitude of the rewards for a level 3 side quest. Jumping on her motorcycle, Enan sped northwest. Meanwhile, in the back seat of the sedan, Qi discreetly cut through his bindings. His head throbbed painfully, but fortunately, the blow had missed its mark, leaving him only temporarily dazed. He glanced at Qi Xian beside him, blood trickling down from his head, clearly suffering a more severe injury and likely unable to awaken anytime soon. Qi swiftly severed the ropes binding Qi Xian, shaking his aching head. As the conversation between a man and a woman drifted into his ears, it's just 20-some people. For me to gather 20 little brothers is a breeze. Sister Jia is right. You're just that formidable. Before the sentence was completed, whoosh, a silver flash sliced through the air. Sister Jia turned in shock as Qi's dagger pierced her neck. The blade sank in 3 inches, blood oozing forth. Quick to react, she seized the dagger, her power surging. Qi's cold gaze met hers, and with a swift twist of his wrist, Sister Jia winced in pain and released her grip. The man in the driver's seat slammed on the brakes, raising an iron rod to strike Qi. Qi dodged back, but the man, filled with rage, drew a knife and swung at him. Missing his mark, Qi had already pushed open the car door and evaded outside. Get him! Sister Jia, evidently enraged, bellowed as she exited the vehicle, instantly surrounded by 6 ability users from the 2 cars behind. Clutching her bleeding neck, Sister Jia glared at Qi, saying, Fortunately, I have plenty of fat, otherwise, you might have struck an artery. Sister Jia, we can't keep this man, he's too dangerous. A nearby man tightened his grip on his knife. Beat him to death. Sister Jia's eyes glinted with malice. In an instant, everyone lunged at Qi Yi. But to their shock, his dark abilities erupted, transforming him into a shadow that vanished from sight. Panic flashed in Sister Jia's eyes as she looked around and shouted, "Where is he?" The next moment, the dagger plunged into her neck. Qi Yi reappeared behind her, kicking her hefty form to the ground. Sister Jia fell, dust covering her, clutching her gushing neck as she screamed, "Ah!"
Kill him. Ah!
7 extraordinary beings surged forward, surrounding Qi Yi to unleash a brutal assault. The force of 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands, even with his agility derived from dark abilities. Qi Yi endured numerous blows under the collective attack of the 7. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he swiftly dispatched 2 male attackers. On the ground, a corpulent woman struggled to rise, her flesh quivering, eyes wide with terror as she clutched her neck. Her artery had been severed. The dread of death enveloped her heart. Witnessing Qi Yi being besieged, Sister Jia's heart erupted with boundless hatred. The blade of desire had truly found a sharp edge today. But if she were to perish, he would not escape unscathed. They would descend into the abyss together. With this thought, a surge of strength enveloped her as Sister Jia wielded a hefty blade. Striding towards Qi Yi, channeling all her might into her left hand, raised high. The resounding clang echoed as blood splattered from her head, her hefty frame stiffened. Eyes glazed over, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. Qi turned to see Qi Xian swinging a large iron rod at the 5 remaining extraordinary beings. He exhaled in relief, seizing the opportunity to activate his dark abilities, swiftly maneuvering behind the attackers to deliver lethal strikes. Soon, all 8 were dispatched. Both Qi Yi and Qi Xian bore numerous injuries, utterly fatigued. Qi knelt on one knee, gasping deeply, while Qi Xian sat at the roadside, wiping the blood from his forehead. A sudden roar of motorcycle engines pierced the air, and both men turned to see Yin and rushing towards them, eyes filled with urgency. Qi Xian and Qi Yi were momentarily taken aback. Upon noticing the multitude of corpses, Yin stood frozen in shock. Where was the promised rescue? Had everyone perished? It appears the battle is already over. Such formidable strength. The system's slightly naive voice resonated in Yin An's mind. Ding, detected that both individuals have escaped danger. Subsequently altering the Level 3 side mission. Level 3 side mission changed to healing. Mission completion, rewards to be distributed. Yin inquired, "What brings you here?" Qi Xian, still dazed, rose to his feet. Qi Yi's dark gaze remained fixed on Yin. Their bodies were marred with various wounds, blood nearly saturating their garments. Yin scratched her head, aware that treating such visible injuries with healing abilities would easily expose her powers. She preferred to keep her healing abilities concealed, feigning a search in the motorcycle seat compartment while retrieving a medical kit from her spatial storage. Yin approached the 2 men. "Hurry, and bandage your wounds." After producing a roll of bandages, Qi Xian's face flushed crimson. I can manage it myself." He appeared flustered, oblivious to the blood still streaming from his head. Standing before Yin and like a nervous golden retriever. Amused by his demeanor, Yin clapped her hands and turned to leave. "Suit yourselves, I'll wait over there." She leisurely found a stone stool to sit on, sipping a functional beverage, as the system's voice chimed again. Level 3 side mission successful. Rewards are now being issued. Reward, base loyalty system. Loyalty coefficient ranges from 0 to 100. Individuals with a loyalty coefficient above 80 are deemed highly loyal. Classified as those who will never betray the base. Loading loyalty system. Ding, loyalty system fully loaded. From this moment forth, all individuals entering the base will be automatically assessed for loyalty, and those with a loyalty coefficient below 80 will be expelled. Expelled automatically. Yin An's eyes lit up. This was splendid. With a loyalty system in place, it meant that anyone lacking sufficient loyalty would be barred from entering the base. This provided her with complete assurance, alleviating concerns that anyone within the base might betray her. "Nan Sheng." A familiar voice called out. Yin turned to see Qi Mei, her brow furrowed, driving a rugged vehicle toward them. Soon, her gaze fell upon Qi Yi and Qi Xian in the distance, her expression relaxing as she exclaimed, "Xiao Yi, Qi Xian, you're safe. That's wonderful." At that moment, Yin An's walkie-talkie crackled to life, with Ching Su's voice resonating. "Boss. 2 members from the winter team have come seeking help. They claim their teammates have perished." Yin glanced at Qi Mei and the others not far off, replying coolly, "They're fine. We'll join you shortly." "Understood, boss. Please inform Yuan how, and the others not to call me boss in front of the winter team." After concluding the conversation, Enan turned off the walkie-talkie, wishing to keep her growing entourage of subordinates under wraps. Qi Mei inspected the injuries on Qi Yi and Qi Xian, relieved to find them superficial, then approached Enan, her face brimming with gratitude. Nansheng, thank you. You've helped us once again. Enan shook her head. I merely provided a medical kit. Even so, I am immensely grateful. Your kindness will not be forgotten.
Qi Mei spoke sincerely.
Your team and mine will regroup shortly. Very well. Qi Mei replied, sitting beside Enan as they both directed their attention toward Qi Yi. Not far away, Qi Yi's upper body was nearly wrapped in bandages, yet numerous old scars remained visible. Enan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Noticing her expression, Qi Mei chuckled wryly. My brother has endured considerable hardship throughout his life. She then lowered her head, shedding her usual vibrant demeanor, revealing shadows of melancholy and guilt in her eyes. Our father was once the deputy mayor of Z City, known for his integrity in politics. However, this also meant he remained merely a deputy, making many enemies along the way. When I was 10 and Xiao Yu was 8, he was falsely accused of embezzlement and rape and sentenced to life imprisonment. Later, he left a letter in prison to prove his innocence before taking his own life. Our mother, unable to bear the blow, followed suit. As Qi Mei recounted this, a bittersweet smile crossed her lips. At that time, we were too young, forced to bear the stigma of having a father labeled as a rapist, subjected to scorn wherever we went. I faced relentless bullying at school, and Xiao Yi fought to protect me, returning home each day covered in wounds. We were often beaten by delinquents, and our family fortune was nearly seized by relatives, who abandoned us once they had taken everything. One day, a couple expressed their desire to adopt us, and we were overjoyed, believing we could finally start anew. But the next day, they stated they would only adopt one of us, choosing the one with better physical fitness. Ironically, Xiao Yi fell ill with a fever that morning, and the adoptive parents callously abandoned him, forcibly taking me away. Tears welled in Qi Mei's eyes as she recalled. I struggled desperately, but I was too small. They were far too strong. Later, I learned that Xiao Yi had overheard the adoptive parents' conversation. He endured an entire night in the cold water to give himself a fever, hoping they would take me instead. Qi Mei's voice faltered, unable to continue as she kept her head bowed, fearful of revealing her tears. Enan gently patted her back. This was the first time she had heard the story of the siblings, Qi Mei and Qi. In her previous life or in the narrative, their past had never been disclosed. All she had known was his cold and solitary nature, always walking alone. Enan softly asked, so, did you eventually find him? Yes. Qi Mei nodded. I grew up and found Xiao Yi at the Warm Heart Orphanage in Z City. Qi Mei fell silent, but Enan could sense the trials and tribulations this brother-sister duo had endured. Sister, we're all set, Qi Yi and Qi Xian approached. Noticing Qi Mei's reddened eyes, Qi stepped forward and gently said, Sister, don't be upset. It's just superficial wounds. They'll heal in a few days.
Ah.
The sand is blown into my eyes. How amusing. Qi Mei leapt down, brushing off the dust from her trousers, and resumed her usual carefree demeanor, saying, Come. Let us join Fei Fei and Chu Hui. Chapter 59. Astonishing beauty. Enan rode ahead on her motorcycle, while Qi Mei and the others followed in an off-road vehicle. They arrived at the Industrial District building. As soon as Cheng Su and the others saw Enan return, they rushed forward to greet her. Boss. Yuan Hao and the others trailed behind, calling out, Boss. Rin Yu and the others looked towards Yuan Hao, clearly impressed. Enan replied, Captain. Chun Fei Fei and Chu Hui have gone to Qi Mei's side. Wow, so many people. Qi Mei exclaimed, astonished at the group of burly men standing behind Enan. Oh, they are the brothers I met while slaying zombies, Enan answered nonchalantly. Perfect. Since everyone is here, our winter team has miraculously survived. Qi Mei, shall treat you all to a meal, Qi Mei declared, retrieving 2 bulging backpacks from the back of the vehicle, clearly stuffed with food. Upon hearing the words meal, everyone's eyes lit up with hunger, especially Yuan Hao and the others, who had not eaten for a day and a half. They all surged into the industrial building, and Qi Mei, under the eager gazes of the crowd, opened the 2 backpacks. Inside were instant noodles, bottled water, biscuits, and sausages. Sausages. They're meat.
Instant noodles.
Yuan Hao and the others were ecstatic, jostling to get closer. Hey, don't push. They're enough for everyone. Qi Mei laughed as she began distributing the sausages. The hungry men bit into the sausages without even unwrapping them. Instant noodles had become a coveted delicacy. In this apocalyptic world, having hot water was a luxury, and eating them dry was a cherished dream, for the flavor was truly delightful. One burly man guzzled down a bottle of water, exclaiming, "Finally, water. No more of Zhang Dajiao's foul and salty water." The next moment, he was playfully smacked on the head by a companion. "You can forget about drinking my water again." Yuan Hao, with a mouthful of instant noodles, suddenly noticed Yinan standing still, quickly offering her a sausage. "Boss, it's delicious." Yinan accepted the sausage, lost in thoughts of the roasted duck, handheld pancakes, curry fish balls, sushi, and other delicacies she had collected from various food courts. She fell into a brief silence. Yinan turned to Jiang He, extending her hand. "Xiao He, the backpack." Jiang He's eyes sparkled as he promptly handed over the backpack to Yinan. Cheng Su and the others looked at her expectantly. What followed was astonishing. She pulled out a whole warm roasted duck, a box of chicken wings, 2 boxes of fried noodles, 2 boxes of salmon sushi, a box of curry fish balls, 3 portions of handheld pancakes. The aroma enveloped everyone, overwhelming their senses. Yuan Hao and the others gaped at the steaming feast laid before them. "Brother Hao, am I imagining things? What is that? Am I seeing things? Why are you standing there?"
"Come eat,"
Yinan said calmly. In the next moment, Yuan Hao and the others rushed forward to snatch the food. Yinan had anticipated this and had saved half of the food to share with Cheng Su and Qi. The 5 of them were clearly astonished as they received the steaming, fragrant food from Yinan, unable to believe their luck. "You are simply amazing, Nansheng," Qi Mei exclaimed, nearly fainting from the aroma of the roasted duck as she hugged Yinan tightly and then began to eat heartily. "Thank you, Captain Nansheng." Chu Hui and Chen Fei expressed their gratitude. "Thank you," Qi Yi politely acknowledged. "And what will you eat?" Qi Xian asked, holding a box of sushi that Yinan had handed him. "I have more," Yinan replied, retrieving another box of sushi from the backpack. Seeing this, Qi Xian felt reassured and began to eat. They had not tasted such delicious food in a long time. It had been over 10 days since the apocalypse began. And during this time they had been living rough, with the basis supplies being extremely scarce, mostly just plain buns and porridge, sometimes even that was in short supply. Moreover, as supernatural beings, their energy requirements were much higher, and they spent each day fighting zombies, leading to severe physical exhaustion. At this moment, indulging in a feast was like a long-awaited rain on parched land. While Qi Xian was immersed in his meal, he suddenly felt a strong gaze upon him. He looked up to find his captain, holding her meal box, staring intently at him, her dark eyes filled with rare admiration. As he turned, his face flushed bright red. There was Yinan, focused on her meal, her delicate strands of hair falling across her face, yet utterly captivating. He recognized her instantly. He could never mistake those eyes.
"But why?"
She looked even more beautiful. In an instant, Qi Xian felt a wave of self-doubt wash over him. Even the sushi in his mouth lost its flavor. Yinan looked up and caught his dazed expression, unable to suppress a laugh as she reached out to wipe a grain of rice from his nose, teasing. Lost in thought. At that moment, Qi Xian's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Qi Mei and the others looked over, and in the next moment, "Nansheng, how are you so beautiful? My goodness, the goddess is truly stunning." Yuan Hao and the others exclaimed, lifting their heads from their food. "My heavens! No way! Goodness gracious!" Cheng Su and the others remained composed. They had long been awed by their boss's beauty. What a bunch of inexperienced humans. Chapter 60. City M. At this point, Yinan could no longer enjoy her meal. She disliked being the center of attention. Putting on a mask, she set down her chopsticks, stood up, and addressed Cheng Su and the others. "Once you finish eating, we need to set off for our mission." With that, she walked outside. Cheng Su and the others immediately put down their chopsticks, waved to the others as they followed Yinan out. "You all take your time eating. Our team has an important mission." For Yuan Hao and the others, this food was a rare treat, while for Cheng Su and the others, it was just another ordinary meal. They followed Yinan, missing out on the delicious food. Yinan piloted the helicopter, leading her team towards City M. Before leaving, she returned the supplies of Yuan Hao and the others to their storage room. Their supplies were basic items like biscuits and rice, with very little meat. It could be said to be quite meager. However, Enan had no intention of providing them with any assistance, as they had not yet fully earned her trust. Besides, if these 13 burly men couldn't even find something to eat, they would not be worthy of entering her base in the future. The helicopter swiftly soared toward City M. City M is located to the northeast of City H, meaning that crossing City M would lead to the edge of the northern continent. Enan mainly operated in the southern regions in her previous life. Firstly, traveling during the apocalypse was incredibly inconvenient. People generally stayed within one city, at most venturing to a neighboring city for supplies, and rarely traveled far. Secondly, some cities had so few survivors, with no bases, and were overrun with zombies, making survival nearly impossible. No one wished to seek death. Even after the fall of the national bases, formidable figures like Gu Su, Lu Qi, and Qi Yi remained in the southern cities to establish bases. Thus, Enan was well aware of the situation in the south for the coming years. But the north? She was unfamiliar with it. Hence, she felt immense curiosity about the northern territories. Her current plan was to secure the north first and then the south. The further one moves from H City, the more zombies one encounters. Approximately 2 hours later, the 5 individuals finally reached the urban area of N City. From the helicopter's vantage point, the ground below was teeming with zombies, swarming like ants around a fortress. According to their coordinates, Enan piloted the helicopter towards the vicinity of the Medical Research Institute. The density of zombies here was alarming. If they were to land, the team's efforts to eliminate them would be time-consuming and perilous. Acting decisively, Enan maneuvered the helicopter to hover nearby. "Boss, aren't we landing?" one of them inquired. "No, there are too many zombies. We can't land yet." Enan replied calmly, her striking eyes scanning the area. After a few minutes of circling, she finally spotted movement on the rooftop of a nearby building. There were 5 men and 2 women. However, one man was hanging precariously from the edge, his body suspended in midair, desperately clinging to a crumbling concrete block with just one hand. Above him, 2 men were straining to reach him, but the distance was clearly too great. The others were gathered anxiously behind them. Soon, they noticed the helicopter hovering nearby. "Look, there's a helicopter. We're saved," they shouted, waving frantically. The leading man, appearing to be in his 20s with silver-gray hair and serious, hazel eyes, called out, "Can you help us pull our brother up? We can offer you supplies." His request came with a proposition, demonstrating a sense of fairness. Enan positioned the helicopter 5 meters from them, opened the window, and coldly regarded the bulging backpacks behind them. "I want all of those." "That's too much," a girl's voice protested. Enan turned to see a young woman in a white dress, her appearance pristine and beautiful, suggesting she was either exceptionally vain or well-protected in this apocalyptic world. It was evident she was a central figure within this group. "Then there's nothing to discuss," Enan stated coolly, preparing to close the window. "Agreed," the silver-haired man replied immediately. "Away, give them the supplies quickly." Upon his command, the others swiftly raised the supplies towards Chengsu. Enan adjusted the helicopter closer, and once all the supplies were secured inside, she lowered the helicopter slightly and tossed down a long ladder. Chengsu climbed down and swiftly pulled the nearly exhausted man up. The helicopter landed steadily on the rooftop. As the group helped the man down, he collapsed onto the ground, his muscles trembling from exhaustion. His companions rushed to his side, showing concern. Enan also descended from the helicopter. "Thank you. I'm sure Yen," the silver-haired man said after confirming his companion was unharmed, nodding in gratitude towards Enan. He knew that without her assistance, he would likely have lost his comrade. Suddenly, Enan sensed something amiss. She turned her head. The helicopter was gone. The girl in the white dress was stealthily moving away from the group. Realizing the implications, a surge of anger ignited within her as she narrowed her eyes. Fixating on the girl. "Hand it over," she commanded, her voice chillingly cold. Sure Yen also noticed, directing his gaze at the girl. "Return their helicopter and supplies." "Why should I? Those are our supplies," Zhou Shui retorted defiantly from behind the group. "But I promised them. They saved Su Le." Sure Yen responded sternly. "Saving a life is an obligation. Why should they shamelessly demand so many supplies from us?" Chapter 61. Don't mess with me, boss. There's no need to waste words on her. If she doesn't hand it over, we'll kill her, Song Yen declared coldly, with Chengsu and the others brandishing their weapons, ready for a fight. "What did you say? You want to kill our people? You'd better ask for our consent first." Zhou Shui's male companions stepped protectively in front of her, brandishing their own weapons. Tension thickened between the two groups. Is my word not sufficient? Shi Yan exclaimed in frustration. Zhou Shui, return their supplies. Everyone else stepped back. Seeing his anger, the men reluctantly retreated.
Revealing Juxue.
She looked at Shi Yan with a pouting expression. Yan Ge, why are you helping them? I have spatial powers, and our numbers are greater. Why should we fear them? People must honor their word, Shi Yan said, moving closer to Zhou Shui, his voice growing impatient.
Return it to them.
Reluctantly biting her lip, she hesitated before looking at Yin En and the others. Fine, we can return the helicopter, but our supplies are non-negotiable. Upon hearing her words, the woman in the blue dress behind her and the two men nodded in agreement. Yes, those supplies are what we've painstakingly gathered over 3 days. Why should we give them away? Su Lo, who had just regained his strength while seated on the ground, observed them with a complex expression, remaining silent. One of the burly men among the two males addressed Shi Yan, deputy base leader. What era are we in? We can't afford to speak of trust. The strong prevail. What is taken is rightfully theirs. Indeed, Enan remarked with a faint, mocking laugh. In the next instant, a thick bolt of blue-purple lightning erupted from her hand, striking towards Zhou Shui. Everyone instinctively recoiled to evade the terrifying surge of electricity. Zhou Shui's eyes widened as she watched the lightning, thick as a tree trunk, hurtling towards her. A sense of overwhelming pressure forced her to her knees. Just then, a 1-meter diameter light circle appeared beneath her feet. When En's lightning entered the circle, it vanished instantly.
Juxue.
Feeling as if she had narrowly escaped a disaster, clung to Shi Yan's leg. Yan Ge, thank you for saving me. They wanted to kill me. En narrowed her eyes. What kind of ability is this, to create a light circle that deflects external attacks? She had never seen such a thing. The circle dissipated after just a second. Shi Yan looked at Zhou Shui. If you don't return it to them, I won't be able to protect you. Everyone fell silent, not daring to utter a word, standing obediently behind Shi Yan. Zhou Shui hesitated, reluctantly preparing to hand over the supplies. But it was too late. En's cold voice rang out, I want to take it myself. With that, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, a bolt of lightning, now twice as thick as before, surged from En's palm. The thunderous crack echoed like an enraged dragon, striking down towards Zhou Shui.
Yan Ye. Juxue screamed in terror.
Shi Yan merely watched her, his hazel eyes devoid of emotion, slowly stepping back. Zhou Shui was struck down, her body turning to charred remains. In the next moment, a bounty of supplies appeared on the rooftop. Beyond the helicopter and a few bags previously in question, dozens of packages of various sizes filled the rooftop. They vanished almost instantaneously. It seemed supplies had materialized. They were Zhou Shui supplies. Upon her death, all the items in her spatial storage had been released. Everyone was astounded, still reeling from the shock of their companion's demise, now confronted with this bizarre spectacle. Chung Su and the others gazed at En in admiration, realizing that space-type abilities resulted in the loss of all materials upon death. Their leader truly knew everything. Who was it just now that said they wouldn't return the supplies? En's chilling voice echoed once more, instilling fear akin to that of a demon. Witnessing her formidable prowess, the onlookers fell into a hushed silence, turning to Shi Yan with expressions of desperation. In stark contrast to the panic surrounding him, Shi Yan exuded an air of calm. He addressed En, acknowledging, this matter was a misstep on the part of our base. You may retaliate, and I shall not hinder you. However, we have already lost one spatial ability user, and our supplies are depleted. I implore you to spare the others. His sincerity resonated with En. Had he not been the leader, she would have already dispatched them all. If your dog is disobedient, and my anger remains unabated, then you and Su Lo will labor for me for a day, and I shall overlook this incident, En declared. Shi Yan glanced at Su Lo and replied, How can I trust you not to eliminate us both? What merit do you possess that warrants my wrath? Be swift. I have no patience for dilly-dallying, En retorted. As she spoke, a helicopter materialized on the rooftop, and she ascended without hesitation. Song Yan and Rinyu each held a blade to Shi Yan and Su Li's throats, urging them to move quickly. With a resigned sigh, Shi Yan turned to the others, return to the base. If the base leader inquires, speak the truth. I shall bear any culpability. He then followed Song Yen onto the helicopter, with Su Lo and Rinyu bringing up the rear. As the helicopter doors sealed shut, Ian piloted them to the medical research facility in City M, landing on the rooftop of building number 5. Descend and eliminate the zombies, Ian commanded. As Shuryen and Su Lo disembarked, several zombies lunged at them, but they swiftly dispatched the creatures. Shuryen's combat skills were particularly impressive. Meanwhile, Ian casually chewed gum while using her fingers to collect crystal cores. Boss, the 2 workers seem a bit slow in dealing with the zombies, Chung-Su remarked. I wish to gather more, but the others are unqualified, Ian replied nonchalantly, not wanting to recruit anyone of poor quality, as it would only complicate matters with both zombies and humans. Noticing Shuryen and Su Lo struggling with the zombies, she waved them over. You should assist. The entire group disembarked, while Ian observed the surroundings from the rooftop. The building had 6 floors, with the first floor overrun by zombies, while the top floor was relatively clear. Chapter 62. The laboratory. The group fought their way to the 5th floor. During this time, Su Lo was repeatedly astonished by Chung-Su and the others' combat prowess. He had thought Shuryen to be exceptionally skilled, yet today he encountered a team where each member possessed remarkable abilities, with the captain being nothing short of extraordinary. Without an elevator, they had to descend on foot. The narrow stairwell was teeming with zombies, with Shuryen leading the charge to clear them, followed closely by Su Lo and then Chung-Su and the others. Ian brought up the rear, collecting crystal cores and supplies. The sounds of their battle disturbed the zombies on the lower floors, who began to surge upwards. Drawn by the noise and scent, the doors between the 4th and 5th floors were incessantly battered. The cacophony of zombie roars and the thundering impacts resounded ominously. I'll go first, you all take a few steps back, Shuryen calmly instructed, wiping the blood from his tang knife. Chung-Su and the others cautiously retreated, admiring Shuryen's bravery as he faced the imminent danger. With a firm grip, Shuryen flung open the door, and a veritable mountain of zombies lunged at him, their mouths agape. Each zombie bore hollow, gray eyes and decaying bodies, some dragging half-formed limbs, while others sported gaping wounds from which intestines spilled. A nauseating stench of decay filled the air as they surged toward him. Suddenly, a radiant barrier enveloped Shuryen, repelling the zombies' advance. He swung his tang knife, deftly slicing through a horde of zombies while seamlessly evading their attacks, revealing his combat expertise. Ian regarded him with a glimmer of admiration. Chung-Su and the others quickly joined the fray. Shuryen, your knife skills are impressive. Which school did you train with? Chung-Su inquired amidst the chaos. I picked up a few tricks along the way, but I'm no expert, Shuryen replied with a casual smile, a hint of irreverence in his demeanor. With 6 individuals leading the charge, they almost rendered Ian unnecessary in the fight. She observed from the back, occasionally dispatching a zombie with a well-aimed shot. Why won't this zombie die? Jiang He exclaimed, bewildered. Ian turned to see Jiang He obliterating a male zombie's skull with a single punch, brain matter splattering everywhere. Yet, astonishingly, the zombie continued its relentless pursuit, now even faster. With its cranium destroyed, it bore down on Jiang He, undeterred. Rinyu quickly intervened, delivering a swift strike that severed the zombie's neck. However, even as the head rolled away, the decapitated body clung tenaciously to Jiang He's arm, its lifeless eyes still wide open, attempting to bite him. Jiang He, despite having slain countless zombies, was momentarily paralyzed by the grotesque scene. This is a mutated second-tier zombie. Remain calm and sever it into pieces, then kick it away, Ian's steady voice cut through the chaos. Having faced such creatures before, she found them more distasteful than challenging. Under her guidance, Jiang He quickly regained composure and methodically dispatched the zombie, flinging its remains far from him. Soon, the team cleared the 3rd floor, the designated area for their base's mission. Ian targeted a room and forcefully kicked the door open, revealing 5 terrified men huddled in the corner with knives in hand. Upon seeing her, their fear dissipated, and they exclaimed, "Are you here to rescue us?"
No.
Ian replied coldly, stepping past them to survey the research equipment and files within. Boss, we've cleared this floor as well, Chung-Su announced, panting and drenched in sweat as he and the others entered. Jiang He retrieved several bottles of water from his backpack to share with the group. The 5 men gawked at the water, 2 of them rushing forward to grab some. Hey, that's quite rude, Chung-Su admonished, pushing them back. These supplies were procured by our leader. We can't just give them away. We haven't had water in days. Please, just 1 bottle, the men pleaded. each vying for their attention. Chung-Soo turned to En, awaiting her decision. She cast a glance at the 5 men, noting their research uniforms, which indicated they were researchers. Give them 2 bottles and they can wait for me outside, she instructed. All right, boss. The 5 men, elated by her words, eagerly followed Chung-Soo and the others out, leaving the door firmly shut behind them. En meticulously observed the laboratory, collecting everything she could into her spatial storage. Just then, a peculiar male voice echoed through the room. En lifted her gaze to see a crack in the previously closed door, through which a researcher peered. His eyes were shrouded in shadow, obscuring his expression. En frowned slightly. What are you doing? Don't disturb the boss. At that moment, Chung-Soo's voice rang out from outside, followed by the door being forcefully shut. As En stared at the securely closed door, her frown deepened. Something was amiss with those 5 individuals. Chapter 63. Until we meet again, both their pallor and the earlier man's demeanor conveyed an unsettling awkwardness. En scanned every corner of the laboratory with a cold gaze. Soon, her eyes settled on a partition in the corner. She strode over, following the stench of decaying corpses, and opened the innermost cabinet. A heap of bones and desiccated entrails came into view. Atop them lay a woman's head, the flesh on her face having been gruesomely mutilated, leaving only traces of her scalp and long hair to indicate her gender. En felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Fury ignited within her as she stepped outside and flung open the door. Boss, are you alright? Chung-Soo and the others looked over. The 5 men, now with slightly reddened lips from drinking water, wore expressions of mirth as they gazed at En. Had she not just discovered the body, she would have never believed that these seemingly amiable men in research attire had recently devoured a woman. En raised her leg and kicked one researcher away.
Ouch.
Why are you kicking people? One of the researchers exclaimed, glaring at her. Those who consume human flesh deserve to die. En replied coldly, unleashing a burst of lightning towards a researcher, who fell dead on the spot. The remaining 4 researchers, now gripped by fear, shrank back, stammering, I didn't eat. He did. Yes, we didn't eat, he did. They pointed fingers at the deceased researcher, desperately shifting blame. En remained silent. With a swift motion, she ended the lives of the other 4. In her previous life, she had encountered cannibals as well. But even in the latter stages of the apocalypse, most bases maintained a zero-tolerance policy towards such individuals. Those who resorted to cannibalism had lost all humanity, capable of committing the most heinous acts. Cannibals?
Cheng's questioned, puzzled.
There are bodies in the cabinet, but I suggest you refrain from looking. It's quite gruesome. En replied coldly, as she made her way outside. Chung-Soo, undeterred, insisted on dragging Renyu, Shi-Yen, and Su-Lo along to see for themselves. In the end, Renyu, Shi-Yen, and Su-Lo emerged unscathed, while only Chung-Soo ended up retching the entire way back. After collecting sufficient supplies, the group returned to the helicopter. Shi-Yen, where is your base? En inquired. 5 kilometers to the north, he replied. That's close enough. I'll take you back, En said lightly as she powered up the helicopter. Thank you. As they flew north for about 4 kilometers, the number of zombies began to dwindle, indicating their proximity to the base. In the distance, En spotted a plume of smoke rising. It's over there, Su-Lo pointed out. Your base is quite sizable, Chung-Soo remarked. We joined later. This base was originally a farmhouse that was transformed into a stronghold by its previous occupants, who gradually welcomed many newcomers, Su-Lo explained, and the others nodded in understanding. En expertly landed the helicopter on a tall building 500 meters outside the base, and Shi-Yen immediately disembarked. He turned to En, saying, Thank you. En nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Until we meet again, Shi-Yen, Su-Lo, Chung-Soo, and the others waved to the 2. Although their initial encounter had been combative, they had grown to appreciate one another throughout the journey. Until we meet again.
Chou le chef foulit waved.
Shi-Yen cast one last glance at En and the others. The words until we meet again caught in his throat, ultimately left unspoken, as he turned away. Once Shi-Yen and the others departed, En promptly activated the helicopter. Let us go, comrades. It's time to gather supplies. Chapter 64. Surviving with my share at the Dragon Rising base. Atop the high tower, a man wearing a cap sat in the main seat, his expression dark and brooding. This man was Chundaozi, the head of the Dragon Rising base. The base leader, deputy base leader, and Su-Lo have returned, a respectful voice announced from behind. Bring them in. Yes. Footsteps echoed as they approached. Chun Daozi turned to face Shi Yan and Su Lo, a glint of malice flickering in his bloodshot eyes. A slow smile curling at his lips. Our deputy base leader has returned, has he? Su Li's heart tightened, and he glanced at Shi Yan, sensing an ominous premonition brewing within him. However, Shi Yan appeared unfazed, looking up with a smile. Lizzie, you may leave. Su Lo was taken aback, frowning at his retreating figure, before gritting his teeth and exiting. As soon as Su Lo left, Shi Yan knelt heavily on the stone floor, the sound echoing in the silence. This operation was my fault. Please don't harm my parents. He bowed his head, his silver-gray hair veiling the upper half of his face. Oh, Deputy Base Leader, what are you doing? So frightening. Chun Daozi mocked with a derisive laugh. He stroked his beard, reclining in his chair while casting a scrutinizing gaze at Shi Yan, yet his smile did not reach his eyes. Shi Yan, however, seemed to ignore his taunts, speaking earnestly. I will personally compensate for the lost supplies. The air fell silent for a few seconds before a sigh broke the tension.
Ah.
Shi Yan, do you know? Chun Daozi picked up a fruit knife and dragged it across the table. That bitch Zhou Shuer has a crush on you. I noticed it long ago. She has been sleeping with me, and despite my indulgence, she still couldn't contain her feelings for you. Who just arrived at the base not long ago. TSK, TSK. As he spoke, Chun Daozi stood, pacing around Shi Yan with a knife in hand, clucking his tongue. Suddenly, he stopped, crouching in front of Shi Yan and tapping the knife against his face. Is it that bitches love delicate young men like you?
Ha!
As he laughed. It was unclear whether it was intentional or accidental, but the knife left a thin cut on Shi Yan's face, a trickle of blood seeping out. Shi Yan raised his gaze to meet Chun Daozi's, his gray-brown eyes devoid of emotion. As long as my parents are unharmed, I can find you as many Zhou Shuers as you desire. Can you find me a space-type ability user? Chun Daozi suddenly erupted in fury, standing and shouting. In the next moment, Chun Daozi transformed entirely, donning a facade of gentleness as he spoke softly. You haven't seen your parents in a long time, have you? Why don't you go with your brothers to the factory and check on them? Shi Yan looked up at him.
All right.
He turned to leave.
Shi Yan. Schule.
Who had been waiting outside, rushed over. What did that madman say? As men bustled about, Shi Yan remained silent, continuing forward. Come with us to the factory. Several towering men approached him. Shi Yan followed them, but Su Lo immediately caught up, only to be shoved aside by Shi Yan. Get lost, don't follow me. Shi Yan shot a cold glare at Su Lo, who looked confused. What's wrong with you? Get lost. Shi Yan turned and stormed off, growling. Don't let him follow me. The towering men exchanged glances before relenting, instructing Su Lo, you can walk at the back. Su Lo suddenly became irate, perhaps experiencing a bout of menopause due to his intense anger. Shi Yan, accompanied by several men, climbed into one vehicle, while Su Lo, unwilling to share the same transport as Shi Yan, opted for a second one. True to the previous experience, as soon as they boarded the car, their hands and feet were bound, their eyes covered, and their ears stuffed. After a brief journey of several minutes, the men in the vehicle were engaged in jovial conversation. Suddenly, a powerful punch of wind surged towards them. One man was violently slammed against the metal interior. It was then that everyone realized Shi Yan had somehow freed himself from his restraints. The men brandished knives and rushed to attack him. A protective aura enveloped Shi Yan's feet, effectively blocking the oncoming blades. He seized one of the knives and swiftly incapacitated several men, taking control of the steering wheel from the driver. What transpired in the front vehicle? Came a voice from the back. Shi Yan, from the driver's seat, gestured nonchalantly behind him and accelerated towards the factory. Although he had only visited once, blindfolded and deafened, his acute sense of direction allowed him to silently memorize the route. The zombies on the road leading to the factory were routinely cleared by the base's personnel. The path was unimpeded, and he skillfully maneuvered past any stray zombies. Upon reaching the factory, he found it to be a large, 5-story building, housing the families of all the base's supernatural beings. Initially, Chun Daozi had recruited these individuals under generous conditions, promising to care for their loved ones. Shi Yan had joined and, due to his exceptional abilities and unique powers, was elected as the deputy base leader. All their families were accommodated within this factory, provided with meals daily. At first, the base promised that visits could occur every 2 days. However, after many had visited once, Chun Daozi refused subsequent requests. claiming that only outstanding supernatural beings could visit their families. Shi had been at the base for merely half a month, and it had been 14 days since he last saw his parents. This time had deepened his understanding of Chen Daozi. He knew that this time, Chen Daozi would not let him off so easily. He could perish, but he must ensure his parents escaped before his demise. With this resolve, determination and ruthlessness shone in Shi Yan's eyes. He pressed the accelerator hard, charging into the factory, despite the obstruction of several burly men outside. Upon entering, the scene was starkly different from his previous visit. The air was thick with the stench of decay and flies. Inside, a dozen burly men were poised with knives, glaring at the entrance, clearly waiting for him. A sense of foreboding washed over Shi Yan. Gritting his teeth, he charged at the men, then abruptly veered toward the second floor, heading straight for the compartment where his parents were located. The atmosphere was eerily silent, with some compartments slightly ajar, teeming with maggots and flies. The premonition of doom intensified, yet Shi Yan refused to believe it. He swiftly opened the car door, burst into his parents' room, and was met with the stillness of their lifeless bodies before him. In an instant, his mind went blank, as if the world had collapsed around him. Behind him, the sound of countless men screaming and rushing toward him echoed. Shi Yan approached his parents' corpses like a soulless automaton, merely gazing at them.
Kill him.
The base leader ordered to maim him and toss him into the horde of zombies. Hurry. He possesses a protective ability and is difficult to deal with. Let's attack together. A multitude of men stormed into the room, weapons raised, and ready to strike. What on earth is happening? The driver of Su Li's vehicle cursed. Something's wrong inside. Hurry to check it out. Several men jumped out of the vehicle and rushed into the factory. Su Li managed to wriggle free from his bindings and observed the factory. His heart racing. Remembering the hand gesture Shi Yan had made for him moments ago, Su Li's eyes brimmed with tears. And he swiftly turned the vehicle around and sped away. Good brother, if we face a grave crisis in the future, I will signal you with this gesture. Shi Yan's cheerful smile seemed to linger in his mind. Tears streamed down Su Li's face as he pressed the accelerator, heading south without a moment's hesitation. On the return journey, their previous conversation echoed in his ears. Lizzie, the situation is grim. Zhou Shuer is a prized woman of Chen Daozi, and she perished while on a mission with me. He will not let me off easily. I have my parents here, and I am bound. You are alone and unencumbered. You can escape. Should the situation turn dire, I will rescue my parents and confront them. You should take the chance to flee. Shi Yan, what nonsense are you talking? We've been brothers for years. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Indeed, in times of peril, one must ensure their survival. And you should strive to live on for both of us. Silence, you harbinger of doom. Chapter 65. Safe zone. This building houses so many shops. Jiang, he exclaimed. They were currently in a multi-story complex with over 20 floors. The number of zombies inside was relatively low, allowing them to clear the area swiftly. The shops were a dazzling array of options. Clothing stores, shoe shops, casual dining, bars, fast food outlets, electronic stores, jewelry shops, beauty and skincare boutiques, pet stores, and board game shops, among others. Once the zombies were cleared, the group began to explore. The boys rushed to the shoe store to select their favorite sneakers, while the girls headed to the beauty shop in search of skincare products. Enan meandered into a pet store. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at her, but she effortlessly dispatched it with one hand. Inside, she discovered numerous frightened cats and dogs confined in glass display cases. Fortunately, the cases were fully enclosed, preventing the zombies from reaching them. However, it was evident that these poor creatures had gone days without food or water, their bodies emaciated, and their waste piled within the display cases, emitting a foul odor. With a wave of her hand, Enan collected them all into her space, along with all the pet food, cans, and toys in the store. After ensuring the animals were provided with ample food and water in her space, she continued her shopping spree. As she wandered, she gathered everything she could, including seemingly useless items from the optical and beauty stores. With limitless space at her disposal, she felt no need to consider the scarcity or value of resources. Everything was collected. Cheng Su and the others, fatigued from their explorations, began playing games in the arcade. Having lived under constant pressure since the apocalypse, they hadn't relaxed like this in ages. Enan brought out food, and they enjoyed a meal while playing, feeling an unexplainable sense of satisfaction. After about an hour, once everyone had eaten and played enough, Enan stored all the gaming machines into her space. Let us move on to the next mall. Alright, boss. The four of them, faces filled with contentment, followed Enan up to the rooftop. Now, equipped with a helicopter. They found it much easier to avoid the endless hordes of zombies on the streets and take shortcuts to gather supplies. The building was tall, and from the rooftop, they could see most of the surrounding area. Enan took out a military-grade binoculars to survey the vicinity. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a mall surrounded by numerous large trucks. From the trucks, she could faintly discern the presence of living individuals. Let us go check it out, she said, producing the helicopter and descending near the area. Now closer, the details became clearer. Among the encircled trucks lay a plaza, and behind it stood a large shopping mall. Many people were entering and exiting the mall, while individuals stationed outside were scrutinizing those attempting to breach the zombie horde and climb onto the trucks. Is this the base, boss?
Cheng Su inquired. No.
It appears to be a safe zone, Enan replied, shaking her head nonchalantly. What is a safe zone, boss? It is a sanctuary where individuals from various organizations gather, encircled by trucks, serving as a refuge for the living to exchange resources. Enan patiently elucidated that in the aftermath of the apocalypse, such safe zones would gradually emerge in every city. Some cities might have one, while others could have several. However, the true safety of these zones remains uncertain. Let us proceed and take a look. Leading the team towards a safe zone, Enan cleared a path through the zombies, and the five of them arrived beneath the truck. There were ladders on both sides of the truck, but they were set quite high, making it difficult for zombies to reach and challenging for people to access without assistance from teammates. Nevertheless, for Enan and her companions, this task was a trivial matter. The five ascended the truck, leaping over 2 additional trucks in succession until they reached the square. Surrounding the square, some individuals with abilities were dispatching a few fortunate zombies that had managed to enter, while several burly men stood guard at the entrance of the mall. It appeared that entry to the mall required a thorough inspection. In the center of the square, there were various individuals seeking refuge, the majority of whom were ordinary civilians. As Enan and her group approached the mall entrance, the intimidating guards glared at them, demanding, "State your abilities. Is entry not permitted without abilities?"
Cheng Su inquired.
For individuals with abilities may only bring one without abilities. We do not shelter the idle. The guard's tone was brusque, clearly lacking patience. They all possess abilities. I do not. Can I still enter? Enan inquired politely. Demonstrate your abilities. The guard gestured for Cheng Su and the others to showcase their powers. Cheng Su glanced at Enan, quickly discerning her unspoken intent. She struck her palm towards a spot, dislodging a 10-centimeter chunk of soil. The guard observed the small mound of earth with a hint of disdain on his face. Next, Jianghe, Song Nian, and Renyu also briefly displayed their abilities, and the group was permitted entry. However, the guard's expression suggested that their prowess barely met the minimum requirement. Had their strength been even slightly lower, they might have been denied entry. Upon entering the mall, they found themselves among hundreds of people, but it was eerily quiet. All eyes were fixed on the newly arrived five, their gazes filled with scrutiny, hostility, confusion, and indifference, akin to wolves or leopards. Without a robust psychological fortitude, one might falter under such intense scrutiny. Yet, Enan and her companions remained unfazed, casually finding an unoccupied corner to sit. What are they doing here? Jianghe whispered. Just observe, Enan replied coolly. Soon, a group of imposing individuals entered, exuding arrogance as they bellowed. Dragon Rising Base is recruiting. Only 10 spots available. And we seek those with strong abilities. Family members may accompany, even if they lack abilities. Our base will support them. This proclamation ignited a frenzy within the crowd, with countless individuals clamoring me. My abilities are strong. Choose me. Chapter 66. Fuson, the leader of the Dragon Rising Base, unleashed a burst of flames to disperse the frantic crowd. What's all this noise? Form a line. One at a time. His authoritative shout instilled a semblance of order, though many still sought to inch forward. You first, demonstrate your abilities, he directed at the foremost man. The man promptly showcased his water abilities, a stream flowing from his palm. Don't waste our time with water abilities, step aside, the Dragon Rising member scolded. Following up with, we don't want wood, water, or earth abilities. We require strong powers, rare abilities, preferably space abilities. His declaration deflated many hopefuls. Nevertheless, numerous individuals still sought to seize the opportunity, especially those with families. In this apocalyptic world, the shelter of a base offered ordinary people a glimmer of hope. Cheng Su and the others were witnessing such a scene for the first time. Their initial entry into the national base had been relatively easy, with many without abilities granted access, while they had merely demonstrated theirs to gain entry. They were unprepared for the harshness of the outside world, where securing a chance to enter a base required fierce competition. During this time, others also sought to recruit teammates. Unlike the Dragon Rising base, which boasted numerous members, these were small groups, some comprising only 3 or 4 individuals, while others had a dozen or more. These groups were uninterested in entering a base. They sought to band together for survival outside, albeit in a more perilous environment, but with fewer restrictions. Additionally, some were looking for temporary partners, willing to collaborate for a day or a few days. Such individuals were often lone wolves or recluses, preferring not to be tied down. After the Dragon Rising members departed, the mall quieted considerably, with only small groups remaining to recruit teammates. Suddenly, the crowd erupted again. Look, it's the Nightfall base members. Isn't that Fusun?
What?
Fusun is here? I've heard he is exceptionally powerful. Not just powerful, his abilities are rare lightning abilities, said to be devastating against zombies. The murmurs of the crowd reached En and her companions. En regarded the 7 men and women entering the mall, her gaze landing on the tallest figure in black, strikingly handsome, yet seemingly unapproachable. Next to him stood a woman in a white tracksuit, her beauty accentuated by a ponytail. The remaining 5 were all men, each exuding an air of menace. The tall man gestured to a green-haired individual beside him.
All right, Fujie.
The green-haired man nodded and stepped forward, announcing loudly, "We are not here to recruit. We seek temporary cooperation. Our target is the University Entertainment District on Old Tree Street. We need a team to collaborate with us. Resources will be divided based on merit." Upon hearing this, a throng surged forward, clamoring for a chance. The University Entertainment District has ample resources, but the zombies are too numerous for everyone to enter. This is a golden opportunity. Fu Sun is formidable. Following him, we're sure to get in. Let us go. Let us give it a try. Teams rushed forward. Only those with strength need apply. Don't come here to be berated for lacking ability, the green-haired man urged, prompting teams to step forward to demonstrate their powers. Most of these teams consisted of 5 or 6 members, with many possessing abilities of varying strengths. Let us give it a shot. It's tiring battling zombies. En murmured. All right, boss, shall we line up now? Cheng Su stood up, eager to participate. No need. Let Xiao He go alone, En suggested, casting a glance at Jiang He and smiling sweetly. Just show 8/10 of your strength. Jiang He sprang up, excitedly stating, "Okay, boss, watch me." With that, she dashed off to join the queue. Among the towering, fierce crowd, Jiang He's petite figure appeared particularly fragile. However, En and her companions showed no signs of concern, casually munching on seeds. Suddenly, a fire ability user ignited a blazing display, while a wind ability user conjured a fierce gust that left everyone squinting. Each participant exerted themselves to showcase their abilities, fearful of not fully revealing their strength. Before long, it was Jiang He's turn. The green-haired man observed the solitary Jiang He, her petite frame seemingly vulnerable to a single swipe from a zombie. He frowned. "You've come to the wrong place. We're looking for teams." "I haven't come to the wrong place. My teammates are over there," Jiang He replied, pointing at En and the others. The green-haired man surveyed the 4 casually snacking on seeds in the distance, his expression darkening as he felt as though he were being toyed with. Yet he remained patient, showcasing his abilities with remarkable speed. The surrounding teams regarded the petite Jiang He with mockery, as if observing a jester. "Very well," Jiang He responded with a smile, rolling up her sleeves. With a single punch, she struck the ground. Boom! Crash! Snap! Accompanied by a violent tremor, a large crater suddenly formed beneath her. The ground around it fractured, sending shockwaves that caused everyone to sway slightly. They stared in disbelief at the diminutive girl before them. The green-haired man was equally taken aback. In the background, Fu Sun's previously dazed gaze sharpened with clarity. What on earth just happened? Several burly men rushed into the mall, only to retreat after realizing it was merely a display of abilities, grumbling as they left. "Take it easy. Who will fix the place if you break it? What powers do your teammates possess?" The green-haired man inquired with newfound seriousness. Jiang He waved at Cheng Su and the others, who promptly approached. "I am the captain." Our squad consists of 4 ability users and 1 ordinary person, Chung-Su stated. Having arranged everything while snacking on seeds earlier, Enan knew they only needed to follow along now. Alright, good. Let the other 3 show their abilities as well, the green-haired man continued.
Chengsu, Sonyan.
And Runyu each demonstrated a fraction of their strength. As more formidable abilities were unleashed, the astonishment among the surrounding teams intensified. Fu Sun's interest also piqued. The green-haired man immediately turned to Fu Sun. Brother Fu, it's this team.
Fuxun nodded.
This team was indeed impressive. Even with 1 ordinary member, it posed no significant issue. Chapter 67. I am the tender one. Hey, what abilities do you possess? The green-haired man, noticing Enan's cool attire and the silver mechanical device in her hand, asked curiously. She is our logistics officer, responsible for encouraging us and supplying water. Chung-Su responded with feigned seriousness. The green-haired man nodded, appearing enlightened. I see, you have quite the team composition. Enan retrieved a bottle of water from her backpack, offering it to Chung-Su in a high-pitched voice. Here, Jie, you must be tired. Drink some water.
Chengsu instantly beamed.
His eyes narrowing into crescent moons as he gratefully accepted the water and took a sip with delight. The boss has transformed into a water dispenser. Such an opportunity is rare. He felt elated. Runyu, Song Yan, and Jiang he shared in his joy. Fu Sun nodded, acknowledging the arrangement. He turned to leave. Let's set off. The group turned and headed outside, while the green-haired man lagged behind. Introducing his team to Enan and the others, the tallest one in front is our leader, Fu Sun. The woman behind him is our formidable team leader, Su Ying. You can call her Su. I'm Tao Shui, that's Zhang Chong, Song Peng, Zhang Rui, and the last one is Wang Kai. Tao Shui pointed out each member as they walked, then glanced at them. What about you? Chung-Su, adhering to Enan's earlier instructions, replied methodically. We 4 are siblings. So we usually don't use our names, only nicknames. Indeed, full names are hard to remember. How do we address you? I am De Bao, he is Air Bao. She is San Bao, and she is Si Bao, Chung-Su stated earnestly, finally pointing to Enan. She joined us later. We all call her Ning Dai. Tao Shui looked as if he couldn't believe his ears, craning his neck to ask, what did you say her name is?
Neng Di, you can call her Didi. Didi?
Enan sweetly responded. What are you dawdling about back there? Zhang Chong, the man ahead, shouted. Tao Shui, unable to ponder further, hurriedly followed. Coming. We have a vehicle. You'll have to manage your own transportation. If you fall behind, it's not our responsibility. Zhang Chong informed Enan and the others. And they quickly made their way to the vehicle. Enan and her companions searched through the horde of zombies and found a relatively intact vehicle to follow closely behind them. Fu Sun's crew was well equipped, driving an armored high-speed vehicle. With such a vehicle leading the way, not a single zombie could impede their progress. It was safe to say that unless they encountered a mountain of zombies, their path would remain clear. Enan was certain that the Nightfall base must have amassed the finest resources and connections in M-City. Otherwise, they could not have acquired such a vehicle. Moreover, judging by the reactions of those from the safety zone, it was evident that the Nightfall base was far larger and wielded more authority locally than the Longting base. The 2 teams arrived at the university town. They witnessed Fu Sun and his companions firing at the surrounding zombies with handheld cannons. 2 of the men even wielded shotguns, unleashing a barrage. They possessed military weaponry. Enan squinted her eyes. What are you all standing around for? Kill the zombies. Tao Shui shouted. Chung-Su and the others immediately sprang into action against the zombies. Standing among them, Enan played the role of a bystander. As Fu Sun's team bombarded the area, countless zombies were obliterated. The 2 teams quickly cleared a significant portion of the horde. Together, they advanced toward the nearby University Entertainment Center. Upon seeing the scene within the entertainment center, the expressions of everyone grew somber. The number of zombies here was beyond description, densely packed like a tide. The geographical structure of the university town was peculiar, presenting a basin-like formation. Descending the steps led to the plaza of the University Entertainment Center, followed by the main attraction, the Underground Mall. It spanned a vast area, filled with numerous shops, extending 3 levels deep underground. All the zombies that tumbled down the steps were trapped inside, unable to escape. They formed a tide of corpses, with those at the bottom trampled into a bloody pulp by those above. In such a place, anyone who dared to enter would be devoured by countless zombies.
Boom.
Use all the ammunition we brought.
Fuxun commanded.
The men behind him immediately took aim with their handheld cannons and fired downwards.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Each explosion sent a shower of blood and flesh flying into the air from the tide of zombies. Brother Fu, there are truly too many zombies, Zhang Chong remarked, looking at Fu Sun. The University Entertainment Center is the largest commercial area in M City, rich in resources and untouched by scavengers. A week ago, when Kevin warned against coming here due to the overwhelming number of zombies, he was right. Now, the horde has only grown. If we don't take it down now, it will only become more difficult later. The woman named Su Ying spoke coldly. Her words silenced Zhang Chong. Everyone understood the significance of resources. With so many people at the base, if they did not secure more supplies soon, they would quickly run out of food. The others showed no signs of retreat, continuing their bombardment on the zombie tide. At that moment, the perceptive Yin noticed Fu Sun giving instructions to Tao Shui. Immediately, Tao Shui approached Yin and the others. Currently, we have exhausted a lot of ammunition bombarding the zombies. When we descend, your squad will lead the charge against the zombies. Clearly, he had no intention of allowing Yin An's group to gain any advantage.
Understood, Cheng Su replied.
He stole a glance at Yin, recalling her words in the safety zone. They will definitely want us to go in front as cannon fodder.
Just do as they say.
It's better to be at the front, so I can scavenge supplies. His admiration for their leader soared. Boss is amazing. Once all the ammunition was spent, they exchanged glances and charged down together. Cheng Su and the others took the lead, shouting enthusiastically as they fought off the zombies. Ah, let us go all out. Wipe out the zombies. Charge, charge. Their momentum was fierce, yet they only exerted half their strength. Moreover, Jiang He cleverly tossed the zombies backward. The two individuals appeared to be engaged in a fierce battle against the zombies, yet in reality, they were merely kicking the undead back. Amidst the chaotic horde of zombies, the group led by Fu Sun was unable to discern the situation ahead, only hearing the fervent sounds of combat from Cheng Su and his companions.
Brother Fu.
This squad is truly impressive. Tao, panting heavily from the relentless fight against the zombies, sought to take credit from Fu Sun, reminding him of the significant assistance this team was providing to their Nightfall base. The number of zombies was staggering. Fu Sun, however, remained ungrateful. His voice cold as a glint of determination flickered in his eyes. He swiftly decapitated a zombie and stomped down on its corpse, standing atop it as he gazed towards Cheng Su's group. Fortunately, Ina was vigilant, and as Fu Sun leapt, she promptly tapped Cheng Su and the others on their backs. Receiving the signal, they immediately transitioned into a more aggressive fighting stance. What Fu Sun witnessed was a scene of Cheng Su and his companions valiantly slaying the zombies, their demeanor and fervor exuding a sense of complete commitment and noble sacrifice. Fu Sun felt a wave of relief wash over him. As countless zombies surged towards him, he lost his footing and jumped down to continue the fight. Yin exhaled, her vigilance easing slightly, though she understood that someone like Fu Sun was not easily manageable and required careful consideration. The two teams swiftly made their way towards the underground mall. The shops in the plaza were sparse, with only a couple of beverage stalls, offering limited supplies. The main attractions lay beneath. They cleared out zombies in the narrow stairway. The space became even more congested, with a multitude of zombies nearly filling the cramped passage. Yin discreetly activated her light-based abilities. At this moment, her powers were only at the second tier, emitting a faint glow that allowed her to blend seamlessly within the horde. She enveloped Cheng Su and Jiang He in a layer of this light energy, enabling them to navigate through the tide of zombies without the fear of being bitten. Cheng Su and Jiang He exchanged glances of gratitude before charging forward, with Song Nian, Ren Yu, and Yin closely following behind. Countless zombies were pushed behind them, overwhelming Fu Sun and his group. The sheer number of zombies was alarming. What should they do? There was no room to survive. How did they manage to get through? Zhang Chong and his companions retreated repeatedly, while the ravenous zombies lunged at them. Kill them! Fu Sun's gaze hardened as he led the charge. His body crackled with lightning energy, instantly incapacitating the oncoming zombies. Everyone surged forward, fiercely hacking away at the undead. They couldn't possibly be bitten to death, could they? Su Ying inquired, unable to hear any news from Yin An's group. Fu Sun said nothing. The lives of others were of no concern to him. He simply sought to obtain what he desired. Chapter 68. Fools Before Long. Cheng Su and his group reached the first underground level. And quickly produced several second-tier crystal cores, absorbing them to replenish her energy and distributing some to her teammates. The light aura continued to consume energy. And resolved to finish the task swiftly. Though her energy was ample, it could not withstand prolonged depletion. My light abilities won't last long. You all stay here and slay zombies. I will gather supplies. Upon hearing this, the others immediately nodded in agreement. In the next moment, the light aura surrounding Chengsu and Jiang He vanished, reappearing around Enan. The four of them armed themselves and formed a protective circle, battling the zombies together to maximize their safety. Meanwhile, Enan, wrapped in her light energy, launched a grappling hook and propelled herself forward. The underground city was vast, with streets stretching several hundred meters in a circular layout, flanked by shops. Just as Suing had mentioned, it had yet to be scavenged. All the stores retained supplies from before the apocalypse. Enan dashed forward, stepping on the heads of zombies while her grappling hook shot towards the ceiling, allowing her to gather supplies with her free hand. Faster. Even faster. Sweat poured from her muscles quivering as she challenged her physical limits, accompanied by the system's notifications. Stamina 1, Speed 1, Resilience 1, Strength 1, 100 meters remaining. Stamina 1, Speed 1, Resilience 1, Strength 1, 40 meters remaining. Stamina 1, Speed 1, Resilience 1, Strength 1, 10 meters remaining. At last, she spotted Chengsu and the others again. Enan shot her grappling hook toward the center of the group, successfully returning to safety. Upon seeing her return, Song Yan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. I cannot use my lightning abilities, or I will leave traces. Hold on a bit longer and fight your way back. They're almost here. Enan whispered, pulling out a few more second-tier crystal cores to replenish her energy. She was nearly depleted and they had only reached the first level. Thus, she needed to act swiftly to prepare for what lay ahead. The four of them coordinated seamlessly, turning around to push back against the zombies. Chengsu, sensing the moment was right, exchanged a glance with Enan and shouted, "Brothers of Nightfall, there are too many zombies inside. We cannot hold on much longer. Hurry in and assist us." They fought their way outward, quickly retreating to the middle of the staircase. Just then, a surge of lightning split a path through the horde. Fu Sun, clad in black, charged in, declaring, "Everyone fall back, I will lead the way." Chengsu and the others swiftly retreated. He wielded a blade crackling with lightning, striking forcefully at the advancing zombies. The sheer power of the attack pushed some of the zombies back, and the others followed suit, attacking fiercely.
Kill, kill, kill.
Everyone was consumed by the frenzy of battle, except for Chengsu's group, who remained pushed to the rear. Enan noticed that only 6 members of the Nightfall base were left. Turning her gaze, she spotted the body of a man named Zhang Chong amidst the mountain of fallen zombies. No wonder their comrades were so frantic. A teammate had perished. After the relentless slaughter, everyone was utterly exhausted, their bodies stained with blood. The zombies had been decimated to a significant extent, and all were sprawled on the ground, with only 2 or 3 still engaged in eliminating the last few undead. Chengsu and Jiang He appeared the most fatigued, with Chengsu pinching his own pressure point. "I feel like I am going to faint." The members of the Nightfall base lay sprawled on the ground, unwilling to move. After dispatching the final zombie, Fu Sun's voice was icily detached. "It's clear here." "What? What do you mean it's clear?" Chengsu jumped up in disbelief. "What?" Su Ying and the others also rose. Moving forward, everyone stared incredulously at the empty mall. Each store was barren, not a single box or needle remaining. "It's over. We killed zombies for nothing." Jiang He lamented, on the verge of tears. Fu Sun coldly regarded Enan and the others. Based on his understanding of space-type ability users, their spatial capacity was merely 100 cubic meters. To his knowledge, the only known space ability user in City M was Zhou Shuer from the Longting base. It could not have been their doing, they lacked the capability. Fu Sun cast a dispassionate glance at the Longting emblem on Enan's backpack. "Are you from the Longting base?" "How did you know?" Enan asked. Fu Sun remained silent, his gaze fixated on the desolate stores. Why is this happening? Su Ying and the others also found it incomprehensible. Could it be that their intelligence was flawed? This was impossible. They possessed the most crucial information in City M. Judging by the number of zombies, no ability users had come here before. Why was it like this? Fu Sun's expression darkened. They had already lost a team member. If they returned empty-handed, it would be a significant loss. I was here the day before the zombie outbreak. It would have been impossible for the stores to be cleared overnight.
Su Jing started calmly. What?
A horde of zombies surged forth from the underground second level. Fortunately, most of the undead had just ascended, leaving only a handful remaining. A few individuals swiftly dispatched the scattered zombies. Fu Sun strode purposefully towards the second underground level, unwilling to believe it could be devoid of life as well. Yin and her companions followed closely behind. The supplies on the second level are intact, exclaimed Tao Shui with excitement. Fu Sun's cold gaze softened slightly as he addressed Wang Kai, who lingered at the back of the group, returned to the base and informed them to arrange for transportation of the supplies. Wang Kai complied and dashed back. Fu Sun then glanced at Yin and her companions, noting the meager, deflated backpacks they carried. Once you've loaded the supplies, you may leave. Your presence is no longer required here. Wait a moment, we can only carry these few backpacks worth of supplies. The rest is yours? That hardly seems fair.
Protested Cheng Su.
Stepping forward, Fu Sun shot him a cold look, as if assessing a corpse. Without uttering a word, he turned his attention to surveying the street. Song Prung approached Cheng Su and his group with an icy tone. It is a privilege to be part of our Nightfall base's operation. Given your commendable efforts thus far, we are granting you the opportunity to gather supplies. Yet you dare to overstep? His tone was exceedingly arrogant. Cheng Su felt a surge of discontent but refrained from speaking. He understood that the leader's decisions were paramount. He could not afford to act impulsively and create trouble for Fu Sun. Satisfied with Cheng Su's demeanor, Song Peng turned and entered a nearby store in search of food. Wait, came Fu Sun's serious voice. Your team should not leave just yet. There are still many zombies present. The group stepped forward, observing that the stairwell between the second and third underground levels was blocked by an iron door. Behind the door, a multitude of zombies pressed against it, howling and colliding with one another. If you do not assist us, we can eliminate them slowly. However, if you do help, we will reward you with 5 additional backpacks, allowing you to carry more supplies, Fu Sun stated, his gaze fixed on Yin and her companions. How do we help? Should we charge ahead to slay the zombies? Rinyu queried. No need to fight. Everyone is weary, Fu Sun replied, gesturing towards a metal shop. You all should use those materials to block one end of the first level. When their team leads the zombies into the street on the first level, you can then block the other end. He turned to Cheng Su and his companions. Do you comprehend? They nodded in understanding. Cheng Su cast a glance at Yin, noting her relaxed demeanor, which put him at ease. I will lead the zombies. You all can assist them in transporting the supplies. This task appeared manageable. Su Ying addressed the group. Let us act swiftly. Without hesitation, Su Ying and her companions, along with Song Nian, Jiang He, and Rinyu, began to haul various materials to barricade the street. After a quarter of an hour, they had secured the area. Fu Sun, accompanied only by the non-combatant Yin, entered a clothing store and closed the glass door behind them. Cheng Su, on the other hand, opened the iron door. In an instant, a flood of zombies burst forth, pursuing the fleeing Cheng Su as he raced towards the first level. Once the last of the zombies had exited, Fu Sun opened the glass door and descended to the third underground level, with Yin trailing closely behind. The third underground level was predominantly filled with food stores, showcasing an array of spoiled goods. However, the freezers in the back kitchens and the warehouses still contained a wealth of supplies. It was evident that this underground city could adequately sustain a base for an entire year, or even a year and a half if rations were managed carefully. As they walked, they discovered a cellar, or rather a basement. It was approximately 5 meters deep, and while its diameter was not visible, Yin was certain it exceeded 10 meters. It was crammed with zombies, evidently having fallen inside, and unable to climb back out. You may enlighten me on how the supplies from the first level vanished, Fu Sun's cold voice echoed behind Yin. Finally, he had arrived. Yin smirked inwardly and turned to face him. It was not my doing. Standing before her at a height of around 190 centimeters, Fu Sun exuded an imposing presence. He looked down at her face, his expression inscrutable, his cold eyes filled with suspicion and malice. Initially, I believed no one possessed the capability. However, the peculiar nature of these events compels me to question whether you wield some extraordinary artifact. He seized her arm, clutching the silver grappling hook, and coldly demanded, "What is this?" Yin smiled faintly, countering his inquiry. "When did you begin to suspect me? You, an ordinary individual devoid of abilities, managed to escape unscathed. That is already suspect. Just moments ago, outside the iron door, that tall man cast a glance your way. Fu Sun continued, his gaze growing colder. That look is all too familiar to me. It is the gaze of a subordinate assessing a superior, confirming your orders. Ian met his gaze with a hint of disdain. You are quite ugly now. Fu Sun's brow furrowed, his expression darkening immediately, clearly incensed. He seized her by the neck and pushed her back, glaring fiercely. Do not attempt any tricks. Your teammates have likely been captured by my men. No one is coming to your rescue. Reveal the location of the supplies, and I may spare your lives. Behind Ian and loomed the basement teeming with zombies. She chuckled, her eyes shimmering like rippling water. In the next instant, a powerful surge of lightning accompanied by a tremendous wave of energy knocked Fu Sun back. He recoiled, releasing his grip as he stepped back, only to be sent sprawling to the ground by a swift kick. Whoosh! The silver grappling hook grazed Fu Sun's ear before plunging into the ground. Ian launched herself forward, delivering a knee strike to Fu Sun's chest. He let out a muffled grunt, blood spilling from his mouth. Without turning her head, Ian unleashed a bolt of lightning, cleaving through his attempt to retaliate, and swiftly flipped him over, pinning his arms down with her knees firmly pressing against his head. Fu Sun was left helpless, unable to react as he found himself completely subdued by Ian. She leaned down, her melodious voice both gentle and alluring whispered in his ear, I left you 5 openings, yet you only discerned 2, you fool. Fu Sun froze for a moment, closing his eyes with a furrowed brow, seemingly realizing the absurdity of his situation. He let out a soft laugh. Chapter 69. Escape Boss. Ian looked up to see Ching-Su and his companions arriving, each one escorting a member of Nightfall Base. The 4 from Nightfall Base were all battered and bruised, evidently having received a thorough beating. Fu Sun gazed upon his teammates in such a state, his expression a mix of shock and fury. We had just managed to control the zombies when these 4 attempted to bind us, but we captured them instead, Renew explained, kicking Jiang Rui down to the ground. Let us toss them into this basement, Ian stated coolly.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Cheng-Su and his companions discarded the 4 like refuse into the basement. The air was immediately filled with their screams and the excited howls of the zombies. Soon, the sounds of different abilities clashing could be heard, indicating the 4 were already engaged in combat with the zombies. Ian seized Fu Sun, delivering a swift kick that sent him tumbling into the basement's entrance. In a critical moment, he managed to grab onto the floor, preventing himself from falling in. He turned to address Ian and about to speak. When she delivered another kick, silence. Given that Fu Sun had merely pressured her for information regarding the supplies without intent to kill, Ian had no desire to take their lives. Throwing them into the basement was sufficient as long as it did not hinder her from collecting supplies. As for their fate, that would depend on their own luck. Ian turned back to the expansive underground marketplace. Let us gather the supplies, comrades.
All right.
Charge forth, boss. Ian summoned all her mental energy, racing forward to gather supplies. Wherever she went, there was nothing but emptiness. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the underground levels were completely devoid of supplies. Boss, there are people outside and there are full 4 trucks. The duo, Fu Ching-Su and Renew, rushed down to the first underground level to assess the situation. It's the Nightshade Base's people, Song Mien remarked coldly. Everyone turned their gaze towards Ian, awaiting her command.
So soon?
Ian was taken aback, realizing how close the Nightshade Base was to the University Entertainment Complex. She turned to look at the basement where the zombie growls had ceased. Bloodied, Fu Sun was emerging from the basement, followed closely by his teammates, all 5 of whom were unscathed. Undeniably, their combat prowess was commendable, capable of entering the special operations zone of a national base. Ian strode purposefully towards Fu Sun, with Cheng-Su and the others following closely behind. Fu Sun frowned deeply, his dark eyes fixating on Ian, uncertain of her intentions. Behind him, the 4 members of the Nightshade Base stepped back, regarding Ian as if she were a demon. A woman who could incapacitate their strongest fighter was not someone they could contend with.
In a swift motion, Yin unbound Fu Sun tightly,
lifting her chin to Cheng-Su and the others, commanding, bind him and seal his mouth. Cheng-Su and the others complied immediately. Ian secured Fu Sun's mouth with black tape, then marched him upstairs. Outside the entertainment plaza, 4 massive trucks were parked, and people were jumping off, each laden with large backpacks and suitcases, evidently well prepared for resource transport. The moment Yin and her group emerged, they captured everyone's attention. It's Brother Fu and his team. Look, Captain Su Ing is tied up. All the Nightshade base members ceased their actions, men with guns swiftly aiming at Yin and her companions. At the forefront was a foreigner with graying hair, evidently older, Kevin, as referred by Su Ing. Fuming, Kevin addressed Yin and the bound Fu Sun. What is going on, Wang Kai? The bewildered Wang Kai stammered, base chief. I don't know. It wasn't he like this just now. If you wish for your people to survive, have your men lower their weapons and let us leave. Yin replied coldly. She surmised Fu Sun held a significant position within the Nightshade base, likely at least the deputy chief, and with Su Ing being a squad leader, their lives held some value. Kevin raised his hand, and all his men lowered their weapons. Return our people and let you leave. Kevin's aged voice held a chill. Yin surveyed the Nightshade base's personnel, numbering over 40, with approximately 20 wielding weapons. The number of those with abilities was unknown. Engaging them directly might not guarantee their survival. Shaking her head, she pressed the knife against Fu Sun's neck, drawing a trickle of blood. Old man, I'm not negotiating. Fu Sun from your base is no match for me. You should know that even with your numbers, I can inflict significant losses upon you. With that, she released a surge of electric energy. Fu Sun's brow furrowed in distress, beads of cold sweat forming. Kevin's eyes widened in shock. She possessed lightning abilities. By the looks of this energy, it surpassed Fu Sun's prowess significantly. All right, you may leave, but our people must remain unharmed. Or I won't hesitate to fight to the death, Kevin concluded, and Yin began to escort Fu Sun towards a bulletproof vehicle. All eyes from the Nightshade base were glued to Yin and her team. Kevin, are we just letting them go?
Wang Kai whispered.
Just a few troublemakers, not important. We only need the supplies, Kevin replied dismissively, unwilling to waste manpower on unnecessary conflicts. In this apocalypse, resources were paramount. As Yin and her group neared the bulletproof vehicle, Fu Sun subtly shook his head at Kevin and gestured urgently toward the underground city. The urgency in his expression heightened the tension among those who noticed. Kevin's gaze turned icy, tightening his grip on his weapon. Brother Fu means for us to remain calm. Securing resources is our priority.
Wang Kai insisted.
I'm sure. After so many years with Brother Fu, I can read his intentions. Kevin, reassured by Wang Kai's confidence, relaxed slightly. Suddenly, a sharp slap struck Wang Kai on the head, causing him to stagger. He turned to see the man who had appeared, immediately bowing.
Brother Fu
What brings you here? Fu Yin, tall and handsome, looked at Kevin and whispered, My brother means the resources are taken. Don't let them go. Fu Yin's eyes darkened with urgency. Block them. Kevin's aged eyes sharpened, and with a wave of his hand, everyone surrounded Yin and her group. Yin and Qingsu swiftly boarded the vehicle, with Yin signaling for Qingsu to release Su Ing and the others, while she dragged Fu Sun inside. Unsure of the Nightshade base's capabilities, especially if they possessed long-range weaponry, she deemed it necessary to take Fu Sun with her. You promised to release them, Kevin shouted. Aren't you also going back on your word? Yin retorted, flooring the accelerator. The crowd before the vehicle scattered in fear. Fu Yin drew a sniper rifle and aimed at the tires of the vehicle Yin was driving.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
With Yin's high speed and the zombies lunging at them, none of the 3 shots struck their target. Fu Yin hopped on his motorcycle and gave chase. Kevin fixed his gaze on the entrance to the underground city, striding forward. Half of you pursue. The rest check how many resources remain in the underground city. Over 20 men rushed inside, and soon, the fastest among them dashed back. Report to the base chief. The 3rd underground level is empty.
What?
Meanwhile, Yin glanced in the rearview mirror at the Nightshade base pursuing them, sneering as she forcefully kicked Fu Sun out of the vehicle.
Bound.
He tumbled directly into a horde of zombies. The surrounding zombies, thrilled, lunged towards him as if they were famished beings fighting over a morsel of flesh. Brother. Fu Yin's anxious voice rang out, and he abruptly halted his motorcycle, unleashing his wind abilities. A fierce gale rose, slowing the zombies' movements slightly. He dashed into the fray, slashing at the undead. The personnel from the Nightshade base joined the fray as well. After several minutes of combat, they finally cleared the horde. But Yin and her group had long since vanished. Damn that woman.
Fu Yin said.
Brother, are you alright? Fu Sun shook his head, glancing toward the direction where Yin had escaped. They are from the Longting base. This grudge must be avenged. Brother, Let's go and take down the Longting base.
Fu Yin declared fiercely.
Brother Fu, Brother Air, are you alright? Tao Shuai, Song Peng, and Suing caught up. Tao Shuai, what is that woman's name?
Fu Xun coldly inquired.
Brother, her name is Nung Dai. Upon hearing this, Song Peng slapped him on the head. Holding his head, he looked at the stern expressions of the Fu brothers and the disappointed gazes of his companions, feeling a surge of anxiety. What's wrong? Go back and write Ning Dai a billion times. You're not allowed to eat or sleep until you finish. Fu Sun snorted disdainfully and strode away. Chapter 70. A reunion with Su Lo. As night deepened, Enan accelerated until she was 10 miles away before beginning to decelerate. The bulletproof vehicle from the Nightshade base maneuvered effortlessly through the horde of zombies, crushing their corpses as it sped along, thanks to Enan's exceptional driving skills. Creating an unobstructed path. There are significantly fewer zombies around here, Qingsu observed, surveying the surroundings. There lies a barbed wire fence, indicating the presence of living souls. Renew added. Enan surveyed the surrounding environment and charged into an opening in the wire. This is the spot. Let us rest here, she declared as the 5 of them sequentially exited the vehicle. Look, that must be a factory, it's quite large. Jiang, he pointed towards a 5-story enclosed factory not far away. A strong stench of blood permeates the air, Song Nian remarked coldly. Let us not dwell on that. We should rest briefly before heading back to H City, Enan said, taking a swig from a bottle of energy drink. Their haul had been significant, and it was time to return. I wonder if Xiao Rui has been eating well at the base, Zhang He mused with a smile. I prepared a fridge full of delicacies for her. She must have gained more than a pound, Qingsu stated proudly. My culinary skills are unmatched. Indeed. You should prepare more upon your return. I wish to store some in my space, Enan replied, observing Qingsu's smug expression with indifference. No problem, boss. Not too much, just 100 million portions, Qingsu joked, eliciting laughter from the others at his expense. Just then, Enan's gaze sharpened as she turned towards the factory. Someone is coming. Everyone stood up, entering a state of readiness. A man clad in a white shirt, soaked in sweat and blood, stumbled towards them. Upon recognizing his face, they were momentarily stunned. Su Le? As Su Le spotted Enan and the others, he seemed to lose all strength and collapsed. With his hands pressed against the grass, he bowed his head, his shoulders shaking violently as he stifled a sob. Clearly engulfed in profound grief. Shi Yan is dead. What? Qingsu approached and helped Su Lu up. What happened? Everything was fine this afternoon. How could it change in just half a day? Su Lu wiped away his tears fiercely. His eyes filled with hatred for Qindaozi. After we returned to the base today, Qindaozi set a trap to kill us. I managed to escape. But when I returned with help, everyone was dead, including all the relatives of the base's abilities. I searched everywhere. Everyone had left, and I couldn't even find Shi Yan's body. Su Le spoke, tears and snot streaming down his face. As he drew the knife from his waist and turned to walk in a determined direction, I will go confront Qindaozi. Su Le, you can't go alone. That's a death wish. Qingsu shouted, stay optimistic, maybe Shi Yan is still alive. Su Le, however, did not turn back. Thank you for your comfort. But even if I die, killing a dog that serves Qindaozi would be worth it. With that, he strode away. Do you seek revenge? Enan's melodious voice cut through the air. Su Lu halted in his tracks. If what you say is true, that the Longting base has committed countless atrocious acts, then their disappearance is all that is required. Enan lowered her binoculars and packed her bulletproof vehicle as she ventured deeper into the jungle. Follow closely. And keep your voices down. Qingsu and the others did not inquire further, obediently following her lead.
Xu initially despond.
Now seemed to ignite with a spark of hope. He quickly joined Enan and the others, whispering, how do we make them disappear? Enan raised her index finger to her mask, her cold gaze fixed ahead. Use dogs to eliminate rats. Everyone turned their eyes in that direction. Shortly after, several bulletproof vehicles approached, followed by 3 trucks. 2 helicopters even hovered overhead. The appearance of the bulletproof vehicles and trucks unmistakably indicated the involvement of the Nightfall base. Realizing Enan's intentions, everyone crouched low, remaining silent. Once the vehicles from the Nightfall base had moved away, Qingsu quietly remarked, Boss, now I understand why you had us carry the Longting base's backpacks. I initially intended it merely to prevent them from tracing our identities, never anticipating that the Nightfall base would seek vengeance with such force. Ian replied coolly, then proceeded to adjust her gear, stating firmly, I will go ahead. You all follow closely. Remember, do not expose yourselves. Understood, boss. With that, Ian swiftly ran ahead. Her figure moved like the wind, clad in black, perfectly blending into the night, her steps almost imperceptible. Soon, she arrived at the headquarters of the Longting base. The entrance was bustling with activity, filled with personnel and vehicles from the Nightfall base. 2 glaring floodlights illuminated the entrance, where several muscular men surrounded a man wearing a cap. They were in negotiation with the Nightfall base members. Ian silently approached, hiding in the nearby foliage. Every word exchanged was crystal clear to her ears. We at Longting base have never provoked you from Nightfall base. Why do you come here in such numbers, armed and aggressive? Chun Daozi spoke, his tone quite ungracious. We demand the return of the supplies you seized today and the handover of those 5 individuals for further discussion, Song Peng asserted, weighing his gun threateningly. Behind him stood a dozen men brandishing firearms. Meanwhile, Fu Sun and Fu Yin sat in the armored vehicle behind, their expressions concealed. We have not acquired any supplies today. Chen Daozi frowned. Are you looking for trouble? Is this the conduct of the largest base in M City? As he finished speaking, Song Peng raised his weapon, aiming it at Chen Daozi's face, only for a cold barrel to press against his waist in the next moment. Shocked, he glanced down at the gun at his side, then raised his gaze to meet Chen Daozi's fierce eyes. Don't think that only you from the Nightfall base are armed, Chen Daozi declared, and all his men drew their weapons, confronting the Nightfall base. In an instant, both sides raised their firearms, the atmosphere tense and charged, on the brink of eruption. Click. Fu Sun opened the door and stepped down, now dressed in clean attire. Tall and striking, his gaze at Chen Daozi commanding respect. Chen Daozi, I trust you are a wise man. I only require those 5 individuals today. Upon seeing Fu Sun, Chen Daozi's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. What are the names of those 5? I don't know their names, but there are 2 men and 3 women, all exceptionally powerful, especially the woman in the black combat suit. Fu Sun recalled Ian's beautifully cynical cat-like eyes, tightening his grip slightly on his sleeve. Chen Daozi scrutinized Fu Sun, his mind racing. The Nightfall base wielded significant power. If they intended to trouble the Longting base, they could have done so directly, without such pretense.
Moreover, fuxunet come personali.
With this in mind, Chen Daozi softened his tone. Fine. I will trust you this once and cooperate, but if I don't find them, you must leave immediately. Thank you for your cooperation. With that, both sides lowered their weapons. Under Chen Daozi's direction, the lights of the Longting base gradually illuminated. In an instant, the area was aglow. The personnel from the Nightfall base entered the Longting base in an orderly fashion, leaving only 5 individuals outside to guard the vehicles and helicopters. A cold light flickered in Ian's eyes as she rolled forward. Who? The 5 men, alerted by the noise, turned cautiously. Chapter 71. The rat eliminates the dog. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 darts struck the throats of 2 men. They fell, their eyes wide open. 1. The remaining 3 men were about to shout. Ian unleashed her lightning abilities, electrocuting one while a grappling hook took care of another. The last surviving man, paralyzed by fear, stared at Ian, processing before attempting to flee. Thud. A swift strike ended his life. Ian retracted her bloody dagger, coldly surveying the corpses before her fingers subtly moved, storing all 6 vehicles and 2 helicopters into her space as she turned to leave. Just then, Ching Su and the others arrived, panting heavily. Ian glanced at Su Le and spoke in a hushed tone, urging him to lead them on a detour around the outskirts to the storage area of Longting base with urgency. Su Le nodded and quickly guided Ian and the others into the dense forest. They sprinted along the outer wall of Longting base, where the anxious chatter of men could be heard from within. Why did everyone have to assemble in such a rush at this hour? What on earth is happening? Don't ask, just hurry. It seems the people from Nightfall base have come to apprehend someone, and the base leader ordered everyone to gather. Oh no. Could it be me thereafter? Did you provoke anyone from Nightfall base? I saw their people a couple of days ago, and I might have rolled my eyes at them. What if they noticed? You must be crazy. Stay away from me. Chaos reigned within the walls while Ian and her companions dashed outside. Soon, Su Lu halted at a spot, saying, This is it. If we cross this wall, the 2nd and 3rd buildings are the storage area. He then added, seemingly recalling something, the basement of the third building is an armory, stocked with some weapons and firearms. Ian nodded, exchanging glances with Ching-Su and the others before agilely scaling the wall. Upon entering Longting Base, Ian was the first to rush in. The buildings within the base were quite old, no taller than 3 stories, and their design was rather simple. At that moment, there was not a soul around. Everyone had gone to the front to gather. Ian hurried into the building Su Lu mentioned, kicking open the door. Inside, it was dark. She did not turn on the lights but instead enveloped herself in a faint yellow glow from her light-based abilities, illuminating the supplies within just enough for her to see. As she walked and collected items, she quickly cleared the second building. Onward! Ian charged into the third building to gather more supplies, while Ching-Su and the others stood guard outside to prevent anyone from approaching. After swiftly clearing the supplies from the interior, Ian entered the basement. The basement was not large, filled mostly with ordinary handguns and some cold weapons like long knives. Nevertheless, even the smallest of gains counted. Ian stored everything in her spatial pocket. After attracting her light abilities, she exited. Boss, should we retreat? Ching-Su asked quietly. Ian shook her head, instructing, you all wait outside the wall for me. With that, she hastened forward. Passing through several buildings, she arrived at an expansive farm where 2 groups of people stood. One group belonged to Longting Base, numbering over 100, most armed with cold weapons. The other comprised around 50 to 60 individuals from Nightfall Base, equipped with advanced firearms. Bright lights illuminated the faces of everyone in the vicinity. At the forefront, Fu Sun and Fu Yin were engaged in conversation with Chen Daozi. Ian was too far away to catch their words. Cautiously, she crept closer, finding the nearest building to climb and leaping through a window, positioning herself against the wall on the opposite side to observe their movements. Everyone's here, young Master Fu. Let us find them, Chen Daozi remarked, stepping aside to allow Fu Sun some space. Fu Sun beckoned, and Song Peng and Jiang Rui each moved to search methodically, inspecting each individual they passed, fearful of missing anything. What are you staring at? One man from Longting Base growled, evidently displeased with Song Peng's scrutinizing gaze. What's your problem? Just cooperate. Chen Daozi bellowed, glaring fiercely at the man. The man, cowed by Chen Daozi's fury, promptly lowered his head, refraining from further comment. You coward! Song Peng mockingly slapped the man's face. Though the man remained silent, he trembled with rage. Chen Daozi's expression darkened, barely containing his anger. They treated him like a mere pawn, disregarding his authority as the base leader. Yet, given the disparity in strength, he could only suppress his frustration and coldly order, everyone, cooperate with the Nightfall Base. They're just here to find a few people and leave. Don't cause any trouble. His words silenced the crowd, and no one dared voice discontent. In that moment, a glint sparked in Ian's eyes as she grasped a dart, aiming it at Song Peng's head. Whoosh! Amidst the chaos, the dart struck true, piercing through Song Peng's forehead. Blood erupted, splattering onto the man before him, staining his face. Song Peng collapsed to the ground, lifeless, while the man stood there, stunned, covered in blood. The next moment, pandemonium ensued. Song Peng, Old Song, Jiang Rui, Wang Kai, and others from Nightfall Base rushed forward. Jiang Rui, eyes brimming with murderous intent, glared at the bloodied man, exclaiming, I'll kill you. Fu Sun's brow knitted tightly. He attempted to intervene, but before he could speak, Jiang Rui had already shot the man in the head. Damn it, I'll fight you all, Chen Daozi shouted, opening fire on the Nightfall Base personnel. Instantly, chaos erupted. Nightfall Base members raised their weapons, shooting at Longting Base, while those from Longting Base recklessly charged forward. Realizing they were not simply looking for someone, they intended to kill them. Brothers, let us fight back. Don't be afraid. Of course, many others, terrified for their lives, shouted slogans while stealthily retreating. The scene was utter bedlam. Pursue them, don't let anyone escape,
Fu Sun commanded.
Having retreated to the back of the crowd alongside Fu Yin, the firepower from Nightfall Base was formidable, swiftly claiming the lives of dozens from Longting Base. Yet, Fu Sun's primary concern remained the whereabouts of Yin and her companions. He fixed his gaze on the fleeing figures, desperate to spot her. They either blended in with the crowd to kill Song Peng, or they're not here, Fu Sun coldly remarked to Fu Yin. If they weren't here, how could it have been a fatal shot? That death didn't seem like a gunshot. Fu Yin surveyed the surrounding old buildings. It's not impossible. That woman is quite sinister, Fu Sun replied, raising his weapon and moving towards the nearby buildings. Meanwhile, Ian observed the frantic search of the Fu brothers for her, smirking as she swallowed a piece of gum before turning to leave. Quickly scaling the wall, she retrieved a helicopter. Let us go. I'll fly, I've learned how. Renyu eagerly volunteered to pilot the helicopter. Ian nodded and followed the others aboard. Su Lo, however, did not join them. Aren't you coming with us, Su Lo? Chung Su inquired, glancing back at him. In the moonlight, Su Li's eyes held a blend of relief at avenging his grievances and sorrow over lost comrades. He shook his head, forcing a smile. You're right. Perhaps he is not dead. I need to stay in M City to continue searching for him, even if he is turned into a zombie. Good brother, that's loyalty. Chung Su and the others were touched. Ian tossed several smoke bombs to Su Lo from her spatial pocket, saying, keep these, perhaps we'll return someday. When we do, we'll signal with the smoke. Su Lo accepted the smoke bombs, nodding gravely, until we meet again. Thank you. With that, Renyu started the helicopter, which swiftly ascended, soaring over Longting Base towards H City. Brother, stop searching. Davy slipped away, Fu Sun remarked, looking up at the helicopter. Inside, Ian coldly regarded him, as if gazing at an insect. Fu Sun was incredulous. Where had she acquired a helicopter? Aside from Nightfall Base, what other faction in M City possessed a helicopter? Brother Fu, we've eliminated all the Longting Base personnel. Wang Kai rushed over to report. Yet, Fu Sun was oblivious to everything, fixated on Ian, unwavering in his gaze. He watched as she raised a middle finger at him, dripping with sarcasm, while behind her stood Chung Su and the others, beaming with smiles. Fu Sun was instantly filled with rage, a lump forming in his throat, unable to express his fury. Fu Yin raised his firearm and aimed at the helicopter carrying Yin and her companions. Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and the helicopter swiftly departed, evading his shot. Go, pursue them in the helicopter, Fu Yin commanded, striding towards the entrance of Longting Base. Brother Fu, our vehicles and helicopters have all been lost. A man rushed over to report. Damn it! Fu Sun exclaimed, tossing aside his weapon and pulling out a cigarette, his hand trembling slightly with rage. Fu Yin observed his brother's demeanor, his own expression darkening. After a minute of silence, he resolutely assured, Brother, do not worry. One day we shall capture her. That woman will become our foremost enemy at the Nightfall Base. Fu Sun seemed oblivious to his words, taking one drag after another from his cigarette, enveloping his face in a cloud of smoke that obscured his expression. After a long pause, he crushed the cigarette butt underfoot and spoke, his voice heavy with exhaustion and coldness. Find her. I want every piece of information about her. Chapter 72, Return Voyage, Beep, Successful Elimination of a Rogue Base. Rewards issued. Added 50 precision artillery units, operated by an intelligent control console, capable of switching between automatic enemy detection and manual attack modes. In an instant, 50 artillery pieces, each towering over 20 meters, appeared within the space. Ian's eyes lit up. She hadn't anticipated that annihilating the Longting Base would yield such an unexpected bonus. The atmosphere inside the helicopter was relaxed and jovial. Chung Su, seated in the back, watched Renyu skillfully pilot the aircraft, exclaiming, Young brother Ren, you truly possess remarkable skills. You've only seen the captain fly a few times and can already operate the helicopter.
Can't you?
Renyu inquired leisurely. Chung Su was momentarily taken aback. He hesitated for a moment before turning to Song Nian. Sister Nian, can you pilot it too? Song Nian nodded gently, gazing out the window. Chung Su felt embarrassed and looked at the smiling Jiang He. Xiao He, you surely can. I can. It's quite simple. I learned it in just one glance. Jiang He replied cheerfully. Chung Su could no longer contain himself. How could everyone else have learned it, while he remained clueless? He fixated on Renyu's movements with determination. This time I must learn it. I won't rest until I do. Ian observed Chung Su's fervor and recalled the system's earlier remark, intelligence level, average. She silently shook her head, realizing the system had not been unfair to him. Before long, the helicopter reached H City, the horizon faintly lightening. Yet the entire continent remained shrouded in a dusky blue twilight. The cities ravaged by the zombie outbreak appeared particularly shattered under this hue. However, in comparison to the desolation of M City, H City still had a considerably larger number of living souls. At this hour, one could still catch glimpses of some ability users traversing the streets. It's only been a day or two, yet I find myself missing the city. Jiang He mused softly as she gazed down at the urban landscape. Anne's attention was drawn to a commercial area encircled by large trucks, and her eyes brightened. The safe zone in H City. Everyone turned their gaze in unison. In the city center, dozens of large trucks, both big and small, were parked within a commercial area, encasing a street and commercial buildings. It was evident that it bore similarities to the safe zone in M City, albeit much larger in scale. So many people. Chung Su observed closely. It seems most of them aren't affiliated with the national base. Ian glanced at her watch. There was still a day until this safe zone would be cleared by Lu Qi and his team. For now, it remained under the control of 4 factions: the Thorn Gang, the Axe Gang, the Thanos Group, and the Vengeance Alliance. Their names were quintessentially dramatic, yet their actions were notably ruthless. These 4 organizations had banded together for profit, solely recruiting ability users and employing any means necessary to acquire supplies. In addition to seizing resources, they had repeatedly slandered the national base and looted its supplies. This so-called safe zone was established by them, ostensibly to facilitate mutual exchange during the apocalypse, but in reality, it served as a vital location for their transactions and indoctrination. They barred entry to individuals from the national base, allowing only scattered individuals inside. Each of the 4 factions had a leader who was privy to critical information and acted as the liaison for interactions among various forces. Capturing a leader would unveil essential internal details, such as hiding spots, organizational structure, and information about leadership. As everything was still in its early stages, with trust among the factions remaining shallow, it was the perfect time for a crackdown. In her past life, she had been part of the team led by Lu Qi tasked with cleansing the safe zone. The mission had concluded unsatisfactorily. They had captured 3 key leaders, only to later discover that these supposed leaders were mere puppets. The true masterminds had slipped away, and the factions became increasingly cautious and entrenched in the tumultuous H City, engaging in various plundering acts against the national base, consuming considerable resources and time. Now, with time on their side, it was opportune to investigate their depths and unearth the true leaders. Ian contemplated, then spoke calmly. Land nearby, and let us take a look. Renew promptly maneuvered the helicopter to descend gently. The group alighted on the rooftop of a tall building not far away and proceeded towards the safe zone. Before they could approach, Chung Su and the others witnessed several men on a truck brandishing weapons, pursuing and attacking others. This place doesn't seem very safe, Renew remarked, filled with caution. It's quite normal for the safe zone to be unsafe, Ian replied coolly, striding purposefully towards the area. The detection rules in H City differed from those in M City. Upon navigating past several stacked trucks, they were intercepted by a group of men. Some were bare-chested and wielding weapons, while others were ragged and scarred, each exuding an air of menace. What brings you here? A man with an axe scrutinized Ian, his gaze lingering lewdly on her form. Ian glanced behind him, noticing others on the expansive street casting furtive glances, evidently allies of this group. She lowered her eyes, exuding an air of languor and impatience. Thorn Gang. At that moment, the names of the various factions were only known internally. Ian's utterance of those 3 words significantly assuaged the men's wariness. The axe-wielding man averted his gaze, furrowing his brow as he stared into Ian's eyes. Aren't you here to loot today? Fortunately, Ian had engaged in numerous confrontations with these 4 factions in her past life and was well-versed in their internal jargon. She leaned against one leg, adopting a casual demeanor. There's a big fish. Be wise and don't ask too many questions. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she fixed her gaze on the man, causing him to falter momentarily. The other men ceased their inquiries, standing respectfully aside to allow Ian and her companions passage. Chung Su and the others mimicked Ian's demeanor, adopting a similar swagger as they followed her in. As they entered, the other individuals in the street understood the situation, immediately ceasing to scrutinize Ian and her group, returning to their own affairs. On the 17th floor of a nearby high-rise, Commander Lu observed Ian and her companions with penetrating eyes. Isn't that the Special Operations team from the Southern District? He remarked. Advance the operation, Wang Zheng. Take your 5 subordinates and execute it now. Yes, Commander. A man adorned with a silver insignia responded promptly, summoning his comrades to change into civilian attire. Commander Lu. Isn't the operation scheduled for tomorrow? A gentle voice interjected. Standing beside Lu Qi was a graceful young woman in a pink top and white skirt. No need to wait until tomorrow. The timing is perfect today, and we have enough personnel. Let us strike swiftly. Lucci fixed his gaze intently on the figures of Een and her companions below, declaring, "Everyone, be ready at all times. Descend in batches and await orders." Understood. Instantly, dozens of soldiers in the room descended. Following them were two teams of abilities users, the Lyrie team, led by Ding Long and Ding Ling, and the newly formed Jisher team, commanded by the elegant and articulate Xiao Chuno, who had just spoken. "Sister Noah, you are truly remarkable. Not only are you so beautiful, but you are also incredibly capable. You know, most ability user teams are led by men, and female leaders are quite rare." Ding Ling praised as she followed Xiao Chuno down the stairs, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Xiao Chuno responded with a gentle smile. "Ling Ling, your flattery is sweet. But I still have much to learn compared to Commander Lu." Ding Ling, clutching the chocolate Xiao Chuno had given her, shook her head. "You are already impressive. Why be so modest? In just 2 days, you've surged into the top 5 of the contribution leaderboard. We all admire you." The 4 boys behind Xiao Chuno beamed with pride at Ding Ling's compliments. "Our captain is indeed formidable, huh?" Xiao Chuno smiled softly. Yet a shadow of concern flickered in her eyes. "I wonder why Commander Lu has acted ahead of schedule. Isn't it normal? The time has come. Although it was previously mentioned that we would bring 4 ability user teams and over 20 soldiers tomorrow, today there are even more troops, so the total number is sufficient," her team members remarked nonchalantly. Xiao Chuno smiled without replying. "Sister Noah, don't overthink it. Commander Lu's decisions are always sound." Chapter 73. 2 days apart. Like 3 autumns, Een walked along the street, entering the largest trading market, navigating it with the familiarity of returning home. The guards outside dared not question her and allowed her and her companions to enter. Inside the market, crowds thronged, various groups engaging in different activities. The most crowded area featured a small platform where a blond man stood, passionately delivering a speech. His eloquence bore a resemblance to that of a charismatic cult leader. "Let me tell you, this national base is utterly useless. Recruiting a bunch of powerless individuals and relying on the military and ability users to sustain them. I ask you, as ability users, would you want to work for them?" "No." The crowd erupted in uproar. "Our organization only recruits ability users. Everyone can gather resources together and share. That is true fairness," the blond man proclaimed, and hands shot up in the audience. "I want to join." "Me too." Chung Su and her companions realized that this safe zone was, in fact, a hub of anti-government activity. Those without abilities should perish. Exactly. Only those with abilities deserve to live in this era. The uproar grew, and the blond man's smile became increasingly audacious. "Last night, I raided a national base squad of supplies, and I told them, if you want to survive, come join us. This national base will eventually fall. Yes, it will eventually fall. Ha ha ha, good job." Een waved at the blond man on the platform. He hesitated for a moment, then descended, wearing an impatient expression.
"What is it?"
Een gestured to her forehead with her index finger. Instantly, the blond man's demeanor shifted, his irritation replaced by wariness as he scanned Een. "Your credentials?" Een remained silent, offering another gesture unique to the Stubborn Brigade, a sign barely known outside the inner circle. The blond man's apprehension lessened, and his tone softened. "Follow me." As he led the way, Een trailed behind leisurely. He inquired, "What's the business?" "Big fish." At En's words, the blond man turned around, mocking her. "Oh, really? If there's a big cake, you want to keep it to yourselves? The risk is too great. If it goes south, you'll be dragged down with us," Een replied ominously. The blond man's expression brightened, and his wariness diminished further. Now that's more like the Stubborn Brigade style. He strode confidently towards a warehouse door, where 3 men stood guard, scanning Een and her companions with vigilance. The blond man nodded at them, then opened the warehouse door, revealing a dozen men inside, each with varied expressions. From the Stubborn Brigade, claiming their big fish, the blond man announced, and several figures emerged from the crowd. The 3 leading men studied Een, and one approached her. "Hello, we are the representatives." Een recognized their faces, the same imposters from her previous life. Her gaze turned icy as she pivoted to leave. "Let us go." Her abrupt departure startled the blond man, who understood that the Stubborn Brigade was the most powerful faction in their safe zone. He hurried to block her path. "I apologize, we were just being overly cautious." Especially since we recently learned that the national base seems to be watching us, and you are new faces. Enan shot him a cold glare. My leader, didn't he mention your features to me? Are you toying with me? Just then, the last 3 men stepped forward. We apologize. It was all a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this calmly. Yes, this isn't our first encounter. We previously coordinated with Atan. They all offered apologies, but Enan remained unyielding, her gaze sweeping over them. I'm quite displeased. In this fishing operation, your numbers must match ours, but the stubborn brigade will take 50% of the supplies. And you 3 factions can divide the remaining 50 as you see fit. The 3 representatives began calculating. Well, it depends on how big the catch is. If it's too risky, we're not keen. Enan sneered, about to respond when a man rushed in. Upon seeing Enan and her companions, he remained silent until the blonde man gestured for him to speak. There are suspected national base personnel approaching. The blonde man narrowed his eyes, exchanging looks with the 3 representatives before asking, where? Over there. He pointed to a few men at the entrance of the trading market. The blonde man squinted and stared intently for several seconds before scoffing. The representatives behind him wore expressions of disdain. Just some cops. I've dealt with law enforcement before. I can easily spot a soldier in the crowd. They think they can disguise themselves and fool us. How laughable. Don't kill them yet. In case their main force is following, we can use them as hostages. Everyone else, retreat. They exchanged glances with Enan and her group before rushing into the warehouse. Enan immediately followed them inside. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng and his companions were also brought over, and the blonde man feigned friendliness as he engaged in conversation with them, pretending to trust them and introducing them to the false representatives. Enan hurried behind, feeling perplexed. The operation was clearly set for tomorrow. In her past life, Lucci had recruited 4 teams to execute the mission alongside them, and she was part of one. Why had they moved a day earlier?
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Gunfire erupted outside, accompanied by cries of alarm. The blonde man and the others immediately sought to seize Wang Zheng and the others. The 3 false representatives turned to flee, while Wang Zheng fought desperately to break free from the blonde man's grasp and subdue them. Several soldiers engaged in a fierce struggle with the blonde man and his group. The true leader was retreating to a corner of the warehouse with Enan and a few others, searching for a hidden door while cursing, "Damn it. These people from the national base have really come knocking. In this day and age, they still have the energy to bother us instead of looking for supplies." As he cursed, he opened the door and turned to the group, urging, "Hurry, you're lucky that the rest of your team isn't here today. We are not so fortunate. I can't imagine how many brothers we'll lose." Enan's eyes turned icy as she kicked him away. The man was caught off guard and fell to the ground with a cry of pain. Ouch. Song Yan swiftly shut the door he had opened. Chung Su and his group quickly subdued 3 leaders, all of whom possessed abilities. In their panic, they flailed and unleashed their powers. But under the overwhelming combat prowess of Chung Su and his group, they were swiftly overpowered and bound. Enan approached the warehouse entrance, where Huang Mao and others had already captured Wang Zheng and his group through sheer numbers. Unaware of the chaos unfolding in the dim recesses of the warehouse, Huang Mao looked at Enan, puzzled. "Why haven't you retreated? Have they left?" At that moment, a loud crash echoed as the previously closed trade market doors were forcefully kicked open. Lucci, silhouetted against the light, charged in wielding a Gatling gun. In an instant, the dawn's light poured over him, illuminating the dim market and revealing every person hiding like a wretched creature. 3 gunshots rang out, penetrating the noise of the market. Everyone instinctively crouched down, covering their heads, and the market quickly fell silent. Faced with firearms, even those who had awakened abilities in this apocalyptic world were reminded of their deep-seated fear of death. "Let our brothers go, or your comrades won't survive," Huang Mao shouted, brandishing a knife threateningly at Wang Jing's neck, his eyes filled with a determination for mutual destruction. Lu Qi did not respond. He merely took the sniper rifle from a soldier behind him and aimed it silently at Huang Mao. The latter visibly panicked, his body trembling and stuttering. "If you dare to shoot, I'll..." Before he could finish his threat, a bullet pierced through his skull. With a splatter of blood, he collapsed to the ground. The others were momentarily stunned. They had followed these forces in their misdeeds, acting like rats in the sewers under this apocalypse, all the while proclaiming the incompetence of the national base, having long forgotten their own insignificance. Witnessing Huang Mao's demise, they were suddenly awakened to reality, frozen in place. at a loss for what to do. Yin unleashed her lightning abilities, swiftly dealing with the remaining threats before helping Wang Zheng and the others free themselves. Wang Zheng expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. Lu Qi approached, looking at Yin and without uttering a word. Wang Zheng quickly pointed to the corner where 3 men were crouching, heads covered. Commander, it's those 3. They are the leaders here. The 3 men, trembling in fear, were met with Lu Qi's discerning gaze. He nodded. Take them back to the base. Qingsu, bring them over, Yin said coolly. Lu Qi turned to her. Noticing Qingsu and his group escorting the 3 terrified men from the dim warehouse. They were bound tightly and bore bruises. Yin lifted her chin slightly. These 3 are the true leaders. Wang Zheng and his group were taken aback. The onlookers from the other factions who had been crouching were now filled with shock and despair at the sight of the leaders. Lu Qi surveyed the expressions around him and instantly grasped the situation. Take them all back to the base, he commanded, then turned to Yin. Have you completed the SS level mission? Yin nodded. This time, you've been of great assistance. As part of the special operations team of the base, it is our duty. Her response was formal and measured. Lu Qi regarded her, his gaze deep and inscrutable. For the past few days, he hadn't seen her at the base. Each time he passed the mission area, he would glance at the contribution leaderboard. He was unsure if he was more concerned about the completion of the SS-level task or about her. His thoughts were tumultuous, and his throat moved slightly as he parted his lips, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately, only 3 words emerged. Very impressive. Chapter 74. You'd better not be getting attached, Commander. Everything outside has been handled, a gentle female voice chimed in. Yin turned to see Xiao Qinhua, accompanied by her teammates and those from the Sun team. Yin recognized her. She was skilled at winning people's hearts and garnering favor to achieve her own ends. Appearing soft and unassuming, yet harboring great ambition and cunning, and she had an interest in Lu Qi. Upon seeing Yin, Xiao Qinhua smiled and nodded, her eyes discreetly assessing Yin and her companions. Yin ignored her. Lu Qi scanned the entire trade market, giving instructions to his aide before addressing the 3 teams of ability users. You may all return. The military will handle the aftermath here. Then, looking at Yin, he asked, what mode of transportation did you use this time? Yin recalled the helicopter she had stored away and replied nonchalantly, we just found a random vehicle by the roadside. Lu Qi nodded. Then let us return in my vehicle. Ding Ling, hearing this, wore an incredulous expression. Once Yin and her group distanced themselves, she turned to Xiao Qinhua, indignantly saying, Sister Noah, why is the commander treating Captain Nansheng so differently? Xiao Qinhua maintained her gentle smile, though irritation flickered beneath. Why do you say also? Bai Jinghe, the leader of the Qinghe team, had been indifferent to Xiao Qinhua but showed respect towards Yin, even calling her boss. Ding Ling felt wronged at the memory of Bai Jinghe's cold demeanor towards her. Xiao Qinhua found it increasingly difficult to maintain her smile, her expression darkening as she watched Yin and her group depart. After a brief silence, she said, let us go, we need to catch up with the main force back to the base. Yin and her group settled into Lu Qi's vehicle as several soldiers escorted the leaders onto the transport. The convoy set off in an orderly manner toward the base. What a strange day. It hasn't rained in half a month, and it's so dry. A soldier in the driver's seat remarked, sniffing. Lu Qi, sitting in the passenger seat, replied coolly, the weather is abnormal now. It will likely worsen in the future. He then glanced at Yin in the rear-view mirror. How did you end up in the safe zone? Yin replied without flinching. I saw a few fierce-looking individuals acting suspiciously, so I followed them in. Lu Qi nodded. You've contributed significantly this time. There are a total of 4 factions. They formed gradually over the past 10 days and have already looted a considerable amount of supplies from our base. Yin was well aware of these matters. This time, she had altered the course of events by capturing key leaders, which would make it much easier for the national base to deal with those 4 factions in the future. Yet, she politely responded, that is truly outrageous. Lu Qi paused for 2 seconds before responding blandly. Many people are unwilling to come to the national base now and prefer to operate independently outside. With multiple factions intertwining, you must be cautious during your tasks. Understood. Yin nodded, falling into silence thereafter. She recognized that the apocalypse was on the verge of descending into chaos, with various organizations and teams beginning to form, cooperating, competing, and plundering resources without hesitation. Some, emboldened, even dared to reach out toward the national base, as evidenced by the 4 factions this time. Merely the beginning of a greater tumult. The convoy soon arrived at the base, where Su Liang and several soldiers awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Qi return, they promptly approached. "Commander, the deputy minister requests your presence." Upon seeing Yin En, Su Liang's eyes lit up. "Captain Nansheng, you have finally made your appearance. The deputy minister was looking for you yesterday. Perhaps you should go and see him."
All right.
Yin En handed the backpack containing the SS-level mission to Qing Su and the others, then followed Lu Qi towards the command center. "I heard you've joined the elite unit." Lu Qi's deep voice resonated ahead. Yin En was taken aback, feigning ignorance. "How does Commander Lu know this?" Lu Qi remained silent, his pace quickening at the thought of Gu Su's boastful face from yesterday. Yin En sensed his displeasure and followed quietly, inwardly cursing. "Is it too much to ask? We're all men in our 20s, nearing 30. Why do they still behave like elementary school children fighting over attention?" In the command center, Gu Su spotted Lu Qi and Yin En approaching from a distance. He dismissed the others and looked at Lu Qi, saying leisurely, "I wondered why my elite soldiers were missing yesterday. It turns out they were being enslaved by Commander Lu." Yin En expected Lu Qi to deny it. To her surprise, he merely replied coldly, "My external personnel are naturally always with me." Gu Su fell silent for a moment before asking, "How is the situation with this operation?" Lu Qi glanced at Yin En and replied, "Captain Nansheng has made significant contributions. We have captured 3 individuals responsible, awaiting interrogation." "Good, as expected of my elite unit," Gu Su stated, but Yin En noted the shift in Lu Qi's expression. Gu Su, sensing the atmosphere, grew serious. "Interrogate them thoroughly. Once we uncover their hideouts, we must reclaim all the resources." As they delved into crucial matters, Yin En stepped outside, opting to avoid involvement. After all, she was not part of the senior management, and it was prudent for her to refrain from excessive participation. However, her keen hearing allowed her to catch snippets of their conversation, which aligned with her expectations based on her previous life. In the early days of the apocalypse, Gu Su was decisive and ruthless, while Lu Qi favored diplomacy and consolidation. Despite both being soldiers, they could not abandon the lives of ordinary people in the initial stages. Yet, as the apocalypse progressed, their differing styles became increasingly apparent. For instance, Gu Su aimed to eradicate rival factions to reclaim resources, while Lu Qi sought to merge factions to safeguard the lives of innocent ability users. If asked who was more right or wrong, Yin En could not say. After all, she was the most cold-blooded and ruthless among them. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the two emerged from their discussion. Gu Su turned to Yin En. "Why did you avoid us?" "I cannot involve myself in matters concerning the deputy minister and the commander," Yin En replied calmly. "You need not avoid us next time," Gu Su suggested. Then looked at Lu Qi recently. "Your external team has many matters to handle, and the research institute has made significant discoveries. You need personnel. So I'm temporarily assigning Captain Nansheng to you." He feigned generosity. Lu Qi was speechless. Ignoring Gu Su, he turned to Yin En and said softly, "Let us go. I'll take you to the research institute." Yin En nodded and followed Lu Qi as they departed. Gu Su watched their retreating figures, his gaze inscrutable. Lu Qi. It's best not to get too attached. Chapter 75. Excavating crystal nuclei. The researchers at the institute recently discovered a minute crystal within the skulls of zombies, naming it the crystal nucleus. This nucleus contains a type of energy that can be absorbed by the human body. As they walked, Lu Qi spoke to Yin En. "This significant discovery was primarily thanks to the researcher you recommended, Lin Feng." Yin En nodded, expressing her astonishment. "I cannot believe such a marvelous crystal exists within a zombie's brain." "Indeed, and reportedly there have been new developments today," Lu Qi replied as they entered the research institute building. Upon seeing Lu Qi, 2 researchers came forward to guide them. They traversed through crowded laboratories and academic rooms, arriving at the confidential research hall at the back. A group of gray-haired researchers was fervently discussing something, with Lin Feng in the center. Upon noticing Lu Qi, they ceased their discussions. The most senior researcher approached with Lin Feng in tow, saying, "Commander, you've arrived at the perfect time. We just achieved a new breakthrough." He then pushed Lin Feng forward. "Let our promising Dr. Lin report." Everyone clearly held Lin Feng in high esteem. Flustered, he first respectfully addressed Yin En, "Captain." Before turning to Lu Qi, "Commander, we have discovered that the crystal nucleus can upgrade abilities." He gestured to dozens of crystal nuclei on the table. "These are the nuclei we excavated from the base today. We have 78 in total. We invited several ability users to attempt an upgrade, but none succeeded. After a brief silence, Lin Feng adjusted his glasses. We conservatively estimate that the number of nuclei may be insufficient, and the energy has yet to reach the peak required for an upgrade. Lu Qi nodded. I will arrange for personnel to excavate more crystal nuclei promptly. At that moment, a soldier burst in. Commander? Commander! Someone leaked the information about the crystal nuclei. External parties are frantically competing for them, and even many insiders are following suit. The next moment, Lu Qi's walkie-talkie crackled with an urgent voice. Commander? Ability users are now excavating crystal nuclei outside the base. No one is collecting resources. Lu Qi glanced at Yinan. You should return and rest. With that, he strode out. Notify all troops to assemble urgently. Lin Feng's eyes behind his glasses widened with concern. Captain, please be careful. Yinan looked at Lin Feng and nodded. We will be fine. Take care of yourself. She then hurried out. Outside, chaos reigned as all troops rushed outward. Yinan could even hear the commotion from the crowd surrounding the base. She quickly returned to the special operations area, where Qingsu and the others were already waiting on the first floor. Upon seeing Yinan, Xiao Rui rushed over and hugged her tightly. Sister Xingsheng. Yinan gently patted Xiao Rui's head and addressed the group. Make sure to rest quickly. The news about the crystal nuclei has leaked, and the external ability users have gone mad. The next few days will be chaotic. Qingsu and the others immediately obeyed and went upstairs to rest. Yinan returned to her room, quickly entering her space for a hot shower before selecting a combat outfit from the wardrobe. The wardrobe in the space villa featured a dedicated section for combat attire, filled with hundreds of suits of varying styles, all crafted from top-quality materials. After choosing a brand new mask, Yinan slept for a mere 4 hours before rising. She gazed at the 250 level 2 crystal nuclei amassed over the past couple of days. She had collected them from wherever she went, including the piles of zombies outside the base. She scavenged each time she passed by, placing her hand on the pile of level 2 crystal nuclei. A moment later, her light-based ability successfully ascended to level 3. A beam of light gathered in her palm and shot towards the ground of her space, carving a deep gash into the surface like a laser, accompanied by an intense burning sensation. Yinan's eyes sparkled, and she continued experimenting for another half-hour, manipulating the light into various shapes to extract as much energy as possible from her light-based ability. However, with the current limitations of space and conditions, mastering it fully would require real combat experience. Yinan stepped out of her space and descended the stairs, where Qingsu and the others were already waiting below. Each of her teammates was incredibly reliable, always ahead of her. Yinan placed 100 level 2 crystal nuclei on the table. All my abilities have reached level 3. The remaining level 2 crystal nuclei are for your upgrades, as per the current allocation. She then looked at the 4 of them. You may distribute them as you see fit. Qingsu turned to Jiang He and Song Nian, laughing. Ladies first. Yes, ladies first. Renyu exhibited remarkable gentlemanly conduct by expressing his willingness to yield. Sister Nian, please upgrade first. Your ice abilities are formidable. Jiang He gazed adoringly at Yinan, his eyes brimming with admiration and sincerity. Song Nian froze momentarily, scanning the 3 of them. Her brows furrowed lightly, and a mist of water vapor swiftly enveloped the area, obscuring her vision. How long has it been since she felt such care and consideration? How long has it been since she experienced the sensation? Thank you, she murmured, lowering her head to suppress the tears welling in her eyes. She stepped forward, gazing at the crystal cores on the table, her eyes clearing of frost, now filled with determination. Then I shall advance to level 3 first, to protect all of you. With that, she extended her palm, sensing the pile of crystal cores on the table. The energy from the cores gradually surged into her hand. Witnessing this scene, Yinan felt a piece of her frozen heart thaw. These teammates had become akin to family, providing her with a profound sense of security and belonging. She turned and guided Xiao Rui into a room, teaching her how to upgrade to level 2 abilities. Sister Sheng, I've been practicing the methods you taught me to control my abilities at home these past few days, Xiao Rui said obediently after successfully upgrading. All right, show me. Yinan replied, stepping aside. Xiao Rui summoned a flow of energy from her palm, and a deep green gas shot straight ahead in a perfect line. In the next moment, it was all retracted. Yinan nodded, visibly pleased. Although it was far from her expectations, one must take things slowly, especially since our Rui was still quite young. As dusk approached, after making all necessary arrangements, Enan led Chung Su and the others outside, where nearly everyone had gathered outside the base's high walls. Piles of decayed and dried corpses lay beyond the walls, and all the ability users were digging into the zombie skulls in search of crystal cores. The military was divided into two groups. One group excavated the cores, while the other maintained order around them to prevent any scuffles over the precious cores.
Boss.
Bai Jinghe called out as he spotted Enan and the others approaching from a short distance away. Why are you just coming out? The base just announced that 100 level 1 crystal cores can be exchanged for an upgrade, and everyone is scrambling for them now. How many have you dug up? Bai Jinghe blinked his captivating eyes, retrieving 2 pitiful crystal cores from his pocket. With a sigh, he remarked, it's strange. Many zombies have no cores in their heads. We dug for 4 hours and only found these 2. Enan nodded. Each time she passed the base's entrance, she would casually collect any crystal cores she found. It was odd not to find any. He Qi, Zhang Meng, and 2 other men approached at that moment. These are our new team members, Zhu Jun and Gu Yi. Bai Jinghe introduced. He Qi immediately added, this is our boss. From now on, she will be our shared leader. Zhu Jun and Gu Yi were taken aback and promptly addressed her respectfully, boss. Enan nodded, you all keep digging. I will search at the back entrance of the base. With a meaningful glance at Bai Jinghe, she then led Chung Su and the others to walk around the outer wall towards the back entrance. Bai Jinghe immediately understood her intention. His eyes lit up as he instructed He Qi and the others to follow. Those people are strange. There are so many zombies here. Yet they are not digging and are heading towards the remote area, a team member named Wu Lian murmured behind Xiao Chuno. Tossing aside the empty zombie skull in her hand, Xiao Chuno observed Enan and Bai Jinghe's retreating figures and quietly said, let us follow them. Chapter 76. 1 left. 1 right. Qi Yi and Qi Xian. Enan led the group to the outskirts, where the number of zombie corpses was significantly fewer than outside the base entrance. Yet none had been searched for crystal cores. Stopping in a spot with a higher concentration of zombies, Enan raised her head slightly. This place looks promising. Let us dig. Bai Jinghe wasted no time, swinging his knife down on a zombie's head with all his might. His knife was sharp. With a single strike, the decayed head split open, and foul, purulent blood mixed with a yellow-green liquid oozed out, revealing the white brain within. It was indeed disgusting. But for the sake of the crystal cores, everyone had to endure. Bai Jinghe, wearing rubber gloves, plunged his hand into the zombie's brain, stirring through the putrid mush for a moment before pulling out a gray crystal the size of a grain of rice. His previously solemn face, grimaced in disgust, suddenly brightened as if clouds had parted. His brows relaxed. We have a core. The others from the Qinghe team immediately began to dig as well. Upon seeing the crystal core, everyone was invigorated. Chung Su and the others also joined in. Enan, however, lazily lingered at the back, merely going through the motions. It wasn't he that she lacked level 1 crystal cores. 100 level 1 cores could be converted into 1 level 2 core. Thus, more was always better. Yet for Enan, something she could acquire with a mere flick of her finger held no need for strenuous digging, especially when it could leave her dirty. However, their small team had to put on a show of digging for crystal cores. Otherwise, the subsequent display of their level 2 abilities would undoubtedly raise suspicions. A ground littered with zombies devoid of crystal cores and a team that upgraded without collecting any cores. Enan shuddered at the thought. If an observant person connected the dots, her team would face immense scrutiny. In this apocalypse, crystal cores held more value than resources. Therefore, for the safety of her entire team, she would not overlook any performance she needed to put on. At that moment, Xiao Chuno's Jishur team approached. They saw Chung Su and the others extracting crystal cores from the zombies' heads, their faces brimming with joy. Look, these zombies have crystal cores. Wow, Captain, we found cores. Xiao Chuno's eyes sparkled with excitement as she glanced at Enan's group, gently saying, you dig yours and we'll dig ours. Let us not interfere with each other. With that, she led her team to begin chopping off the zombies' heads. Maintaining a distance of about 10 meters from Enan's group, Bai Jinghe and the others remained silent. Although it was evident that the Jishur team had followed them. Zombies belonged to no one. Whoever found them claimed them. Suddenly, however, Enan put down her knife, fixing a cold gaze on Xiao Chuno. It's one thing to follow us, but you've brought so many people along. Xiao Chuno halted her hand mid-swing, looking puzzled at Enan. What are you talking about? She turned to see the Sunfire and Haidang teams stealthily trailing behind them. As the night deepened and visibility diminished, Een An's keen eyesight still discerned the figures lurking in the dark foliage. Upon realizing they had been discovered, Ding Ling and Ding Long stepped forward awkwardly. Ding Long, as the team leader, took a step forward, speaking politely, "We couldn't find any crystal cores, so we followed you when we saw you coming this way." "Boss, why are you being so polite with them? Zombies belong to everyone." One of Ding Long's companions grumbled, then turned to Een and with a defiant expression. "As fellow base teams, if you can find crystal cores, shouldn't you share with us?" "Exactly. Why are you secretly digging for crystal cores? That's so selfish." Ding Ling chimed in immediately. The Haitang team, initially trailing discreetly, suddenly found their courage upon hearing such remarks. Yes, they're right. In this apocalypse, humans should help one another. The Nanxing team should actively share their crystal cores. With this thought, everyone felt justified. Wait a minute, you all have such big faces. It sounds nice, but if you discovered zombies with crystal cores, would you willingly share them with us? Jiang, he interjected, hands on her hips. The young woman spoke the truth. Mutual assistance is only feasible when one is adequately nourished. We have not gathered enough crystal cores. So, why should we extend our help to you? He Chi stepped forward to support Jiang He. The originally arrogant man behind Ding Long was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet he stubbornly retorted, "Regardless, we have discovered this horde of zombies, and we intend to seize them." After saying this, he looked at Ding Long and urged, "Captain, stand firm. We outnumber them. Why should we fear them?" Ding Long cast a glance at the crowd. Xiao Chuno's benevolent team was evidently on their side, comprising 3 teams of superpowered individuals, totaling 15 members. In contrast, Een An's group consisted of only 10. Even if they were all formidable teams, what could be done? The base had regulations against fighting, and if they aimed to seize the zombie crystal cores, no one could hold them accountable. Een An regarded these individuals with a quiet disdain. With a subtle movement of her fingers, she collected all the crystal cores from the horde into her spatial pouch. Subsequently, she feigned compassion and prepared to cede this area devoid of cores to the 3 teams. Suddenly, a deep and melodious male voice resonated, who said they are outnumbered. Accompanied by this statement, several beams of flashlight illuminated the surroundings. Everyone turned to look, and 5 figures emerged from the shadows. The light was too glaring in the darkness for anyone to discern their faces. As the figures drew closer, the chiseled features of Qi Yi became apparent. Qi Mei positioned herself protectively before Enan, her gaze filled with hostility directed at the opposing teams. Qi Xian stood behind Enan, his expression impassive as he addressed Ding Long and his companions. To bully the few with the many is truly contemptible. Qi Yi dimmed the flashlight's glare, surveying Ding Long and his group before shifting his gaze to Enan, his dark eyes seemingly inquiring about the situation. Enan wore a nonchalant expression. "Oh, it's nothing much. Their 3 teams are trailing us, intending to seize this pile of zombie corpses." Upon hearing this, Qi turned to Ding Long's group. "Go ahead and try to take them." His words were laden with an icy undertone. Instantly, the 3 teams opposite them shrank back in trepidation.
Kumime,
Witnessing her brother's unexpected display of courage on behalf of a girl, felt a surge of excitement. It was known that coaxing this reticent individual to utter a single word was an arduous task. How thrilling! Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Ding Long hastily intervened. "It's a misunderstanding. We merely wish to share." The men behind him fell silent, daunted by the prowess of Een An's group, though they were uncertain of their abilities. However, they had witnessed Qi Ye's team in action before. Their speed in dispatching zombies surpassed that of harvesting chives. They dared not provoke them. Song Yen scoffed. "We won't share with trash. There are plenty of zombies around the base. Why must you follow us?" Qi Mei echoed the inquiry. In light of this, Ding Long's group had no retort. Xiao Chuno's expression darkened. Qi Xian scanned the surrounding hordes of zombies, then turned to Enan, his tone softening. "Why don't you come with us to the back to dig?" Qi Mei immediately nodded in agreement. The zombie piles at the rear were several times larger, with abundant crystal cores. However, they refrained from voicing this, lest others seek to snatch them as well. Enan, well aware of where the cores were plentiful, sighed and feigned reluctance. "Very well, I'll let you have this pile of zombies. Just stop following us." With that, she followed Qi Xian and the others. "Let us move." Bai Jinghe, though uncertain of Een An's intentions, was convinced that she would not easily allow this group to escape. What trickery was she up to? Ding Long's group, upon hearing Een An's words, grew exuberant. "Thank you, Captain Nansheng, you are truly a good person. Everyone, dig for crystal cores. Leveling up our powers is within reach. The crowd followed Qi Yi and his team as they walked approximately 100 meters, arriving near the rear entrance of the base, where a substantial pile of zombies lay. And some soldiers were excavating crystal cores. Captain Mayren, this is the spot. Nearly every zombie's brain contains a crystal core, Qi Mei announced. And Bai Jinghe and the others immediately joined in the excavation. Thank you, Qi Mei, and expressed her gratitude. Though she was aware of where the cores were located, she appreciated the welcoming demeanor of the winter team. After exchanging a few words, they all began to dig for crystal cores. News of the cores spread swiftly. Soon, the scattered individuals outside the base would learn of it, leading to a fierce competition for the cores, which would inevitably dwindle. It was known that each individual required 100 crystal cores to level up, and the supply from the zombies was insufficient for many. Thus, everyone raced against time to accumulate as many cores as possible in the shortest duration. Yet, amidst the crowd, there was one exception, Inan. Her seemingly lackadaisical behavior quickly attracted the attention of Qi Yi, Qi Xian, Bai Jinghe, and others. Bai Jinghe understood Inan's cunning nature well. He was acutely aware that she was not someone he could concern himself with. Even if the world were to end, she would likely thrive. If he were to meddle in her affairs, it would be akin to a dog chasing after a rat, unnecessary meddling. He decided to mind his own business. Conversely, Qi Yi and Qi Xian believed that Inan might find the zombie brain matter repulsive, rendering her unable to engage in the task. Thus, after a few minutes, while Inan was contemplating how to better utilize her light-based powers, two distinctly skeletal hands extended towards her from either side. Simultaneously, Qi Yi and Qi Xian's voices chimed in unison. Here, take these. As soon as the words left their lips, both appeared momentarily stunned. Qi Xian retrieved a flashlight, illuminating the area, and saw Qi holding out a handful of crystal cores towards Inan. He was left dumbfounded. Qi's dark eyes dimmed slightly, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected situation. Chapter 77. The woman who relies on men. Inan blinked a few times, momentarily unsure how to navigate this unfolding scenario. The sight of two handsome men simultaneously offering crystal cores left Qi Mei, Chen Feifei, Zhang He, and the others utterly astonished. What a captivating scene. In the next moment, Inan sprang to her feet, declaring, I can dig for them myself. With that, she raised an axe and swung it towards a pile of zombies. Crack, crack, crack. 7 or 8 zombie corpses were instantly cleaved in half. The dismembered remains, mingled with blood, splattered everywhere. The onlookers were taken aback. Everyone else had to make numerous attempts to sever a single head, yet this captain from the Nansheng team effortlessly dispatched several with a single stroke. Witnessing this, Qi Yi and Qi Xian retracted their hands, realizing that her ferocity indicated she required no assistance in acquiring crystal cores. Why have you followed us again? Qi Mei's voice rang out in inquiry. All eyes turned towards the approaching members of the Liyue team, the Jishe team, and the Haiding team. The members of these teams appeared battered and disheveled, reeking of the stench of zombie blood and flesh. Ding Long, at the forefront, gasped for breath while explaining to Inan and her group, we truly were not following you. We just excavated dozens of zombies over there. And not a single one had a crystal core. The expressions of everyone behind him were grim. After toiling for nearly 20 minutes, exerting themselves to the utmost, they had come up empty-handed. Despair hung heavy in the air. Just then, Bai Jinghe and his companions retrieved pristine crystal cores from the zombies' brains, leaving Ding Long's group wide-eyed in disbelief. You must be bluffing. How could it be that we found none while you did? Zhang Meng questioned as he picked a core from the ground. Indeed, you must have hidden the cores and are now feigning pity, He Qi chimed in, echoing the sentiment. We truly did not see a single crystal core. The captain of the Haiding team, Su Hui, was a strikingly handsome young man, looking quite aggrieved as he spoke. Inan, observing their pitiable expressions, felt her heart soften. The primary antagonists were the Liri team, while the Haiding and Jishe teams were merely tailing them, not overly bothersome. She pointed at the pile of zombies on the ground, saying, You can dig them up. Zombies belong to no one, so feel free to excavate. Upon hearing her words, the members of the 3 teams experienced a surge of admiration for Inan. They expressed their gratitude and promptly began digging. There's a crystal core.
Wow.
I see a crystal core. Members of both the Haiding and Jishe teams unearthed crystal cores and were filled with excitement. The Leary team, seeing this, eagerly began rummaging through the zombie remains.
Search.
Keep looking. Thoroughly sift through the brains. Yet they found nothing, not a single crystal core. This is ridiculous. Ding Ling exclaimed, exasperated. She glanced at the crystal core in Xiao Chunua's palm, her eyes filled with longing. Chunua, you found one. I still haven't. Xiao Chunua gently placed the crystal core in her pocket, offering comfort. Keep at it. You'll find one. Our team has had success. Ding Ling pouted, looking at Ding Long and the other teammates who had also found nothing, incredulously exclaiming, Bro, how come you guys can't find any either? I don't know. They all found some, Ding Long replied, gazing at the jubilant atmosphere of the Haitang and Jishir teams, which starkly contrasted with their own team's grim mood.
Damn it.
The man who had previously confronted Ian and was now entirely devoid of patience. He stood up and kicked a zombie's head away, cursing loudly. To hell with the zombie crystal cores. I'm done. Oh, someone's getting desperate, Chung Su teased, observing his frenzied demeanor. The man's eyes blazed with anger as he glared at Chung Su, his fists clenched tightly. Shueliang, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Ding Long admonished the man named Shueliang. We might just be having a streak of bad luck. Let's keep digging, and we'll find some. With that, Ding Long resumed his excavation. Shueliang continued to hack at the zombies with a visible loss of patience, his strikes becoming increasingly careless, splattering zombie blood and flesh everywhere. Still, no crystal cores emerged. Frustrated, Shueliang stared at the empty zombie skull and turned angrily towards the corpse in front of Ian, striding over. You. Give it to me. Without waiting for Ian's consent, he snatched it up. Thud. A metal rod struck him hard, causing a jolt in his hand. Pain shot through him, and he instinctively recoiled, dropping the zombie head to the ground. Rinyu, wielding the iron rod, glared fiercely at Shueliang. Get lost. Chung Su and the others approached, exuding an intimidating presence. The teams from the Lindong and Qinghe squads also paused, their eyes fixed on the scene, as though to say that if he dared to harm Captain Nansheng, they would tear him apart. Shueliang took a few steps back, swallowing hard, and immediately deflated. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend. The members of the Haitang and Jishir teams were too preoccupied with digging for crystal cores to engage in their squabbles. Ding Long pulled Shueliang aside, whispering reproachfully, Do you have any sense? Don't you know that Captain Nansheng is from the Special Operations Zone? Shueliang remained silent. He was well aware that Ian and her companions belonged to the Special Operations Zone. However, when the commander had taken her to the mission area, he secretly believed that her entry into the Special Operations Zone was solely due to her association with the commander. After all, none of the men had the capability to enter. How could a female captain possibly lead her team into the Special Operations Zone?
Now.
It seemed she had not only aligned herself with Commander Liu, but had also ingratiated herself with the captains of the Qinghe and Lindong teams. What a shameless woman! Shueliang thought to himself, striking the zombie skull with renewed vigor. Although he had already cleaved the skull in two, he continued to hack away, as if trying to vent all his frustration. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble gently. Everyone halted their activities and turned towards the depths of the forest, where countless zombies began to charge toward them. A zombie horde, the soldiers shouted, quickly retreating to the base. Hurry, notify the others. The zombie horde is approaching. Fall back. After issuing her command, Ian swiftly retreated into the base, with Chung Su and the others following closely behind.
Bang!
At that moment, the back door slammed shut and was locked. What are you doing? Why are you closing the door? Several soldiers shouted. Behind the iron gate were dozens of powerless individuals who looked panicked. The zombies are coming. We have to close the door. It will be too late if we don't. Yes. The soldiers were furious. We haven't teammated inside yet, and there are several ability user teams still out here. Can't you see? However, the crowd inside seemed oblivious to their pleas, showing no intention of opening the door. A man in his 40s, with a stern expression, yelled, Last time there was a virus outbreak, my wife died, and you didn't come to our aid. Others recalled the painful incident that had recently occurred and echoed his sentiments. Exactly. During the last outbreak, you locked us inside to wait for death. Our lives are worthless to you? So many died, but your lives are so precious? Their accusations grew louder as the zombie horde drew nearer, led by several second-level speed-type, mutated zombies. Although Ian and her companions were incensed by the selfishness of those inside, they had no time to argue. The zombies were already upon them, and all ability users and soldiers gathered to combat the horde. This zombie horde posed little threat to Een and her team of 5, especially with several soldiers and 5 other ability user teams present. However, for teams of lesser strength, like the Leary and Hiding teams, this horde was daunting. The members of the Leary team, lacking in combat ability, were cunningly trying to squeeze to the back of the crowd, especially Shueliang. He was stealthily retreating when he spotted Een and standing calmly behind Qingsu and the others, further solidifying his belief. This woman must be incompetent and only knows how to rely on men. Don't hide behind me. Fight like a man. Hachi, irritated by Shueliang's presence, pushed him aside with a scoff. Shueliang lost face but quickly redirected his ire at Een. Captain Nanxing only knows how to cling to men, right? If you have any skills, don't hide at the back. While chopping at zombies, Song Yan turned and slapped Shueliang across the face. The sound echoed sharply, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Bai Jing, visibly impatient, glared at Shueliang. Nonsense. I'm the one who is clinging to her. Qi Yi and Qi Xian exchanged glances, their expressions varying. Yes, we're all clinging to her. Hachi swung his blade at an approaching zombie. So many fools. Jiang He sighed, shaking his head in disbelief. Qingsu delivered a kick to Shueliang, sending him flying into the front line of zombies. Een raised an eyebrow. Well, it appeared that her companions were carrying out her unvoiced thoughts and actions with incredible zeal. Shueliang, having plunged into the horde of zombies, quickly became the target of their relentless pursuit. Shueliang, Ding Long and the others shouted, but soon, he vanished from sight, leaving only the cacophony of zombies' growls in his wake. A monster. Suddenly, a female voice screamed from the crowd. Several zombies crawled atop the pile, approaching ominously. They crawled like spiders, their limbs agile and flexible. Een narrowed her eyes, observing the mutated limb zombies. The defining characteristic of these creatures was their altered method of locomotion. They advanced on all fours, their limbs having evolved to enable them to scale walls with remarkable speed. The few mutated limb zombies swiftly ascended from the mass of undead and leapt into the crowd below. The people not only had to fend off the horde of zombies, but also confront the descending mutated limb zombies. Qingsu and his companions formed a protective circle against the onslaught. Unfortunately, other teams were not as fortunate. One member of the Hiding team had already been bitten to death by a zombie. After Shueliang, another member of the Leary team met the same grim fate. As the battle raged on, the abilities of the fighters rapidly depleted, leaving them unable to endure for long. Open the door. Chimei shouted to the crowd behind the door. A girl from the Hiding team pleaded, Please, you must open the door. Een glanced at the people behind the door, each bearing an expression of indifference. These individuals were truly less than beasts. The national base sustained them, and soldiers protected them while the ability users fought and bled outside. How could they be so selfish and ungrateful? It was infuriating. Without a walkie-talkie, they could not contact for help. A soldier in the military unit lamented. Just then, a mutated limb zombie descended upon him, ready to take a bite. Whoosh! Een Start struck the zombie's skull just in time, causing it to explode in a shower of brain matter and blood. The soldier, regaining his senses, swiftly kicked the zombie away and turned to Een. Thank you. If it weren't for your help just now, I would have surely perished. Chapter 79. The darkness of humanity, we must find a way to open the iron door. I want to ask you all, if I go in to open the door, and these people try to stop me, can I fight back? Een asked quietly, mindful of the national base's regulations against harming others within the premises. The soldiers were momentarily taken aback. Captain Nansheng, you can go in? Een looked up at the towering 5-meter wall. Yes. The soldiers' expressions brightened with hope as they exchanged glances. If the commander learns of what these people have done, he will certainly expel them all. They no longer deserve to be part of our base. Exactly. If the deputy minister finds out, he might even order us to eliminate them. Brothers, we didn't bring our guns this time. Otherwise, we would have acted already. Een nodded, understanding their sentiments. She gazed up at the high wall, no longer concerned about revealing her strength. Her mind was solely focused on one objective, to open the iron door and ensure her teammates' safety. Whoosh! Een extended her arm, sending her silver grappling hook soaring upwards to the top of the wall. Pull tight, she commanded, propelling herself upward. Qi Yi and the others looked up in concern. Boss, please be careful. Chung Su and his companions felt their hearts race. In no time, Enan scaled the wall with remarkable speed. The onlookers inside were astonished to see her ascend.
Look,
That girl somehow made it up there. She can't be planning to open the iron door, can she? If she does, the zombies will flood in. As alarm spread through the crowd, more and more people flocked to the internal headquarters. Enan looked down at the throng below, her voice devoid of emotion. Those who are wise enough to step aside now will save their lives. Yet, the crowd below paid her no heed. What could a mere girl possibly do? The base prohibits killing. We will not retreat. Can you really kill us? The crowd's anger surged, and some even hurled stones at her. You are being utterly unreasonable. Chung Su and his companions were incensed. The soldiers issued stern warnings. Your actions are severe. Once the main force discovers this, you will all be expelled. I advise you to cease immediately. However, far from stopping, the crowd grew more frenzied. If you all die, no one will know what happened. Yes, let you all perish. Don't let them live. They must all die. Or, we will be expelled. With that, they picked up stones and hurled them at Chung Su and his companions outside the iron door. The ability users were already struggling to fend off the horde of zombies. Now, influenced by the crowd inside the iron door, they found themselves overwhelmed. Enan watched as the crowd continued to swell. 30 meters ahead was the internal entrance, packed with ordinary people without abilities, all peering anxiously at the chaos. Each face reflected their fear of the zombies. Behind the iron door, over 100 people had gathered, clamoring vehemently against opening it. Enan twisted and plunged her dagger into the wall to slow her descent, then leapt down from a height of over 2 meters. Upon landing, the crowd eyed her warily. The leading man warned, if you come closer, we will strike. Enan, now beyond patience, resolved to reveal her light abilities. She unleashed a radiant burst of light, enveloping herself in a soft golden glow as she charged into the crowd. Stop her! Someone shouted. Enan punched one assailant away and kicked another aside. In an instant, she unleashed a blade of light, cleaving through several men in her path. As the first casualties fell, fear rippled through the crowd. Yet, some became even more frenzied. Armed with makeshift weapons, they surged toward her in a mob. Though her light abilities rendered her impervious to blades and bullets, the sheer number of attackers made it impossible for her to advance. Outside, Chung Su and his companions were anxious, desperate to help. Find a way to get me up there. I will assist the boss. Song Yen's voice rang out urgently. Our team will provide cover for you.
Jie responded.
After a brief discussion, the members of the winter team surrounded Chung Su and others to fend off the zombies. Chung Su and Rinyu crouched down to form a base for Jiang He to stand on. Song Yen climbed up over their backs. Meanwhile, inside the iron door, Enan was in a frenzy. Her lightning abilities surged forth, electrifying the air as a torrent of light blades carved a bloody path. She sprinted toward the lock of the iron door. I will kill you. Several men wielding kitchen knives rushed toward her. Thud! A long blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a chilling aura. All the men collapsed to the ground. Enan glanced back at Song Yen, who had joined the fray, feeling a sense of relief. Gathering all her strength, she struck the iron lock again and again. Each blow sent shockwaves through her hands, causing her palms to bleed. Enan dared not relent. She was determined to save her teammates. Song Yen stood behind her, fending off anyone who dared to approach. Outside the iron door, Ding Ling was bitten by a zombie on the neck. She clutched Ding Long's hand tightly, her bloodshot eyes filled with despair. Ding Long trembled but had no choice but to abandon his sister. I will make it quick for you, Ding Long declared, plunging a knife into Ding Ling, sparing her from prolonged suffering. Tragically, the Jisher team also lost a member. Newcomer Go Yi from the Qinghe team succumbed to exhaustion, allowing a zombie to breach their defenses.
Despair.
Fatigue. Helplessness. Resentment. Outside the iron door, the ability users and soldiers were running out of options. Inside, the selfish crowd frantically obstructed Enan and Song Yen from opening the door. In the dim, dark night, the unseen horde of zombies hungered for blood, mirroring the darkness and filth of the human heart.
Clang.
With the final blow, the iron lock shattered. Enan swiftly opened the door, and everyone rushed inside. Chung Su and the others immediately worked together to close the iron gate. However, more than 30 zombies managed to break in. Yet this time, no one attempted to eliminate the zombies. Everyone tacitly retreated to the side, watching helplessly as the zombies charged towards the group that had just obstructed Ian and the others.
Ah!
The zombies are here. Run. Everyone dashed inward. At that moment, the door at the inner entrance was quickly shut by those inside. About 100 people were trapped outside, watching in despair as the horde of zombies advanced, powerless to defend themselves. One by one, they fell victim to the zombies. Chapter 80. Do you like her too? Chi observed the bloodied hand of Ian and immediately rummaged through his pocket for a handkerchief. Your hand is bleeding. Let me help you bandage it. Qi Xian had already stepped forward, tearing a clean corner from his clothing to approach Ian and glanced at her wound, knowing it would heal swiftly, as she possessed healing abilities. Just as she was about to decline, the system's voice unexpectedly chimed in. Agree. The tone conveyed a hint of excitement, as if relishing the unfolding drama. Ian extended her hand. Qi Xian gently took hold of her hand, meticulously wrapping it, as though fearing that any force might cause her pain. Qi silently withdrew his hand, his expression unchanging. Yet an undercurrent of loneliness flickered in his eyes. Bai Jing and a few others silently stood at the back, observing. The handsome men and beautiful women were indeed a sight to behold. Qi Mei, watching her younger brother, understood the situation well. As his sister, she knew him best. She could discern the subtleties in his expression that others might miss. Her brother had likely blossomed like an iron tree, yet remained unaware. What happened? Why are there so many zombies? Suddenly, a large contingent of soldiers arrived. Several military personnel immediately stepped forward to report the situation in detail. What? Such a severe incident occurred, and we lost 6 ability users. These people are truly ungrateful wretches. An officer adorned with silver epaulets exclaimed angrily. The commander is here. Someone shouted from the crowd. The soldiers immediately parted, creating a pathway. Lu Qi strode forward with purpose, surveying the advancing zombies and the panicked, screaming internal personnel. First, eliminate the zombies. Yes. The soldiers raised their firearms and charged forward. Commander, a serious situation has arisen, the silver epaulette deputy reported to Lu Qi once he finished. Lu Qi nodded, and then turned his dark gaze forward. Fall back. Initiate indiscriminate fire. Eliminate them all. Understood, Commander. The soldiers retreated, crouching to set up their weapons, unleashing a barrage upon the advancing horde of zombies and humans alike. Lu Qi removed his gloves, simmering with anger. It seems we need to properly address the internal situation. He glanced at his deputy beside him. Arrange an urgent meeting to discuss internal decisions. Yes, Commander, I will take care of it. The deputy left to carry out his orders. Lu Qi cast a glance toward the area where the ability users were gathered, then paused. Upon recognizing Ian and among the crowd, his heart finally settled. Since the outbreak of the zombie tide, he had been stationed outside the base, warding off the onslaught and rescuing ability users. He had been vigilant, yet had not caught a glimpse of her. The military personnel informed him that the Nanxing team was outside the base collecting crystal cores, not within the special operations area, which had left him anxious about her safety. Now, seeing her unharmed, he felt a wave of relief. In the next moment, Lu Qi noticed the bandaged hands of Ian, and his heart raced again. He strode over with concern. What happened to your hands? A soldier promptly reported, Commander, we owe our salvation to this captain of the Nanxing team. She and her teammates broke in and smashed the iron lock. That lock was quite substantial. And as a result, the captain was injured. Hearing this, Lu Qi turned to examine Ian's bandaged hands, his brow furrowing. I have alcohol and ointment at my place. Let me take you to treat your wounds. Ian looked at her hands. Although they appeared unscathed, the injury was nearly healed due to her healing abilities. No need. Commander, you should attend to your duties. I have things to do, so I'll take my leave, she said, striding away. Chung Su and the others quickly followed. Lu Qi watched her retreating figure, his gaze deepening. Xiao Chuno observed Lu Qi's silhouette and felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Even if she were oblivious, she could sense something amiss. The crowd gradually dispersed. The Lai Ri team had suffered the loss of 3 members, casting a somber atmosphere. The Haiding team had also lost 2 members. Although the Qinghe team lost 1, the new recruit had not yet formed close bonds. So Bai Jing and the others did not feel profound sorrow. In this apocalyptic world, death had become a familiar sight, and hearts had grown somewhat numb. As long as it was not someone particularly close, the grief would not be overwhelming. The Lindong team, being robust, had lost no members. Qi Yi and the others made their way outside. By this time, night had fallen, and everyone was exhausted. Upon reaching the accommodation area, Chun Fei and the others went to sleep. In the living room, Qi Xian picked up a bottle of water to drink and saw Qi approaching. Taking another bottle from the table, he regarded him. "Captain, shall we chat?" Qi gulped down a large mouthful of water, then moved to the windowsill to gaze at the stars, his dark eyes devoid of emotion. Qi Xian followed suit. The two stood side by side in unspoken understanding. Downstairs, some ability users trained in pairs, running or lifting weights. Even in the dead of night, the desire to grow stronger in this apocalypse remained unquenched. "I like her," Qi Xian murmured softly after finishing the last sip of water, his voice gentle yet resolute. "It is evident," Qi replied. "Captain, do you like her too?" Qi Xian asked with a smile, turning to Qi. Qi was momentarily taken aback. He lowered his head, the fringe casting a shadow over his eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he quietly replied, "Qi Xian, no matter what happens, you will always be my best brother and teammate." Qi Xian laughed, his light gray eyes sparkling like stars. "Captain, you too will always be my best brother." With that, he lifted his gaze to the stars above. In the next instant, the stars seemed to morph into the likeness of Enon. He murmured, "She always feels so distant, like the stars. But perhaps one day, I can stand beside her." Qi turned to look at Qi Xian. "So, all your relentless training these past days was for her?" Qi Xian's face flushed slightly at the question. "How did you find out, Captain?" Qi chuckled but said nothing. "I feel a bit stronger, but it is still far from enough. I'll add an extra 2 hours of practice," Qi Xian declared, stretching his limbs. "All right, let us go together." Qi finished his water and headed downstairs. Qi Xian followed with a smile. "Let us see who can do more pull-ups today. Loser gets no instant noodles."
Deal.
Chapter 81. Qi Ye's confession to me. The world is shrouded in gray. The most vivid memory is of the towering iron gate of the orphanage, which confined me within its walls for an entire year. Who was inside? Just a 9-year-old orphan. But why was he the only one locked away? His father was a rapist. What good could possibly come from a rapist? The other children locked him away, and the director could not be bothered. How pitiful. But what is there to pity?
He deserves it.
That day, I had already been starving for 3 whole days. When hunger reached its zenith, it felt as though a meat grinder was relentlessly tearing at my insides. The extreme pain and terror threatened to consume me, and I found myself pondering whether I would perish in that moment. As I stared into the dim light, my consciousness fading, I seemed to see my mother's gentle face smiling at me. "Little Yi, you must be strong. You are my strongest and finest little Yi." Instantly, I regained a semblance of clarity, reminding myself that I could not succumb so easily. I propped up my feeble arms, attempting to find something in the empty room to satiate my hunger.
Creak.
The iron door swung open, and blinding light poured in. I squinted against the stinging brightness. I heard mocking laughter in my ears. "Still alive, huh? The son of a rapist is quite resilient, just like a cockroach. Look how thin you are. Yet you haven't starved to death. Haha, are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? Beg me." Immediately, I was kicked in the stomach. I clutched my aching belly, my eyes finally adjusting to the sunlight I had not seen for 3 days, revealing the faces of 3 boys before me. They were the very ones who often bullied me, one aged 13, 2 aged 15. They tossed a filthy bun at my feet and then stepped on it. "Bark like a dog, and you shall eat." I remained silent, slowly rising to crawl toward his feet. Under his expectant grin, I sank my teeth into his leg. That bite exhausted all my strength, tearing away a piece of his flesh. He bit me. "It hurts." "Beat him," he screamed, and in the next moment, I was kicked to the ground. They unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks upon me. I had no strength left, curling up and shielding my head. Qi Yi, what a fine name.
Oh.
Dear parents, I hope you flourish like wild grass, free and joyful. Brother, sister are here. No one can bully you. Later. I do not know where I found the strength. Perhaps it was the instinct to survive. I fought back. Just as another punch was about to land on my head, I grabbed hold of him and jumped out the window. I leapt straight from the 3rd floor. I couldn't overpower them, but I was ruthless. That jump left him with 2 broken legs, while I, miraculously, only injured one arm. This incident caught the director's attention. However, He was a man who did not bother with us orphans, too busy to care. He gave us a brief lecture, and the matter was dismissed. I began to desperately replenish my nutrition and exercise my body. Due to my hospitalization for recovery, I finally had access to 3 meals a day. My body healed rapidly. On the day I returned to the orphanage with my arm healed, those same 2 boys came looking for me, claiming they wanted revenge for their brother's broken legs. I fought them fiercely. Though I bore many bruises, they were worse off. One of them sustained a bloody head wound and lost an ear. Not for any other reason, but because I was relentless. I feared nothing. After that encounter, no one in the orphanage dared to provoke me again. I became the new leader. Everyone feared me. I had no desire to be a leader. I merely wished to grow up well, so that when I encountered my sister again, I could tell her I was doing fine. After all, if that little crybaby sister of mine knew I was hurt, she would be heartbroken. I could not bear to see her cry. Yet, for the sake of survival, I had to assume the role of the leader. Every day, I found myself in endless fights. Sometimes I had to beat others to a pulp just to secure a sliver of life. Gradually, I became like a fighting machine. Despite never having learned martial arts, I was proficient in countless combat techniques. Throughout the streets and the orphanage, no thug or street ruffian stood a chance against me. I became the universally acknowledged leader, garnering respect wherever I went. Yet, I found no joy in it. Each night, I was accompanied by endless solitude and a body full of scars. Not a day passed without thoughts of home, of my sister, of that carefree childhood before the age of 8. However, the more I thought, the more it seemed to fade away. Immersed in darkness, I was destined to succumb to it. Gradually, I began to forget those warm memories. I grew accustomed to wounds, pain, and loneliness. I became familiar with the bleakness of my surroundings, the soulless existence I led. One day, by chance, I encountered a small black cat. One of its legs had been shattered by a cruel hand, lying in a pool of blood, convulsing. Its frail body mirrored my own. I saved it and named it an inn, for peace and safety were of utmost importance. Both of us needed to be safe. Then one day, my sister came looking for me. She told me that the family adopting her treated her very well, and she was now pursuing a graduate degree. I was overjoyed to see her thriving. It seemed as though all the pain of the past years was inconsequential. However, the good times did not last. A zombie outbreak ensued. My sister was trapped in her school, and I had to save her. The fighting skills I had honed in the orphanage became invaluable. Though the journey was perilous, killing zombies did not seem so difficult. I hurriedly made my way to her graduate building. As I reached the 4th floor, a girl in black suddenly appeared at the window. She was clad in a black combat suit, her hands adorned with unknown silver machinery, and a mask with a hood obscured her face, leaving only her eyes visible. She was utterly mysterious. Her gaze held a hint of surprise as she looked at me. After only 2 seconds, she swiftly scaled upward. I was baffled by her ability to climb outside. It was truly astonishing. Yet, my urgency to save my sister left me no time for contemplation. When I finally reached the rooftop, I was taken aback to find that all the zombies had been slain. I looked down the corridor to see my sister unharmed, and the weight in my heart finally lifted. She told me that it was that mysterious girl who had saved her. I expressed my gratitude, but she remained indifferent, not even glancing in my direction. Yet her profile was strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of that little black cat. Soon after, I entered a national base, only to discover her presence there as well. Her name was Nansheng. She was formidable, working seamlessly with her team, displaying immense strength. Meanwhile, I had also gathered 3 teammates, all of whom were strong. The most outstanding among them was a boy named Qi Xian. He was unlike anyone I had met before, responsible, principled, and warm-hearted. He often stole glances at Nansheng. Perhaps he harbored feelings for her, I thought. However, one day, I realized that I too often found myself stealing glances at her. I was at a loss. Perhaps it was her beautiful eyes that captivated me.
I kept telling myself that.
Perhaps it was her fondness for cats. I bore no disdain for cat lovers. I concocted countless justifications for myself. Until that day, when we encountered a group of people pursuing us relentlessly in 3 vehicles. I engaged them in a fierce battle. Fortunately, we emerged victorious. I knelt on one knee, utterly exhausted when she rushed over, her eyes filled with urgency. In that moment, I felt a profound joy within my heart. I realized that seeing her brought me genuine happiness. Yet I was also curious. Was her rush to me for my sake, or for another reason? I pondered endlessly, unsure whether this was truly affection. I find it difficult to confide such emotions to anyone. Until today, when I saw her once more. It appeared she had been in a conflict with others, and instinctively, I felt compelled to assist her. The incessant desire to know what she was doing became increasingly unbearable. Eventually, she was injured, and as I fumbled for a handkerchief, Qi Xian had already rushed to her aid. It was then that I realized I had no handkerchief. I could have bandaged her wound without it. How foolish and clumsy I felt. Watching him tend to her injury filled me with an indescribable discomfort. I pondered whether this discomfort could be classified as affection. As evening fell, Qi Xian finally bared his heart to me. He confessed his feelings for her. I had long suspected this, so I was not surprised. He countered my silence with a question. Do I like her? I was at a loss for words. Throughout my 26 years, most of my time has been steeped in bitterness. It feels akin to a black and white film, replaying the loss of my parents, the abandonment by relatives, the bullying from others, the separation from my sister, and the dark existence within the orphanage. Life had taught me how to swallow my suffering. Yet it never instructed me on the nuances of affection. What is liking someone? All I could convey to him was that he would remain my dearest brother. Even if we were to share affections for the same person, I would not forsake our bond. He mentioned needing to train, his diligence aimed at drawing closer to her. I refrained from sharing that I too felt the same way. Thus, I suppose I must also harbor feelings for her. I thought to myself, perhaps this is what it means to like someone. I am Qi Yi, and I find myself smitten. Author's note: all those who confess are candidates for the male lead. Subsequent confessions from Qi Xian, Lu Qi, Gu Su, Fu Sun, and others will be revealed in due course. Many characters remain to be introduced. The reserve is formidable. That's all I will disclose for now. Chapter 82. Qi Xian's confession. Xian. Remember this. Either do not engage with a girl, or if you do, be prepared to commit for a lifetime. I hail from a happy family, where my parents share a deep love. My mother taught me from a young age that affection is a precious and invaluable treasure. If you take someone's hand, hold on to it for life. Just as they did, gripping each other's hands until their final breath. When a zombie broke into our home and bit my father, leaving him sprawled in a pool of blood, my mother rushed to embrace him without hesitation. She looked up at me and urged, "Run. Mom, let's go together." At that moment, I did not fully comprehend her actions. I thought my father was lost, and he would surely wish for us to survive. Yet my mother only gazed down at him, her eyes filled with an unwavering love and sorrow. She shook her head, her voice still gentle. "Your father and I promised. No matter what, we would be together." As she spoke, a semblance of peace washed over her, and she smiled at me, saying, Xian, you are the fruit of your parents' love. You must live well." In the next instant, my father, transformed into a zombie, bit my mother to death. I grieved for their passing, while gradually understanding my mother's choice. Their love was so profound that without my father, she would surely suffer immensely. Perhaps this was the best decision. They perished in the moments of their deepest love, spared from enduring further agony in this already mad world. I buried their remains after putting them down, and I kept vigil at their grave for a long while before moving to the national base. It was a bustling place, teeming with people. I awakened my water-based abilities, which were not particularly formidable. Fortunately, my childhood passion for fitness and boxing afforded me some skill. Soon enough, I caught the attention of a solitary, aloof boy in the recruitment area, and I joined his team. He was strikingly handsome, rivaling any previous heartthrob from our school. He had a sister, and both were admirable individuals. The other two team members were equally warm and welcoming.
I was quite satisfied with this team.
That day, I spotted a familiar figure. My junior, Enan from the Performing Arts Department. The girl who had captured my heart at dusk. I would not mistake her, even if she wrapped herself tightly, nor would I falter despite my face blindness. Just 3 months apart during summer, she seemed to have changed significantly. I cannot pinpoint how, but her eyes no longer held the same clarity and shimmer. Instead, they seemed to harbor depths of hidden currents, like a wounded little fox, mysterious and perilous. She was recruiting team members, and I merely observed from a distance, unwilling to intrude. I have always struggled to express my affections. Throughout my university years, I could only admire her from afar. Numerous unflattering rumors circulated about her. From the moment I began to care for her, I was bombarded with gossip. They claimed she must be involved with a sugar daddy, as I had seen luxury cars picking her up after class. Come on, Qi Xian. You are the heartthrob of our department. So many beautiful girls pursue you. Why would you like her? She must be promiscuous. I heard whispers of her alleged wealthy boyfriend who gifted her a plethora of designer handbags. They said she led a wild life, indulging in smoking and drinking. They spoke of her disparagingly. I loathe hearing such things. All I knew was that I adored her eyes and her unique aura. Whenever someone dared to speak ill of her in my presence, I would unleash a beating upon them. Despite never having engaged in fights at school, I received a significant demerit this year. Yet it was all worth it. They silenced their filthy mouths. I refused to believe she was like that. Human nature is bizarre. Beautiful things are often targets for destruction, and I sensed it was merely jealousy aimed at her. I questioned myself, what if she truly was that kind of person? I couldn't help but mock myself, for I knew no matter who she was, I would still love her. Thus, whether it was true or not became irrelevant. My mother once said, if you choose someone, hold her hand and walk together for a lifetime. Hence, I have always hesitated to embark on a romantic relationship. Whenever a girl drew near, revealing her bashful affections, I would question myself, would I hold her hand forever? The answer was invariably no. Until she appeared. A powerful voice within me urged, I want to walk alongside her always. If I hold her hand, I shall never release it. Later, during an S-class mission, I saw her again. For the first time, I grasped her hand. The sensation was peculiar, before the apocalypse. I had never even had the chance for direct contact with her. Yet now, in this post-apocalyptic world, I could be so close. Suddenly, I found myself enamored with this absurd reality. She introduced herself as Nan Sheng. She did not reveal her true name, nor would I disclose it to others. She could choose any name she liked, and I admired her instinct to cloak and protect herself. Her true name was a secret I alone possessed, which felt delightful. In the subsequent battles we faced, I grew increasingly concerned for her, yet her abilities proved remarkably potent. I was unaware of her past, but I knew she had endured considerable hardship and exertion. Surviving in this world was no easy feat. This motivated me to become stronger. If I were powerful enough, I could stand before her and shield her. Thus, I began relentless training. Today, observing her lazily reluctant to dig for crystal cores, I speculated that perhaps the zombie brain matter was too repulsive for her to handle, prompting her to request my crystal core. To my surprise, the captain had made the same request. I had not anticipated such an action from him. I had come to understand his temperament somewhat. I suspect that the captain may have developed feelings for her as well. However, such matters are of little importance. De Go-Go is undaunted by adversity. Even in the face of numerous rivals, nothing will deter De Go-Go from his desire to protect the one he cherishes. Therefore, Qi Xian, press on. I am Qi Xian, and I have been moved. Chapter 83. The Goddess in the Army Location, Special Operations Zone B16. Ian sipped her coffee while marking locations on a map. Chung Su approached, munching on a peach. Boss, what are you doing? Ian pointed to a spot on the map. We are currently here in H City. Upon hearing this, Ren Yu and the others gathered around to observe where Ian was indicating with her pen. With the Nuwa River as the dividing line, there are 24 cities to the north and 36 to the south. Ian continued, directing her pen towards City C. Located above M City, this will be the site of our base. The atmosphere shifted as everyone became serious. Jiang He inquired, why this location, boss? Ian pointed to a section of the Nuwa River. There is a major north-south bridge here, the largest transit hub across the Nuwa River. City C not only lies between north and south, but is also the closest to this bridge. She took a bite of cheesecake, as she elaborated. Currently, it is the largest, but it will soon be the only one. It won't be long before all the smaller bridges collapse, making this north-south bridge the most critical. Numerous factions are vying for control, with unscrupulous bases monopolizing the bridge and charging exorbitant tolls. Indeed, City C possesses a favorable geographical environment. Renyu nodded in agreement. Song Mien turned to Inan. Boss, when will we leave here? Inan glanced at the map, pondering the locations of H City and the national base. Then replied softly, soon. Once the base has completed the purge of the 4 major factions, we shall depart. She intended to seize this opportunity to gather some supplies. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Chung Su dashed to answer it and quickly returned. Boss, a group of soldiers is here to thank you. Inan raised her eyebrows in confusion as she stepped outside. There, she was greeted by a dozen soldiers, all beaming with delight. The leader held a bouquet of flowers, one of the soldiers she had saved during the zombie tide. Here comes Captain Nansheng. The soldiers were visibly excited upon seeing Enan. Following the command of one soldier, 3, 2, 1. In unison, they bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you, Captain Nansheng, for saving our lives." Their voices rang out, resounding with sincerity and gratitude. Enan felt somewhat flustered. She quickly waved her hands. "There's no need for thanks. I only did it to save my teammates. Had it not been for Ching Su and the others being trapped outside, I would not have rescued anyone." She felt undeserving of such grand gestures of gratitude. "Captain Nansheng, the brothers truly admire you. Your deeds have reached our 83rd Battalion. We, the 21st Battalion, have heard of you as well. Scaling a wall over 5 meters high? We, the big men, couldn't manage that. And we, the 15th Battalion, are also aware. From now on, you will be the goddess of all the brothers in the 15th Battalion." Enan was taken aback by the exaggeration. Chung Su cheerfully stepped forward to take the bouquet. "I'll take this for our boss. We appreciate your intentions. What are you doing here celebrating instead of fending off the zombie tide?" A stern reprimand rang out. All the soldiers turned to face the source of the voice and promptly responded with respect. "Deputy Commander, we are here to express our gratitude to our savior." "Yes. After expressing our thanks, we'll return to our posts." Deputy Commander Jiang Ming softened his expression. "It is right to show gratitude, but you should return to your duties. Captain Nansheng has important matters to attend to." "Yes, Deputy Commander." The soldiers complied and departed. "Captain Nansheng, please follow me," Jiang Ming said politely to Enan. "What's the matter?" "The minister wishes to see you." Enan furrowed her brow. The minister, the highest authority of the national base. At the top floor of the national base's command center, an expansive conference room was filled with high-ranking officials. At the main seat sat a man in his 50s. The head of the national base, Hong Yi. His hair had turned completely white, and his wrinkled face bore the marks of deep concern. He listened intently as reports were given from below. To his side sat Gu Suo and Lu Qi, one the deputy minister, the other the external commander. Below them sat Wen Jun, the internal commander, Zhang En, the head of the research institute, Ming Sun, the chief planner, and other high-ranking personnel from various departments. This was evidently a crucial meeting, with nearly all significant figures from the base in attendance. Currently, the zombie tide is surrounding the base. We have discovered a type of mutated zombie that can climb in. The army is methodically defending all points to ensure that every zombie that breaches the perimeter is eliminated at once. A soldier reported. "Now let us address the internal matters."
Honki noted solemnly.
The soldier glanced at Wen Jun, the internal commander, before taking a seat. Wen Jun stood, sighing as he reported. "Today at the back gate, several teams of ability users and soldiers encountered a zombie tide outside and were unable to enter, being locked out by those inside."
Lucky nodded.
Looking at Hong Yi to add, "Captain Nansheng from the Special Operations Zone broke through the encirclement and opened the iron gate, rescuing the surviving ability users." Hong Yi scanned the room. "How many times has this happened? How many times has the internal team failed us?" His tone was laced with a palpable sense of pressure. "Repeated incidents, with nearly 100 million people relying on us. The daily consumption of food is no small matter, and yet chaos continues to arise." When Jun bowed his head in shame, aware that as the internal commander, he bore the brunt of responsibility for any failures within. "Report. Captain Nansheng from the Special Operations Zone is here," a soldier announced, entering the room. "Let her in to join the meeting," Hong Yi instructed. Glancing at Lu Qi and Gu Suo, he was eager to see if this young captain truly possessed the extraordinary abilities his two trusted subordinates had claimed. Chapter 84. The high-level meeting. As Enan entered, all eyes turned towards her, the atmosphere charged with intensity. Among the high-ranking officials, aside from Lu Qi and Gu Suo, who were relatively young, the rest were middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s. These seasoned individuals had navigated countless trials to reach their current positions. The sight of a girl in her early 20s stepping into the room sparked curiosity among them. What kind of young woman could warrant such an important meeting called by Minister Hong Yi? Gu Suo rested a finger on his chin, observing Enan as she walked in, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Enan surveyed the vast conference room before taking a seat at the far end. Seeing her settled, Hong Yi addressed the assembly. "Let us discuss the subsequent management strategies for internal affairs. I invite each of you to share your perspectives." Lu Qi redirected his gaze from Enan, his expression turning serious. I will begin. As you all know, approximately 10,000 refugees continue to arrive at the national base daily from various cities seeking shelter. Our internal personnel are already stretched to capacity, and with limited military forces, effective control has become increasingly difficult. This has resulted in delayed food distribution and extreme emotions among the populace, leading to numerous uprisings. As he spoke, he retrieved a map and approached the large screen in the conference room, affixing it to the whiteboard. He picked up a black marker and pointed at cities A, Y, and N surrounding H city. Currently, the sub-bases in these 3 cities are nearing completion. My suggestion is to allocate half of the internal personnel to these sub-bases, and from that point onward, cease accepting new non-ability users in H city, only admitting ability users. Standing tall in his black military uniform, exuding an aura of assurance, he continued, "This way, we can robustly develop the main base, allowing it to drive the growth of the sub-bases." As Lu Qi concluded his remarks, Hong Yi nodded appreciatively, acknowledging it as a commendable approach. Upon returning to his seat, Hong Yi turned his gaze towards Gu Su, who languidly rested his head on his hand, a silent inquiry evident in his eyes.
Gu Su smiled,
lowering his hand and leisurely articulated, "I hold a slightly divergent perspective from Commander Liu. I believe we should expel all internal personnel who are of no use and retain only those who are valuable." His words elicited surprise among the assembly. After all, they were a national base, tasked with preserving the lives of the majority, which was their mission. Gu Su surveyed the expressions of those present. "I understand that we have always prioritized the lives of ordinary people, but the times have changed." As he spoke, his gaze deepened. The outside world is tumultuous, with myriad forces rising. The capable will survive, while the inept will perish. The base has nurtured too many who do not merit such support. In times of peace, our development and efforts were fruitful.
But now,
continuing in this manner is a futile endeavor. As he spoke, Gu Su handed a dossier to Hong Yi and the senior officials. This contains all the data from the national base over the past half-month. Everyone began to peruse the photographs and records, which documented every insurrection within, capturing the expressions of anger and anguish on the faces of the crowds. The most loyal individuals at the base were the beleaguered external abilities and the military, while those we protected internally were, paradoxically, the most likely to betray us. Gu Su continued, focusing intently on Hong Yi, his previously languid demeanor now earnest. Internal personnel can be categorized into 3 groups. The first aids in the base's infrastructure. The second manages logistics and miscellaneous tasks, and the third consists of those who contribute nothing but consume resources. Thus, my recommendation is to expel all individuals from the third category. Hong Yi contemplated the information in his hands for a moment before addressing the others. What are everyone else's thoughts? Please express them one by one. Enan leaned back in her seat, silently listening to the opinions being shared. On the surface, she appeared relaxed, yet internally, she felt a profound unease. For she understood the future of the national base all too well. In her previous life, after a significant meeting at the base, there had been a considerable restructuring of internal personnel. Ultimately, some were expelled, while others were reassigned to various sub-bases. Subsequently, the pressure of food distribution lessened, and internal conflicts became less frequent. However, the downside was that the base, having been constructed to accommodate so many individuals, had extensive grounds that required regular maintenance due to the constant assaults by zombies. With the mass exodus of internal personnel, there was now a shortage of laborers to repair the walls. Coupled with the escalating zombie threats and external chaos, many pressing matters went unattended, leading to a catastrophic collapse of the national base after a massive wave of zombie attacks, resulting in significant losses of personnel and resources. As the discussions continued, Enan remained deep in thought. Since her rebirth, she had never contemplated the fate of the national base, nor had she acknowledged its inevitable downfall. Her focus had solely been on herself, her resources, and the arsenal of weaponry. Yet, through her repeated interactions with Lu Qi and others, and witnessing the valor and passion of so many soldiers, she pondered whether perhaps she could attempt to make a difference. At worst, she could secure additional weaponry before departing. As she had already familiarized herself with the arsenal, a small investment could yield substantial returns, and she reasoned that she would not be at a loss. Once the final senior official had shared their opinion, Hong Yi nodded and turned to Enan. "Captain Nansheng, do you have any thoughts?" All eyes shifted to her once more. Sitting upright, Enan spoke in a voice that was neither submissive nor arrogant. "I do have a perspective." Upon hearing her words, Hong Yi leaned forward, listening intently, not underestimating her, because she was merely in her early 20s. Enan rose and strode towards the largest screen in the conference hall. With a few strokes, she sketched a rudimentary map of the base, indicating its surroundings as she spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, to the southeast, southwest, and northwest lie the industrial zone, residential area, and the North Mu Forest, respectively. Aside from the national road, the other three directions serve as excellent conduits for zombie hordes. Her statement enveloped the room in silence. She continued, thus, the base will increasingly face zombie attacks in the future. Beyond reducing internal personnel, the most critical action is to overhaul our defense system. She gestured towards the center of the base. We must contract the original area by half and construct a secondary defense. The senior officials began to murmur amongst themselves. A secondary defense? That would be a monumental undertaking. In these chaotic times, would it not be a waste of resources to invest so much effort into a secondary defense? Is our current defense not sufficient? Numerous voices expressed confusion. Enan remained impassive, setting down her pen, and replied coolly, I am merely expressing my opinion. How to proceed is up to you all. With that, she returned to her seat. Very well, I support this, a deep male voice resonated. Enan turned to see Gu Su languidly raising his hand, an appreciative gleam in his eyes. Hong Yi's gaze sharpened, resting his chin on his hand as he contemplated, evidently absorbing Enan's words. Previously, we brought back a second-level intelligent mutated zombie, and the researchers discovered that the zombie's intelligence is evolving continuously, exhibiting a degree of organization and teamwork, Lu Qi remarked, directing his attention to Hong Yi. Thus, the future zombie waves will undoubtedly grow larger, and it is highly likely we will face organized and strategic assaults in the future. Captain Nansheng has indeed pointed out an aspect we had overlooked. Hong Yi nodded. This is a perspective worth contemplating. Report. We have obtained information regarding the 4 major factions. A soldier burst in, breathless. This matter is urgent. I must attend to it, Lu Qi stated, rising immediately. Go ahead. We will continue our discussion, Hong Yi affirmed with a nod. He then noticed Lu Qi glancing towards Enan, prompting him to say, Captain Nansheng, you should join as well. Such a significant operation cannot proceed without your special operations unit. Enan nodded, standing to follow Lu Qi outside. A large contingent of soldiers awaited them. As Lu Qi emerged, several soldiers approached to relay their reports. Commander, the information from the 3 leaders varied, but they collectively mentioned 5 streets, Sanduo Street, Chunchi Road, Jilong Road, Liuli Street, and Yangguan Road. Their primary meeting points are 3 hotels located on Jilong Road. Lu Qi took the map of City H handed to him and succinctly issued orders. All troops not engaged in repelling the zombie wave are to mobilize and encircle these 5 streets in phases. Yes, Commander. The soldier replied, striding away. Another soldier approached. Commander, how should we deploy the external ability teams? Mobilize all teams in the top 50 for contribution points. We must secure our objectives in one fell swoop. Understood. In the next moment, all soldiers surged outwards. Lu Qi turned to Enan, the light outside illuminating her features. In the bright light, Enan squinted slightly. She suddenly realized this had happened several times. He always seemed to stand against the light. Turning to look at her from the crowd, Lu Qi's voice emerged softly. Your team will accompany me. Enan shook her head. Our Nansheng team will act independently this time. Lu Qi paused for a second, then nodded. Very well. How many weapons do you require? 5 Gatling guns, and 1 helicopter. Understood. He agreed too readily, causing Enan to raise an eyebrow. The deputy minister mentioned to me that the commander has no authority over the munitions. Amidst the backdrop of the chaotic military assembly orders, Lu Qi's voice resonated with an unwavering calmness that instilled a sense of security. Whatever you need, I will authorize it under my name. As long as your team ensures safety. Then I'll need 2 boxes of ammunition and 3 Gatling guns. Since it's complimentary, why not take advantage of it? Very well. Lu Qi remained equally forthcoming, handing Enan a walkie-talkie. Ensure your safe return. Contact me via the walkie-talkie if any difficulties arise. After casting a lingering glance at her, he turned and strode away. Captain Nansheng, come with me to collect the weapons. A soldier approached respectfully. Chapter 86. A steadfast gaze. The soldiers were in a rush. This large-scale operation had nearly drawn out the majority of the base's combat power. After collecting the weapons, Enan made her way against the throng toward the special operations area. In her haste, Chu Hui spotted her from afar. Goddess. Oh no, I mean Captain Nan Sheng. Enan glanced at Chu Hui, who was rushing out from the Special Operations Area, raising an eyebrow. Your team has entered the Special Operations Area? Chu Hui grinned broadly. Yes, yes. We just got promoted to the Special Operations Area today. I'm in a hurry to join my teammates. They're all gathering at the external camp. All right. Enan nodded with a smile and proceeded toward the Special Operations Area. Chu Hui scratched his head, puzzled. Strange. Everyone is rushing out, yet the goddess is taking her time without a hint of urgency. Outside the B-16 residence in the Special Operations Area, Chung Su and others awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Enan, they all rushed over. Captain, you're finally back. There was a report that everyone is gathering at the external camp. No rush, Enan replied nonchalantly. Let's eat and drink well first. We will set off a little later. With that, she strode into the room and pondered beside the map. Upon hearing her words, everyone followed her into the room. They never questioned or probed Enan's decisions. They understood all too well how formidable and reliable their captain was. Soon, after everyone was well-fed and hydrated, Enan summoned all team members. Pointing to the surroundings near Sanduo Street, Chuanchi Road, Jilong Road, Liuli Street, and Yangguan Road, she arranged. In a moment, Nian Nian. You take the helicopter with Xiaohe to the southwest corner of Chuanchi Road, and keep a close watch. If anyone attempts to flee from the streets, pursue them, but remember to remain undetected. Renyu, you and Chung Si will take the helicopter to monitor the northeast corner of Yangguan Road. Likewise, if anyone escapes, follow closely. The four nodded gravely. Understood, boss. Sanduo Street and Liuli Street are situated in between. Do not concern yourselves with them. I will head to Jilong Road and will contact you via the walkie-talkie. Upon hearing this, Chung Su immediately inquired, Boss, are we hunting for stragglers?
No.
We are capturing the true den of the Headstrong group. As Enan spoke, her thoughts drifted back to her previous life, where she had clashed with the Headstrong group multiple times, her gaze turning cold. In her past life, her team was specifically tasked with capturing members of the Headstrong group, providing her with the deepest understanding of them. The leader of the Headstrong group was known as Song Wenjing, referred to as Brother Wen by his subordinates. Though not particularly old, he commanded a group of over 300 individuals to establish the Headstrong group. This individual was cunning and resourceful, acting with great caution. In her previous life, when the national base secured the safety zone, the fleeing leader promptly returned to inform others, leading to the swift evacuation of the Headstrong group, who thereafter became even more elusive. The base exhausted every means to eliminate the Headstrong group, uncovering several small hideouts. Yet none succeeded in apprehending Song Wenjing or locating their true stronghold. Reflecting on this, Enan said calmly, I cannot guarantee that I will find their real den. I can only say we will act according to circumstances and leave the rest to fate. Boss, isn't just tracking? How hard can it be?
Cheng Suk waited.
Puzzled. The Headstrong group has numerous hideouts. Tracking one location does not mean it is their true base. Enan replied, checking her gear. Let us move out.
Yes.
The team divided into 3 groups and set off simultaneously. This time, Enan brought Xiao Rui along. The horde of zombies outside the base had been largely exterminated, with countless corpses piled against the walls. From the helicopter, the scene of densely packed bodies and rivers of blood was harrowing. Xiao Rui leaned against the window, observing the grim spectacle below, her small face etched with concern. Soon, Enan arrived at the building near Jilong Road. The streets below were littered with zombie corpses, clearly the result of the national base's extensive clearing efforts. The military and ability user teams were encircling the streets near Jilong Road. Enan stood atop a building, using binoculars to survey the area. She observed individuals fleeing from shops on the streets, some in cars, others on motorcycles, while a few were crouching as they ran. However, under the overwhelming firepower of the military, they were all intercepted. Those driving cars recklessly were met with gunfire from the military. Yet, given the wide expanse of the streets, there remained areas overlooked by the military. Minutes later, Enan spotted 2 or 3 individuals slipping out of the back door of a hardware store, unnoticed in a concealed corner, fleeing with large packages on their backs, which she surmised contained food. However, seeing these individuals as mere underlings, she chose not to pursue, continuing to observe intently. Suddenly, commotion erupted below.
Catch them.
They're in 2 trucks. Hurry, block the road. We must stop them. With shouts echoing, Enan turned to see 2 large trucks recklessly barreling through, crushing 2 soldiers in their path. The soldiers immediately pursued, while several armored vehicles attempted to encircle them. Zombies within a few kilometers surged toward this location. The trucks trudged over the undead, but the sheer number of zombies slowed their progress. And it became apparent they were about to be overtaken by the military forces. At that moment, Ian recognized several familiar figures, Qi Yi and his team from the Winter Squad, along with Bai Jing and his team from the Qinghe Squad. Qi had already climbed onto the truck's window, engaging in a struggle with the occupants. The military personnel quickly followed suit. Suddenly, dozens of individuals poured out of the 2 trucks, scattering desperately amidst the chaotic throng of zombies and soldiers, frantically trying to escape like a swarm of mice. The scene was utterly chaotic. Ian fixed her gaze on 2 male figures among them. One man appeared familiar. If she recalled correctly, he was a minor leader of the Headstrong group. It's him. Ian returned to the helicopter, fixating on the direction in which the man fled. She followed at a distance until she saw them dart into the entrance of a nursing home. Boss Run and I have tracked a few individuals to a hotel. Continue to monitor. Boss Nian is pursuing a few people, but it seems we've been noticed. They've turned into a shopping mall. If you've been noticed, it's fine. Keep observing. After responding to each, Ian halted near the nursing home. Her intuition told her this could not be the Headstrong group's hideout. Their base could not be so small. She found an excellent vantage point and kept a close watch on all exits of the nursing home. Xiao Rui remained quietly behind her. Time passed slowly. Soon, darkness enveloped the sky. Chapter 87. What can a woman achieve? Within Chuanxi Road, an aide was reporting to Lu Qi. Commander Lu, we have secured the strongholds of the 4 factions, and the supplies are all accounted for. Lu Qi nodded, arranged for the military to gradually transport the supplies back to the base. The aide hesitated before speaking. I've heard that the Headstrong group is the largest among their factions, but strangely, their supplies are abysmally scarce. I wonder if the intelligence is flawed. Lu Qi scanned his surroundings, his gaze darkening. First, they needed to transport supplies. They might have other hiding places as well. Indeed. After the soldiers departed, Lu Qi retrieved his walkie-talkie, switched channels, and after a moment's hesitation, pressed the talk button. Where's your team?
Moments later.
Ian's calm voice emanated from the device. Our team is not currently together. Are you all safe? Safe. That's good, Lu Qi replied, falling silent for 2 seconds before adding, our operations here have concluded. We are in the final phase. Ian's voice was light and airy. Lu Qi longed to say more, but hesitated and ultimately remained silent. He yearned to express that he did not care about her contributions, as long as she was safe. Yet, he felt such words were too fervent, too heated for him to utter. Furthermore, he could not speak in such a manner in his capacity as the base commander. He was the commander of the base, responsible for thousands of soldiers and supernatural beings. Despite his personal bias towards her, he could not use his authority to shield her excessively. Nearby, a member of the supernatural team scoffed. The commander is conversing with the leader of the Nanqing team. Such an important mission, and we haven't seen a single member of the Nanqing team throughout. It seems more like a coward zone to me. His tone dripped with derision. What are you talking about? Questioned Hichi, a tall figure standing before the scoffing man, forcing the shorter one to retreat repeatedly. Yet, the latter remained defiant. Are you from the Qinghe team, defending them? They are from the Special Operations Zone, living and eating better than us. Meanwhile, we are here risking our lives to kill zombies. Where are they? Hichi frowned. The tasks assigned to the Special Operations Zone are significantly more challenging. You have no evidence, so refrain from spreading rumors. They must be executing more critical missions. What more important missions could there be? Everyone in the base is partaking in this task. There are no other missions. The shorter man grew increasingly arrogant, while a teammate behind him wore a mocking expression. I heard the leader of the Nanqing team is a girl. How capable can a woman be? She probably just climbed her way up through a man. He glanced towards Lu Qi among the soldiers, his expression one of ridicule. In the next moment, he was kicked to the ground. Bai Jing drew his knife, pressing it against the man's neck. Shut your foul mouth. You actually hit someone. The shorter man yelled, drawing his weapon to strike back at Bai Jing. Instantly, the two teams erupted into a brawl. What on earth is happening over there? Stop fighting.
Hey.
Members of the Qinghe team and the Wangzhe team, cease at once. The commotion attracted numerous supernatural beings and soldiers, who rushed over to mediate. Soon, the two teams were separated and a deputy sternly questioned, Why are you fighting? We are all from the same base. Unity is essential. They are spewing nonsense. Bai Jing retorted, adjusting his white shirt and staring coldly at the 5 men from the Wangjia team. Nonsense. The shorter man immediately shot back. What I said is true. The Nanxing team did not participate in the mission. Does that make sense? His teammate chimed in, exactly. The Special Operations Zone has better living conditions. We live in cramped external buildings, barely getting enough to eat, while they reside in large houses with plenty of food. Aren't they supposed to be doing the tasks as well? From a distance, Lu Qi frowned at the ongoing argument, having noticed the commotion earlier. He did not wish to involve himself, but upon hearing the name Nanxing, he strode over decisively. The members of the Lindong team followed suit, and more people gathered around to spectate. Bai Jing, He Qi, and Zhang Meng fell silent. After all, they were also unaware of Yin An's whereabouts. But He Qi stepped forward, pointing at the Wangjia team. If you're unhappy, prove your worth and enter the Special Operations Zone. Stop whining here, you sour dog. Humph. I certainly cannot compare to the leader of the Nanxing team. She is a woman, the shorter man replied with a sarcastic tone. Just as he spotted Lu Qi approaching with a stern expression, he swallowed hard and took a few steps back, instinctively sensing the man's displeasure. Let us go. Let us go, he murmured, pulling his teammate away from the crowd. Lu Qi watched the 5 retreating figures, his expression darkening. Chapter 88. I fear the dark boss. There's a situation. 2 vehicles just left through the hotel's back door. While lying in wait, Yin heard the voices of Ching Su and his group through the walkie-talkie, her heart tightening. Follow them. Understood. About 20 minutes later, Ching Su's excited voice came through. Boss, they drove into a ravine and then disappeared. Yin felt a surge of joy. Give me the exact location. Nian, and I will come find you. Soon, Yin and Song Nian arrived at the hillside where Ching Su and his group were stationed. Ching Su and Rinyu had been waiting there. Upon seeing Yin, they pointed toward the nearby mine. Boss, that's out the place. I saw their vehicles parked nearby before they entered. Yin observed the area ahead, which was nearly devoid of zombies. It was evident that living beings resided there. And the zombies had been cleared out. I'll scout ahead. If the walkie-talkie lights up, you all should take the Gatling gun and fire like mad. Understood. After giving her quiet instructions, Yin crouched low and moved forward. As night descended, darkness enveloped the earth. Yin silently approached, concealing herself within the dense foliage. Soon nearing the mine entrance. The mine was vast, spanning the size of 10 football fields, surrounded by mountains. Several tents were pitched around the mine, and faint lights flickered from within. Peering through the railing, Yin caught a glimpse of dozens of men and several scantily clad women entering the mine. It seemed there were at least 200 people present, likely the hideout of the notorious gang. Yin placed her walkie-talkie into her space and stealthily approached the mine entrance. At that moment, several men emerged from the nearby thicket, 2 of them adjusting their trousers as they walked. Their voices reached Yin's ears. Wen Ge is truly foresight. He had us secretly establish the space early on, allowing us to avoid being caught by the national base along with those 3 groups. Those 3 groups are nothing but fools. Haha, indeed. It's a pity that the ones with scars were killed. Why dwell on that? Today, my brothers found a few hen houses and there are many live chickens inside, all starving and emaciated. Tonight, we'll enjoy ourselves. Damn. Now that you mention it, I'm not tired at all. It's been a while since I've had some fun. I'll go pick out a pretty one. Get lost. Wen Ge hasn't he chosen yet. So how can it be your turn? Wen Ge has high standards for women. He probably won't be interested in these chickens. Just wait and see. Enough. We're all men. Physiological needs are inevitable. As they chattered, they drew closer to Yin's hiding spot. One of the men suddenly noticed her presence, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. Is someone over there? In the next instant, swoosh, swoosh. 2 darts flew through the air, striking down the 2 men instantly. Simultaneously, Yin rolled forward, gripping her dagger to swiftly eliminate one man, then delivering a punch that knocked another unconscious. All of this transpired within a single second. Surveying the 4 lifeless bodies on the ground, Yin finished them off before continuing towards the mine entrance. It appeared that the scantily clad women were likely the chickens they had mentioned, presumably prostitutes brought in from various brothels. The tents surrounding the mine emitted a faint glow, and the sounds of gasps from men and women echoed from within, clearly engaged in some sort of activity. The silhouettes of men and women were cast upon the tent, creating a distinctly lewd scene. Enan aimed for a silent tent and swiftly dashed inside. Within, a woman lay in deep slumber, and as Enan burst in, she startled awake. Just as the woman was about to scream, Enan swiftly slashed her throat with a dagger. At that moment, a vigilant man emerged from a neighboring tent, suspiciously approaching the darkened tent where Enan stood. What was that sound? Unfazed, Enan calmly gathered the woman's scattered garments and donned them. Removing her mask, she disposed of the woman's lifeless body into a hidden space to feed the tiger, wiped away the blood, let down her hair, and elegantly stepped outside, softly addressing the man. My apologies for the disturbance. The man, still pulling up his trousers, was instantly captivated by Enan's beauty. In the dim moonlight, though details were obscured, her fair skin radiated a soft glow, making her appear almost ethereal. He widened his eyes, momentarily entranced. Wow, how can someone be so stunning? Hey, are you done yet? Hurry up with the task, shouted several men from below the mine. The man in front of Enan glanced down and replied, Coming, coming. As he did so, the group of men spotted Enan, and they were all taken aback by her allure. The leader among them, clearly a subordinate, approached Enan with an increasingly lascivious gaze. You are incredibly beautiful. As he reached out with lecherous intent, a stern voice rang out. Li Qingyun. A dark-skinned man approached, clearly of higher status. Li Qingyun immediately recoiled, lowering his head and retreating. Brother Hao, you have arrived. Brother Hao glanced at Enan and then turned his gaze to Li Qingyun. A woman of such beauty surely belongs to Wenge. Have you grown too bold? She's just a hooker, Li Qingyun muttered softly, attempting to defend himself. Get lost. Brother Hao kicked him aside and pointed at Enan. Send her, along with a few others of decent appearance, to Wenge for inspection. Yes. Several men stepped forward, looking at Enan. Come with us. They then strode down towards the mine. Enan promptly followed. Outside the mine, a few women of reasonable beauty cast hostile glances at Enan. They had long been engaged in serving men, and competition for male resources was the norm, especially now during the apocalypse. After enduring days of hunger, they were finally rescued. As long as they continued to serve men as they did before the end times, they could secure food, living better than most. This was their survival strategy. Upon hearing they were to meet the group's leader, each aspired to impress him and secure a prosperous life by aligning with a capable man. The arrival of such a stunning newcomer threatened to diminish their chances. Enan paid no heed to their hostility, merely following the men into the mine. Inside, the cavern was vast and deep, illuminated only by a few dim oil lamps hanging from the dark walls. Enan meticulously surveyed her surroundings. This was an expansive mine, several hundred meters deep, with numerous layers underground. She surmised that their supplies were likely concentrated in the deepest, most secure levels. Soon, they turned into a narrow, shadowy corridor. Stay close, growled the man in front. Suddenly, Enan felt two women push her from behind. A cold smirk curled on her lips. Just when she was seeking an opportunity to escape, it had presented itself. Enan swiftly struck the two women, sending them tumbling aside with their screams echoing. Ah! Someone hit me. What is happening? Don't pull me. Someone has fallen. The chaos erupted as the women cried out, and Enan continued to fend off several more, rolling down alongside them to a stable landing. The men in front halted. What is going on? In the pitch-black corridor, no one knew what had transpired. The corridor led to the underground level 2, and upon seeing the women tumble down, everyone rushed over. The leading man brandishing a candle. What is the matter with you all? From her concealed position, Enan kicked the candle from his grasp. Darkness enveloped them completely. My candle. I can't see. Where's the light? Panic ensued as the men's shouts mingled with the women's screams, creating a cacophony. Amidst the turmoil, shoving and trampling occurred, yet no one noticed Enan stealthily slipping away. A man approached with a candle, but Enan tripped him, causing his light to extinguish. She dashed deeper underground. Her vision surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing her to navigate effortlessly through the darkness. Before long, Enan discovered a trove of supplies in the mine's 3rd level, collecting them as she moved like a gust of wind, leaving emptiness in her wake. Above, the crowd remained agitated. After roughly 10 minutes, she heard a stern reprimand followed by a synchronized greeting. Wenge. Clearly, Song Wenjing had arrived. Meanwhile, Enan had amassed nearly half of the resources. Observing the remaining supplies, enough to fill a playground, she retrieved a walkie-talkie from her space. Commander Liu, I've located the true hideout of the troublemakers in the abandoned Wanjin mine to the north of Zone 3. They number over 200. This remaining stockpile and the troublemakers represent my final contribution to the base, a generous offering of arms from Lu Qi. After reporting, she tucked the walkie-talkie away. Outside on Chuanxi Road, Lu Qi stood tall, surveying the neatly arranged troops. Plans have changed. Everyone, head to Wanjin mine at once, swiftly. At that moment, Yin was hastily returning to the second underground level. In the distance, she spotted a tall, handsome man descending the stairs from level 1, holding a large lantern. Although the men below were grimy and disheveled, they stood respectfully. All the women, in a state of disarray, knelt on the ground. Yin advanced quietly in the shadows. Yet, before she could draw near, Song Wenjing's sharp gaze caught her, his keen senses picking up on the slightest movement in the darkness. "Come out," he commanded coldly, laced with a hint of menace. Yin remained still, pinching her arm to produce a tear. "I said come out." Song Wenjing's impatience was palpable as he raised his voice. All the men and women turned to the darkness, bewildered by the identity of the unseen presence. Yin continued to squeeze her arm, fixated on Song Wenjing, tears streaming down her face, soon cascading like a river. Song Wenjing smirked coldly, like a bloodthirsty wolf. Stepping closer to her, lantern in hand, with all following behind him, the light gradually illuminated the area ahead, revealing a tearful woman, her hair disheveled, with strands clinging to her cheeks, rendering her delicate features even more vulnerable and pitiful. Song Wenjing paused, the air thick with the sound of men stifling their breaths. "I'm afraid of the dark," Yin whimpered softly. Song Wenjing slowly lowered the lantern, the tension in his brow easing, the sharpness in his gaze diminishing significantly. His subordinates, seizing the moment, stepped forward with eager expressions. "Wenge, this is the woman the brothers brought for you." Chapter 89. The path of the prickly gang. For quite some time, there was no signal. What if something happened to the boss? Chung Su murmured as he lay in the grass, fixating on the mine entrance. The others fell silent for a few moments. Xiao Rui glanced at her older siblings, her small face tense with worry. This mine had only one entrance, and the enclosed space made escape difficult. Renyu pondered, his tone laced with concern. "I can't wait any longer. I'm going to support the boss." Chung Su's voice rose as he prepared to stand. Song Nian and Renyu pressed down on his massive frame, one on each side. "Calm down, let us wait a little longer," Song Nian whispered. Chung Su glanced at the composed faces of his teammates, feeling somewhat reassured, and continued to lie still, keenly observing the cave entrance. "Let us wait 10 more minutes. If there is still no signal from the boss, we'll move," Jiang He declared, tightening his grip on his weapon. Xiao Rui fixed her gaze on the cave entrance, extending her small hand, the faint green mist shimmering in her palm. After all this time, Sister Sheng had rescued her so many times. She had been secretly practicing her powers every day and was finally able to provide some assistance to everyone. Inside the mine on the second underground level, Song Wenqing gazed at the beautiful woman before him. 3 parts allure, 3 parts innocence, 3 parts languor, and 1 part pitiful charm. He ignored the flattering words of his subordinate and turned to head down to the first underground level. "Follow me," he said, clearly addressing Enan. The men around exchanged teasing glances. After Song Wenqing and Enan walked away, one man exclaimed excitedly, "See? I told you. Brother Wen must be making an exception this time. He is finally going to indulge." This was the first woman he had taken an interest in. Several men, brandishing newly lit candles, chattered animatedly, then caught sight of a few women huddled in a corner, all of them smirking. "Hey, the rest are for the brothers." Enan followed Song Wenqing into a room on the first underground level. It was the largest and only place in the mine with electricity, Song Wenqing's bedroom. She observed him closely from behind. This leader of the prickly gang was completely different from her expectations. Unlike the filthy and unruly thugs, he was impeccably clean and emanated an air of refinement. Just by looking at him, one would never associate him with the prickly gang. Enan lowered her gaze, contemplating how to extract information from him. After all, in her previous life, the Wanjin mine had not housed such a group. This man must have relocated soon after. She was genuinely curious about where they had hidden in their past life, as the national base had expended considerable manpower and resources without uncovering their hideout. As Song Wenqing entered the room, he noticed Een and had not followed. He turned to look at her, his eyes filled with inquiry. It's too dirty. My skin will react, Ian replied softly, wrapping her arms around herself and curling her head in a fragile manner. Song Wenqing frowned slightly. He had never heard that dirt could cause skin issues. However, given her current demeanor, he could not be overly critical and simply remarked, "This is the environment of the apocalypse." Ian gazed at him with her large, watery eyes, filled with hope. "Brother Wen, will we move in the future? I want to live in a big house." Her calling him brother, Wen struck a chord deep within him. It felt as though a spring of warmth had washed over his heart, stirring waves of emotion. His subordinates were accustomed to playing with women, frequently abducting various females. Yet he had never found any of them appealing. He had always struggled to comprehend why the bandits in those dramas were so keen on women. They seemed to bring nothing but trouble. Yet today, this woman gave him a distinctly different impression. Although her current delicate and pretentious demeanor was no different from those cliché women, he couldn't bring himself to feel disdain for her. Remarkably, he spoke to her with unexpected patience. "I plan to relocate to City N tomorrow, then we won't have to stay in the mine anymore." Ian smiled brightly. "Oh, so you're moving to City N?" No wonder the entire city couldn't find the prickly gang as hideout. Settling in City N while keeping both sides satisfied, your appetite is quite large. Seeing her smile in response to his words, Song Wenqing felt a sense of satisfaction. However, in the next moment, a thunderous gunfire erupted outside the mine.
Bang! 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 Bang!
The sound of gunfire pierced through the air, sending the crowd inside the mine into a frenzy. Several men rushed in from outside the mine, shouting, "Brother Wen, we're under attack. The exact number is unknown. There are likely many of them, heavily armed, most likely from the national base. Our hideout has been discovered." In a corner unnoticed, Ian swiftly concealed her walkie-talkie into her space. Song Wenqing's expression darkened as he approached the table. "Everyone, retreat into the mine and seal the entrance. I'll contact for support." "Yes." Several men dashed away swiftly. Ian had not anticipated that Song Wenqing had support. She watched as he retrieved a somewhat tattered walkie-talkie from the drawer and, amid the static, said, "I'm in trouble. Send support. And I'll give you 30% of the supplies." 2 seconds later, a sharp voice came from the other end. "Only 30%? Brother Wen, you're as stingy as ever." Song Wenqing frowned, his voice turning solemn. 50%. On the walkie-talkie, the man's piercing voice, dripping with sarcasm, retorted, 80%. "I want to help if you give me less." The gunfire outside continued unabated. Yet, Song Wenqing's voice suddenly took on a slow, ominous tone. "Huang Xiang, don't come. Even if my prickly gang perishes today, you won't get a single supply. Furthermore, I'll reveal your position in City N to the national base, leading them to wipe you out." His leisurely tone concealed a ruthless intent of mutual destruction. "Song Wenqing, you're truly unreasonable. Then it's 50%. I'll mobilize all my men to help you now." The walkie-talkie fell silent. Chapter 90. All a ruse. Ian had not expected that Song Wenqing had connections with Huang Xiang. Huang Xiang was the cousin of Cheng Jian, the local tyrant in City N, who had committed many unscrupulous acts by exploiting Cheng Jian's dominant influence in City N. It made sense. The Wanjin mine was quite close to City N, and Huang Xiang had always operated on the fringes of City N, so their paths crossing was not surprising. However, with Huang Xiang's men involved, surrounding the Wanjin mine would not be an easy task. As Ian pondered, Song Wenqing had already stepped outside. She followed him out to see a group of men hurriedly moving stones to block the entrance. Surrounding Song Wenqing were several men, likely the small leaders of their gang. One lean man with shifty eyes squinted upon seeing Ian approach, seemingly deep in thought. Ian paid him no mind and strode towards the entrance. The wiry man suddenly seemed to remember something and shouted, "I was responsible for transporting people. I've never seen such a beautiful woman." Upon hearing this, Song Wenqing reacted immediately, rushing toward Ian, who was walking towards the entrance, and shouted, "Stop her." In an instant, everyone charged toward Ian. The men who had been moving stones even abandoned their tasks and lunged at her. At that critical moment, Ian, having reached the entrance, turned around and unleashed her powerful lightning force against the oncoming crowd. Everyone was forced back several steps like waves retreating from the shore. Yet, Song Wenqing gritted his teeth, enduring the ferocious lightning as he continued to advance toward Ian. He reached out to grab her, but in the next moment, she delivered a punch that sent him staggering back. It seemed he could no longer withstand the violent electricity, stepping back a few paces while staring intently at Enan. Special ability?
Angst physique?
Enan smiled faintly. In Song Wenjing's eyes, the blue-purple lightning and Enan's exquisite face were reflected. His voice remained composed as he inquired, "Are you from the national base?" All the men from the stubborn gang stood behind Song Wenjing, gazing at Enan. A formidable barrier of lightning separated them. An insurmountable divide. "Instead of asking me that, you might consider why I chose not to kill you." Enan retorted before swiftly launching her grappling hook and making her escape. The sound of gunfire erupted the moment she departed, all shots aimed precisely at the cave entrance, forcing the members of the stubborn gang to remain trapped within the mine. "Seal off the mine," commanded a man known as Hao Ge, looking at Song Wenjing with confusion. "Wen-ge, why didn't she kill you?" Song Wenjing cast a cold glance in his direction, his eyes seemingly conveying the message. "How should I know?" Not far away, Li Qingyan approached with a mischievous grin. "I wonder if it's because she has fallen for the handsome Wen-ge." Song Wenjing sneered as he gazed outside the cave. Fall for him?
Ha!
Only a fool would believe she had feelings for him. He recalled the first time he saw her tear-streaked face, and felt an icy chill in his heart. It was all a ruse, an elaborate act. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the cave, drawing everyone's attention to Song Wenjing, who had just shattered his long knife in frustration. They immediately fell silent, lowering their heads and hurriedly resuming their work. Enan was taken aback upon spotting Ching Su and his companions. Each of them wielded a gun in both hands, and besides the 8 Gatling guns provided by Lu Qi, they had also armed themselves with the ordinary firearms they had previously confiscated. The 5 of them created a veritable storm of bullets.
Boss!
Ching Su and the others exclaimed with joy upon Enan's safe return. "Continue firing. Don't let them escape," Enan instructed, turning to Xiao Rui. "Xiao Rui, come with me. The rest of you stay here and await the international base's personnel."
Boss!
"Where are you going?" Renew asked anxiously. "To City N," Enan replied swiftly, leading Xiao Rui onto the helicopter. Just then, the walkie-talkie that had just been retrieved from the spatial realm crackled to life. "Nansheng, can you hear me?" Lu Qi's voice was urgent. Enan gestured for Xiao Rui to press the talk button and handed it to her mouth, all while piloting the helicopter. "I can hear you. Where have you been? Why didn't you respond? Do you know how much?" His voice was frantic, but abruptly ceased mid-sentence. Enan was preoccupied with flying the helicopter, leaving little energy to decipher Lu Qi's emotional state. She lowered her voice. "Commander Lu, how long until you arrive?" They called for reinforcements, but the exact number is unknown. "The main force will arrive in about 20 minutes. You should move away from the mine and find a safe place to wait for us." Lu Qi's tone had noticeably calmed, yet still held a hint of concern. Enan, however, refrained from replying further, for she had spotted a crowd below. An enormous convoy was advancing quickly, likely pursued by zombies. And it could very well be Huang Xiang's group. Xiao Rui set down the walkie-talkie and peered out the window. "Sister Sheng, there's so many people down there." Enan's expression turned serious. By her estimation, there were over 200 individuals. Ahead of them, there must be their encampment. Enan accelerated, flying directly towards the front. Among the vehicles below, a gaunt man sat in the back seat, adorned with a thick golden necklace and heavy dark circles under his eyes. He was idly picking his teeth when one of his subordinates glanced up at the sky, alerting him, "Xiangge, I think I see a helicopter." Huang Xiang craned his neck to look up, but saw nothing in the pitch-black sky. Angrily, he kicked his subordinate and spat, "Get lost. Are you messing with me?" The subordinate cowered in the corner, too frightened to speak further. Chapter 91. Ambush. Without leaving survivors in approximately 5 minutes, the reinforcements summoned by the stubborn gang would arrive. "Hide," Enan instructed. "Understood, boss." As she set down the walkie-talkie, she spotted a community, surrounded by barbed wire in the distance. Several bright lights illuminated the area, where a few men were playing cards under the glow. Enan squinted her eyes. She had followed the tire tracks of Huang Xiang's convoy, and it was highly probable that this community was his base. In this apocalypse, these individuals appeared remarkably relaxed, still finding time to gamble. The helicopter descended steadily onto the rooftop of a building in the community. The sound of the helicopter had already drawn the attention of several men below, who looked up with loud inquiries. "Who is there?" In a world ravaged by calamity, those capable of using a helicopter were either from the national base or wealthy elites. Thus, They were on high alert, fearing the arrival of a significant figure. Ian donned a mask and black combat gear, stepping down from the helicopter and standing at the rooftop railing to observe the gathering crowd of around 20 men below. These were likely the last remaining survivors in the area. Huang Xiang had mentioned he would deploy all his subordinates to assist Song Wenjing, so those remaining were either incapable of fighting or left to guard the location. Seeing only a single woman and a young girl, the men below collectively sighed in relief. Then looked at Ian and with lewd grins. Where did this woman come from? I thought a big shot was arriving. But it's just a woman with a little girl. They laughed boisterously. Their bare-chested and unkempt appearances suggested they hadn't tea-bathed or groomed themselves since the apocalypse began. And their crude remarks were utterly revolting. Come on down, little girl. Join us for some fun. You look pretty good. They jeered, beckoning her with their hands. While one man even started to unbuckle his pants, his demeanor grotesque and impatient. Ian did not respond. Instead, she took a few steps back, her fingers moving to release the beast from her spatial realm. As the massive tiger appeared beside her, she gently stroked its large head. The second-tier beast, Bufu, was significantly larger than an ordinary tiger. Upon emerging, it let out a thunderous roar, commanding attention. Xiao Rui gasped, hiding behind Ian, unable to utter a word at the sight of such a majestic creature. The men below, hearing the tiger's roar, erupted in panic. A tiger? How can there be a tiger? Ian stroked Bufu's head and issued an unwavering command. Bufu, this is your first battle with me. Eliminate everyone down there. Do you understand? Bufu's golden eyes locked onto her, seemingly comprehending her words. It glanced at the group below, raised its paw, and shook its head before leaping from the third floor. Roar!
Ah, run.
Bufu pounced on a man, sinking its teeth into his neck, and then unleashed a torrent of flames from its mouth, engulfing several fleeing men. They were all ignited by the inferno, screaming in terror as they scattered. Ian leaped down, holding Xiao Rui before setting her down to join the fray. She moved with incredible speed, targeting those attempting to escape into the community building. One man, after losing an arm to Bufu, realizing his fate was sealed, raised a kitchen knife toward the cornered Xiao Rui, shouting, "I'll take you down with me." In the next instant, he was enveloped by a cloud of green gas, freezing in place, frothing at the mouth before collapsing lifelessly. Nearby men who had come into contact with the toxic gas met the same fate. Seeing this, Ian felt a wave of relief wash over her. She pursued into a nearby building, swiftly dispatching a fleeing man before spotting another, cowering in the corner, terrified. His eyes reflected a clear, foolish innocence. Ian chuckled softly, her melodious voice devoid of emotion. "Do not be overly afraid. Just tell me where your supplies are, and we shall let you go." The rather foolish-looking man widened his eyes in despair. You are from the Stubborn Brigade. So Huanggo was deceived by you. This is all a ruse." Ian regarded him with a smile. "I do appreciate clever individuals like you. It makes things much easier." She stepped forward, pressing her dagger against his throat impatiently. The supplies. Under her threat, the man's legs quivered even more. Outside the building, his screams and the roars of a tiger sent chills down one's spine. Trembling, he stammered, "The supplies are in the underground warehouse, but the key is not with me." "Enough of the chatter. Take me there." "All right," he complied, shivering as he led the way. Ian followed closely, and soon they arrived at the underground warehouse. She seized a metal rod and concentrated her power, striking the door with a tremendous force.
Bang, bang, bang.
Each hit more forceful than the last.
Boom.
In no time, the door collapsed. Ian glanced back at the man who had stealthily fled. A cold smile crept across her face as she strode into the warehouse. Before her lay vast quantities of supplies, far exceeding her expectations. Such an accumulation would require the clearing of 3 or 4 supermarkets to deplete. As she walked, she gathered the supplies, clearing the entire underground warehouse in a mere 2 or 3 minutes. Exiting, she spotted Buff and Xiaorui amidst a sea of corpses. "Let us go," Ian commanded, storing Buff away and swiftly retreating with Xiaorui. Chapter 92. Seizing supplies at that moment, outside the Wanjin mine, Huang Xiang stood at the cave entrance, his patience wearing thin as he shouted, "Song Wenjing, are you toying with me? You said you were surrounded, yet there is not a soul in sight." A breach had been opened in the cave, and Song Wenjing responded quietly from within the crowd, "I do not know where they have gone." You all must cover our retreat quickly. 5% of the supplies were promised. Huang Xiang snapped, no dilly-dallying, not a single fraction, less shall be yours. As they spoke, Huang Xiang followed Song Wenjing into the cave. Just then, Huang Xiang's walkie-talkie crackled to life, a man's frantic voice breaking through the chaos. Xiangge, it's over. Xiangge, help me. My brothers are all dead. I'm so scared. Huang Xiang's brows furrowed deeply, suspicion flickering in his small eyes. What on earth happened? The stubborn brigade. They used a diversion tactic, their people came and took all our supplies. Upon hearing this, Song Wenjing turned to Huang Xiang, meeting his dangerously piercing gaze. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Wenjing took a few steps back, lowering his voice. Huang Xiang, I swear I did nothing. However, Huang Xiang paid no heed to his words, drawing a knife with a fierce expression. His men brandished their weapons in solidarity. Huang Xiang sneered, Song Wenjing, you're quite something. I decided to collaborate with you because you do possess some skill, yet you dare to deceive me? Do you know who my cousin is? The man on the walkie-talkie continued to plead desperately. Shut up, you fool. Be quiet. Huang Xiang snapped, glaring menacingly at Song Wenjing. Return my supplies, and all of yours as well, or none of you shall live. Song Wenjing immediately thought of An's beautiful yet perilous eyes and her words. Perhaps you should ponder why I did not kill you. He seemed to grasp something but remained uncertain, helplessly saying, Huang Xiang, let me converse with him. I have details to clarify. Be rational. All my brothers are at Wanjin Mine. Where could I steal your supplies from? Think about it. To hell with it. Huang Xiang cursed loudly. Go. Seize their supplies. With that, everyone surged forward. The crowd outside rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Unable to persuade Huang Xiang any longer, Song Wenjing prepared for combat. His superhuman abilities granting him temporary immunity to all powers. He swiftly subdued Huang Xiang, firmly gripping his neck and declaring, I dare anyone to make a move. Huang Xiang, use your brain and think carefully. Do not let yourself be manipulated. I am being framed. Huang Xiang, pinned down, could only glare at him with eyes devoid of emotion. Song Wenjing, my supplies are gone. Who took them is irrelevant. What matters is that I shall take yours. Upon hearing this, Song Wenjing abandoned negotiations. A cold smile gracing his lips as he kicked Huang Xiang several meters away, his eyes icy. Kill them all. Yes, brother one. The members of the stubborn brigade surged forward. The crowd behind Huang Xiang charged in as well, and in that confined mine, hundreds of men descended into chaos. Chapter 93. Where is your captain?
Roar.
Roar.
Ugh. Bang 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 bang.
5 kilometers away from Wanjin Mine, the National Base's main forces, trapped by a horde of zombies, were engaged in a fierce battle. Rows of soldiers stood at the back, firing at the zombie throng, while the front lines consisted of the superhumans clearing a path. How long until we eradicate this wave? Lu Qi's voice was frigid. His subordinate dared not meet his gaze. Lowering his head respectfully to report, Commander, it will take at least another 10 minutes at the earliest. We are in a hurry, and many vehicles are trapped by the zombie tide. We cannot advance without clearing a path. Lu Qi surveyed the endless horde of zombies, his expression darkening. We cannot wait any longer. Grabbing a long knife, he forcefully pushed open the car door, swiftly dispatching several mutated zombies that lunged at him. Then turned to the fastest clearing team. Winter Team and the top 5 external teams follow me. His subordinate understood Lu Qi's intentions immediately, anxiety gripping him. Commander, I will lead the charge. Lu Qi stated firmly, unleashing his powers as he fixed his gaze upon the approaching horde, sprinting forward. All zombies surged toward him. Qi Yi and Qi Xian, in the Winter Team and the top 5 external superhuman squads, followed suit. Look, Commander Lu is actually leading the charge. Are they forcing a path through? What could be so urgent? It's the first time we've seen Commander Lu take the lead himself. Is he out of his mind, facing so many zombies? The crowd was astonished. A man from the King's team, standing at 165 meters, scoffed. Isn't it urgent? It's likely that the captain of the Nanqing team has met with misfortune. The commander must be anxious. His remark, neither too loud nor too soft, was overheard by nearby superhumans and soldiers resting before their shift. Wang Quan, are you certain? There has been no official notification of what transpired. A female member of a superhuman squad questioned. Wang Quan, brimming with confidence, replied, I can guess it all. The superhuman teams deployed are all from the base's top ranks. Yet the Special District S Nanxing team is absent. Just now, Commander Lu spoke into the walkie-talkie and immediately led us to turn back. It's clear this is all for the Nanxing team. His reasoning seemed sound, but the others chose not to engage further. Yet Wang Quan, seemingly unable to restrain himself, continued, I've said it before, what capability can women possess? If they lack ability, they're just a burden, causing us all to venture so far to the Wanjin mine in the dead of night.
Slap.
A resounding slap echoed as Wang Quan clutched his left cheek, staring in disbelief at the girl before him. You hit me? The girl, hands on her hips, glared coldly at Wang Quan. You disparage women, so I will hit you. What are you even? Wang Quan felt a surge of anger and rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike the girl.
Slap.
In the next moment, his punch missed, and his right cheek received a resounding slap, knocking him to the ground. I am Luo Xiaomei, captain of the Panda team. Remember my name. If I hear you disparaging women again, I will ruin you, she declared, pressing Wang Quan's head down, enunciating each word clearly. After standing up and dusting off her hands, she turned to her 4 teammates, 1 girl and 3 boys, who looked formidable. Meanwhile, Wang Quan's companions were engaged in combat against zombies alongside the military, leaving him isolated and vulnerable. With his head bowed in defeat, he scrambled to his feet, not daring to utter another word, and turned to leave.
Hold on.
Luo Xiaomei blocked his path with a stick, raising an eyebrow. If the leader of the Nanxing team isn't as you say, you will kneel and apologize to her. Do you understand? Wang Quan's nostrils flared in anger, struggling to suppress his urge to curse as he gritted his teeth. I am certain I am not mistaken. Just wait and see, he retorted. What a joke. How could he, Wang Quan, be wrong? A team led by a woman could never enter the Special Operations Zone, especially with 3 females in the Nanxing team. As Wang Quan stormed off, one of Luo Xiaomei's teammates asked, Captain, do you know the leader of the Nanxing team well? Luo Xiaomei shook her head, her expression calm. No, I do not know them at all. However, I believe the base is fair. Moreover, she glanced at the horde of zombies and the numerous ability users battling them. Why shouldn't women be capable? Next batch of ability users, rotate, commanded a soldier. Luo Xiaomei and her team promptly armed themselves and joined the fray, while the frontline team of ability users retreated, bloodied and drained of energy. As they reached the convoy, they eagerly gulped down water. Look, is that Commander Lu clearing a path? They are surrounded by the most zombies. The resting ability users also turned their attention to Lu Qi's position. Zombies, dragging their mangled bodies, encircled Lu Qi and his team, their pale eyes filled with excitement as if Lu Qi's group were the most delectable prey. The mutated level 2 zombies began to swarm, creating a perilous situation. Suddenly, vines erupted from the mass of zombies. One after another, they tore a bloody path through the throng. Lu Qi, wielding a long knife, led the charge with immense strength and remarkable agility, cutting through the horde effortlessly. Since, when has Commander Lu's ability become so powerful? He seems to have reached level 2. The astonished shouts filled the air as Lu Qi and his team carved out a passage. He quickly turned and retreated a few steps, issuing commands to his deputy, while Qi Yi and the others seamlessly took over the assault on the zombies. Everyone swiftly fell back, preparing to depart. The deputy shouted commands, and soon the entire convoy was mobilized. Lu Qi and his companions had no time to board the vehicles. They leaped onto the armored car's roof to fend off the approaching zombies. At last, the convoy managed to escape safely. Crossing a large bridge, they arrived at the hillside where the Wanjin mine was located. Cheng Su and his team approached the convoy's headlights. Commander Lu, where is your captain? Lu Qi leaped off the armored vehicle and inquired. The other soldiers dismounted to eliminate the pursuing zombies. Cheng Su exchanged glances with Jiang He. Their leader mentioned going to City N, but had not informed them to disclose her whereabouts to others. It was best to say little about their leader. We do not know, Jiang He replied. Qi Yi and Qi Xian have been searching for Yin, and since spotting Cheng Su's group. Hearing Jiang He's response, everyone's spirit sank. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle from the mine echoed in the distance. Lu Qi's heart tightened, and he moved forward, with Qi Yi and the others quickly following.
Su Lian.
Take the 3rd battalion to surround the mine. The rest follow me, Lu Qi ordered, drawing his weapon as he strode toward the mine entrance. In no time, everyone followed suit. Wait, could Commander Lu think the leader is inside the mine? Cheng Su asked, staring at the advancing troops. Clearly yes, Ren, you nodded. Chapter 94. Are they still running? Inside the mine, the fighting ceased as everyone heard the booming voice from outside. The combatants halted their actions. And Huang Xiang turned to Song Wenqing, his eyes filled with panic.
What now? He asked.
Song Wenqing ignored him, frowning at the mine's entrance.
Boom.
The pile of stones blocking the mine's mouth collapsed with a loud explosion. Outside, troops wielding searchlights and firearms appeared before them, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping the area. Crouch down, commanded the deputy again. Everyone dropped their weapons and crouched down, realizing their knives and clubs were no match for firearms. The deputy glanced at Lu Qi, then raised his weapon near the mine's entrance, the powerful light illuminating every man's face. Men, do not move. Women, step forward first. As he spoke, many scantily clad women from the depths of the mine trembled as they emerged. The deputy turned to Lu Qi, who stood on a rise, scanning the women with a grave expression before shaking his head. The deputy instantly understood and continued, "Are there any more women?" "I am." Suddenly, a sharp, piercing male voice rang out. A person emerged from the crowd, dressed in women's clothing and wearing a wig, a lanky figure towering at nearly 6 feet tall. The deputy looked at him with disdain. "Crouch down. I have undergone gender reassignment surgery, Commander." The man protested, feeling wronged.
"Get lost."
After the deputy scolded him, the cross-dresser crouched down, not daring to utter another word. Lu Qi's gaze darkened. It seemed she was not there. He nodded to the deputy, who swiftly led the troops to control the crowd inside the mine. "Listen, we will shelter those with abilities who wish to serve the national base. Otherwise,
we will shoot on sight."
Some individuals in the crowd began to step forward. "I want to join the national base. Don't kill me. Will there be food? If so, I will go." Everything seemed to progress smoothly until Lu Qi noticed subtle movements in the grass behind the mine. Something was amiss. Investigate quickly. "Yes, Commander." Several soldiers rushed over. Just then, the deputy in charge of controlling the crowd inside the mine also detected something unusual and shouted, "There is a hidden tunnel in the mine. Someone is escaping. Quick, pursue." Instantly, many soldiers chased after them. Huang Xiang, crouching on the ground, noticed the direction the soldiers were pursuing and suddenly recalled something. He frantically searched for Song Wenqing's figure, but found nothing. Furious, Huang Xiang cursed, "Damn it. You left a way out and expected me to take your place in death? I thought you had no escape route. You played me. Song Wenqing, do you want me to die for you while you enjoy the spoils back at the base?" His loud outburst caught the attention of a soldier, who pressed a gun against his throat, ordering him to be silent. Meanwhile, at the back of the mine, dozens of soldiers were pursuing the fleeing members of the stabbing group. Beneath the veil of night, the mountain path was treacherous and difficult to traverse, rendering the armored vehicle incapable of navigating the narrow roads. The soldiers were swiftly outpaced by the audacious rebels, who were well acquainted with the terrain. "Brother Wen, the soldiers have been left behind. We are saved," exclaimed a man sprinting behind Song Wenqing, filled with relief. In the next instant, a helicopter appeared in the sky, barreling towards them. "It's coming straight for us."
"Run,"
shouted Song Wenqing, immediately changing direction. However, the helicopter relentlessly pursued him, its rotor blades generating a powerful gust that made it nearly impossible to move. A diminutive man was even swept away by the force. Behind them, the relentless army pursued. Ahead loomed the helicopter, to the left lay a precipice, and to the right, a steep and rugged slope. Under such overwhelming wind, choosing the treacherous slope was undoubtedly a path to doom. In that moment, all were trapped in place. The helicopter landed, and Song Wenqing crouched low to shield himself from the diminishing wind. Peering through the helicopter's spotlight, he beheld a striking woman clad in black, accompanied by a small girl. He felt an unsettling familiarity with her figure and was about to speak when a man suddenly shouted, "The soldiers are closing in. We must deal with this woman swiftly." The crowd surged toward her in a frenzy. Crack.
Ah.
The deafening sound of thunder and the cries of men erupted as those who charged forward fell to the ground en masse. Song Wenqing fell silent. So it was indeed her.
Ah.
The last man collapsed. Ian gazed down at the seemingly defeated Song Wenqing, who appeared to have relinquished all resistance and smiled lightly. "Brother Wen, still running?" At this moment, Song Wenqing, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, appeared as defenseless as a lamb before Ian. He shook his head, offering a bitter smile, and extended his hands toward her, surrendering himself. I am not a soldier. I will not restrain anyone. En, without hesitation, kicked the submissive Song Wenjing down, saying, just lie there and wait for the military to handle you. At that moment, the army arrived, with a dozen soldiers trailing behind Lu Qi and several teams of superpowered individuals. Upon their arrival, they discovered the incapacitated men sprawled on the ground and Song Wenjing lying there. The striking woman standing beside him was none other than Enan. Chapter 95, Who is Truly Worthless. The soldiers immediately advanced to restrain Song Wenjing.
Boss.
Cheng Su and a few others moved to encircle En and Xiao Rui. In the dim light, Lu Qi cast a deep glance at En and before striding towards the restrained Song Wenjing. Song Wenjing looked at Lu Qi and smirked. You haven't changed a bit. It was a surprising revelation to all. The two were old acquaintances. Lu Qi fell silent for a moment before sighing. I never imagined that the once promising major from the southern region would choose to become a rebel. The group fell into a hush, the soldiers retreating to provide space for Lu Qi and Song Wenjing's conversation. Enan led Cheng Su and the others towards the Wanjin mine, while Renyu went to retrieve the helicopter. The crowd was too large here to utilize spatial abilities. Captain Beauty. Chi Mei's excited voice rang out. Enan turned to see the 5 members of the winter team approaching. Captain Beauty, you are incredible. You took down so many. Recognizing familiar faces, Enan smiled warmly. I heard from Chu Hui that you all entered the Special Operations Zone. Congratulations. You're closer to us now. Chi Mei grinned widely, displaying her bright white teeth. Are you hungry? I have chocolate, Qi Xian said, pulling several pieces of chocolate from his pocket, his pale gray eyes occasionally glancing at Enan, filled with shyness. Chen Feifei and Xu Hui were taken aback upon seeing Qi Xian's chocolate, exclaiming, Where did you get chocolate? Qi Xian? Why didn't you bring it out sooner? I am starving. Xu Hui reached out eagerly.
Hey.
Qi Xian quickly blocked his excited hand, retrieving a piece of chocolate from the group. Here.
Chewy Fronet, seriously?
I'm a big guy. You can't give me the biggest one? Qi Xian replied playfully. You didn't fight. The biggest goes to the one who worked the hardest. He then handed the largest piece to Enan and was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the sizable chocolate in her hand. Cheng Su and the others quickly surrounded Qi Xian to divide the chocolate among themselves, their cheerful voices creating a lively atmosphere. It seemed as if the tension and excitement of the apocalypse had momentarily eased. Enan felt the warmth of camaraderie and, for a rare moment, her heart lightened. She looked up and met a pair of black eyes.
Stud nervi, observing her.
He approached slowly, his throat moving as if he were about to speak. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. Everyone turned to see a dispute between the King team and the Panda team, with Panda team leader Luo Xiaomei angrily confronting King team leader Wang Quan. You said those words. Now you're playing dumb. Apologize to me. Wang Quan appeared to want to leave, but was blocked by the Panda team. With the army nearby, resorting to violence was not an option. Wang Quan, seeing Luo Xiaomei challenge him, glared at her with disdain. What are you talking about? Why should I apologize? You said the Nanqing team leader relies on men and lacks ability, yet she single-handedly took down over 10 members of the rebel group.
Can you do that?
Luo Xiaomei retorted. Which eye of yours saw her take them down? They fell for other reasons. Luo Xiaomei was momentarily taken aback by Wang Quan's shamelessness, left speechless. Captain. Such men look down on women because they feel inferior. Arguing with him is pointless. A female teammate urged from behind her. Just then, the Qinghe team arrived. Bai Jing and his companions, witnessing the scene, exchanged glances that revealed their growing displeasure as they blocked Wang Quan's path. Wang Quan's temper flared at the sight of the Qinghe team. What happened? Qi Mei asked, puzzled. They are slandering the Nanqing team behind their backs, Qi Yi replied coolly, casting a glance at Enan, who appeared remarkably relaxed, as if the issue did not concern her.
What?
So uncouth? Qi Mei's anger flared, and she clenched her fists, ready to charge in. Let me handle this, Enan said, pulling her back. The commotion attracted the attention of all the superpowered individuals and soldiers, even drawing the gaze of Lu Qi and Song Wenjing, who had been conversing. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Enan strode confidently towards Wang Quan. I heard you were talking behind my back. Wang Quan, eyeing the approaching woman clad in black combat attire, could not help but be struck by her exceptional beauty and poise, further solidifying his resolve. He sneered, dismissively appraising her. I wasn't talking about you, just stating facts. Yin En's voice was devoid of emotion, just a worthless blabbermouth. The smile on Wang Quan's face faltered, his expression darkening. What did you just say? If you're so capable, let us settle this in a fight. With an impassive gaze, Yin replied, whoever falls first must bark like a dog 3 times and kneel to call the other father. Her demeanor was so calm that Wang Quan and his team perceived it as a facade of bravado, intensifying Wang Quan's desire to confront her.
Fine.
Today, I will show you who the real worthless one is. Wang Quan readily agreed, rolling up his sleeves to prepare for the impending confrontation. His grotesque visage was alight with excitement and anticipation, as if he were already envisioning the scene of the woman across from him begging for mercy. His teammates stood behind him, reveling in the impending spectacle, exuding unwavering confidence in Wang Quan. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaomei from the Panda team maintained an air of calm, her gaze fixed intently on the 2 contenders. Bai Jinghe from the Qinghe team discreetly stepped back.
Captain, why don't you understand?
I fear the blood may splatter on me, Bai Jinghe remarked, brushing off his white shirt. Wow, what a thrilling scene. It's a shame the captain is such a neat freak, Zhang Meng exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he observed Yin and Wang Quan. Cheng Su and the others subtly retreated a few steps, leisurely indulging in chocolate. The camp commander, along with several soldiers, found themselves at a loss as to whether they should intervene, their collective gaze shifting towards an officer. This officer was one of those whom Yin had rescued during the recent zombie onslaught. He glanced towards Yin and gently shook his head. Though the base forbids harm to others, they are willingly sparring. We need not intervene. With that, he cast a cold and disdainful look at Wang Quan. Several soldiers, unsure of the unfolding situation, began to watch intently. Many among them had never witnessed Yin in combat, only speculating how such a delicate woman could possibly prevail against a man of Wang Quan's stature. One soldier, however, recognized Yin instantly, exclaiming, "Isn't that our battalion's goddess?" What? Other soldiers leaned in, curious to catch a glimpse of Yin. Could this be the legendary warrior with unparalleled combat prowess, who, contrary to their expectations, possessed such an elegant figure and was far from imposing? Wang Quan, evidently drawn in by the murmurs of the onlookers, furrowed his brow and demanded, "What goddess? Let us get on with it." Yin's icy voice resonated across the divide. Wang Quan dismissed his distractions with a scoff. Then, I shall not hold back.
With that,
He drew his weapon, channeling all his fire-based abilities into the blade, and charged towards Yin.